For years ago, I was found to have no talent for martial arts, so I dropped out of school and worked to support my sister, hoping that she could realize her dream of becoming a martial artist. I was so tired from working overtime that I was sleeping soundly in bed that morning. "You stinky pig, get up." The door was kicked open and Sister Lin Guaiguai rushed in angrily. She pulled back my blanket and scolded, "You're sleeping in just your underwear again." I sat up dazedly, rubbing my eyes. If you hadn't kept knocking on the door, I would have slept naked. "Today is the talent test. Have you forgotten?" "Test?" I suddenly woke up. Today is the day of her talent test. She put on her clothes in 3 seconds, and I pulled her away. "Wait, is this what you look like?" She stared at me with my dark circles under my eyes and messy hair, wanting to beat me up. I adjusted my clothes awkwardly, put on a black plaid shirt, and rolled up my sleeves to reveal my collarbone. Lin Guaiguai was wearing a JK short skirt, and her white stockings made her legs look slender and cute. "Not bad." She nodded in satisfaction. We took the bus to the test center, which was packed with people. Lin ran off to find his classmates, leaving me alone. I looked up at the 2 big words warrior and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I don't have such talent. Just at this moment, ding, system binding successful. I was shocked and excited. System? Something from the novel has happened to me. System introduction. Get points by killing monsters or completing tasks, and use them for lotteries, upgrades, and item purchases. I asked in confusion, "Newbie gift pack?" The system prompted, "Receive 3 lottery tickets. 3 consecutive draws. Strengthening pills *99. 9 black shadow masks that can be combined to summon a demon army. Sonata of Dead Silence." After fusing the mask, I felt the shackles on my body being unlocked, and I instantly became extremely powerful and was able to summon a legion of demons. I clenched my fists, unable to hide my excitement. At this time, the teacher on the awakening platform called out, "The next tester, Lin Guaiguai." Then Lin obediently walked onto the testing table and placed his hand on the test ball. A white light shot up into the sky, cold air rushed towards me, and frost instantly covered the ground, turning it all white. "Ice attribute, 9-star talent?" The examiner's eyes widened, unable to believe it. A warrior with ice attribute, which is rare in a century, actually awakened in the girl in front of him. The crowd was in an uproar, with exclamations everywhere. "Lin Guaiguai actually has a 9-star talent? This is too terrifying." I stood in the crowd, feeling mixed emotions. My silly sister had awakened her ice ability, or a 9-star talent. I was shocked, but secretly glad that I had the system. After the test, Lin Guaiguai was surrounded by all the colleges and various conditions were thrown at him. "Brother, I did it." She rushed over and threw herself into my arms, her face full of pride. I touched her head and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being my sister." In the end, she chose the strongest college in Huadu, Yutian College. When I got home, I checked my system. The system showed, host, Lin Kong, level, mid-level spirit realm, points, 0, skill, Sonata of Death. This is a dark energy attack skill that causes continuous damage and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Although the skills are like games, their power should not be underestimated. In order to test my strength, I decided to go to the Death Forest. The Death Forest is a first-level forbidden area, full of dangers. Not only are there powerful monsters, but there are also deadly traps such as swamps and carnivorous plants. No one below the level of the king dares to set foot here, but I plan to do something big here and earn some points. As soon as I entered the forest, I felt countless dangerous eyes staring at me. Crack. With a strange sound, I immediately became alert and prepared to face the real challenge. Roar. A low roar came from the depths of the forest. The sound penetrated the dense shadows of the trees and echoed in the silent forest of death, making people feel cold. There are dangers everywhere here. If you are not careful, you may end up in the belly of the monster. I looked up and around vigilantly. The sunlight was blocked by the towering trees, and the forest seemed dark and deep. Only a few rays of light penetrated the leaves and fell on the ground, making the blurred shadows look even more eerie. At this moment, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at me from the treetops, and a chill ran down my spine. "Evil monkey?" I whispered, staring at the shadow on the tree. The thing growled, then flew across the treetops like a ghost. The evil monkey, a first-level mutant creature, has a mouth full of fangs, is pitch black, and has murderous intent in its scarlet eyes. Not only are they carnivorous and extremely fast, they also have the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child and are best at sneak attacks. Suddenly, the evil monkey swooped down from the tree. I dodged in an instant and easily avoided its sharp claws. Seeing that his attack missed, the evil monkey let out an angry roar and pounced again. "You are so shameless." I sneered, dodged its attack, raised my hand and slapped it hard. Bang! The evil monkey was slapped away by my slap, hit a tree, and collapsed to the ground. Its face was swollen like a bun, and after a few strange squeaking sounds, it fled in panic. Looking at its back, I sneered. A mere evil monkey is too boring. I am more interested in the tribe behind it. Its escape will help me attract more prey. I raised my hand and said coldly, "Come out, my black shadow army." Countless figures emerged from the shadows of the trees around me. Ninjas, samurai, trolls, all kinds of dark figures knelt before me, waiting for my orders. Watching this scene, I felt a little proud. With these helpers, it was easy to gain points. Kill all the demons. With my order, the black shadows turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the depths of the forest. In a short time, low-level demons were killed one after another, and the blood dyed the land red. The small river in the distance was soaked in blood and turned blood red. I was in a good mood as I watched my score keep climbing. In just 1 hour, my score had exceeded 10 million. This feeling was simply amazing. However, just as I was planning my next move, a loud thunderous noise was heard in the distance. I looked up and saw a giant snake coiled around a tree amid the rolling dark clouds. Its entire body was covered with lightning patterns, and arcs of electricity flickered between its horns. It was a thunder snake, a 7th-level monster, close to the state of dragon transformation. It's indeed a great harvest. I looked at it with a sneer and ordered the Black Shadow Legion to continue the offensive. Although the thunder snake was extremely powerful and killed countless black shadows, these black shadows had no fear and no concept of death. They charged again and again, draining the thunder snake's strength like a tide. 10 hours later, the huge monster finally collapsed to the ground exhausted, with blood all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Black Shadow Corps for killing the 7th-level Thunder Serpent and gaining plus 10,000 points. I raised the corners of my mouth in satisfaction. It seems that the challenge of this forest has just begun. It took me nearly 11 hours to fight a 7th-level Thunder Snake. I was tired of watching it, but I have to say, it was really fun. I have witnessed the terrifying combat power of the Black Shadow Corps. Although the level is not high, the number of people is king. After a round of searching, the points have exceeded 20 million. I directly handed the scene over to the shadows to play freely. I left a cave connected to the dark world, and then turned away, too lazy to continue watching. This scene would really make me numb after watching it too much. But just after I left, a group of warriors arrived. Such a fierce battle naturally attracted attention. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they saw the huge corpse of the Thunder Snake on the ground and the Black Shadow Army that was slaughtering demons. Their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. "Who are you?" the old man in the lead asked, but the shadows didn't even look at them. "Humph, dare you ignore me? You're looking for death." The old guy was furious and directly released the aura of a half-king level to attack. The others immediately followed suit. The result: stop hitting me. I was wrong. A few minutes later, they all lay on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, screaming in agony. Like pigs, even the old man was no exception. Only then did they become completely cowardly and raise their hands to beg for mercy. The black shadows looked at them coldly, turned around and continued to slaughter the demons, ignoring these unfortunate guys. Those people breathed a sigh of relief, but they felt a chill in their hearts. Who could withstand the attack of millions of black shadows? They were strong, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, especially since there was no limit to the number of these black shadows. They could not be beaten or killed. Just thinking about it made my scalp numb. However, the black shadows only killed demons and did not touch humans, which made them more confused and vigilant. Are these things enemies or friends? "I'm back." I pushed open the door and was about to speak, but I was met with a cold gaze, and immediately a chill rose from my spine. Oh no, there's murderous intent. "Hey, my dear sister, there's no need to make such a big scene to welcome me, right?" I smiled awkwardly and quickly took out a bunch of bananas. "Look, I brought you your favorite bananas, as well as strawberries and durian." Lin glanced at me obediently, took the fruit, snorted coldly, and turned away, but did not continue to bother me. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly lay back on the bed, and opened the system page. System, exchange me for 100 lottery tickets. My points dropped rapidly, and 1 million points evaporated in an instant, in exchange for a screen full of lottery tickets. System, give me 100 consecutive draws. I drew 100 times, 90 of which were thank you for your patronage, and 10 were useful things, so it wasn't a big loss. Especially the lightning ability and the indestructible body, which looked very powerful at first glance. I excitedly checked the function description. The system displayed, strength pill, increases strength tenfold in a short period of time, no side effects. Thunder power, controls the power of thunder and controls it freely. Upgrade pill, increases strength, no side effects. System display, Song Yunya, an artifact from another world, can summon the dead, but there is a strong risk of backlash. Indestructible body, no attack can break through the defense, true physical immunity. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, especially the indestructible body, which is simply a bug-level existence. I tried to raise my hand, and arcs of electricity moved across my palms as if lightning snakes were jumping, which made my heart surge. Then, I extracted all the upgrade pills. The room was instantly filled with a strange fragrance, and pills were scattered all over the floor, as if I had entered a fairyland. I grabbed a handful and poured it directly into my mouth, swallowing it without even chewing. Great! My aura was rising crazily inside my body. Late Spirit Realm, Early Yellow Star, Middle Yellow Star, Late King. In just a few minutes, my strength soared to the Late King, just one step away from entering the realm of nobility. Hiss! I felt the spiritual power in my body and was so excited that I couldn't control myself. This kind of power gave me the illusion that I could defeat everything. And these abilities and powers seemed to be innate, without any discomfort. Then, I picked up Song Yunya, a sword emitting a cold light, with a huge gem inlaid on the hilt, and it looked extremely handsome. But as soon as I touched the hilt, a demonic aura instantly erupted, wrapping around my arm like a venomous snake, trying to invade my will. System, take it back. The system put Song Yunya back into the backpack in time, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be controlled and turned into a killing tool. It is better not to touch it in the future. I looked up at the sky and it was already dark outside, so I lay back on the bed and prepared to sleep. However, what I didn't know was that the evil aura emitted by Song Yunya just now had already attracted the attention of some people. Just now, the country's warriors, as well as the strong men from various colleges and martial arts schools, all went out and rushed towards the direction where the evil spirit came from. How can we not be vigilant when such a powerful demonic aura appears in Huadu? Huadu is the capital of the Shenlong dynasty and a place where warriors gather. Such terrifying fluctuations of demonic energy have not appeared in many years. All forces were on high alert, with the leaders either being the Supreme Realm or the Emperor Realm Masters, and the followers were all at the Semi-Lord level. This lineup was comparable to a large-scale operation to encircle and suppress the demon race. While the mortals were sleeping soundly, hundreds of strong men had gathered 5 kilometers away. I took advantage of the Shadow Army to cover up the traces of the evil spirit and evacuated early, leaving them to continue to kill monsters in this forest. Brother Dao, I didn't expect you guys to come too. Listening to the conversation coming from afar, I frowned and vaguely heard a few familiar names. Dao Wu, the former president of Yutian Academy, Hua Wuxing, the owner of Batian Martial Arts School, and even one of the strongest men in the official arena, Hong Guaiguai, showed up. This angel was one of the official's core figures, in the middle stage of the emperor class, and his strength was among the best in the world. I hid in the dark and observed. They were all respectful and stood straight like students meeting their teacher, for fear of angering this angel. But what surprised me was that after searching for the evil spirit, Hong Guaiguai's face gradually became solemn and even a little doubtful. The evil spirit here has long dissipated. His voice was low and cold as ice. From the fluctuations heard before, the demon has already reached the 9th level. 9th level? Hearing this, my heart trembled. It seems that this group of people really took the breath of the Thunder Snake seriously. However, the 9th level monster is indeed scary enough. No wonder they reacted so strongly. They discussed, how is it possible? Didn't the 9th level demons disappear long ago? Could it be that the demons have some conspiracy? This is not like the demons. They are easy to kill, but they won't suddenly disappear. There were constant discussions, but I knew better than them that this was not a conspiracy of the demon clan at all, but something I did. Soon, Hong Guaiguai and his men left, and it seemed that they couldn't trace me back for the time being. I heaved a sigh of relief, and when they dispersed, I returned home. In the morning, I woke up early and was in a very good mood. My sister awakened a rare ice attribute yesterday and also got a 9-star talent, which is a qualification that will hopefully make her a god in the future. As her brother, how can I not celebrate for her? Large lobsters, king crabs, steaks. I spent 30,000 yuan just on the ingredients and even moved out the summer bed to use as a dining table. Sister, it's time for dinner. I knocked on the door and called her, but no one responded for a long time. This girl is sleeping in again. I took out the key helplessly and opened the door. Sure enough, she was still sleeping soundly in bed. Get up and eat. I've prepared a big meal for you. I patted her butt and said softly, well, I still want to sleep. She turned over in a daze, acting like a spoiled child and refusing to get up. There are spiritual lobsters and crabs. I deliberately raised my voice. Really? Whoosh. The next second, she suddenly jumped up from the bed and patted my shoulder excitedly. Brother, are you serious? Really, really. I smiled and pushed her away. Put on your clothes first before you come out. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. I turned and walked out, but I heard a scream behind me. Ah, why did I wet the bed? I almost laughed out loud when I heard her scream. This girl's body probably hasn't adapted to the new state after awakening, but I'll have to teach her a lesson in the future. Lin Guaiguai walked out of the room with a red face, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, and lowered her head, not daring to look at me. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, she probably wanted to crawl into the ground and never come out, right? However, I decided to pretend nothing happened, as it would only be more embarrassing if I brought it up anyway. What a nice smell. She was suddenly attracted by the aroma in the living room. When she approached the dining table and saw the bed piled with delicious spiritual food, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Although the fluctuation of spiritual energy was not strong, the price of this table of dishes alone was enough to move her for a long time. I smiled and greeted, eat quickly. She smiled brightly, sat down and ate heartily, her face full of happiness. I felt relieved when I saw her satisfied look. Brother, these dishes must have cost a lot of money, right? She suddenly looked up and asked. I was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Money is nothing. As long as you are successful, all the hard work and effort will be worth it. If you do well in Yutian College in the future, I can still brag that my sister is a genius. I touched her head and she blushed, but was obviously touched. Lin continued to eat with her head down, but suddenly her eyes became wet and tears started to fall. I was stunned and hurried over to comfort her. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? She suddenly cried even harder, which scared me and I didn't know what to do. After she stopped crying and continued eating, I tentatively asked her what happened, but she refused to tell me. I could only give up, but soon I found that the spiritual energy fluctuations on her body were getting stronger and stronger. Sister, have you broken through to the warrior level? She suddenly jumped up and hugged me excitedly. Brother, I'm a warrior. Ha ha ha. I smiled and patted her head. Congratulations, my silly sister. Seeing her dancing in place like a child made me happy. Although the girl started a little late, she finally caught up. The next day was the day she went to Yutian College. I handed the things to her and reminded her, you are an adult now. It's time for you to make your own way. You will be busy with cultivation in the future and probably won't have time to come and see me. Although I tried my best to say it with a smile, my tone still sounded a little lost. She waved at me while holding the suitcase. Don't worry, brother. I have 10 days off every month, and I will definitely come back to accompany you then. I said, okay. Soon, the car sent by Yutian Academy to pick her up arrived. The fact that 2 king-level teachers came in person to pick her up was enough to show how much they valued her. Lin Guaiguai said, Brother, I'm leaving. Looking at her back as she walked away, I felt mixed emotions. Returning to my empty home, I took a deep breath, put aside all these emotions, and opened the system interface to check my status. System display. Host, Lin Kong. Level, Late King. Constitution, Indestructible. Ability, Lightning Control. Points, 43528164. Skill, Sonata of Death. Backpack, Strengthening Pill plus 99. Songyan Fong, Power Pill plus 99. The efficiency of the Black Shadow Core in the Death Forest is still very high. I stopped the slaughter to let the monsters reproduce, and then I will continue to harvest them after they grow up. While counting the points, the system's notification sound suddenly rang. Ding ding. The system is issuing 3 tasks. Host, please check. System prompt. Task 1. Run naked on the street 3 times. You can wear a mask. Reward, 999 points, 1 lottery ticket. Failure, none. System prompt, Mission 2. Challenge the king-level demon alone and win. Reward, 6,666 points, 3 lottery tickets. Unlock the system mall. Failure, none. System prompt, Mission 3. Find the lost key. Reward, 100 points, 1 lottery ticket. Failure, none. I almost burst out laughing. This broken system actually made me run naked. Although I can wear a mask, I have to have some dignity, okay? Looking at the second task, it is quite challenging, but the rewards are also quite attractive, especially unlocking the mall, which is a feature I have been looking forward to for a long time. I have no interest in the third task at all. The reward is too low, so I might as well not take it. I gritted my teeth and accepted the second mission. System, start mission 2. Since I have chosen the most difficult path, I must fight to the end. I clenched my fists, lightning leaped in my palms, and my fighting spirit gradually rose. Faced with the sudden system task, I was stunned for a moment, especially when I saw the first option. I almost couldn't hold it. Running naked 3 times? Wang Defa. System, are you serious? I rejected this shameful task directly. But thinking that some systems like to play tricks, I immediately asked, will there be any punishment for rejecting a task? No, the system's mechanical voice had a hint of playfulness, and I even doubted whether it was a female. I was relieved to hear that there would be no punishment. It seems that this system is indeed much friendlier. However, tasks 2 and 3 did arouse my interest. Challenging the king-level monster can also unlock the system mall. This reward is tempting enough. I decisively accepted it. Although searching for the key seemed to be of little value, there was no penalty, so I took it. System, is there a time limit? The system replied, no. That's fine. After getting ready, I headed straight to the Death Forest. Entering the Death Forest, the scene in front of me made me frown slightly. This area, where demons originally gathered, is now eerily empty, as the Black Shadow Army has almost turned this place into a dead zone. There aren't many high-level monsters left, probably because they've been scared. But this saves me a lot of trouble. I squatted on a big tree, squinted my eyes and began to observe the surroundings, but after searching for a long time, there were not many king-level monsters, let alone low-level monsters. Forget it. Let's let the Black Shadows look for it. After summoning a few ninja shadows, I gave an order. Go find the king-level demons, and report back immediately after finding them. The shadows instantly disappeared into the shadows of the trees. I clapped my hands, leaned against the tree trunk, closed my eyes, and waited for news. In the woods not far away, I heard rustling footsteps and voices, and I opened my eyes and looked down. The people who came were a group of warriors who were investigating the changes in the Death Forest. One of the old men was quite powerful and had reached the early stage of the king. The other 3 young men had varying strengths and were obviously his disciples. Master, how did this forest become like this? Unknown. The old man frowned and whispered, but I heard that it was done by a group of murderous monsters. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Do you understand? The 3 of them nodded repeatedly, obviously frightened by the rumors about the Death Forest. I continued to observe quietly, but soon, I heard a slight movement in the grass. Who? One of the girls looked in the direction of the voice vigilantly, her face changing slightly. A huge black shadow slowly emerged from the grass, and a pair of glowing eyes stared at them with strong murderous intent. Stand back. The old man's face darkened, and he stood in front of his disciple. It was obvious that he had realized that the other party was a tough guy. Roar. The creature in the grass roared suddenly, and its momentum came towards me like a strong wind. The 3 men's faces turned pale instantly, their legs went weak, and the weakest male disciple knelt directly on the ground, too scared to move. How dare you? The old man shouted, releasing his aura, finally repelling the pressure and saving the lives of his disciples. Before they could catch their breath, the demon suddenly rushed out, its huge body and mouth full of fangs, and rushed straight towards the old man. Here it comes. My pupils shrank slightly, and I saw the demon's appearance clearly. Its body was covered with black scales that gleamed with cold light. Its claws were as sharp as hooks, and its eyes were glowing with a faint green light. It was a king-level black-armored wolf demon. It just fits the mission objective. Haha, I'm finally here. I laughed and jumped down from the tree, lightning leaping in my palms, and I rushed straight to the battlefield. Who are you? The old man was startled when he saw me suddenly appear, but the current situation did not allow for further questions. Don't worry about me. I'll help you solve it. Before I finished speaking, I rushed forward. The black-armored wolf demon seemed to have sensed my threat. It turned its head suddenly, waving its claws and creating gusts of strong wind. But I was prepared. The lightning instantly covered my whole body. I took the blow and blasted out a bolt of lightning with my backhand. Boom! Lightning exploded, and the black-armored wolf demon roared and retreated, its body charred. He's indeed a tough guy. I didn't stop. I took a step forward, and lightning wrapped around my fists, approaching like lightning. The black-armored wolf demon opened its mouth and spewed out black gas. I raised my hand to attract lightning, dispersed the black gas, and at the same time punched its side. Bang! The beast roared and took a few steps back, but soon rushed forward again. I took the opportunity to teleport behind it, and the thunder burst out, hitting the back of its neck. After several consecutive confrontations, the black-armored wolf demon finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground twitching. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the king-level demon, obtaining 6,666 points, 3 lottery tickets, and unlocking the system mall. The system notification sounded, and I grinned. Mission accomplished. The old man and the 3 disciples stared at me in astonishment. It only took me a few minutes to defeat the demon that they were afraid to approach. Young friend, may I ask who you are? Just passing by. I left without looking back, leaving behind a group of stunned spectators. Back in the depths of the forest, I opened the newly unlocked system mall, ready to see what good stuff was coming next. Red Flame Wolf. I stood on the tree and recognized the identity of this monster at a glance. This kind of monster is not only physically strong, but can also control the fire element. The one in front of me is a king-level existence. Its strength has reached the peak of the king and is on par with me. Its fur is brown-red, and its 5-meter-tall body is like a moving fire fortress. Its sharp fangs are dripping with saliva, and its forehead and body are covered with flame patterns, full of oppression and murderous aura. This guy is not easy to deal with. I squinted my eyes and observed its every move. Ding! Below, Shimming blocked the attack of the red flame wolf with the white sword in his hand, and used the momentum to increase the distance. However, the red flame wolf just stared at him coldly, with even stronger murderous intent in its eyes, and pounced on him again the next second. Xian Ming tried his best to block, but the red flame wolf turned around and swung its tail. The thick tail hit his waist like a hammer. Bang! Ximming flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into several trees before stopping. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face turned pale instantly. Master! His 3 disciples were pale and ran to support Xianming, but they could see that Xianming could not hold on for much longer. Cough, cough. Xianming struggled to stand up, his eyes full of despair. He knew that this scarlet flame wolf was at least in the late 7th stage, and he was no match for it. And now, even his chances of escaping were slim. Just as he was about to risk his life to cover his apprentice's escape, I jumped down from the tree, shocking everyone. Who are you? Xianming widened his eyes, his heart full of confusion. This is not a place that most people dare to come to. I look very young and I am able to hide my skills. He suddenly couldn't guess my background, but I ignored him and just stared at the red flame wolf with a smile on my face. Now, your opponent is me. Boom. The aura of the late monarch was released instantly, and the surrounding trees and grass shook violently, and the airflow rolled wildly. Late King. Xianming and his disciples' faces changed drastically, and they looked at me in shock. They obviously didn't expect that I was so strong. Stand back, I'm going to attack. I took a step forward, rushed towards the red flame wolf in an instant, and punched out. There were continuous explosions in the air, and the wind from my fist was wrapped in the power of thunder. Boom. The scarlet flame wolf immediately released a flame barrier to try to resist, but the barrier only lasted for a moment before it shattered and cracked, and my fist hit its nose heavily. Ah! The red flame wolf screamed and retreated several steps, its nose sunken and blood flowing. But it did not retreat. Instead it roared and released even more violent flames. The entire ground began to shake, and countless red flames gushed out from underground, forming a series of flame barriers that enveloped it. This guy is serious. I frowned, feeling the scorching temperature that made it difficult to breathe. The flames gathered around the red flame wolf and turned into a 10-meter-tall flame wolf. The hot breath rushed towards me, as if it wanted to burn me to ashes alive. Xianming and his apprentice had been forced to retreat step by the heat wave, and it was even difficult for them to stand, with despair on their faces. Boom. The flaming wolf pounced on me so fast that I had no time to dodge. I can't hide anymore. I simply stood where I was and let the flames hit me. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Flames engulfed me. The earth broke into pieces. The shock wave raised dust all over the sky, and even the ground was burning. Xian Ming and his companions were blown away by the aftermath and fainted. The red flame wolf stood in the flames with a smug look on his face, as if he had already declared victory. However, hey, don't leave in such a hurry. Let's light it up, okay? The dust cleared, and I slowly walked out of the flames, with not even a thread of my clothes broken. How is that possible? The red flame wolf's pupils shrank sharply, and a strong fear flashed in its eyes. It knew it was no match for the opponent, so it turned around and ran away immediately. You want to run away after I've been beaten? I sneered, and lightning wrapped around my palm, turning into a long spear of thunder, which I threw out fiercely. Whoosh! The lightning streaked across the sky, instantly catching up with the red flame wolf and hitting it hard on the back. Ouch! The red flame wolf screamed and rolled to the ground, struggling to escape, but I stepped on its head and it completely lost the strength to struggle. Run? Too late. I smiled and raised my fist, lightning surging in my palm, ready to give it the final blow. Mission completed. Ding D. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge mission, obtaining 6,666 points, 3 lottery tickets, and unlocking the system all. I stared at the 3 rewards from the system in amazement. Advanced Upgrade Pill *99. Advanced Upgrade Pill *99. Emperor's Pressure. Oh shit. I couldn't believe my luck. The lottery actually happened? Emperor's Pressure. Anyone below the Emperor level must kneel. This pressure is quite strong. I grinned, imagining that wherever I go in the future, people will tremble on their knees. I instantly felt very excited. But when my eyes fell on the pile of enhancement and upgrade pills, I suddenly became more excited. Try the effect? Without saying anything, I grabbed a handful of upgrade pills and stuffed them into my mouth. It melted in my mouth, and a strong energy burst out instantly. Shit, they won't be deified directly, will they? The initial stage of the godhood. Boom. As soon as I broke through the godhood, the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, strong winds blew, and lightning flashed. This is going to cause trouble. As I was thinking, I heard the roars of dragons and tigers from the sky. The whole world seemed to be shaking. In the distance, many monsters lay prone on the ground, trembling. When I looked up, I almost couldn't help cursing. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The 4 great beasts actually slowly emerged from the clouds, suppressing the surroundings with their aura, frightening many warriors on the ground to their knees. Miracle? What's going on? The mortals in the distance collapsed in fear, and the cultivators' scalps also went numb. What the hell is this big news? I was nervous, but soon I felt the call, a call from the Golden Throne. I sit. Forget it, who cares? The system won't cheat me. So, I strode towards the throne, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, I sat down on it. Boom! Golden light burst out, the heaven and earth shook, and the shadows of the 4 divine beasts instantly turned into golden light and rushed into my body. The overwhelming power almost made me roar to the sky. Oh my God, is this the power of God? I can feel the power in my body surging again, and it actually has a strengthening effect? Great! Before I could sort out my thoughts, my body was enveloped by golden light, and a majestic aura spread out. Today, I step into the throne of God and am now named the Emperor of Heaven. As soon as the voice fell, the whole world was boiling, and countless warriors knelt on the ground, shouting, "Farewell to the Emperor of Heaven! Farewell to the Emperor of Heaven!" Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, I suddenly felt like a villain. But let me be a villain. After all, I am a god now. The strange vision gradually disappeared, and I removed the pressure and returned home. As soon as I got back to the room, I collapsed on the bed and opened the system interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving godhood. Reward, points plus 99,999. Ding! The system mall has been upgraded. More products have been unlocked. I quickly clicked on it and saw a wide variety of goods in the mall, and there was a discount area flashing with golden light. Water-based supernatural power. Original price 50 million points, current price 25 million points. System display. Space Law. Original price 990 million points. Current price 6.66 million points. Flash Invincible Edition. Original price 100 million points. Current price 10 million points. My heartbeat quickened as I looked at the last column. A silly husky. Original price 666,666 points. Current price 666 points. Silly husky? I clicked on the introduction out of curiosity. It looks cute, but its hidden skills are unknown. Just 666 points to buy a dog? I gritted my teeth and thought, it's not expensive anyway. I'll just buy it. My points dropped instantly, but I became even more excited. The system glowed, and skills and props were directly integrated into my body. Space Law, Flash, Lightning, and Fire dual control. Huh. I clenched my fists, feeling the power expanding inside me, and couldn't help laughing. This wave of shopping in the mall is really a huge profit. At the same time, Lin Guaiguai, who was far away in Yutian Academy, was nervously looking at the strange phenomenon disappearing in the sky. Master, has someone achieved the status of a god? Dao Wu nodded solemnly. Yes, this is the first god-level strongman of the human race in 1,000 years. Lin Guaiguai opened his mouth wide, and suddenly felt a little excited and inexplicably uneasy. Brother, if you saw this scene, you would definitely be shocked, right? Little did she know that her brother Lin Kong was lying on the bed browsing the mall, complaining about how his new silly husky looked like a really stupid dog. Hey, sister, I have already become a god. When will you be able to catch up with me? When I got home, I used the reward lottery ticket to draw, and unexpectedly I won the strengthening pill and the Talon Awakening rune. After using my runes on thunder powers, they directly awakened into the power of laws. Thunder and lightning turned into dragons with terrifying power. Hee hee. Now we're even more invincible. I also used my strengthening pills on the Black Shadow Legion, directly upgrading it to the Late King stage. Although I haven't reached the level of a god, the number of the Black Shadow army is large, and the round-the-clock battle is enough to crush a large number of demons. Not bad, it's enough. I've been staying at home these days and I'm feeling a bit bored, so I decided to go out for a walk. The weather in July was as hot as a furnace, but I felt extremely cool. After all, controlling the temperature was a piece of cake now. The girls on the street were wearing short skirts and shorts, and I couldn't help but sigh, this is so beautiful. As soon as I looked down, I felt many eyes staring at me. Auntie, you're smiling at me too much? I quickly slipped away, but suddenly there was a commotion in front of me, and a crowd gathered around me. The warriors are fighting. I wanted to take a detour, but a system task suddenly popped up, teach 2 young men a lesson. Reward points plus 10,000, lottery tickets *2. Tisk, you're out of luck. I walked closer and saw a man and a woman fighting. They looked no more than 18 or 19 years old. The girl has a pretty face, dressed in white, and is in the late spiritual realm. The boy is dressed in black, has fire-attributed abilities, and is at the peak of the spiritual realm. Yiqing, don't be so arrogant. I am also in the late spiritual realm now. So what? The boy blasted out with a flaming fist, and the girl summoned a water shield to block it, but she was still knocked back several steps, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. I couldn't help but frown at the sight. That's enough. I stepped forward, releasing a powerful pressure. The 2 men fell to their knees, trembling all over, unable to speak. If you want to fight, then fight. You almost hurt innocent people. Do you still have any sense of self-awareness as a warrior? The girl's face turned pale, and the boy's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he didn't even dare to open his mouth. If you let me see it again next time, you'll have to think about the consequences. I kicked the boy 2 meters away and turned away. At this time, several aggressive men walked out, and a woman stood in the middle. She was wearing a red cheongsam, and her long burgundy hair was slightly curled. Her delicate face was particularly eye-catching, and her body was extremely hot. I couldn't help swallowing. The woman noticed me and suddenly came over, with a fragrant aroma. She greeted me, "Handsome guy, are you interested in meeting me?" I was stunned and smiled and replied, "Good taste." "Then do you want to get closer and smell it?" She slightly lowered her collar and gave him an ambiguous look, like a seductive vixen. "No." I quickly shook my head and complained in my heart, "This woman is too coquettish." She chuckled and took my hand. "I'm just teasing you. Come in and have a drink." She led me into the bar, and the sturdy men behind us looked at each other, their faces turning green. Not far away, a man with a scar on his face stared at us with a look so cold that it seemed as if he wanted to eat us. "Go check that guy's background. I'm going to kill him." After saying that, he punched through the big tree next to him, scaring passers-by so much that they screamed and scattered. The lighting in the bar was ambiguous. I was placed in a corner and Long Fei poured the wine herself. She asked me, "Handsome, what's your name?" I answered, "Lin Kong." A strange light flashed in her eyes. "You are very special." I smiled and didn't answer, but I knew in my heart that this woman was interested in me. But before I could continue to explore, another system task popped up. Investigate the true identity of concubine Long. It seems that I am not just drinking tonight. The lights in the bar flickered, and figures swayed on the dance floor. Lin Kong and Long Fei sat in the booth, attracting surprised glances from the people around them. Concubine Long casually ordered someone to fetch some rare spiritual wine, which sparked discussion. Concubine Long actually invited this kid to drink spiritual wine? Lin Kong tasted it casually. "It tastes good." Just when the two of us were in a good mood, suddenly a harsh voice came from the back. "Hey, Long Fei, when did you start supporting a gigolo?" A heavily made-up woman came over with a sarcastic tone. Long Fei's face instantly turned cold. "Gu Yu, you are not welcome here. Get out." The people around him retreated one after another, but Gu Yu sneered. "Where is your man? How dare you touch me?" Fear flashed in Long Fei's eyes, and Lin Kong noticed something unusual. Gu Yu's manly Kunlun, known as the god of killing, a king-level existence. Gu Yu glanced at Lin Kong and said sarcastically, "What are you looking at, pretty boy? Get away from me." A cold light flashed in Lin Kong's eyes, and a terrifying murderous intent poured out, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. Gu Yu's body was stiff, and she tried to remain calm. "What? You dare to attack me?" Before she finished speaking, she flew into the air, and her neck was tightly grasped by a hand. Chapter 14. One finger shatters the internal organs. Lin Tian is not a good person. When facing his friends, he can be playful and even playful with you. But he would never be soft-hearted when dealing with people like Gu Yu, who were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. So what if you are a woman? You will be killed just like an enemy. I will not show mercy to you just because you are a woman. Ahem. Damn it, let me go, or I'll kill you. Even though Lin Tian was strangling his neck, Gu Yu remained as arrogant as ever. Faced with such an attitude, Lin Tian's murderous intent became stronger. As the force gradually increased, her face finally changed. Only then did she realize that she was a lamb to be slaughtered in the hands of the other party. I just felt like a pair of large hands were slowly and forcefully pinching me, making it hard for me to breathe. You, let me go. Gu Yu finally gave in and screamed, full of fear and panicking inside. Because she was having difficulty breathing at the moment and could die from lack of oxygen at any time. As Lin Tian's strength became stronger and stronger, her face turned red and her lips turned pale. Gu Yu never thought that this pretty boy would dare to lay hands on her. This scene shocked everyone around. Doesn't he know that this woman is Li Kunlun's? How dare he attack her? I admire you. I, Zhou, admire you. But being a hero in front of a woman also comes with a price. There's going to be something interesting to watch. He actually dared to attack the old woman Gu Yu. Doesn't he want to live anymore? You are really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. When her man comes, you won't even know how you died. He is a powerful man at the monarch level. Long Fei's face changed at the sight. It would be disastrous if Gu Yu was really killed by Lin Tian. She also couldn't bear to see the boy make a mistake here, as he would be beaten to death by Li Kunlun, who would rush over. There are many of Gu Yu's men here. Someone must have informed them. I believe Li Kunlun will arrive soon. Let go. She hurriedly went over and grabbed Lin Tian's hand, trying to save Gu Yu. But Lin Tian's strength was not something she could control. It was like Long Fei was pulling a hard rock. No matter how hard she pulled, it didn't move at all. As Gu Yu's breath became weaker and weaker, a voice rang out. "Boy, you dare." A strong voice was heard, and when I turned around, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a black martial arts uniform and with a ferocious look on his face. "It's over. Lin Tian, go." When she heard this voice, Concubine Lung knew that Li Kunlun had arrived. She was very familiar with this voice. She really hoped that Lin Tian would stop going on and run away. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death here by Li Kunlun. Fine. Seeing that Concubine Long was so anxious, Lin Tian just smiled. I didn't expect that this open-minded lady actually cared about him so much. You. Seeing Lin Tian's disapproving look, Concubine Long was almost mad with anger. It's already this late, and you're still here, smiling at me. Why don't you just run away? It's really frustrating. When he saw his woman being strangled by a man and almost suffocated, he immediately took action. The figure rushed away, trying to save his woman. Seeing Li Kunlun flying over, Long Fei knew that it was all over. Now even a god could not save Lin Tian. She bit her lip and seemed to have made an important decision. Lin Tian, if it weren't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have fought against Li Kunlun. It's my fault. Now I'm doing my best to buy you time to escape. Hurry up. I can't hold on for much longer. She stood in front of Lin Tian, and a fire element emerged from her body and transformed into a fire phoenix. The hot breath made the people around her retreat a distance. What a terrifying power. Does this cold concubine want to protect this young man? Hiss. Who is this young man? Why is concubine Long so protective of him? Big sister, don't be stupid. Yes, big sister. What are you still looking at? Come up and help. As Long Fei's men, they wished they could tear Lin Tian to pieces. If it weren't for this idiot, would the eldest sister be like this? Although they said this, they still rushed forward, ready to clash with Li Kunlun. Just you? Die. Li Kunlun saw the two people surrounded in front of him. His face darkened, and a tiger emerged from behind him. Who is Lin Tian? Does he need their protection? He is now a powerful god. How can a king like him approach him? Looking at Long Fei and the others, Lin Tian smiled. What a bunch of cuties they are. He raised his free left hand and flicked his fingers lightly in the air. Bang! There was a loud bang. Li Kunlun, who was preparing to attack in the air, felt a strong airflow hit his abdomen, causing it to be directly dented. The severe pain made his eyes red and his face became hideous, and then he was knocked away. His body hit the wall so hard that his whole body sank into it. The walls around him shattered into pieces and rubble covered the ground. Fuck! Is this true or false? With just a flick of his finger, Li Kunlun flew out. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe that the arrogant Li Kunlun was actually flicked away by a young man. And it looked like he was seriously injured. Long Fei opened her cherry lips even wider. She didn't expect that the handsome guy she invited in for a drink was so strong. He could send Li Kunlun, a king-level warrior, flying away with just a single finger. How strong must he be? The guys next to him were all confused. What was this? How did he do it? Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The most unacceptable thing was Guyu, who had her neck strangled. She felt numb all over. Her man was knocked away so easily. He also knew that he seemed to have offended a big guy. Ahem. Li Kunlun, with a look of pain on his face, climbed down from the wall, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and coughed up bright red blood. Lin Tian's attack just now seemed easy, but Li Kunlun knew in his heart how terrifying this attack was. His internal organs were actually shattered, with both internal and external injuries. The violent coughing made his internal organs tremble violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth as if he was risking his life. Li Kunlun, a king, was actually hit by someone and vomited blood? Some of Li Kunlun's followers felt that their faith was shattered at this moment. Such a powerful man actually lost to a young man today. And the other party won easily? Let me go. Guyu also knew that her man was no longer reliable at the moment, so she quickly lost face and begged for mercy. She no longer had her previous arrogance and domineering attitude. Now she just wanted to save the man and let him go, otherwise she would really die. Although she was a warrior, she was powerless to resist someone of Lin Tian's level. Ahem. A mouthful of blood came out of Gu Yu's mouth and splashed onto Lin Tian's hand. Seeing this, Lin Tian threw her out with a look of disgust. The unbearable figure spun several times in the air like a can and then fell to the ground. Gu Yu felt that she was saved. She was almost there, just a little bit away from being gone. This also made her panic and look scared. Thank you. Thank you. Gu Yu had escaped death and thought Lin Tian would let her go. Now she was like a lost dog, and the arrogance in her eyes had disappeared. Nonsense. Her man has lost. Why can she still be so arrogant? Thank you for what? I didn't say I would let you go. Lin Tian suddenly said indifferently. Under his ruthless gaze, he slowly raised his right hand, sucked Gu Yu into his palm, and tightly grasped her crown. Chapter 15 Space Squeeze. Ah! Gu Yu's face was filled with horror, and his eyes were filled with fear. Her scalp exploded as the hands holding her head tightened. No! Let him go. Li Kunlun was lying in the distance and saw this scene. He understood what Lin Tian wanted to do. He tried his best to endure the severe pain, stood up, and walked towards Lin Tian. His eyes were bloodshot because he knew Lin Tian wanted to kill Gu Yu. Ah! Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Suddenly, Gu Yu screamed, accompanied by a deafening cry for mercy and a shrill voice. As everyone was trembling with fear, There was a loud bang, and a cracking sound came from the head, and Lin Tian crushed Gu Yu's head. The corpse lay limp on the ground like a maggot, with red and white liquid flowing all over the ground. No, I'm going to kill you. Li Kunlun was stunned when he saw this. His woman died right in front of him. How could a grown man like him not be angry? Endless rage surged from his heart. The ground around him began to tremble, and blood continued to flow out of his pores. With the naked eye, everyone could see that Li Kunlun's aura was rising rapidly. He knew that he was no match for Lin Tian, and what's more, his internal organs were all shattered. He would not be able to live for more than a few days. At most, he could force himself to stay alive for a few more days, but that would be meaningless for him. It would be better for him to bite off a piece of Lin Tian's skin before he died. A huge amount of energy spread out from his body. All the warriors present were terrified and said in trembling voices, He is going to self-destruct. Run, run. Wife, what are you still standing there for? Run. Hubby, wait for me. Don't leave, take me with you. Ah. A king-level self-destruction. Can we escape? It can affect a kilometer around. Where can you run to? The first person who spoke was shocked and ran out first without caring about the others around him. Then, they ran out one by one. But even though they knew they couldn't escape, they still stood where they were. But some people still wanted to try their luck. What if they could escape, but were only injured by the explosion? Amid the screams of the crowd, everyone was running outside. And there was even a trampling accident, but who cared about the people who were stepped on? It's best to live your own life. Why bother about other people's life or death? Long Fei, who was standing aside, had a gloomy expression on her face, and her hands were shaking slightly. The self-explosion of a great king would at least leave her crippled even if she didn't die. But why was Lin Tian so calm? Did he have any solution? She stared at Lin Tian with curiosity. This man was really not afraid of death. She became more and more curious about him. Self-destruction? It might be useful for others, but you met me. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian smiled and raised his right hand towards Li Kunlun, who was flying towards him and preparing to self-destruct. The force of space squeeze. Boom, boom. Li Kunlun, who originally had a ferocious look on his face, felt that the air around him began to compress towards him. He couldn't resist that force at all, and could only let it envelop his entire body. Snap, snap, ah. With a scream, blood continued to flow out of his mouth, and his whole body began to deform severely, shrinking into a ball little by little, no longer in human form. Under the power of space, he was like an ant at the mercy of others. Ah! With screams, Li Kunlun gradually changed from his original human form into a ping-pong ball-sized flesh ball, and finally disappeared from this world. Boom! Everyone present was shocked. What kind of power is this? It is so terrifying. What's this? Li Kunlun actually turned into a ball of flesh and disappeared? What's going on? Everyone looked at Lin Tian in horror. The young man in front of them was even more terrifying than Li Kunlun. He just stretched out his hand, and Li Kunlun exploded and ceased to exist. Devil. This guy is absolutely a monster. What level of strength should he reach? Honorable? Imperial? Oh my god. This is so scary. Many people were frightened to the point of peeing their pants. Some people who had fainted from fear woke up and saw this scene, and then fainted again. The same thing happened to concubine Long. Her heart was beating like a deer. Who is this man in front of me? Looking at his profile, Long Fei became infatuated and fascinated. This man is so handsome, and so mysterious. It's over. Is it over just like that? Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Lin Tian turned his head to look at Long Fei's infatuated look. What? Is there something on my face? You're staring at me so bluntly. When it comes to a warrior like the king, Lin Tian can only control him. However, it must be said that although Lin Tian and Long Fei had just met, he felt that Long Fei was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted, which could be seen from the way she stood up before. Ah, no. Long Fei came back to her senses and quickly shook her head, lowering her head with a flushed face. It was the first time that she was so fascinated by a man, and she felt too shy to be stared at by Lin Tian like that. Looking at Long Fei, who looked like a little woman, Lin Tian smiled knowingly. Everyone around was stunned, who couldn't see that Long Fei, this cold woman, was actually shy. Oh my god. At this moment, everyone felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Their goddess actually blushed. But most people are still rational. Who doesn't know how powerful Lin Tian is? From the few moves just now, it can be seen that this young man is not simple. He is too strong. Even the king-level Li Kunlun died in his hands. Which woman doesn't love a man like this? Not only is he powerful, but he is also so handsome. So handsome that it is earth-shattering and makes people envious and jealous. Long Fei's lackeys were all full of admiration, and their impression of him changed drastically, from disdain to admiration. Only such a strong person can control our big sister. Tell your people to take care of this place. Suddenly, Lin Tian said. The scene was a mess. Of course, Lin Tiankai did not admit that it was him who did it, but said that it was Li Kunlun and that Gu Yu who did it. Did the iron hear that? The cold concubine's expression changed, from shy to cold again, but a blush still remained on her face. Oh, big sis, I'll take care of it right away. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you clean up? Throw this woman's body into the river to feed the fish. The iron block slapped the person behind him, who looked aggrieved. Just tell me what you want to say. Why are you hitting me? Feeling aggrieved, the crowd at the scene began to leave slowly, and some women's eyes were full of love. They really loved such a man. It would be great if something unspeakable could happen with him, but they could only think about it. In terms of figure, appearance, and cultivation, they were no match for Long Fei, so they wisely left the bar. Death is very common in this world, and there is nothing to be surprised about. But ordinary people are scared when they see it, and dare not say anything. They can only swallow it, because nothing has happened to them anyway. If you get into trouble by accident, you will be in trouble. It is better to ignore these things. Lin Tian, who are you? Chapter 16, I want to get to know you better. Me? Just an ordinary person. Lin Tian looked at her with a puzzled look and spoke. I don't believe it. Upon hearing this, Concubine Long rolled her eyes at him, looking extremely adorable. Who believes Lin Tian's lies? Anyway, no one present believed that Lin Tian would really be an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person kill a powerful king in one move? Can an ordinary person have such a perverted move? They would never believe that Lin Tian was an ordinary person. He must be pretending to be a newbie here. If you don't believe it, forget it. Lin Tian didn't want to explain more. There was no need to explain, and he didn't need to explain to anyone. Just do whatever you want. If you don't want to talk, forget it. I won't force you. Long Fei sighed. It seemed impossible to find out his identity from him. I'm just curious. If he doesn't want to say it, there's nothing I can do. I can't force him to say it, right? I can't beat him, so I'll lose both my wife and my army. Oh, by the way, you should be careful of the people from the extreme martial arts school. The Long Fei next to him suddenly spoke up to remind him. Be careful of the extreme martial arts school? Why? In Lin Tian's memory, the extreme martial arts school was a martial arts school founded by an emperor-level strongman, and everyone inside was very powerful. Even Lin Tian had heard of the heroic deeds of the owner of the extreme martial arts school. 10 years ago, he single-handedly repelled an attack by 1,000,000 beasts. He enjoyed a great reputation among the people and was the faith of many people. At that time, Lin Tianka admired him, but unfortunately he was just a mortal who could not become a warrior. Why did Long Fei ask him to be careful of the extreme martial arts school? This made him a little confused. Seeing Lin Tian's confused look, Long Fei sighed. He actually didn't know who Li Kunlun was. Then she explained, the man you killed was Li Kunlun. He was a team leader of the extreme martial arts school. His status was not low, and he also had a say in the extreme martial arts school. The extreme martial arts school takes good care of its people. If you kill him now, they will probably investigate you later and might attack you. The power of extreme martial arts school is well known to everyone, especially its director Hong Fei, who is a hero of the people and a big shot who has reached the emperor level. Oh. Lin Tian nodded expressionlessly. Seeing Lin Tian's nonchalant expression, as if he was not afraid of the extreme martial arts school at all, Long Fei began to doubt her life. Aren't you afraid that extreme martial arts school will seek revenge on you? Don't you know that there is an emperor-level strongman in charge of the extreme martial arts hall? Or do you have the confidence to defeat the members of extreme martial arts school who will come to you when the time comes? Obviously, Concubine Long didn't really believe it. She thought that Lin Tian was at most a venerable level, and she had no idea at what period. When the time comes, if the extreme martial arts school sends out 2 masters, won't you be finished? Sir, could you please stop being so nonchalant? I believe you should be aware of the strength of the extreme martial arts school. Be careful. I will make these people shut up and not tell anyone what happened today. But the fact that Li Kunlun died can be concealed for a while, but not forever. I believe they will soon find out that Li Kunlun has disappeared. After saying this, Long Fei looked at the people watching on the side. Her cold eyes seemed to warn them that whoever dared to tell others what happened today would be finished. Madam Boss, We will never tell anyone what happened today. I promise you with my life. Yes, yes. Madam, look at my courage. How dare I joke with my own life? We will definitely not tell anyone. Don't worry, huh? Big sister, why are you looking at us? We are very tight-lipped. A group of people were shocked by Long Fei's behavior. Although Long Fei was not as good as Li Kunlun, she was still a strong person in the eyes of passers-by like them. Although they knew this was a threat to them, they didn't dare to say a word. Taikwai and others were speechless when they saw this. Big sister, don't you even believe us? I simply don't love it anymore. Whoa. Long Fei did this not only for Lin Tian, but also for herself. If Li Kunlun died here, Extreme Martial Arts School would definitely not let her go if they knew about it. The only thing we can do now is to shut these people up and kill anyone who dares to speak nonsense. It's okay. It's okay. Just know it when you know it. Lin Tian waved his hand indifferently. This woman, Long Fei, was really to his liking. But it looks like it's time to leave. There's no point in staying here. Seeing Lin Tian's indifferent look, everyone felt a little disdainful. Young people really don't know their place. Do you think you will be invincible if you kill Li Kunlun? You have to know that Li Kunlun is only of average level in the Extreme Martial Arts School. If you meet other people like him, no one will know how you died. It's really too arrogant. They only dared to talk about it in their hearts, but didn't dare to confront Lin Tian face to face. Seeing that Lin Tian was about to leave, Long Fei bit her red lips, hesitated for a while, and then ran over immediately. What's the matter? Lin Tian asked with a puzzled look on his face, while the latter blushed, bit his cherry lips, and rubbed the corners of his clothes with his hands. This shy look seems as if she is about to decide something important. This girl doesn't think I'm handsome and wants to confess her love to me, right? Lin Tian thought to himself. Which one? Can you please leave me your contact information? I'm quite interested in you. Ba. I want to get to know you better. Long Fei asked with a red face. At this moment, her heart was beating so fast that she could even hear the sound of her heartbeat. Her head was almost buried in her chest. At the same time, she was very nervous, afraid that Lin Tian would not even give her a chance. After all, this man is so tempting, and I want to know what kind of person he is. In-depth understanding? Is that what I understand? Lin Tian asked, seemingly ordinary on the surface, but turbulent waves on the inside. Doesn't this cold concubine really want to have an uninhibited love with me? Hiss, it seems possible. To be honest, Lin Tian is a little moved by such a beautiful woman. After all, he is a little virgin, a man who has never even held a girl's hand. There are not many women who are so beautiful and kind-hearted. It would be strange if he was not moved. After all, he is also a man with needs. Pft. What does that mean? Don't get the wrong idea. This made Long Fei blush, and she stomped her little feet. Following her arrogant snort, Lin Tian burst into laughter. Haha, just kidding, don't suggest it. Just scan me. As he spoke, Lin Tian took out his mobile phone and opened the QR code. Soon the two added each other as friends and gave each other a note. Then they said goodbye to each other, and Lin Tian also left the bar. Looking at Lin Tian's departing back, Long Fei's eyes were a little dazed. She stood at the door motionless, and she didn't come back to her senses until she watched Lin Tian leave. Hey, big sister? Big sister, everyone has left. Why are you still in a daze? Taikwai and a few others said on the side. It's over. It's over. Looking at the current situation, their goddess has really fallen into the hands of that man. Woohoo. My goddess, my youth, goodbye. Speaking of which, big sister, you are not in love with him, are you? Chapter 17. Are you still reluctant to do such a good thing? Seeing Long Fei so obsessed, a girl standing behind couldn't help but ask. As a girl, how could she not see that Long Fei had feelings for this boy? Based on the various reasons before, her big sister definitely had a good impression of Lin Tian. The elder sister who used to be cold and heartless was now like a little woman. She didn't believe that there was no ghost. How is it possible? This is the first time I met him. How could I possibly like him? Long Fei came back to her senses and quickly explained. He glanced at the girl and said, Tona, stop imagining things. Don't you know who I am? After saying this, her expression became serious, and there was no sign at all that she was a little woman before. The girl who was called Tian Tian smiled and said, I said this because I understand you. Several men standing nearby walked away silently because they knew in their hearts that there were some words they could not listen to. Before Long Fei could explain, Tian Tian said, Sister Fei, we grew up together. I know what you are like. You can't fool me with your appearance just now. You not only blushed in front of that man, but also acted like a woman. That's not what I mean. Before she could finish, Tian interrupted her again. Don't explain. I'm a woman too, I understand. You must be very curious about that man now. Curious about what kind of person he is. You have never treated a man like this before. In the past, you were always cold and gave people the impression that they couldn't touch poisonous roses. Sister Fei, this is the first time I have seen you like this. That man is so charming that he attracted you. Tian had a sly smile on her face after she finished speaking. But think about it, it makes sense. Who wouldn't love a man like Lin Tian? He is both powerful and good-looking. In this world where the strong are respected, such people are rare. Anyway, Lin Tian is the most handsome and strongest young man he has ever seen. No doubt about it. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? I don't even know him well. Long Fei stamped her feet shyly and said angrily, Look at you. Not only are you blushing, you're also angry. I was right. Seeing this, Tian smiled. It seemed that the eldest sister was really interested in him. Otherwise, it would not be like this. If she was, she might be even more obsessed with Long Fei. Such a man was simply her favorite. It was a pity that the eldest sister got there first. You? It seems like I haven't spanked you for a long time. Are you itching? As she said that, Long Fei rushed forward and started to wrestle with Tian. Haha, it's so itchy. No, Sister Fei. Hee, now you know how powerful I am. But it's too late now, Fairy, watch out. The people watching on the side turned their heads away silently, but some people couldn't help but take a look, and what they saw was a ball of fire. On the other side, Lin Tian was on his way home. After coming out of the bar, he wandered around outside for a long time and bought some things by the way. At this moment, I am walking on the road, looking at the scenery around me, enjoying the breeze on my face, and feeling happy inside. The night view of Huadu is so beautiful. There were busy streets, people coming and going at the street food stalls, and girls who couldn't help but come up to ask for contact information out of curiosity. But all the girls who came to ask for contact information were rejected by Lin Tian. He continued walking, listening to the chirping of insects in the trees and grass, feeling very relaxed. Life hasn't been so easy since my sister went to college. I don't know how Nizi is doing now. Suddenly, a cry for help was heard. Help! Help! Someone please save me. Someone help me? It's over there. Lin Tian flew quickly towards the place where the sound came from. The sound came from a dark alley. Even with the faint moonlight shining on it, it was difficult to see what was inside. Please let me go. I saw a muscular man pulling at his clothes, hiding in the corner and shivering. He curled up like a frightened cat. In front of him stood two bad women. Both of them looked to be in their 30s, with average looks, not bad at all. Handsome boy, Andy just wants to communicate with you. There's no need to be like this. The more you resist, the more excited I get. The two licked their lips and slowly approached the muscular man. Let go of that girl. Lin Tian fell from the sky and landed behind the three people. He shouted and everyone was frightened and trembled all over. He puffed out his chest and pointed at them loudly. In broad daylight, they actually raped a woman. A man. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. He was a little excited when he thought someone was going to be a hero saving the beauty, but he didn't expect that when he rushed over, he saw a muscular man. Oh shit. A muscular man was surrounded by two women who were even taking off his clothes. He looked reluctant and almost cried. You really don't know how lucky you are. When the muscular man saw this, someone came to save him. At this moment, he seemed to see the light, and he suddenly burst into tears, with his mouth trembling slightly. He broke free from the two men's hands and extended a helping hand to Lin Tian. Save me. Fuck. The way it ran towards him and jumped around scared Lin Tian. Why did I encounter such a thing? How could a man's voice be so feminine? I thought it was a woman. I should have known not to come. It's so unlucky. The two women stared at Lin Tian with vigilance. Although he was handsome, the ant was not interested in this kind of look. Just when they were about to warn Lin Tian not to meddle in other people's business, Lin Tian had already spoken. You three continue. I didn't see anything. Just pretend I was never here. After saying this, Lin Tian ran away in a puff of smoke, and his speed was so fast that even a car could not catch up with him. Seeing his savior running away, the tough guy closed his eyes in despair, and tears immediately fell. Why? Why didn't you help him? Handsome guy, let's go. Your hope is gone, so just obey us. The two men came behind the tough guy and smiled sinisterly. No. With a scream, the macho man was dragged into an alley by two ants, leaving scratches from his struggle on the ground, but it was in vain. Eh. When Lin Tian, who was leaving, heard the voice, he got goosebumps all over his body. The man was not willing to do such a good thing. If it were me, I would not be willing either. But they are not ugly. Just give in. Not saving you is actually saving you. Hee. Clapping his hands, Lin Tian went to have a barbecue in a good mood. Then I quickly returned home to take a shower. Just as I finished the shower and lay on the bed, my cell phone rang. Who was messaging me this late? Could it be my sister? He rubbed his hair, picked up his phone, and saw that it was not a message from his sister, but from Long Fei. He opened it and took a look. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Picture. Chapter 18. Am I that kind of person? Hey, I really am. The moment he saw the photo, Lin Tian couldn't help but gasp. Such a cool photo? Looking at the sexy Long Fei in the photo, Lin Tian felt a warm sensation in his nose. I am the flower of the motherland. How can I watch such unhealthy things? Delete it. With a roar in his heart, Lin Tian enlarged the picture and saved it. I am already 20 years old and no longer a little flower of the motherland. There is no need to put myself in a difficult position. This skirt is so white. No, this table is so rosy. After reading it, Lin Tian sent an emoticon. Here are some cooler pictures. I'm not a lustful person. I'm just studying the human epidermis to see if her skin has any disease or something like that. There's absolutely no other intention. When seeing Lin Tian's reply, Concubine Long was suddenly stunned. Then his face turned red and he started laughing. Humph. This girl is still very charming. This stinky Lin Tian actually wants a few cool photos. She hummed happily inside and sent a message. Not Sinta. Huh. Goodbye. Waving. After seeing this news, Concubine Long became anxious. She wanted to chat for a while longer, but this man actually said goodbye to her? Okay. I'll post. Shy emoticon. Picture. 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 Just when she was secretly delighted, wasn't this man controlled by her sister? Sure enough, boys are all LSP, and people like Lin Tian are no exception. Superficial. Really too superficial. Am I that kind of person? Lin Tian, who was replying to the message, looked at the new picture and nodded. Not bad. Not bad. Aren't you? Concubine Long was almost furious. It was so irresponsible of this bastard to say such things after reading it. Then do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful. Lin Tian was telling the truth when he said this. It is estimated that there are few people in the whole of China who can match Long Fei's appearance. At least he thinks that Long Fei is the sexiest woman he has ever seen. Seeing this, Long Fei in front of the screen laughed like a child, and her legs trembled on the bed. It can be seen how happy she was about Lin Tian's words. Which girl doesn't want the person she likes to praise her beauty? Long Fei is no exception. Hee. That's more like it. What do you want to talk to me about? Nothing. I just want to know what you are doing. Oh. Why are you so cold? Oh. Picture. A few more. Lin Tian chatted with Long Fei for a whole night and didn't know how many benefits he saw. However, there was one thing that made Lin Tian a little unsure. In Concubine Long's current situation, could she really be interested in him? I want to chat with him, video chat with him, and give him benefits. It made his blood boil. He wasn't really sure, otherwise it would be awkward. However, this was the first time I had such a chat with a woman I didn't know well. Before, someone was attracted by his looks and added his contact information, and the first thing he said was, "Handsome guy, do you want to date me?" He rejected that kind of superficial person in a second. Although I am a normal man, I will not mess around. There was no conversation that night. Concubine Long on the other end fell asleep while looking at her phone. Seeing that Concubine Long finally stopped sending messages, Lin Tian also went to rest. The next morning, in a spiritual cave for cultivation, a woman in green gauze moved her lips slightly and slowly opened her eyes. She was like a fairy from heaven, emitting a cold aura that made people afraid to approach her. A flash of purple light flashed across her body, a sign of her breakthrough. I have finally broken through to the warrior level and reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm. I believe that it won't be long before I can step into the yellow star realm and complete the task assigned by my master. She looked at her hands excitedly. They were incomparable. In just half a month, she had stepped from the early stage of warrior to the early stage of spiritual realm. Half a month is enough to reach a high level. How many people can break through a high level in half a month? I'm afraid it's difficult to even break through a low level. After all, she was a genius with 9-star cultivation talent. What's more, the spiritual cave she was in was the best holy place for cultivation arranged for her by Yutian Academy. The spiritual energy there was very abundant, which was 10 times that of an ordinary spiritual cave. Master, don't worry. I will never let you down. This person is Lin Tian's sister, Lin Guaiguai. By the way, I haven't been home for so long. I wonder if my brother misses me. She stood up and walked out of the spirit cave, ready to go home to visit her brother. She didn't know if he was sleeping in. Outside, there are birds singing and flowers blooming, and the surroundings are filled with various spiritual caves. This is the training place of Yutian Academy. Each academy has one opportunity a month to enter here to practice for 7 days. As for whether you can break through a small realm, it depends on your own luck. As the dean's personal disciple, Lin Guaiguai can come here whenever she wants, and has to come here to practice whether she doesn't want to. Congratulations to junior sister Lin for another breakthrough. A handsome young man in white came out from another cave. When he saw Lin Guaiguai, his eyes lit up and he bowed. As expected of the dean's direct disciple, he broke through from the early stage of warrior to the middle stage of yellow star in just half a month. It was truly enviable. No, senior brother Bai. It won't be long before you have a breakthrough too. Junior sister would like to congratulate you in advance. Junior sister Lin, please don't laugh at me. I have been stuck in the middle stage of Xianwei for a month. How can I compare with junior sister Bai? The man in white is called Bai Yi. He is a student who joined Yutian Academy a long time ago. He is a disciple of an elder. His strength has reached the middle stage of Xianwei. He is one of the geniuses of Yutian Academy. He is a very good person. He cares for his junior sister Lin Guaiguai and even takes care of her. No, senior brother Bai, don't be so modest. You are a genius in our academy. How dare I call myself a genius in front of junior sister Lin? Junior sister Lin is the strongest genius in our academy. Not only has she awakened the mutated ice element, but her talent is as high as 9 stars. She has reached such a level in just half a month. I can't compare with her. I believe that junior sister will surpass this senior brother in no time. The two of them faced each other and started praising each other, and the people around them were stunned. You two geniuses are both bragging and saying that you are not geniuses. Then what are we? Are you polite? It was so hurtful. Even though I wasn't talking about them, it hurt their hearts. Snort. Just as Lin Guaiguai and Bai Yi were praising each other, a cold snort came from the side. Hearing the sound, I saw a woman in a fiery red robe, holding a green sword in her hand. She looks just as good as Lin Guaiguai, and is also a top-notch beauty. They both have their own strengths. One is cute and charming, the other is hot. Senior sister Yin. Senior sister Yin. Everyone present, including Bai Yi and Lin Guaiguai, greeted them one after another. This hot senior sister is the top genius in the academy. Not only is his talent 8 stars, but he also awakened a red-tailed scorpion, which is an extremely abnormal beast soul. His cultivation has even reached the terrifying peak of the semi-lord. Mr. Bai, I advise you to stay away from junior sister Lin. Don't blame me for having a blind sword. Chapter 19 Yin Shuefei's Reminder. Order. The woman was giving orders to Bai Yi, and her eyes were full of hostility. Senior sister Yin, don't I even have the right to chat with junior sister Lin? Why are you targeting Bai so much? Bai Yi retorted, his expression still as gentle as ever, as if senior sister Yin had framed him and he did not agree with what she said, and at the same time, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. This stinky woman actually wants to meddle in his business. If you weren't so powerful, I, Bai Yi, would have trampled you under my feet long ago. Sooner or later, I will let you know what it means to be a man. Haha, do you think I don't know the little thoughts in your mind? Yin Shuefei in the distance sneered. She knew very well who Bai Yi was. On the surface, he looks like a gentleman and a good senior brother in the eyes of everyone, but behind the scenes, he is an absolute beast in human clothing. Countless ignorant junior sisters have fallen into his hands. In her opinion, Bai Yi has been getting close to Lin Guaiguai these days simply because he has taken a fancy to Lin Guaiguai and is pretending to please him in various ways. She wonders how miserable Lin Guaiguai will be when he gets her. It was a pity that junior sister Lin had just joined the academy and didn't know Bai Yi's background, but she knew everything. Naturally, it was impossible for her to let Lin Guaiguai fall into the trap set by Bai Yi. Some disciples who didn't understand stood aside with bewilderment, including Lin Guaiguai. What was going on between senior brother Bai and senior sister Yin? Why do the two of them get so annoyed with each other the moment they meet? The disciples knew clearly who Bai Yi was, but they couldn't afford to offend him because of his identity, so they didn't dare to talk about it outside. When he told this behind the scenes to some innocent fellow students, they didn't believe him. They always thought that Bai Yi was a gentle, considerate and understanding brother, not knowing that he was just pretending. Senior sister Yin, what do you mean by this? Senior brother Bai is such a good person, but you treated him like this just because he said a few words to senior sister Lin? That's right. She must be envious of how good senior brother Bai is to senior sister Lin. That's why she said that about senior brother Bai. I heard that senior sister Yin seems to like senior brother Bai. Do you think it's because he treats senior sister Lin so well that she? No way. Senior sister Yin actually likes senior brother Bai? Oh my god. Are you blind? Would senior sister Yin like someone like Bai Yi? Get lost. Do you want to be beaten? Are you qualified to say that, senior brother Bai? Hee hee, woman. The disciple didn't want to say anything more. Let them think whatever they want. Why are you silent? Why are you not dancing? You must be jealous that senior brother Bai is more handsome and has a higher level of cultivation than you. That's right, ugly people are more likely to do bad things. Faced with the pointing and criticizing of the senior and junior sisters, the young brother just ran away. These brain-dead women are so scary. There was a lot of discussion below, and Bai Yi and Yin Shuefei heard it all. Yin Shuefei looked disapproving, but Bai Yi smiled and acted arrogantly. Leave. However, Yin Shuefei just treated him coldly, slowly drew out the sword in his hand, and rushed in all directions with murderous intent. Seeing this, Bai Yi also became scared. He couldn't beat this woman, so he could only retreat. Junior sister Lin, you have also seen how aggressive senior sister Yin is. Let's say goodbye today. We will see each other again in a few days. Senior sister Yin, I will take my leave first. Bai Yi clasped his hands together, left a few words, and left without stopping. Damn you, woman. You dare to ruin my good thing. After he left with a gentle look on his face, his expression became ferocious, and he wished he could tear Yin Shuefei to pieces. Brother Bai. Humph. She's just a senior sister. What's so great about her? Brother Bai, wait for us. Watching Bai Yi leave, many female disciples followed him. Some male disciples behind shook their heads, thinking that they were really a group of hopeless women. Well, seeing this, Lin Guaiguai did not call Bai Yi, but looked at Yin Shuefei, wondering why her senior sister did this. Junior sister Lin, I advise you to stay away from Bai Yi. His purpose in approaching you is not simple. You know what it is even without me telling you. This is all I can tell you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying this, Yin Shuefei waved her hand. A sword appeared under her feet, and she flew away. Thank you, senior sister Yin, for the reminder. After watching senior sister Yin leave, Lin Guaiguai's eyes were a little complicated. She really didn't know what kind of person Bai Yi was. But she knew that senior brother Bai had been coming to her often these past few days, and he was being too nice to her. She is not stupid, and she knows the difference clearly. It seems that it is better to stay away from senior brother Bai. Even if he is the most handsome guy in Yutian Academy, can he compare with my brother Lin Tian? When talking about his brother, Lin Guaiguai smiled. Hee hee. I don't know if my brother misses me. Let's go back. Lin obediently left the place with a skipping sound and packed his luggage to go back. Seeing Lin Guaiguai so happy, all the disciples burst into tears. Oh no, junior sister Lin is not really the same as those women, is she? Bai Yi is just an animal. Junior sister Lin, don't believe him. He is lying to you. It shouldn't be that serious. Senior sister Yin has reminded me so much. Senior sister Bai will understand? Look at the silly way she was grinning just now. Do you understand? Well, the disciple who was speaking in some mute language, not knowing what to say, but it was true that Lin Guaiguai's expression just now did not look like he understood, and he even seemed to be in a state of arousal. It's over. A pure-hearted junior sister was defeated by that beast Bai Yi. The male disciples hugged each other and cried. There were still many people who refused to change their minds and chased after her, trying to persuade Lin Guaiguai, but her figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Lin Guaiguai appeared at his doorstep. I stood outside with a smile on my face, thinking that my brother would be very happy to see me back. Just as she was about to knock on the door, a voice came from inside. Yes, right here. Move quickly, feel comfortable. Change positions. You guys go in front of me, you guys go behind me, and you two stay in the middle. Don't move and continue. Snap. Lin Guaiguai stood outside the door, listening to the noise inside, standing at the door like an ice cube. Her whole body was shaking. She was trembling with anger. Could it be that after I went to college, my brother became completely unrestrained and invited a few technical masters to our house? No. Impossible. My brother wouldn't do that. He's not that kind of person. Lin Guaiguai's trembling hands and angry eyes were filled with murderous intent. She was persuading herself in her heart to stay calm. Maybe it's not what I thought. I must have misunderstood it. Yes, it must be. Although she was smiling at the moment, her murderous intent had not diminished in the slightest. She knocked on the door with her jade hand and said, "Brother, open the door. I'm back. I must beat those vixens to death today, and beat up Lin Tian as well. He actually found girls to come to my house without my knowledge. You guys hide first." Chapter 20. Say, where did you hide those women? Lin Tian, who had nothing to do, summoned the black shadows and asked them to help him clean up. He also called the ninja shadows to massage his shoulders and thighs. He played with the cute food shadows in his hands. It had to be said that they were as small as pets. Just when he was about to praise Black Shadow for being a real housekeeping expert, his sister's voice came from outside the door. This scared him, and he quickly let the shadows go back into the darkness, and then he walked over to open the door. "Here I come." Little did he know that Lin Guaiguai outside the door had already misunderstood everything. He opened the door with a smile on his face, only to see Lin Guaiguai standing outside with a smile on her face. However, the smile seemed fake, as if it was just an act. He could even clearly feel the murderous intent coming from his sister, smiling but with a dagger hidden in the heart. What happened to my sister when she came back today? He didn't know that what he just said was heard by his sister and even misunderstood. Lin Guaiguai just nodded coldly and gave Lin Tian a smile that was uglier than crying. The next second, he pushed him away and looked around in the living room. Seeing that there was no trace of those women, Lin Guaiguai glared at Lin Tian fiercely. Sure, he actually hit himself. Don't let me find it. Lin went to the bathroom obediently, but opened the door and there was nothing there. Not here. Is he in the room? There are only 2 rooms in the house, one for her and one for Lin Tian. But there was still no result. Lin Tian didn't find it in his room, and he even searched the kitchen, but didn't find a single hair. What's wrong? Looking at the suspicious Lin Guaiguai, Lin Tian scratched the back of his head. What happened to his sister today? Why did she rummage under the sofa, go to her room, and go to the bathroom? Did she forget something at home? However, Lin Guaiguai did not answer Lin Tian's words, but moved his nose and sniffed the smell in the air. There is no scent of perfume or rouge. Don't those women wear makeup or perfume? But why can't we find those vixens? Just when she was wondering, she suddenly thought of something. Wait, I haven't checked my room yet. Could he be hiding in my room? I have caught you now. Let me see how you die. He turned his head and glared at Lin Tian, who obediently walked straight towards his room. Lin Tian felt a chill on his back after being glared at like that. Why is my sister acting so strangely today? It's as if she's here to catch me cheating. I haven't done anything bad. What's wrong? Bang. Come out. Lin Guaiguai violently kicked the door open and yelled angrily. Fuck. What's wrong with my sister today? Lin Tian, who was watching from behind as Lin Guaiguai kicked the door down, was stunned. Was this her period? So violent. However, Lin Guaiguai, who was standing at the door, saw nothing. He only saw that the room was exactly the same as when he left. Hiding in the closet, huh? Lin obediently opened his closet, and there was nothing else inside except his clothes. He must be hiding under the bed. Come out. The same thing happened after I lay down. There was nothing there except neatly arranged miscellaneous items, and no trace of the woman was found. Seeing this, Lin Guaiguai checked everywhere several times, but still didn't see a woman. Da. Lin Guaiguai walked towards Lin Tian with an angry look on her face, and Lin Tian could see the anger in her eyes. She grabbed Lin Tian by the collar and asked angrily, "Where did you hide those women who served you?" There was a look of grievance in her eyes. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. Her eyes had turned red, as if she was about to cry in the next second. What woman? What are you talking about, sister? When Lin Tian was asked this question, he was completely confused. What woman serving me? What was hidden by me? What the hell is going on here? Woo. How can you be like that with those unclean women? What if you get involved in something unclean? If you're really too lonely and want to have fun, I can find a few junior sisters to accompany you. Why do you have to do this? Lin Guaiguai cried and pounded Lin Tian's chest, looking aggrieved. Lin Tian, what the hell is this? What I mean is, do you think I found a few women to play with at home behind your back? Wait, if I want you to find me some junior sisters? Is there such a good thing? What the hell? What are you thinking? Did you see or hear anything? Lin Tian hurriedly comforted his sister. Seeing her tearful face, he felt distressed. He hated to see Lin Guaiguai crying. I heard everything. Lin Guaiguai raised his head and looked at Lin Tian, then grabbed his clothes and wiped his nose. Lin Tian, did my sister misunderstand the shadows? She thought, the handsome guy was speechless for a moment. What did you hear? You must have heard it wrong. Look carefully for it. Is there anything at home? Lin Tian said. Lin Guaiguai cried and trembled. No. Isn't that right? You must have heard it wrong. Don't you know what kind of person your brother is? Lin Tian spread his hands speechlessly. His sister was good in every way except that she liked to make random guesses. Maybe all girls were like this. I don't believe it. Lin Guaiguai shouted. How could she have heard it wrong? It must be Lin Tian hiding somewhere she didn't know. Then you should look carefully to see if there is any woman in the house. Why don't you believe me? Lin Tian said earnestly. You must have hidden it, so I can't find it, woo-woo. Lin Tian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. As soon as his sister came back, she suspected that he was secretly hiding a woman. I haven't even touched a woman. How could I possibly hide a woman? He also knew that Lin Guaiguai, who was angry, would definitely not believe anything he said, so it would be better for him to wait for her to calm down. Lin Tianan sat quietly beside them and did not disturb Lin Guaiguai, who was holding his head. Time passed by minute, and a few minutes later, Lin Guaiguai raised his little head and said, Why don't you comfort me? You used to comfort me, but now it doesn't matter. You must be thinking in your heart whether those women have hidden well and made sure they don't get discovered by me, right? Woo. Lin Tian. The handsome guy was speechless again. My dear aunt, you are still as unreasonable as ever. No, my sister is totally unreasonable in front of me. I rub it. Lin Tian was speechless and didn't know what to say. He sat aside and rubbed his temple. It seems that this misunderstanding is quite big. All right. Stop crying. Just listen to my explanation. It's not a good idea to keep crying if you don't listen, right? Lin Tian spread his hands and said, Okay, I'll listen to your explanation. After thinking about it, Lin nodded obediently and agreed. It is indeed necessary to explain. After wiping away her tears, she also felt that this should not be the case. If there is really a misunderstanding, her brother must be very sad. He doesn't look like he's lying. That's more like it. This is my good sister. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled knowingly, patted her little head, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. It finally calmed down, but my sister could misunderstand this, really. But my sister's angry look is really cute. Chapter 21 Protector in the Dark. After a long period of explanation, Lin Guaiguai slowly began to believe what his brother said. But she still looked around again, saying on the surface that she believed him, but she continued to search stealthily. But just like before, she didn't get anything. This time, she was relieved inside. She stared at Lin Tian and said, If you want to have a girlfriend in the future, you can tell me and I'll give you some advice. If you can't find one, I'll ask my junior sisters to recommend one to you. Okay. Being a good boy is the best. Hearing this, Lin Tian touched her little head, and the latter looked very happy. It's good to have a good sister. Look at what a fairy sister this is. She can't find one, and yet she pushes her senior and junior sisters to me. Please, sister, don't be soft-hearted and push all the sisters to me. Hee. Lin hummed a few times when being patted on the head, and his previous temper had completely disappeared. I don't know which woman my brother will marry in the future. It's really a blessing for him to have earned 8 lifetimes. Woof. Suddenly, a dog barking was heard at the door, and its claws were still scratching the door, making a series of rustling sounds. Where did the dog come from? Lin Guaiguai looked towards the door with a puzzled look on his face. It seemed that he didn't have a dog at home. Could this dog be a stray dog that escaped from somewhere? I bought your brother a few days ago. Now that you're gone, I'm pretty bored at home alone. Lin Tian opened his mouth to explain for his sister. Hearing the sound, Lin Tian knew whose dog it was. It was the silly husky that he had bought at a discount in the system store before. Lin Tian took it out a few days ago. I originally thought it would be very special, but it turned out to be just as the system described, a complete and idiotic husky. I played with it for quite some time, but the dog just ran away and didn't come back until now. This silly dog actually knew how to come back. I thought he would never come back. You bought a dog? What kind of dog? Lin Guaiguai suddenly stood up and walked towards the door with an excited look on his face. She had wanted to have a dog before, but she had never told her brother and had always kept this little wish in her heart. Woof. As soon as the door opened, a white figure rushed past Lin Guaiguai's legs and headed towards Lin Tian, who was sitting on the sofa, with its claws making a da-da-da sound on the floor. Go away. Looking at the husky that pounced on him, Lin Tian threw it away. Although it looks similar to an ordinary husky, there is actually a slight difference. Its physical fitness is similar to that of a warrior in the early stage of the spiritual realm, but it is only strong in physical fitness. In other aspects, it is similar to an ordinary pet dog, and its ability to destroy the house is also unique. Thinking back to when it was just released, it dug a half-meter wide and deep pit in front of the door in just over 10 seconds. If Lin Tian hadn't stopped it in time, it would have probably gone out of control. It's Era. Lin Guaiguai's eyes lit up as he looked at the husky with lush, snow-white fur. Its eyes were as beautiful as sapphires, but they revealed a sense of silliness. Come over. She squatted down and opened her big hands to Era. However, Era looked at Lin Guaiguai, who was squatting on the ground waiting for him to come over, with a look of a fool. He turned his head and looked at Lin Tian, as if asking who this fool was. Brother, does it look down on me? Lin Guaiguai could not help but see that the look in Era's eyes was like he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Lin Tian on the side nodded, and what happened next was a scene that he couldn't bear to watch. Era struggled in Lin Guaiguai's arms, howling like a ghost, and kicked her in the face with his hands and feet. However, he was completely controlled by Lin Guaiguai and had no temper at all. You're leaving so soon? My sister didn't plan to stay overnight when she came back, but left in the afternoon. Lin Tian sighed with regret, with a hint of excitement in his disappointed eyes. However, Lin Guaiguai did not notice anything unusual, but covered his mouth and chuckled. Brother, are you too bored when I'm not around? When I cultivate to the Yellow Star, I will definitely come back to spend more time with you. She could also understand her brother's thoughts. It was the same when she was alone in Yutian Academy. It is indeed difficult to accept the sudden separation from my family for a while, but I must work hard to cultivate, for myself and for my brother. By the way, brother, take this money. Lin Guaiguai took out a bank card from his arms and handed it to Lin Tian. Keep it for yourself. You spend much more there than I do. Lin Tian shook his head and directly rejected his sister's kindness. My master over there loves me, and my brothers and sisters all take good care of me. Money and other things are of little use to me. Besides, I am just honoring you. Brother, you have worked hard over the years. Lin Guaiguai smiled and forced the money into Lin Tian's trouser pocket, not giving him any chance. All right. Lin Tian had no choice but to accept it. He had no shortage of money at the moment. 1 point in the system was equal to 100,000 yuan. If he wanted to, he could become a billionaire in minutes. Hey. Seeing his brother accept it, Lin Guaiguai smiled happily. In the following time, Lin Tian cooked a meal for Lin Guaiguai and sent her away after she had eaten and drunk her fill. Brother, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you next month. Lin got in the car and waved to Lin Tian obediently. Soon the luxury car disappeared from his sight. He sighed and said reluctantly, Sister will grow up eventually, and I can't keep her. After sighing, the smile on his face disappeared. He waved his hand and several black shadow vortexes appeared on the ground. Several terrifying figures emerged from them. They were General Niga of the Ghost Shadow Legion, General Lazo of the Claw Shadow Legion, General Bard of the Flying Shadow Legion, and General Samo of the Troll Legion. One is red, one is purple, one is blue, and one is green. As generals, their strength has reached the honorable level. Niga, Lazo, Bart, Samo. I am here. What do you want, sir? The 4 demons knelt on the ground respectfully, waiting for Lin Tian's order. I order you to protect my sister in secret. Anyone who dares to hurt her will be killed without mercy. Yes. The 4 generals received the order and returned to the darkness the next second. They have now disappeared into the darkness. As long as there is darkness in this world, they can be found everywhere. They have followed Lin Guaiguai and are guarding her safety in the dark. They will kill anyone who dares to attack them. Seeing this, Lin Tian took a deep breath and sat on the sofa. He was still very confident in the 4 generals. They were all powerful enough and could summon their own legions, so they were more than capable of protecting his sister. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, Era came out, tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian, who was resting on the sofa, then ran over happily and lay on his feet to rest. Chapter 22. Sister Fei, someone is going to cause trouble for your man. Looking at the husky lying on his legs to rest, Lin Tian kicked it. Era, let me give you a name. Woof, woof, woof. Era raised his little head and looked at Lin Tian with curiosity. How about calling you Bain? Lin Tian picked it up from the ground, stared into its sapphire eyes and said, Its body is as white as snow and its claws are silver. This name is perfect for it. Woof. Judging from its gentle cry, it seemed to agree with the name. By the way, are you male or female? After such a long time, Lin Tian still didn't know whether the white cat was male or female, so he lifted up its hind legs. Woof woof woof. Bai was so frightened by this action that his whole body hair stood on end, and he began to struggle wildly, but all this was in vain in Lin Tian's hands. What can't you, a man, see? You're shy. Seeing its shy look and the affectionate eyes that seemed to ask it to be more gentle, Lin Tian threw it away in disgust. Not to mention it's quite cute. Woof woof woof. Bain barked at Lin Tian with a ferocious look on his face, as if he was saying something bad. After being kicked by Lin Tian, it ran away with its tail between its legs, making a whining sound in its mouth. I walked out without looking back. It doesn't matter if I don't go back to this home. The little bitch outside is my destiny. What? Brother Xing, I found it. In someone's room, a man walked quickly towards the so-called Brother Xing with the information in his hand, and then handed the information to him. There is a very obvious scar on Brother Xing's face, and his face is full of disgust. This person was none other than Zhao Xing, the man who had been staring at Lin Tian and Lung Fei at the door of the bar. He opened Lin Tian's information and looked at it carefully. Just a normal guy? Seeing this, he showed murderous intent on his face. He originally thought that Lin Tian would have a good background, but it turned out that he was just an ordinary person. In that case, Zhao Xing, will have to have a good talk with you. Brother Xing. He has a younger sister in Yutian College. The subordinate next to him reminded. What's wrong with Yutian Academy? Do they care about the life and death of an ordinary person? She's just a student from Yutian Academy. What's there to be afraid of? Can she call the big boss of their academy to kill me? Zhao Xing slapped the man in the face with an unhappy look on his face. The man was immediately knocked flying, his face swollen like a pig's head. Faced with the sudden slap, the man did not dare to be presumptuous. After staggering to his feet, he lowered his head and dared not speak. They thought that Lin Tian's sister was just an ordinary disciple, and they didn't take ordinary disciples seriously at all. Moreover, Yutian Academy would never interfere in other people's family affairs unless she was a disciple of an elder. I'm going to kill Lin Tian. Even Jesus can't stop me. I say it. Looking at Lin Tian's photo, Zhao Xing slammed the table in anger. The table shattered under his strength. This man's strength was actually at the late stage of heaven and earth. Originally, he was a member of the extreme martial arts school and was considered to be quite famous in the school. However, he was kicked out of the school because he committed some wrongdoings. All these skills and abilities were acquired from the extreme martial arts school. After being kicked out of the martial arts gym, he has been making a name for himself in this circle with his strength at the level of heaven and earth as well as his ruthless methods. Everyone who sees him has to call him Brother Xing. At the same time, he also founded his own gang, the Blood Wolf Gang, and he is the gang leader, with thousands of people under him. Brother Xing? The man covered his face, thought of something, and wanted to remind Zhao Xing, but was interrupted by the former. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll throw you out to feed the dogs. Zhao Xing was already furious at this moment and shouted loudly. The man was so frightened that he trembled and swallowed the words he was about to say. The people watching outside also shrank their necks. Brother Xing was really irritable today. It was really terrifying. Looking at the detailed address on the document, Zhao Xing waved his hand. Come here, Biaozi, tell someone to follow me. After saying this, he prepared to walk out angrily. Prosper. The person who was beaten couldn't help but give a reminder. However, what he got was a slap in the face. He started spinning and jumping in the air with his eyes closed, and finally fell to the ground with a groan of pain. Roll. Zhao Xing looked at him coldly and walked out without looking back. Okay, Brother Xing. Biaozi, whose name was called, took a look at the man lying on the ground and said to himself, how miserable. Didn't Brother Xing say that? He was still saying that he deserved to be beaten and called a dozen people to follow him. Watching everyone leave, the man weakly raised his left hand to try to keep them. Brother Xing, I want to tell you that Li Kunlun died at his hands. You can't afford to offend him. Why can't you let me finish what I want to say? Finally, the man fell to the ground and passed out. He heard the news from his cousin. Otherwise, he would not have known what happened that day. The Royal Noble Bar is really a good trick. Anyone who dares to tell others will be killed. Fortunately, my cousin told me before he died. He came here in a hurry this time, just to tell Zhao Xing not to provoke Lin Tian, but Zhao Xing didn't even give him a chance to speak and slapped him in the face when they disagreed. The people outside did not hear his last few words. They came in and carried him out and asked someone to clean up the place. One of the men guarding the door changed his expression and thought to himself, "Oh no, Lin Tian seems to be the person Sister Long Fei likes. I'd better tell Sister Long Fei about this." After saying hello, he headed towards the Royal Noble Bar without stopping. Yes, this person was the undercover arranged by Long Fei here. Royal Noble Bar. Sister Long Fei, this is not good. This is not good. Guzi, aren't you working undercover? Why are you here? What's the matter with you in such a hurry? What do you want from Sister Fei? Guai, who was guarding the door, looked at Guzi with a puzzled look and said. The people standing nearby also looked at him with confusion. At this moment, a tall and beautiful woman came over from behind. It was Long Fei who came here after hearing the sound. She just wanted to come out for some fresh air when she heard Guzi's voice. What's wrong, Guzi? Long Fei opened her seductive red lips and asked. Sister Fei, I just heard Zhao Xing and the others say they were going to cause trouble for your man. Guzi said breathlessly that he had just sprinted all the way here and nearly died on the road. How can a big sister have a man? You better be careful with your words. Guai went up and slapped Guzi, then stared at him fiercely. Having been with the big sister for so long, he didn't know that Long Fei had a man, except for Lin Tian, who he had a little affection for before, but he was not the big sister's man. My man? Lin Tian? Long Fei frowned and was puzzled for a while, not knowing whether she said it intentionally or unintentionally. Oh shit. Didn't this big sister admit that Lin Tian was her man? Everyone present was heartbroken. This day had finally come. My youth, my love, this clearly means that Lin Tian is her man. If Long Fei knew what they were thinking, she would definitely slap each of them. Did I say that? I was just asking out of doubt. Yes, that's him. Zhao Xing and the others have already set out to find brother Lin Tian. They seem to want to teach him a lesson. What? Chapter 23 The Trolls Take Action. What? The group of people were shocked, with looks of disbelief on their faces. What the hell are you guys looking at? Aren't you supposed to protect him? Guzi looked confused and asked, why is this expression wrong? It's normal that you didn't know since you weren't here before. After Guai finished speaking, the others nodded. What happened while I was away? Guzi looked confused. Did something big happen when I was away? Did I miss it perfectly? Let me tell you this. Li Kunlun, you know it. The iron block said mysteriously. Then I definitely know. Who doesn't know Li Kunlun? He's the overlord of our area. Guzi nodded, feeling extremely confused. What did this matter have to do with Li Kunlun? He's dead. He died at the hands of the man you just said you would protect. Hep, brother Guai, stop joking. How could he be dead? Holy shit. Is he really dead? And he died at the hands of Sister Long Fei's man? Guzi widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief and astonishment. How is that possible? He is one of the best overlords. She actually died at the hands of Sister Long Fei's man. Could it be that Sister Long Fei's man is stronger than that pervert Li Kunlun? You can't believe it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But I saw Li Kunlun die in front of us. And he died very miserably. His body was gone. Thinking of the original scene, Guai couldn't help but shudder. Lin Tian is really like a devil. Why would Big Sister like that kind of person? Isn't he just a little bit more handsome and stronger than me? What's so great about that? The iron block felt like the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. Yeah. Several other people nearby said that they knew how powerful Lin Tian was, and Guai and the others completely ignored his previous statement that he was just an ordinary person. In the end, he believed this unrealistic news. Li Kunlun was dead, and he died at the hands of Lin Tian. After all, they had no reason to lie to him about this matter. I'd better tell him. Long Fei, who was standing nearby without saying anything, said that she decided to tell Lin Tian, as Zhao Xing and the others couldn't do anything to Lin Tian anyway. She also knew Zhao Xing's background. He was a former member of the extreme martial arts school who was kicked out for raping a woman. If he didn't have someone protecting him, he would have been kicked out long ago because of his poor cultivation. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. They really envied Lin Tian for having such a good fortune that such a beautiful woman was interested in him. With that matter coming to an end, they were no longer worried about Lin Tian, but were instead worried about whether Zhao Xing and the others were still alive. On the other side, Lin Tian received a message from concubine Long. Someone is looking for trouble with you. Please be careful. Seeing this news, Lin Tian had a question mark on his head. It seemed that he hadn't offended anyone. Why would someone come to trouble him? Who? One of my admirers, his name is Zhao Xing. He is the leader of the Blood Wolf gang. His strength seems to be at the late heaven and earth stage. Oh. Seeing this, Lin Tian still didn't understand. This so-called Zhao Xing must have come to cause trouble for him because he saw that he was too close to concubine Long. However, in response to Long Fei's kind reminder, Lin Tian smiled. This girl was pretty good and actually reminded him. But based on his appearance, he seems to be no match for you. As a big boss, you should not abuse him too badly, emoticon package. Oh, wipe sweat. Picture. Oh my, this girl is sensible. Looking at the picture sent to him, Lin Tian skillfully opened and enlarged it and saved it. How about a few more? Picture. Picture. Just as Lin Tian was watching with great interest, there was a noise outside, and a dozen people were wandering around. They should be the group of Zhao Xing that concubine Long mentioned. As for these minions, Lin Tian naturally doesn't need to do it himself. You guys go ahead. As he spoke, a shadow in the darkness on the ground moved. Several huge figures emerged from it. They were as tall as a hill, with thick arms like hammers. Their heads were very small, with only a pair of scarlet eyes exposed. They looked like they were not easy to mess with. They are none other than the troll group led by General Samo. They are the same size as sumo wrestlers and are the largest species among the 9 legions. Although they can't speak, they still understand Lin Tian's orders. Soon they sank into the darkness and appeared in the darkness near Zhao Xing and others. As for Lin Tian, he started chatting leisurely with Long Fei. Brother Xing seems to be here. Looking at the lighted house in front, a thug pointed. According to the detailed address above the information, this is the correct one. You really don't know how to live or die. You actually dared to mess with the woman that our brother Xing likes. Now let's see how you die. Just as they were about to go in and forcibly kidnap Lin Tian, several huge figures emerged from behind them in the darkness. They were like messengers in the darkness. Everyone was completely unaware that there were a dozen dark shadows following them. The leading troll stared coldly at the dozen or so people and gave a look to his companions beside him. The next second, they started running, and the ground shook. Tap, tap, tap. A loud noise came from behind the crowd, and when they turned their heads to look behind them, they were met with a fist bigger than their heads. Bang! With several loud noises, all the defenseless people flew backwards and fell to the ground with their faces sunken in and covered in blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The only one who escaped was Zhao Xing, the strongest among the crowd. His figure was like a ghost, and he quickly flashed backwards and avoided the disaster. You are demons? Looking at this group of trolls that were neither human nor ghost, Zhao Xing had a calm expression and a look of astonishment. How could such a thing appear here? How could it be so bold? Isn't it afraid of the strong human beings? If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he might have been among the people lying on the ground. Seeing that all his brothers were wiped out, he did not show any sadness. The most important thing at the moment is himself. These little brothers have nothing to do with him. However, the trolls did not answer him and attacked him again. Several troll figures flashed and appeared all around Zhao Xing in front of his astonished eyes. Not good. Zhao Xing's face changed. It seemed that he couldn't escape at such a close distance, so he could only fight to the death. He then punched out with a powerful force that hit the troll right in front of him directly, making a muffled sound. How is this possible? My punch has no effect at all? Zhao Xing was in disbelief. Not only did his punch fail to hurt the demon, but it also caused his own hand to hurt. The troll looked at his chest, raised his huge iron hand and hit Zhao Xing's little head. Boom. Snap. Zhao Xing was punched into the ground. His whole body stuck in the ground. His head was dizzy and blood was flowing from his crown. At this moment, he felt that everything in front of his eyes was blurry, and it even seemed that there were a few more monsters. The power of the troll's punch was too great for him, a warrior at the heaven and earth realm. The gap between the two was too big. He was like a little kid being beaten by several adults. Seeing Zhao Xing fainted and about to die, the trolls dragged him and a dozen people who had been punched to death or unconscious nearby into the endless darkness forever. They just disappeared, as if they had never been here. Chapter 24: The Unhappy Concubine. All resolved? Lin Tian was a little surprised when he saw the trolls coming back to receive orders. Unexpectedly, they dragged more than a dozen people, including Zhao Xing, into the dark world. There was no intention of blaming them, so I let them return to the Shadow Kingdom. As for Zhao Xing and others who had been killed by them, Lin Tian didn't care at all. After all, they were dead, and it was impossible for him to blame his own people. It's better to be dead, so that you don't have to worry about the long nights and nightmares. He will jump out from time to mess with you, and then call you old when he can't beat you. That's very annoying. As the saying goes, when spring breeze blows, it will grow again. You have to uproot the grass. Only by uprooting the grass will no one come to your door again. Opening his phone, Lin Tian edited a message for Long Fei. Solved. Long Fei, who was managing the scene in the bar, picked up her phone and was stunned for a moment. It was resolved so quickly? Then she thought of Lin Tian's strength. It was normal to act so quickly. After all, Zhaoxing and the others were just low-level warriors. If she were to come, she could easily destroy them. But boys sometimes can't be fast. Awesome. Long Fei replied and quickly edited another message. Are you free these days? What's wrong? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Maybe in a few days. All right. Long Fei turned off her phone in a somewhat discouraged manner, her face showing a little anger. This stinky man actually dared to reject this beautiful lady. I am so angry. She was so angry that she drank several bottles of wine. Beautiful lady, can I meet you? Suddenly, while she was drinking, a man who didn't often come here came up. The moment he saw concubine Long for the first time, he was attracted to her and couldn't resist the urge in his heart to walk up to her, wanting to get to know her. However, the others looked at him as if he were a dead man. You're really not afraid of death. The last person who tried to flirt with concubine Long was beaten and thrown out. It's going to be a good show. Someone actually dares to flirt with this poisonous rose. It's really courageous. Congratulations, congratulations. Amid the noise of the crowd's discussions, concubine Long raised her head and glanced at the man with a look of disdain. Iron. She waved her jade hand, and the iron block not far away hurried over. When I saw the man in front of the big sister, I understood what she meant. He just picked up the other person and slapped him a few times. Boy, is our big sister someone you can flirt with? Take her and get her. With a howl of grief, the man was beaten with iron blocks and finally thrown out, fleeing from here like a stray dog. Who here doesn't know the rules of the bar? First, don't cause trouble. Second, don't commit crimes in the bar. Third, and most importantly, don't try to get close to the proprietress here. Otherwise, you will be beaten badly. Yutian Academy. In the student dormitory. Lin Guaiguai's dormitory is a full 300 square meters in size, with 3 floors in total. It has a cinema, a gym, a small spiritual cave for cultivation, everything you want. She was lying on the bed with an unhappy look on her face, because after tonight, she would be taken by her team leader to the outskirts of the Black Swamp for a trial tomorrow. The main purpose is to allow them to gain experience and challenge their limits through actual combat. Now that she is in the middle stage of the spiritual realm, she has the ability to protect herself. At the same time, she has a lot of skills given to her by her master and some life-saving items. I don't know if senior sister Yin will go. A woman's figure appeared in Lin Guaiguai's mind. It was Yin Shuefei in red. Practice and prepare for tomorrow's trial. Lin Guaiguai got up from the bed and walked into the spiritual cave in the dormitory. Although it was not as good as the spiritual cave in the training ground, it was also good, and the spiritual energy was very abundant. Soon she closed her eyes and got into the state. On the other side, Lin Tian received the task issued by the system at this moment. Mission: protect Lin Guaiguai from getting hurt. Rewards: 1 lottery ticket, 1,000 points. No penalty for failure. Accept/reject. Faced with the sudden task of protecting his sister, Lin Tian felt a little puzzled and quickly asked the system, "What happened to my sister?" Then he searched the entire Yutian Academy with his spiritual sense, but found that his sister was practicing with her eyes closed, and there was nothing wrong with her. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. His sister Lin Guaiguai was the apple of his eye and no mistakes could be made. My sister is fine. There is no special person within a 10-mile radius, and no one in Yutian Academy poses any threat to her. Why did the system issue such a task? The next moment, the system responded, "At present, your sister will not be in danger, but she will go to the Black Swamp trial tomorrow. This system observes the stars, and there is a 50% chance that your sister will be in danger," the system said in an unfathomable manner. So that's how it is. Now Lin Tian understood. The Dark Swamp trial? If I remember correctly, it seems to be 1 level lower than the Death Forest, and there are also a lot of monsters in it. The most important thing is that the environment there is much more terrifying than the Death Forest. Not only is it full of terrifying swamps, but it is also pitch black all day long, and you can't see your hand in front of you. The terrain is steep and extremely dangerous. It is difficult for low-level warriors to survive there without the protection of strong people. If you are not paying attention, a demon may attack you in the darkness. What's wrong with this academy? They let my sister go to such a dangerous place for trial? Lin Tian was a little angry and wanted to beat up the dean of Yutian College and cut him into pieces. But thinking about it, there should be someone to accompany his sister. It is estimated that there will be many people going. After all, it is a trial, and there should be many powerful teachers going with them. However, they are unreliable, and Lin Tian is still worried about his sister. After all, the system gives a 50% chance of danger, so Lin Tian plans to go there in person. That is his sister, and he doesn't want Lin Guaiguai to have an accident. If anything went wrong, Lin Tian would hate himself to death. Although he asked 4 shadow generals to follow him, it was still better for him to go alone. One reason was for his sister, and the other was for the system task. It was the best of both worlds. It was happily settled. Lin Tian accepted the task directly. He didn't plan to sleep either. At his level, he could sleep whenever he wanted. He could go without rest for several months. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, Baiyin came over with the key in his mouth. Where did you get this key? It looks so familiar. Isn't this the key I lost last year? Lin Tian took the key from Baiyin's mouth, and the system prompt sounded at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have received 1 lottery ticket and plus 100 points. Puff. Lin Tian almost vomited blood. It turned out that the key-finding task originally issued was to find the key that he had lost before. This was really fucked up. This system really had all kinds of weird tasks. I gave up. But you should not miss the raffle ticket that you got for free. Eek. What's going on? Why did I sneeze for no reason? Dawu, who was far away in Yutian school, had a puzzled look on his face. He counted with his fingers, but calculated nothing. It shouldn't be like that. Chapter 25. The trial begins. The next morning, Lin Guaiguai and others gathered. The team was led not only by 2 teachers of the late king stage, but also by a person that everyone was very familiar with. That is the eldest sister of all of them, Yin Shuefei, the Academy's top genius who is hailed as having the greatest hope of becoming a godlike, powerful being. When everyone saw her, they were all surprised. Looking at the curious crowd, one of the teachers explained, "Your senior sister Yin will accompany you to the Black Swamp trial this time. You must also perform well, and don't let us down." Yes, we will definitely not let the 2 teachers down. The young man and woman said with assurance that none of them had high cultivation bases. The weakest was in the late stage of warrior, and the strongest had reached the early stage of yellow star. The overall strength of this group was not strong, and they were conducting trials in the outer area, so only 2 teachers in the late king stage were sent. As the other teachers were busy outside, only these 2 could spare the time to lead the team. Now that everything is ready, let's go. Ning. As the teacher blew the whistle, a bird's song was heard in the sky, and a huge figure covered them all and landed not far away as they exclaimed, "What the hell? It's the Iron Flying Eagle at the Half-Lord level." Iron Flying Eagle? This thing seems to be very expensive. Expensive? Can a mount of this level be bought with money? Dream on. This is a mount that belongs exclusively to the Academy. As long as someone reaches the king level, the Academy will give him a mount. Maybe this Iron Flying Eagle is a mount for some teacher. Everyone said with envy that they also wanted a mount like this. As long as someone in the Academy reaches the king level, the Academy will provide semi-king level mounts for you to choose from, including those that fly in the sky, those on the ground, and those that swim in the sea. It's up to you to choose. This student is right. This mount is exactly what your teacher said. All right, without further ado, let's all get on it. Get ready to go out. The middle-aged teacher said this with a proud look on his face. Yes. A group of people stepped onto the body of the Iron Eagle with excitement, and under the teacher's command, the Iron Eagle quickly flew into the air. The mount they rode was the Iron Flying Eagle. As its name suggests, the eagle's feathers were as hard as steel, and its strength reached the semi-lord level. This was the most common mount, and its huge body was enough to accommodate all the trial disciples present. Standing on top and looking at the scenery, Lin Guaiguai touched the Iron Eagle's steel-like feathers with envy and said to himself, "I wish I had a mount like this." Yin Shuefei, who was alone at the front, seemed to be worried about something. She stared into the distance, and the breeze blew her hair. The scene was particularly beautiful. Dark swamp. At first glance, the magnificent mountains stretch endlessly, like a giant dragon hovering on the ground with no end in sight. The mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland, but they are fraught with danger. Ning. A dark figure landed, and all the people from Yutian Academy who had arrived came down, looking at the beautiful mountain scenery around them in amazement. There were towering trees everywhere. Compared with them, everyone seemed as small as ants. Not only that, the forest was filled with huge vines that climbed on the trees and in various grasses like giant snakes, which was a shocking sight. Even though they didn't go into the deep forest, they could still feel the darkness inside. There was nothing they could do to stop it. The leaves of the towering trees blocked all the sunlight, preventing it from shining in through the leaves. There is a huge difference between the outside and the inside. The outside is like a fairyland, but the inside is like a tomb, full of dangers everywhere. Is this the dark swamp? It's really dark. Lin Guaiguai was talking to herself in the back, glancing into the depths. She could feel like something was staring at her from inside, and she got goosebumps all over her body. The same was true for the other disciples, except Yin Shuefei, who stood silently aside. This was not her first time to come here for the trial. She had been here many times. This is the outskirts of the Black Swamp. Your trial is also here. I remind you again, don't run into the depths of the forest. If you encounter any danger, the teacher may not be able to save you. The middle-aged teacher spoke up to remind them that he was very aware of the horror of the dark swamp. He had been to its deepest part once before and almost died in it. If the dean hadn't arrived, no one would be able to see him now. Teacher Tang is right. The pitch-black swamp is very dangerous. The monsters inside are generally of high level, and the outer area is usually occupied by level 1 or 2 monsters. You can go find monsters by yourself, but remember not to go too deep. If you encounter any danger, crush the SOS beads I just gave you, and the teacher will rush to you as soon as possible. The younger teacher Zhao spoke. Disciple understands. Everyone nodded frantically. They came here for the trial, not to die. They knew clearly what they could do and what they could not do. If someone wants to die and go into the depths, they will never stop them. Okay, let's get started. You should know the rules of this trial. A first-level demon is worth 10 points, a second-level demon is worth 20 points, and so on. The more points you get, the better the reward you will get when you return. Come on, boys and girls. Teacher Tang waved his hand and found a seat to sit with Teacher Zhao. Yes. Kill. Brothers, come on, the reward is coming. A group of people confidently rushed into the periphery to look for monsters. Most of them formed teams, and only a few acted alone. Junior sister Lin, let's team up together. A few teenagers came forward and asked Lin Guaiguai with curiosity. No, thank you. Lin Guaiguai rejected their kindness as she didn't want to deal with this group of men. She looked at Yin Shuefei, who was not far away, only to see that he had an expressionless face, staring coldly at the dark forest in the distance. The next second, Yin Shuefei set off and walked quickly towards the depths of the forest. Senior sister Yin. Lin Guaiguai was shocked when he saw this scene, and hurriedly wanted to chase after her, but then he thought that with senior sister Yan's strength, she should know her limits. As a newbie, I'd better not go in and give away experience. After all, it looks scary inside. Looking at the pitch-dark depths of the forest, Lin Guaiguai shuddered. Senior sister, how about we form a team? At this moment, several girls walked over together, waiting for Lin Guaiguai's response with excitement. They all came in later, and they knew that Lin Guaiguai was the dean's apprentice. He had reached the spiritual realm in just half a month. He was a genius among geniuses. Most of them are in the late stage of warriors, and only one has entered the spiritual realm. Weak women like them can only form teams together to be safe. As for those men, they disdain them and think they are not good people at first glance. Of course, many women have already formed teams with male students and entered together. Good. Looking at them, Lin nodded obediently. One more person means one more strength, and at least he won't be alone on the road. Set off. The 7 girls who had just formed a team clapped their hands and walked into the forest together. As for how deep it was, they didn't dare to think about it. Don't ask, because if you ask, it's because you're afraid of death. At least the perimeter is safer. Sister Lin, what level do you think the first demon we encounter will be? Chapter 26. 7 women furiously slashing the snow-winged eagle. Snap. Several people were walking in the mountains searching, and one of them stepped on a dead branch and broke it, making a crisp sound, which scared a woman. A rather silly and cute girl spoke up and said, Lin Guaiguai. She was very curious about what the first demon she would meet in her life would look like and how powerful it was. Have no idea. I hope the level doesn't exceed level 2. Before Lin Guaiguai could speak, the other women said that if they encountered a powerful monster, they would have to run away. Although they were chatting quietly, everyone was on high alert and could be startled by any slight movement. Lin Guaiguai, who did not respond, looked at the bright environment around her and always felt that something was wrong. They had walked at least 100 steps, but did not hear any movement, or even see the shadow of any animal. It's quite scary when there are no insects chirping or birds singing. Then she thought of the instructions of several teachers. She didn't dare to let her guard down. If anything happened around her, she would be able to react immediately. Then a breeze blew past the 7 girls' necks. Brush. Something. Lin Guaiguai seemed to have noticed something, and hurriedly led the girls back and took out the sword given to her by her master. The others saw this situation, and they all took out their weapons and looked around with vigilance. However, nothing was found, and there was no movement around. Is this a mistake? A woman looked at Lin Guaiguai and said. As she said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What? I think I made a mistake. I was scared to death. Just when everyone was relaxing, Lin Guaiguai suddenly looked up. On the head. Whisper. A howling sound came from the sky, and a hurricane came towards them, blowing the earth and mountains shaking. A girl at the warrior level was blown to the ground with a scream. It's the snow-winged eagle. Looking at the big, snow-white creature with a length of 5 meters in the sky, Lin Guaiguai exclaimed. As the strong wind blew, Lin Guaiguai could hardly stand and was on the verge of falling. A 3rd-level snow-winged eagle. What? Lin Guaiguai saw through the other party's strength at a glance, but her words scared the other women. This is a 3rd-level demon. They are just warriors. Why should they be so exciting at the beginning? The strongest among them is Lin Guaiguai, whose strength is only in the late spiritual realm. Whisper. The strong wind stopped, and the snow-winged eagles in the sky swooped down, and feathers flew towards everyone like flying knives. Block quickly. Someone said something, and everyone picked up their weapons to block. But a 3rd-level demon is still a 3rd-level demon after all. Under its violent feather attack, 2 girls were accidentally cut and their clothes were torn, revealing a large area of white, accompanied by blood. Don't sit still, fight back. Seeing this, Lin Guaiguai took the lead in attacking. Cold frost condensed on her sword, and with one strike of the sword energy broke through the feathers and went straight to the attacking snow-winged eagle in the sky. Sensing danger, the snow-winged eagle flapped its wings and a whirlwind tried to intercept the icy sword energy, but found that it was of no use at all. Seeing that it was about to be hit, the snow-winged eagle wrapped its body with its huge steel wings. Clang. However, the sword energy only made a sound when it hit it, and did not even tear its feathers. Seeing that the other party was not affected at all, Lin Guaiguai's expression changed, and he said, "What are you still standing there for?" Then, a series of attacks were launched towards the snow-winged eagle in the sky. The snow-winged eagle seemed to have known this for a long time, and easily blocked all attacks with its wings, then calmly launched a strong wind at everyone again. Whoosh whoosh. This time the wind was several times stronger than before. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were buzzing, and everyone was blown back several steps. There were even a few girls who grabbed onto tree trunks and floated up. Seeing this, Lin Guaiguai and another girl in the early stage of the spiritual realm looked at each other. They both understood each other and forced themselves to go towards the big tree against the strong wind. They stepped on the trees and slashed at the snow-winged eagle in the sky. Cut. Ice soul. The terrifying attack was directed towards the snow-winged eagle. Not only that, the 2 women also used underhanded tactics. After the weapon attacks fell, they hit it with a palm and a fist. Seeing the snow-winged eagle break through her defense, Lin Guaiguai quickly launched another attack. A pile of ice cones condensed from behind her and turned into deadly poisonous snakes that shot towards the snow-winged eagle. The woman punched the ground, causing it to break into pieces. Spikes made of soil flew towards the snow-winged eagle's lower body. After the wind stopped, the 5 women on the ground attacked one after another. The spiritual energy in their bodies circulated wildly, and they fully exploded their strength, launching their strongest attack at the moment. Various attacks poured out and hit its body. Not good. The snow-winged eagle's expression changed, and the demonic power in its body surged, transforming into protective shields to protect its body. Bang! With a loud bang and a scream, the snow-winged eagle was knocked to the ground by them, with dust and rubble flying all over the ground. Even a 3rd-level snow-winged eagle did not expect that these low-level humans could break through its defense. Yeah, it worked. Seeing the snow-winged eagle being shot down and lying motionless, everyone cheered with joy and high-fived each other to congratulate each other. That's 30 points. Lin Guaiguai also laughed when he saw this scene. He was almost scared to death. If these girls didn't work together, the snow-winged eagle might not be solved so easily. Those moves just now had used up a lot of their spiritual energy, and now they were a little tired. After observing carefully from a distance, The 7 women confirmed that the demon was dead, and they prepared to go up and collect the body. Just when a woman approached it, the originally dead snow-winged eagle actually moved. It flapped its broken wings angrily and flew up, using its huge front claws to grab the head of the woman, who came to check on it with a look of astonishment. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed and they all took out their weapons and rushed over. Just as it was about to crush the woman's head, Lin Guaiguai rushed over and cut off its claws with a sword. It was already injured, and now it fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed from the roots of its legs, and its claws fell directly to the ground. A miserable cry was heard. Fortunately, I was on guard, otherwise you would have succeeded. Lin Guaiguai stared at the snow-winged eagle on the ground and said that after she shot down the snow-winged eagle, she felt a little strange. After all, it was a 3rd-level eagle. How could it die so easily under their attack? Just in case, Lin Guaiguai could take action at any time. As she thought, this guy was pretending to be dead. Lin Guaiguai walked up to it and saw that the snow-winged eagle had a look of astonishment on its face and was screaming, as if telling it to let him go. But how could Lin Guaiguai let it go? He stabbed it straight into the heart with a sword and ended its life. With that, the snow-winged eagle died. The next moment, he quickly helped up the frightened girl who was sitting on the ground. "Are you okay?" The girl was almost scared to death. Tears were falling, and she cried, "Thank you so much, Senior Sister Lin. I was almost scared to death. I love you so much. I want to give birth to a baby for you." Faced with such an excited junior sister, Lin Guaiguai's mouth twitched, but it was good that she was okay. As for giving birth to a monkey, there is no need for that. Chapter 27 Blood River. Looking at the girl in front of him with stars in her eyes, Lin Guaiguai even suspected that she was a lesbian. But she knew in her heart that it was just a joke. After dealing with the body of the snow-winged eagle, she put it into a savings bag. This bag was only owned by Lin Guaiguai, and it was given to her by her master. It was 100 square meters in size. The other 6 girls looked at the bag in Lin Guaiguai's hand with envy, wishing they could have a savings bag like this in the future, so that it would be much more convenient for them to go shopping. After resting for a while, the group set out again to look for the demon. The outskirts of the dark swamp have become lively at this moment. All the boys and girls who came for the trial have encountered their first demon, and some have encountered it for the second time. They were chasing those low-level demons in the jungle. Even though those demons knew they could not win and wanted to escape, the boys and girls did not give them a chance. Instead, Chun Shang chased and killed them, and then collected their bodies. At this moment, Lin Guaiguai and others came to a stream. Seeing the sound of flowing water coming from not far away, a girl hurried over. There seems to be water ahead. When she got close to the stream, she collapsed to the ground with a plop. Her face full of horror, and a scream came out of her mouth. "Ah! What's wrong?" Lin Guaiguai and others who were still behind looked at each other and rode forward at full speed. When they saw the stream clearly, they all looked horrified and could not believe it. The stream they saw led to somewhere deep in the dark swamp, and the water in it had been dyed blood red. It was unclear whether it was human blood or demon blood. The scene was extremely shocking. "This is a river of blood," Lin said obediently. She had seen in the information before that there was a world-famous blood river in the Black Swamp. For some reason, the entire river was dyed blood red. As time passed, the blood color became darker and darker, as if something was replenishing its blood. Not only that, there are also some special monsters living under this blood river. How special are they? After investigating the monsters in the blood river, the weakest one has the strength of level 5. What the 7 women saw was not the main river, but a branch river, forming a small stream that was 5 meters wide. It was estimated that its middle end was connected to the main river. Lin Guaiguai's expression began to change. Why did the blood river appear on the outskirts of the dark swamp? Doesn't the information say that it's only found in deep places? Or is it because of the blood river itself? Lin Guaiguai didn't know why the blood river appeared here. He just knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Blood river? I seem to have heard of it before. Isn't this a question that used to appear in our high school textbooks? I remember it seemed very dangerous. As the girl who had collapsed on the ground in fear was helped up, everyone seemed to remember. Their faces changed in shock. "Let's get out of here. I remember there seems to be a very powerful demon in the blood river." A weaker woman spoke up, hiding behind several sisters. She couldn't help shivering all over and felt scared when she saw the bloody stream. Gurgle. Everyone swallowed unconsciously, and just as they were about to retreat, something strange happened. Several monsters emerged from the woods behind them. looking panic-stricken, with wounds on their bodies and blood constantly flowing out. When they saw the blood river, it was as if they had seen a savior, and they rushed towards it without regard for their lives. Behind them were a dozen young men chasing after them. The 7 girls saw that they were all from their own academy, and the strongest among them was only in the late yellow star stage. As for why they came here, it must be because those monsters led them here. Still want to run? Flame palm. Take my sword. More than a dozen people attacked 5th and 3rd level demons, but they were naturally unable to withstand the attack of the crowd. Instantly, screams were heard, and the 4 monsters were killed on the spot. Only the most powerful 3rd order monster survived. It endured the severe pain in its body and used its front paws to move towards the blood river little by little. 5 meters. 4 meters. Its slow crawling did not attract anyone's attention. After all, it was a dying monster, so there was no need to pay so much attention to it. Only then did they notice the 7 women watching them nearby. When they saw Lin Guaiguai, the men in the team's eyes lit up. Junior sister Lin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a fate. Immediately, several people walked towards them, with surprise on their faces. Several girls in their team, however, looked hostile and turned their heads away with disdain. Isn't he just the apprentice of the dean? What's so great about that? Although they said so, they were still very envious of Lin Guaiguai. Ever since she was accepted as a personal disciple by the dean, people followed her wherever she went, trying to please her. They also really want this kind of life where they are flattered, especially by senior brother Bai Yi. Why did this woman get the attention of senior brother Bai Yi? Why couldn't it be them? Lin Guaiguai heard this and answered them with a smile. What a coincidence, everyone. As I looked around, I didn't recognize any of them. When they heard Lin Guaiguai's words, everyone was very excited. But they didn't know that the monster behind them had already crawled into the blood river. A splash sound of falling into the water was heard, and everyone turned their heads, only to find that the monster crawling on the ground had disappeared. Gurgle, gurgle. As the monster disappeared, the originally calm blood river began to boil wildly like boiling water, with blood, dragon-like water columns rising into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted. Oh no, a demon is coming out. Lin Guaiguai hurriedly pulled her teammates and prepared to leave, but she found that a huge blood formation had appeared around them at some point, trapping all of them in the middle. By the time everyone realized they were trapped, it was too late. The blood river was boiling along with the blood gas, and bubbles appeared on the surface one after another. Boo! When the blood bubble burst, a strong smell of blood came to the nose, which was extremely pungent. It's smelly, fishy, and very disgusting. After inhaling the gas, many people began to feel dizzy, and their whole bodies began to stagger. Oh no, those gases are poisonous. Hold your breath and don't smell them. Someone shouted in surprise, and everyone immediately covered their noses and held their breath, for fear of inhaling the gas into their bodies. Several people fell to the ground and fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. No one cared about the person who fell to the ground, because they were afraid that they couldn't even protect themselves now. The next second, with a series of earth-shaking movements, the temperature of the blood river began to gradually rise, and countless birds and low-level monsters flew out from the surrounding mountains and forests, wailing loudly and fleeing into the distance. Their uneasy looks clearly showed that they were trying to escape from this place, as if something terrifying was coming. Or rather, they are afraid of the demon that is about to awaken in the lake. I haven't eaten humans for a long time, but today there are so many of them. God help me. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 28: The Demonic Tribe. The guy in the blood river is so terrifying. He has created such a terrifying momentum before he shows up, which makes people feel afraid. I wonder who he is and how powerful he is. Everyone looked towards the blood river curiously, only to see that it suddenly stopped boiling and a black figure slowly emerged from the bubbling blood water. He looked very similar to a human, but what was striking was his blood-black skin, naked body, a piece of cloth covering his lower body, and 2 pairs of curved horns on his head. Demons! When they saw him, everyone present was startled. They recognized the other person's identity at a glance and were frightened. They hurriedly moved away from him, with deep shock and vigilance in their eyes. Demon? He is a member of the demon clan. No one expected that they would encounter a demon here. Haven't the demons appeared for a long time? Why did they meet them today? It is rumored that the demons feed on the flesh and blood of humans and monsters. Their overall strength is much stronger than that of both humans and monsters. They are almost invincible at the same level. Not only that, They are also bloodthirsty and can devour flesh and blood to strengthen their own strength. In front of him, everyone is just flesh and blood. With his terrifying strength, he can probably kill them all easily. Many people began to panic and fled in all directions. But they were bounced back by a blood-colored formation. At that moment they realized that there was no way to retreat. When the demons appeared, he had already trapped them here. You can't escape. In my domain, even gods can't save you, let alone little guys like you who don't even have the strength of a king. Ha 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 ha, just become my food. The demon became ferocious, scaring a group of people so much that their faces turned pale. His claws reached out to grab one of them. A male disciple next to Lin Guaiguai had his head grabbed by a bloody hand and slowly rose into the air towards the demon. Help! Help! The man who was caught was so scared that he peed his pants, and yellow liquid spurted out. The demon became furious upon seeing this. Bastard! Then he pinched it hard. No, no, ah! Amid the other party's screams, the demon crushed his head, and red and white liquid dripped onto the ground. Everyone was frightened by this scene and their faces turned pale. Some people even fainted from fright, and some women were so scared that they peed their pants and cried. Mom, I'm so scared. Help. Someone please save us. Woo-woo. I don't want to take the trial anymore. I want to go home. Quickly crush the rescue beads. Let the teacher come and save us. Most people were simply frightened and collapsed to the ground, breaking down and crying. Only 4 or 5 people remained rational and crushed the life-saving beads in their hands. In this way, the 2 teachers would come to rescue them. Yes, yes, please help me. Several people were so frightened that they took out the beads for help and crushed them, and Lin Guaiguai, who was behind them, did the same. Judging from his aura alone, this demon is not someone a weak woman like her can kill. His strength is at least beyond that of a half-king, and may even be at the level of a king. Hearing the screams of the crowd, the demon laughed wildly. He enjoyed the wailing of humans very much. The more scared they were, the more excited he became. He threw the corpses into the river of blood. Gurgle, gurgle. When the blood river came into contact with the corpse, it seemed to have life. Countless blood turned into greedy monsters and devoured his corpse. What delicious food. The demon licked his lips with enjoyment, as if he was lingering on the delicious taste. As for why he licked his lips, maybe the blood was connected to his mouth. Otherwise there is something wrong. Now it's your turn. Just as he opened his claws again, an iron eagle struck directly at the demon's blood-red shield. Boom. However, under the powerful dive impact of the iron eagle, the blood-colored shield was not damaged at all. Not even the fur fell off, it just made a crisp sound. Chant. The iron eagle was flung away. Seeing this scene, the demon sneered. A mere low-level demon beast dares to break through this king's domain? How ridiculous. Stop it, you beast. An angry shout was heard from the sky, and a lightsaber fell from the sky, piercing through the blood-colored shield with great force and inserted in front of the demon, breaking the blood-colored shield. Then 2 familiar figures appeared in front of everyone. The sword they just struck was a powerful sword condensed by the 2 of them using their spiritual power together. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to break the blood-colored shield of the demon with one blow. Teacher Tang and Teacher Zhao are here. We are saved. There's help, there's help. Teacher Tang, Teacher Zhao, please save us. Tang Hao is killed by this abominable demon. The 2 people who came were the teachers Tang and Zhao they mentioned. When the students saw the 2 of them, it was as if they had seen a light. They were originally frightened, but suddenly they calmed down. Their hearts were trembling with excitement, and they almost thought they were going to die. Not only the 2 of them, the 4 generals in the darkness have been watching. As long as that guy dares to attack Lin Guaiguai, the 4 of them will attack quickly. They would not take action easily when Lin Guaiguai was not attacked. As for the others, they were not part of their mission, so if they died, they died. You're here so quickly? I want to eat 2 more to perk me up. When the demon saw the 2 men coming, he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he became even more arrogant and did not take them seriously at all. Hearing this, the 2 teachers paused for a moment and observed the demon in front of them. They were surprised to find that they could not see through his strength. The demons have not appeared in recent years. If they had not received distress signals from more than a dozen disciples, they probably would not have known that they were facing demons who had disappeared for several years. As soon as they received the signal, they rushed over with all their might, because this was sent by more than 10 disciples at the same place, which made them anxious and afraid of being late. You beast, you want to eat our students from Yutian College. You are courting death. Teacher Tang shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly. The long sword on the ground rose up from the ground, revealing its sharp edge. Boom! The long sword rose up and went straight to the demon's forehead. The terrifying aura made the surrounding trees tremble. With one sword, the ground shattered and sand and rocks flew everywhere, which shows how terrifying this sword is. Teacher Zhao did not dare to be negligent. He took out his own weapon and attacked like Teacher Tang. "You are such a jerk, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert?" The demon sneered upon seeing this and waved his hand. The blood next to him began to condense into countless pairs of blood-colored tentacles, which blocked the demon's way and tried to grab the two swords. Sure enough, the two swords broke through the 10,000 hands, and they were cut mercilessly like pieces of paper, passing through them and attacking the demon's face. Just when everyone thought they were about to succeed, an accident happened. Bang! The next second, the two swords were easily grasped in the demon's hands and broke into two halves with a click. What? Chapter 29: The Horrifying Shadow of the Demon God. The two teachers stared in astonishment. The opponent actually took their attacks with his bare hands and crushed their swords. Hateful. How strong are these demons? Even demons of the same level as them would not underestimate these two swords, but he easily took them and held them in his hands. Unless the strength of this demon has reached the master level, it would not be so easy. Not bad, not bad. You can break my defense easily. It seems that I still underestimated you two. But can you two take my next move? The demon's eyes changed with a strong aura of violence. Blood rushed into the sky behind him, and a stream of blood with terrifying energy continued to condense into a phantom. Boom! Suddenly, the sky was covered in blood, and a huge vortex condensed in the air. Blood clouds covered the sun, and blood-red thunder blasted towards the shadow like a poisonous snake. With a bang, the blood-colored shadow finally condensed into shape, and a roar was heard as the heaven and earth trembled. Roar! The shadow of the demon god emerged. It was like a king from hell. Its powerful and terrifying oppressive force made sweat break out on everyone's forehead. This tall and mighty demon god really made people tremble with fear. The two teachers felt the same way when they saw this. Just by the appearance of this demon, they knew that the two were not on the same level and seemed to be even higher than them. After a careful inspection, it was found that the strength of this demon god's phantom had reached the terrifying late stage of the venerable level. With such terrifying strength, it would be easy to kill them instantly. Bestiality. Wanxiang. Teacher Tang's heart tightened, and he used his life-saving skill Wanxiang. A white light enveloped his body and all the frightened disciples beside him. At Mr. Zhao's command, his whole body was covered with red scales. A pair of animal ears appeared on his head, and a huge blood wolf appeared behind him. His strength was even improved to a higher level, reaching the early stage of the venerable level. This is his awakened beast, the blood scale wolf. It looks like an ordinary wolf, but its body is covered with scales that resemble fish scales. It is an extremely powerful protective animal soul. In this world, awakened people can not only awaken the power of elements, but also awaken the beast souls and some ordinary cold weapons. Except for the elements which are not divided into high and low but only special, like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are ordinary elements, while ice, wind, and thunder are classified as special elements. All awakened people are strong. The beast souls and cold weapons are divided into grades 1 to 9, and the types include strong attack, defense, both strong attack and defense, and auxiliary. The beast soul blood scale wolf held by Teacher Zhao is surprisingly of 5th grade existence. As long as a warrior with a beast soul reaches the level of half-lord, he can enjoy all the power of his beast soul and achieve the terrifying bestiality. It can also be understood as a fusion of one man and one beast, becoming a half-man, half-beast state with greatly enhanced strength. He actually reached the venerable level by transforming into a beast, but it's still not good enough in my eyes. The demon was slightly stunned when he saw this, then he burst into laughter, and the shadow of the demon god behind him slapped everyone. Anyone who wants to hurt me must step over my body first. Teacher Zhao roared and took the initiative to attack, rushing forward with all his strength, and only his afterimage could be seen. He knew that he might die if he took the slap, but he would not allow anyone to touch the students. Even if he died, he would protect the students' safety, and he would die heroically. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground broke into pieces and dust flew everywhere. If it weren't for Teacher Tang's protection, if the attack had affected them, they would all have died. After transforming into a beast, Teacher Zhao took the slap from it. Then he was slapped and flew away, knocking down countless trees. Although the attack only affected a few people, Mr. Tang's appearance was broken by the terrifying force, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He used all his strength to bless Wanxiang, fearing that the attack between the two would affect them. Puff. The two teachers spat out blood and fell to the ground. Teacher Tang. Teacher Zhao. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were filled with tears. They felt sorry and heartbroken. At the same time, they felt very regretful. If they had not come here chasing the monster, this might not have happened. It's sad, lamentable, and pitiful. The devil laughed wildly. Under the blessing of his devil, no one could stop him. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Turn into my food. As the shadow of the demon faded away, the water of the blood river turned into a huge bloody mouth full of fangs, trying to swallow everyone. At this moment, the four generals in secret took action. They had been watching from the side and never showed up until Lin Guaiguai was in no danger. They thought the two humans should be able to survive, but they were easily killed in seconds. The four generals knew that they were no match for the demon, but they were immortal and were not afraid at all. They have only one purpose, which is to protect Lin Guaiguai. Countless black shadows emerged from the darkness and attacked together with their four generals. They formed a black circle, surrounding the demon in the middle, led by the four generals, with countless pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him. Faced with the sudden scene, everyone was stunned, and the bloody mouth disappeared. How did these things come about? What? What the hell? What the hell is that? What a weird look. Is he also from the demon clan? The students exclaimed and talked about it. They seemed to be safe. Could these people be here to rescue them? Then hundreds of ninja shadows emerged from under Lin Guaiguai's feet, and under the latter's astonished gaze, the ninja shadows protected her in the center. Lin Guaiguai's heart was beating wildly as he was surrounded. Who were these people? Why were they surrounding him? And why were their eyes red? They didn't look like human beings at all. Lin Guaiguai was extremely scared, but she found that these people did not seem to be hostile to her, but were protecting her instead. This made her very curious. Why did they protect me? However, the people around were stunned, thinking that these people wanted to catch Lin Guaiguai, and began to panic. It turned out that they were not good people either. At the same time, they were very clear in their minds, and even a few girls in their team began to make sarcastic remarks. Only the 6 girls in Lin Guaiguai's team looked worried. They wanted to go up, but were stopped by the 2 teachers. They stared at the Black Shadow Army in amazement. Wasn't this the organization that caused trouble in the Death Forest? Why would they protect Lin Guaiguai? Or did they want to kidnap him? Did Lin Guaiguai have some unspeakable secrets? The 2 teachers were confused. Demon? No. You don't have demonic energy, human? I can tell from the looks of it that you're not. The demon said in surprise, stopped attacking, and stared at these people who suddenly appeared with curiosity. Facing so many people, his expression did not change at all. He was not afraid at all. It was the first time he had seen something like the Black Shadow Army. They were neither human nor demon nor beast, and they did not even have a breath of life, as if they were dead. Before the 4 generals could respond, a majestic and young voice came from the sky. Nijia, Lazo, Bart, Samo, the 4 of you should retreat. Chapter 30. Lin Guaiguai starts to doubt his life. Upon hearing this, the 4 generals drove away the Black Shadows and returned to the Black Shadow Kingdom. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but rush over to see what kind of person could command these people, but they only saw a stunningly handsome man flying in the air. In an instant, all the girls present couldn't help but open their red lips. What a handsome guy. Oh my God. Why is he flying in the air? Is he here to rescue us? This guy is so handsome. A man couldn't help but mutter. He had to admire the man's looks. When they saw him, everyone finally couldn't hold it back anymore and became excited. Just by watching him flying in the air, you can tell that he must be very powerful, and he is also very handsome. He is truly a peerless young man in the world, and a beautiful woman like Jade. When Lin Guaiguai saw the familiar figure, his whole body changed from being heavy-hearted to a bright smile, and he was surprised. Elder brother. Lin Guaiguai was completely stunned. The person who came was actually her brother Lin Tian, and he was flying in the sky at the moment, looking like a strong man. This made her eyes widen, staring at Lin Tian in the air in disbelief. She still didn't understand what kind of person her brother was after all this time. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't practice, working hard to earn tuition and living expenses for herself, with the goal of letting her go to a good school, but now he was flying in the sky. Lin Guaiguai's 3 views exploded and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Heaven. Flying in the sky. My brother is flying in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but doubt her brother's identity. In fact, her brother was not an ordinary person. Was he pretending to be like this? Was he deceiving me all along? Was he trying to make me mature earlier? Or was he testing me? Now the time was ripe, and she was ready to tell her. Yes, yes, yes. It must be like this. My brother must have hidden from him the fact that he is a strong man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fly in the sky, and he wouldn't be able to command those half-human, half-ghost creatures just now. In just a few tens of seconds, Lin Guaiguai had already thought of scenarios in his mind. Her brother is actually a hidden boss who has been hiding it from her for some reason. Wait. I thought of different versions at least 10 times, and I decided that my brother must be no ordinary person. The word brother attracted the people next to her and the two teachers. Everyone looked at Lin Guaiguai and then looked up at the man in the sky. However, the person who came was Lin Tian. He had actually arrived a long time ago and had been secretly observing Lin Guaiguai, wanting to see how her cultivation had been going recently. Lin Tian had been following her since they killed the snow-winged eagle until this demon appeared. However, Lin Tian was not in a hurry to take action, but stood by and watched to see how his sister would respond. As a result, it was obvious that she was frightened and trembling. Apart from her frightened look, Lin Tian actually wanted to laugh. Although he felt distressed, he still couldn't help laughing. Floating in the air is not something that ordinary warriors can do, let alone doing it as easily and freely as Lin Tian does. The demon and the two teachers stared at Lin Tian. They can only fly in the air for a short time. It seems that the strength of the person in front of them is extraordinary. Junior sister Lin, he is your brother? Is this true? Senior sister Lin. Seeing Lin Guaiguai calling the man brother, the disciples became curious. They put their current situation aside and stared at Lin Guaiguai like curious babies. Seeing their enthusiastic looks, Lin Guaiguai frowned and nodded. Wow. There was a burst of exclamations. It was hard to believe that he was really Lin Guaiguai's brother. So powerful. Who are you? Why are you interrupting my good time? Although the demon had some concerns, he did not think that Lin Tian was that strong. With his strength, he could easily fly. However, he became alert because he could not figure out Lin Tian's strength. Me? A dying person doesn't need to know. Lin Tian has no good feelings towards the people of the demon clan. When Lin Tian saw him, he felt like he saw an enemy. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the air around him instantly dropped, becoming icy and stimulating. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, staring at the demon. The demon only felt that he was being stared at by a ferocious wolf. The feeling made him feel suffocated and even unable to resist. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the demon exhaled a heavy breath, and he was already sweating all over. This person is scary. The demon could see death in his eyes. With just a look, everyone present fell to their knees with a thud, their heads lowered, unable to lift them up and unable to move at all. Only the demons were struggling and even resisting. It was impossible to make them kneel down. The demons were too proud to admit defeat. Ah! With a loud bang, the demon was directly grabbed by a mysterious force, escaped from the blood river, and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. Snap! Suddenly the ground broke into pieces like a spider web. Not only that, his legs sank directly into it, keeping him in a kneeling position. Under Lin Tian's pressure, his proud head knocked towards the ground bit by bit. The demon had a look of pain on his face. The powerful force made it hard for him to breathe, and even his whole body was out of control and he couldn't move. Not only will you have to kneel on the ground, but you will also have to hit your head later. Ah! Snap! Suddenly the demon screamed again. The ground collapsed, and all his bones cracked. Blood gushed out of his capillaries uncontrollably, bleeding from all 7 orifices, turning him into a bloody man. Click! Click! The bones in his body exploded one after another, and his entire huge body collapsed, as if he had shrunk together by shrinking his bones. In fact, his bones turned into ashes, and without the support of bones, he overlapped together. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the adults will not let you go. Finally, the demon became frightened and terrified. He began to beg for mercy, like a stray dog. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Lin Tian shook his head and ended his life. Well, the next second, the demon collapsed to the ground, deader than dead. The ground around him was covered with blood, and that blood was slowly flowing towards the blood river, as if something was drawing it in. The demon now has lost his former majesty and dignity, and his entire body is like a 1,000-layer pancake, causing people around him to shiver. Lin Guaiguai's brother is so scary. The demon that even their teacher couldn't defeat was now easily crushed by Lin Guaiguai's brother, without even having the chance to resist. Even the two teachers' faces changed. It was the first time they had seen this kind of death, and they were afraid of Lin Tian. Fortunately, he was one of their own, otherwise, all of them would probably die. It's so terrifying. The girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Even Lin Guaiguai was the same and almost vomited. My brother is so cruel, but so awesome. The next second, she, who was still afraid, immediately had little hearts in her eyes and looked at Lin Tian, who had a cold and ruthless face, as if he were her idol. Lin Tian also noticed his sister's gaze. Then he put away his expression and responded with a smile. Hi, my dear sister. Chapter 31. I have a sister like this in my life. What else can I ask for? Hi, my dear sister. Lin Tian greeted Lin Guaiguai as if nothing had happened, as if everything he had just done was not done by him. He changed from being brutal and cruel to being approachable and amiable now, switching between the two at will. If not for the fact that everyone had witnessed what just happened, I would have believed it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have received 1 lottery ticket and plus 100 points. The system's prompt came late, but Lin Tian automatically ignored it. Lin Tian came down from the sky and slowly walked towards Lin Guaiguai. The people around him consciously made way for fear of offending Lin Tian. You know, he was the one who easily crushed the demon. He didn't even move his hands and killed the other party with his pressure. This kind of terrifying strength was the first time they had seen it. They couldn't help but compare Dawu with him to see which one was stronger, and then they laughed at themselves. The dean is at least an emperor. How could he be on the same level as the dean? Little did they know that Lin Tian could easily defeat the god in their hearts. Looking at Lin Tian walking towards him step by step, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but pounce on him. Elder brother. She was so aggrieved that she almost cried in Lin Tian's arms. She almost thought she was dead before, and she was ready to make arrangements for her funeral. At the same time, she was wondering if her brother would collapse when he knew she was dead. Her brother really gave her hope time and time again. When she was a child, and now, as long as her brother appeared, she would definitely be safe. The beauty in his arms cried softly, and Lin Tian touched her little head. Sister, do you think I'm awesome? Lin Tian had an exaggerated look of expectation on his face, and he was completely different from the cold and indifferent male god just now. This inadvertently surprised everyone, and they all thought to themselves what a vicious statement this was. Seeing this, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a beautiful girl. She praised, it's really amazing, so awesome. Brother YYDs. You are worthy of being my brother. Lin Guaiguai smiled charmingly, which made the young men around her completely fascinated. Lin Tian didn't feel much. He just thought his sister was silly and cute. At the same time, he was very happy in his heart. He felt so flattered by his sister's praise. So comfortable. Praise me more. I like this kind of. In front of his family, Lin Tian had no restraint at all, because this was their daily life before. He didn't want their relationship to change because of his sister's practice and his affairs. 666. My dear brother. Oh, I don't know how someone just now pressed me to the ground with such pressure that I couldn't move. I even kowtowed to him. Suddenly Lin Guaiguai became sarcastic, his little eyes full of anger. Recalling the scene just now, I fell to my knees, unable to lift my head, and kowtowed to my brother. She was not angry, but wanted to see how her brother would react, and then she would be fine if he could coax her. However, Lin Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said apologetically, "Ha ha ha, I didn't notice. After saying this, Lin Tian turned his head away, feeling a little guilty, not daring to look directly into Lin Guaiguai's angry little eyes. Seeing that he looked guilty, Lin Guaiguai simply pinched his right ear with his hand, looking angry, just like an angry kitten, which was very cute. Tell me, did you do this on purpose? Did you deliberately make me kneel on the ground and kowtow to you? Did you sincerely want to see me make a fool of myself? Ouch, 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 it hurts, ouch, be gentle. How could I, your brother, do that on purpose? I just didn't notice you at that time. Ha ha ha. Oh, you mean you don't care about me? No, no, no. You are my dear sister. How could I not care about you and love you so much? Hee. This time it's almost the same. Lin Guaiguai let go of her hand without feeling sorry for Lin Tian, because she knew in her heart that her brother didn't even feel anything and they were just joking. Lin Tian pretended to rub his ear as if it hurt, But Lin Guaiguai rolled his eyes at him, and the latter gave an awkward smile. It was discovered. Although the two were just playing around, they were showing affection in the eyes of everyone. If they hadn't just found out that they were siblings, they would have suspected that they were a couple and were deliberately showing affection in front of them. Okay, no more trouble. Lin obediently spoke up to stop the farce and looked at the people around him. Is everyone okay? Lin Guaiguai almost forgot about them. She looked over and saw her 6 teammates staring at their brother with squinting faces, as if they wanted to strip him naked. Even when Lin Guaiguai walked in front of them, they were still staring at Lin Tian intently, not paying any attention to Lin Guaiguai next to them. Hey, why don't you all go serve my brother? Lin obediently pushed all of them, and the 6 of them finally reacted. Pa. Senior sister Lin, what are you talking about? How is it possible? Pa, so superficial. Senior sister Lin didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually want to push us to your brother. Come on. It's not impossible. I can do it with such a handsome and strong man. Faced with 6 people who looked like they didn't want it, but wanted it, Lin Guaiguai felt terrible. You really dare to say that? The eyeballs were almost sticking to my brother. Then why are you still staring at my brother with lustful eyes? Lin asked back obediently. However, it was immediately refuted. Impossible, I didn't. You're talking nonsense. I'm just looking at the handsome scenery. Am I that kind of person? Am I someone whose legs go weak when I see a handsome guy? The man's legs were shaking as he said this. It's not impossible, as long as your brother doesn't mind. A girl said shyly, her face flushed all the way to her neck. Lin Guaiguai. My defense is broken. I am so convinced. These are a bunch of shameless women. Lin Guaiguai wants to beat them up. When she was with me before, how could she be so cold and arrogant in front of the group of male disciples? Did she lose it? She can't even raise her head in front of my brother. I am so angry. My teammates are all so weird. Isn't my brother handsome? Is it necessary to be so crazy about him? I am also convinced. With a sister like this in my life, what else could I ask for? Hearing those words, just go and scout my brother, Lin Tian was almost moved to tears. His sister actually really wanted to do what she said. She said she would push the senior sisters and junior sisters to me, and she really did it. So touching. The male disciples. They were heartbroken that all these junior and senior sisters had betrayed them. Woo. My young heart was hurt 1,000 times. Why is there such a handsome guy in the world? And he is so powerful, God. Why on earth is this happening? They were extremely dissatisfied, but they could only watch helplessly, feeling envious and jealous. Ahem. Chapter 32 Advanced Healing Pill. Ahem. Could you please pay attention to our 2 injured people? Teacher Tang spoke silently at the side, but he was in awe of Lin Tian. This man was not only Lin Guaiguai's brother, but also very powerful. The demons who they were helpless against were crushed to death by him in minutes. They had no power to resist at all, and did not even do anything themselves. The 2 were seriously injured and exhausted both physically and mentally. If they hadn't been protecting the disciples, they could have escaped unscathed. Although the demons were very powerful, they still had many skills to escape. I never expected that a mere trial would actually lead to the emergence of the demon. When they were talking, everyone noticed that they were still injured. Before, everyone had been paying attention to Lin Tian and had forgotten about the 2 of them. Teacher Tang, Teacher Zhao, are you okay? Everyone saw their bravery. When they saw the 2 men struggling to get up from the ground, the disciples felt a pang of sadness. If it wasn't for protecting them, the teacher wouldn't have done this. Because of their willfulness, the teacher was seriously injured. Many female disciples couldn't help crying, and the male disciples also had red eyes. It's nothing serious. I'm glad you're all okay. Cough, cough. Teacher Tang was fine, but the beastly teacher Zhao started coughing after he finished speaking, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that he was seriously injured. After all, he was the man who took the devil's attack head-on. Seeing that Teacher Zhao was about to fall, several students hurriedly supported him. Teacher Zhao, if it weren't for your protection, I'm afraid we would all be dead. Teacher, please don't move. What if you touch the wound? Who has the elixir? I don't have any. I ran out of them a few days ago. I don't have any either. If anyone has any healing pills, please bring them out quickly. What are you waiting for? I have one here. A student hiding at the back took out a white pill from his arms and handed it to his senior brother, who quickly snatched it away and gave it to Teacher Zhao. It's useless. This kind of medicine can only heal external injuries, but Mr. Zhao has internal injuries. Teacher Tang shook his head and said, he also looked at Teacher Zhao with a worried look. His situation was not good. Now Teacher Zhao's face is pale, his lips are bloodless, and he looks like he will fall to the ground at any time. He didn't have the habit of carrying pills with him when he went out, otherwise he would have taken them out long ago. Teacher Tang is right. I suffered internal injuries. Hearing this, Teacher Zhao smiled bitterly. What should we do? Let's go back quickly. The elders must have a solution. Yeah. Let's go back quickly. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. Lin Guaiguai also had a worried look on his face. Lin Tian saw all of this. Those two teachers were indeed worthy of the title of teachers. They were willing to go to such extremes to protect their students. Lin Tian really admired them. Teacher Zhao was seriously injured, and his body was filled with demonic energy. His internal organs were oppressed, and he showed signs of bleeding. He used 2,000 points from the system to redeem 2 advanced healing pills. I have some here. Lin Tian spoke slowly at the side and threw 2 high-level healing pills. Upon seeing this, the 2 of them quickly caught it, staring at the fragrant healing pill in their hands with a look of shock. It was snow white all over with some cloud-like patterns on it. As soon as it appeared, everyone present smelled its intoxicating fragrance. Advanced healing pills? Senior, you absolutely cannot do that. It would be a waste to use such a thing on the 2 of us. Take it back quickly. The 2 men's faces changed, and they quickly returned it to Lin Tian. They would never take such a high-level elixir even if they were beaten to death. Pills are also divided into grades. They are ordinary, excellent, medium, advanced, and god level. What is available on the market are generally ordinary and fine products, while medium-level ones are only owned by some powerful forces, and high-level ones are extremely rare. Even in their academy, there are not many of them, and they are all in the hands of the elders and the dean. God-level ones have never been seen before. 7 or 8 years ago, they were fortunate enough to be awarded a few by the dean, but something happened in the following years and they used them. But now, Lin Tian, who had only met them once, casually threw this high-level elixir to them. Although they wanted it very much, they knew very well how important this kind of medicine was. It's okay. I still have this thing. Lin Tian, on the other hand, looked indifferent. He exchanged it from the system because of the 2 men's kindness in risking their lives to protect his sister. Otherwise, he would not give it to them easily. Lin Guaiguai was a little angry when he heard this, but he felt distressed and quickly stuffed the pills back into the 2's hands and spoke at the same time. Teachers, just accept it. This is also my brother's intention. Didn't you hear it? My brother still has a lot. Take it. Lin Guaiguai didn't know the grade of this elixir, but just from the elixir cloud and fragrance, she could be sure that this elixir was definitely not of good quality. Otherwise, the 2 teachers wouldn't have reacted so strongly. She didn't feel bad. Her brother actually said there were a lot, so it would be okay to give him 2. Besides, the 2 men were injured because of them. Looking at the pills in their hands, the 2 looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Tian in front of them, but the other party didn't even look at them. After struggling for a while, they both clasped their fists in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. We will respectfully obey your orders. The 2 of them excitedly stuffed the pill into their mouths. It melted in their mouths, and the medicinal effect took effect immediately, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did the external injuries of the 2 men heal, but even their internal injuries did as well. Their strength was restored to its original peak. This pill not only cured their injuries, but also made them full of strength despite being tired. They felt they could withstand another blow from the demon. To be honest, they felt a little sad that an advanced healing pill was gone, but they were extremely grateful to Lin Tian in their hearts. Senior, I, Zhao Dezhu, Tang Laowa, have no way to repay your kindness today. The 2 said in unison, their faces full of awe. Senior, if you need us any help in the future, please let us know. Zhao Dezhu and Tang Laowa both knelt on one leg and spoke with a solemn look on their faces. It is not an exaggeration to say that the man in front of them is their benefactor. Lin Tian heard this and said, that's not necessary. I just have one small request. Please speak, Senior. I will do my best to help you. The 2 listened attentively, just like 2 students listening to their teacher. Please take better care of my sister in the future. This was Lin Tian's only request. He also wanted Lin Guaiguai to have a better life in the academy, so that some blind people would not provoke her. What he cared about most was Lin Guaiguai's safety. At the same time, he was thinking that he had to add another wave of black shadows and upgrade them to the venerable or emperor level. Even if they were numerous, they would still not be enough in front of his strength. Hearing this, the 2 of them nodded in unison. They would definitely take good care of Lin Guaiguai in the future. If any brat dared to be rude to her, they would be the first to disagree. Well, get up. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction and touched the little head of his sister next to him. While Lin Guaiguai looked very happy, her little face was rosy and very cute, and she was extremely happy in her heart because she knew that her brother cared about her very much. Yes. The two of them then got up from the ground. At this time, rustling footsteps were heard from the woods behind. Only a few hesitant voices were heard. Teacher Tang, Teacher Zhao, Junior Sister Lin, Senior Sister Lin. What on earth happened? Why was there such a big commotion just now? What on earth happened? By the way, where is Senior Sister Yin? Have you seen her? Chapter 33. Something happened to Yin Shuefei. The people who came were the disciples who were undergoing trials nearby. They noticed what was happening here from the very beginning and could only use 2 words to describe it: horrifying. The commotion here was so earth-shattering that they were so scared that they quickly moved away for fear of being affected. At the same time, he was also very curious about what had happened, and even wondered if the people in his academy had encountered some powerful monster. They also went to call the 2 teachers, but they could not find them. Just when the noise died down and they felt safe, everyone came here in groups to check the situation. They found that not only the 2 teachers and Lin Guaiguai and others were here, but there was also a long blood river not far away. When they saw the blood river, their faces changed, as if they could guess something. After all, they also understood that the appearance of the blood river represented danger. But fortunately they are all safe. Who is this handsome guy? Soon they noticed Lin Tian, who was calm and collected, and they were puzzled. However, the girls behind him widened their eyes and stared at Lin Tian. He was such a handsome guy. It would be strange if he didn't attract them. Those eyes seemed to be glued to Lin Tian, just like the 6 women before. The most important thing is that the 2 teachers are very respectful to the handsome guy. Could he be a big shot in the academy? They just haven't seen him before? It's all right now. Why are you here? Zhao Dezhu put on a dignified expression and said, frowning and feeling relieved. Fortunately, they didn't see it. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing. It wasn't a big problem if only a dozen people saw it, but he would feel a little embarrassed if hundreds of people saw it. After all, he is a teacher. One's authority must not be lost in the students' hearts. Just now, the disciples and others noticed the commotion here and came to check it out. We didn't expect it to be the teacher and others. The leading brother explained, and the hundreds of people around him nodded in agreement, indicating that what the senior brother said was true. Well, leave if you have nothing else to do. Continue the trial. I want to see your results later. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand, signaling them to continue the trial quickly, kill more monsters to gain points, and get their own rewards. Yes. Hearing this, everyone had no choice but to obey and retreat. After all, there was no point in staying here. It would be better to kill more monsters. Several female disciples stared at Lin Tian with reluctance and were forcibly dragged away by their teammates. At the same time, they were a little envious of Lin Tian, who was so handsome but could seduce their senior and junior sisters. By the way, where is Senior Sister Yin? Just after they left, the girl next to Lin Guaiguai suddenly spoke. She remembered what the disciple had said before, and it seemed that Senior Sister Yin had disappeared. After hearing these words, everyone suddenly realized. That seemed to be the case. They hadn't seen Senior Sister Yin since they got off Iron Flying Eagle. Has anyone seen Senior Sister Yin? I didn't see it. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads, and then they all looked at the 2 teachers, asking them if they knew where Senior Sister Yin was at the moment. However, Zhao Dezhu and Tang Laowa shook their heads. They didn't know either. In their impression, Yin Shuefei was a child who came and went without a trace. They could not find him during every trial. However, he always gave them a surprise by winning first place in every trial. Not only is she beautiful, she is also powerful and very likable. You don't have to worry. Your senior sister Yin must be nearby. She is no worse than our 2 teachers. She is very smart and will escape on her own even if she encounters danger. Tang Laowa smiled disapprovingly, feeling reassured about Yin Shuefei in his heart. The kid had been here before and was very familiar with the place. He was probably wandering in the deep areas now. When encountering danger, we will seek help from them first. I saw Senior Sister Yin heading inside. Lin Guaiguai spoke up from the side. She was also concerned about Senior Sister Yin's safety. After all, it was very dangerous in the deep places. Isn't it very dangerous in there? Senior Sister Yin went in? How could Senior Sister even think of going in when it's so dangerous? This is your first time to the trial, and you didn't know that Senior Sister Yin had left. She went in once last time and came out with the corpse of a 6th-level demon. Senior Sister Yin is not as simple as you think. She has good luck. Don't worry. A disciple who had been to the trial several times explained that he was numb to this kind of thing and that Senior Sister Yin was like a god. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. At the same time, Teng Luya said, "This disciple is right. Miss Yin will be fine." Suddenly, Zhao Deju's face changed, as if something big had happened, making him uneasy. "What's wrong, Lao Zhao?" Tang Laoa hurriedly asked when he saw this. Normally Zhao Deju wouldn't be like this. Something must have happened. "Old Tang, come with me." Something happened to Yin. Leaving behind a few words, Zhao Deju hurriedly flew into the air and headed towards the depths of the dark swamp. Tang Laoa stood there feeling a little confused. Something happened to Yin girl? Whoosh. Without thinking too much, he followed quickly without any hesitation. If anything happened to Miss Yin, it would not only be a loss for the academy, but what they were even more afraid of was her master, Ning Tianqing. He was a scary man. They couldn't afford to offend him. They left, leaving behind a group of anxious disciples who all understood that something had happened to Senior Sister Yin. In their hearts, they were very worried about Yin Shuefei's safety. After all, Yin Shuefei looked cold and people were afraid to approach her. In fact, she was a very perfect senior sister who took great care of ordinary disciples like them, and sometimes even taught them how to practice to increase their speed. Lin Guaiguai felt the same when he heard the news. Ever since she helped her drive by Yi Wei last time, Lin Guaiguai had begun to like this senior sister. In the days that followed, she had contact with Yin Shuefei many times. She originally thought that she would be rejected, but unexpectedly, the other party accepted her. Senior Sister Yin is simply a divine senior sister. Not only does she teach Lin Guaiguai how to practice martial arts, she also points out things she doesn't understand and plays dirty jokes with her. She was not as cold as the rumors said. That was only how she treated some talents. Now she is in danger, but I have no strength at all and can't help her at all. It would be a death wish if I went there. But she suddenly thought of someone. That was Lin Tian. Lin Guaiguai turned her head to look at her brother Lin Tian, and a coquettish voice came from her. "Brother? What the hell?" The sudden movement broke Lin Tian's old waist, and he got goosebumps all over his body when his sister called him brother. Although I have heard it many times, I still can't help but get goosebumps all over my body. It's not that I dislike it, but I really enjoy it. He couldn't stand his sister's coquettish behavior. She used to be like this when buying things. In the end, he would just swipe his bank card and say, "Bye, bye, bye." "Do you want me to help you find your senior sister?" Lin Tiana still didn't understand what his sister meant, but he understood it very well over the years. Hearing this, Lin Guaiguai nodded frantically like a cute hamster. He was so adorable that Lin Tianxin melted his heart. Chapter 34. The 8th level top demon devouring sky leopard. Lin Guaiguai smiled quirkily and gave Lin Tian a thumbs up, as if to say, "You know all this. You are worthy of being my brother." By the way, she hugged Lin Tian's arm, shook it constantly and said coquettishly, "Brother is the best." Seeing her acting like a spoiled child like this, which man can resist it? Those disciples wished that they were the ones who were grabbed by the arms, enjoying Lin Guaiguai's coquettishness. "I'm so envious. But I can't beat him. This is the most fucked up thing." Not to mention that they couldn't stand it. Even Lin Tian was the same. He immediately softened his heart and agreed to her. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. You're my sister after all." Lin Tian touched her little head, showing his big white teeth, and agreed. "Isn't it just finding a woman? That's not an easy thing. Hee. I know that brother treats me the best." Lin Guaiguai suddenly smiled. Her smile was so charming that it made people drool. How could there be such a beautiful little fairy in the world? If I'm not nice to you, who can I be nice to? My silly sister. Lin Tian rolled his eyes at her. If he didn't pamper her, who would? Lin nodded obediently and was filled with joy at his words. Her little face couldn't help but turn red. Which? She struggled in a low voice, as if she had something on her mind to tell Lin Tian, but she didn't dare to speak, fearing that Lin Tian would not agree, and she looked very cautious. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian asked in confusion. "Brother, can you take me with you?" Lin Guaiguai said what was in her heart a little embarrassedly. She was mainly afraid that Lin Tian would refuse her and not let her go with him. After all, it was very dangerous, but she wanted to go. Good. Lin Guaiguai widened his eyes in surprise and looked at his brother in disbelief. What made her a little overwhelmed was that her brother actually agreed. Yeah. After realizing what was happening, Lin Guaiguai was so happy that he jumped up and said, "Mua." But Lin Tian wiped his saliva in disgust and smeared it on his clothes. "Pay attention to the identity between you and me. You are my sister." Lin Tian said this a little angrily, but he was quite happy in his heart. Slightly. However, Lin Guaiguai didn't take it seriously. She made faces at him and stuck out her tongue mischievously. It really made Lin Tianxing breathless, and he could only sigh helplessly. Seeing the two of them playing like this, the people around them could only feel envy. "I really envy this kind of brother-sister relationship." Soon Lin Tian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and more than a dozen ninja figures emerged from the darkness. Their strange appearance scared everyone. How did they manage to come out of the shadows? Who exactly is Lin Guaiguai's brother? How can he command these things and be so powerful? Lin Guaiguai was the same, looking at the black shadows with some curiosity, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are they your men?" She pointed at the ninja shadows surrounding her and was very curious. After the trial was over, she would definitely interrogate her brother to find out if he was hiding something from her. "Yeah, about the same." Lin Tian touched his nose, nodded, and didn't say much, which made Lin Guaiguai touch his little head in confusion. Then a black throne appeared from the darkness in front of everyone. Under their astonished gaze, Lin Tian let Lin sit on it obediently. Lin Guaiguai, sitting on the black throne, felt a little uncomfortable and was even curious about what his brother wanted him to do by sitting on it. At this moment, she was like a queen, high above everyone else, out of reach of others, and was escorted by more than a dozen dark shadows. As Lin Tian took off, the ninja shadows also took off carrying the black throne. Of course, it is impossible for them to fly on their own. They all rely on Lin Tian in front of them. After all, their strength is still too low. They can be strengthened later. "I'm flying." Lin Guaiguai, who was sitting on it, smiled on her pretty face and exclaimed. She watched herself flying up on it with a charming gleam in her beautiful eyes, and she was as happy as a child. The brothers and sisters below were getting smaller and smaller. Under their astonished gaze, the black throne quickly went towards the depths of the dark swamp. The people below were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw and felt terrible. The other side. Yin Shuefei was lying on the ground, dying at this moment. There was not a single intact part on his body, and his wounds revealed his eerie white bones. The blood dyed the ground red, like a blooming blood rose, and the blood slid into the soil along with the grass roots like dew. Ahem. She looked pale and weak, and would cough up blood from time to time. She was extremely desperate, and probably wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. The horrific wounds on her body made her unconscious, and she couldn't feel any pain at all. And right in front of her stood a terrifying figure, staring at Yin Shuefei on the ground with eyes full of disgust. It didn't want to kill her immediately, but wanted to let this human bleed to death so that it could release its anger. It is unforgivable that a mere human at the peak of the half-king level actually wants to steal its treasure. The one in front of her is called the sky-swallowing leopard, a demon beast that can devour flesh and blood to cultivate. It has an extremely cruel personality and values money more than anything else. It likes to collect all kinds of gold, silver, jewelry, and spiritual treasures from heaven and earth. If you enter its lair, you will definitely be shocked, as it greedily wants to take everything away. It is tall and mighty, more than 10 meters tall, with golden stripes on its body full of nobility. The most frightening thing is its strength, which has reached the mid-8th level. Yen Shui flew here to find the sky-swallowing leopard, attempting to sneak into its lair and look for a magical treasure from heaven and earth called the Wang Xian fruit. She happened to see this fruit blossoming and bearing fruit when she came to the depths last time. When she was about to go up and take it, the powerful sky-swallowing leopard appeared. Fearing its strength, Yin Shuefei chose to take the long view and could only let it take it. She would not give up just like that, because this fruit was very important to her and was the key to her breakthrough to become the king. After returning, he immediately began to practice in seclusion, from the middle stage of the semi-lord to his current peak. For this fruit, she even asked her master for a few pills and some life-saving methods, just in case something unexpected happened. In fact, she had no idea, but for her own sake, she might as well give it a try. When he first arrived, the sky-swallowing leopard was not in the nest. Yin Shuefei was secretly delighted. After observing for a while, he sneaked in. He finally found the fruit among the many treasures. When he just picked up the king heart fruit and came out, he happened to meet it coming back. There was a huge gap in strength between the two, and she was subdued in one move, leaving her with no power to resist at all. Unexpectedly, The opponent was so smart that he didn't even give her the chance to use his trump card and broke her limbs in an instant. It made her feel helpless and that it was all over. She was too careless. She shouldn't have been so reckless. The only distress signal he sent out was to grit his teeth and bite the distress beads from the ground into pieces bit by bit. But these sky-swallowing leopards did not take it seriously. Human, I will stand here and watch you bleed to death. You'll know what happens when you steal my treasure. The sky-swallowing leopard's eyes were full of mockery, and its eyes, which were as big as those of a human, were fixed on the sky-swallowing leopard that was lying motionless on the ground. It has been standing here for more than 10 minutes. I have to say that this human is quite tenacious and has not died yet. But it still had the patience to wait until she died. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, a gust of wind came, blowing the leaves on the ground into the wind. Yin girl. Chapter 35 Practice hard. I will find you a sister-in-law next year. Zhao Dezhu and the other man, who arrived late, were shocked when they saw Yin Shuefei dying. But the sky-devouring leopard next to them attracted them. Fuck. Fuck. The two of them exclaimed in unison. Their faces turned ugly. One could even say they were afraid. It turned out to be the sky-swallowing leopard. Oh my god. What did you do, girl Yin, to make the sky-swallowing leopard so angry? Don't do it. You called the two of us to face the sky-swallowing leopard? Isn't this courting death? To be honest, they all regretted coming here a little. They were very familiar with this sky-devouring leopard. They had encountered it nearby a few years ago. At that time, it had already reached the peak of the 7th level and was only one step away from the 8th level. It is estimated that after so many years, it may have reached the 8th level of strength, which corresponds to the venerable level. However, they are only at the peak of the king level. Although they are only one step away from the venerable level, the difference in their combat power is like heaven and earth. Are they going to have to face the devil's pain once again? No. The two men were devastated, but they did not give up on Yin Shuefei. They would give it a try even if it meant death. Oh, are they the reinforcements you called over? They don't look that good. The 8th level monster can speak human language. The sky-swallowing leopard looked at Yin Shuefei on the ground with disdain. It looks very arrogant, but it has the capital to be arrogant. No one can save this woman from it, not even a god. Seeing that the sky-swallowing leopard didn't take them seriously and ignored them, the two became furious. But then they thought, how could such a top-level monster take them seriously? You beast, take my move. Hasn't the old man been found yet? Lin Guaiguai, who was sitting on the black throne and guarded by dozens of ninja shadows, said with some concern. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous senior sister Yin will be. She can only pray for her silently in her heart, hoping that she is okay. I found it. By the way, I'm curious, why are you so worried about her? Faced with such an enthusiastic sister, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask. From her previous attitude, Lin Tian could tell that this so-called senior sister Yin seemed to have a high status in her heart. I've never seen her so worried about someone before, and the other person was a woman. But if it was a man, Lin Tian would probably not be able to help but beat him up. When Lin Tian asked this, Lin Guaiguai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course I am worried. After all, I like her very much, and she is suitable to be my sister-in-law." Lin Guaiguai raised his eyes to Lin Tian. She did have this idea. It would be a pity if such a beautiful senior sister was given to someone else. She had planned to find some time to get familiar with Yin Shuefei and then introduce her to her brother. What if they succeeded? Isn't my brother's wife by? A long time ago, when she saw Lin Tian working everywhere to pay for her living expenses, her young heart had a small wish, which was to find a sister-in-law for her brother when she grew up. She couldn't help but feel sorry for the brother who was now 20 years old and had never had any contact with girls. When she was in high school, she wanted to push her classmate in the same grade, but later she found that he was not good enough for her brother's appearance, so she gave up. Now I finally meet someone with great cultivation and good looks. Shouldn't I show some respect to my brother? What? Lin Tian was stunned by her words and looked at her strangely. There was an unusual look in his eyes. I'm telling you, my senior sister is very beautiful and a genius. She's a top-notch goddess in the academy. You'll definitely like her after you meet her. Lin Guaiguai giggled, and his shifty look made Lin Tian speechless. Real? Lin Tian said with some disbelief, and was a little curious. Faced with his sister's kindness, how could he, as a brother, let her down? Wouldn't this hurt his sister's delicate heart? Lin Tian couldn't bear it, so he had to go over and see how beautiful she was. Of course I have to. When have I ever lied to you, my brother? Lin Guaiguai patted his chest and said with a solemn look on his face. Ups and downs. Well, That's good, but don't always worry about your brother and me. Your goal now is to practice and make me proud. Practice well when you go back, and I promise to find you a sister-in-law next year." Lin Tian patted her shoulder with relief and said, "You said so. I will practice hard after I go back, but you have to keep your word and find me a sister-in-law next year. If you don't find one, what will you say?" Lin Guaiguai said in disbelief. She doesn't know what kind of person her brother is? I guess he doesn't even have the girl's contact information now, and he's still bragging here. It seems that I have to work hard, otherwise my brother will be single for the rest of his life. Just based on your brother's handsome, suave, elegant appearance, and the appearance that everyone loves, flowers bloom when they see them and cars burst tires when they see them. Is there any woman who doesn't love me? Lin Tian raised his head proudly, his handsome face full of confidence. What if we don't find it? This was not the first time she had seen such a shameless Lin Tian. After all, her brother did have such ability. What if? Never mind if we don't find it. Forget it? Brother, how can you be a person without dreams? How can you just let it go like this? If soft tactics don't work, let's use force. Just drug her and take her away. Now that the matter is settled, isn't it? Lin Guaiguai flew into a rage upon hearing this, her pretty face showing some unhappiness. She patted the armrest beside her, stood up, and said with a dirty look on her face, "Awesome." Lin Tian couldn't help but admire his sister. He gave her a thumbs up and was speechless. "She's my sister. No one else can say such things. Just this one person. That's it." Lin Guaiguai heard this and nodded. "Arrive." Suddenly, when he was still thinking about how to push senior sister Yin to his brother, Lin Tian spoke. Seeing this, Lin obediently followed his gaze and looked at the ground. Senior sister Yin, teacher Zhao, and teacher Tang. Why was senior sister Yin lying on the ground covered in blood? And why were the two teachers injured again? Wow, what the hell is that leopard? It's so big. When he saw the sky-swallowing leopard, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Huh? 2 more humans came? Are you really asking for your own death? The sky-swallowing leopard stepped on Zhao Dezhu on the left and Tang Lao on the right. When it heard the sound coming from the air, it raised its little head and looked over. It kicked the 2 people under its feet away, and the latter spurted out a mouthful of blood. The 2 of them, like Yin Shuefei, looked dying. The injuries they received this time were more serious than those suffered by the demon before. Not only were their internal organs shattered, but even their limbs were broken. They all suspected that this sky-swallowing leopard had a habit in this regard. I saw 2 more humans who didn't know how to live or die coming over. A bunch of bastards who were afraid of my treasure. A low growl came from its mouth, full of hostility. Senior. When they saw Lin Tian flying in the air, their eyes lit up and their whole bodies began to tremble with excitement, because they knew they were saved. After all, the senior is a fierce man who can even kill demons. Wouldn't it only take a moment to kill this 8th order mid-stage sky-swallowing leopard? Junior sister Lin. Senior? Ahem. Yin Shuefei stared at the 2 people in the air in confusion. She recognized Lin Guaiguai at a glance, but she didn't know the man next to him. However, she heard the 2 teachers call him senior. He must be someone that teachers look up to, but he looks so young. He was quite handsome. What kind of man had Yin Shuefei not seen? But this was the first time she had seen someone as handsome as Lin Tian. It's a pity that he is just an old freak who has regained his youth. She knows that some seniors like to use the appearance of their youth, and Lin Tian is like that in her eyes. I don't know which old monster it is. Thinking of coughing up another mouthful of blood, her vitality became weaker and weaker. Soon her whole body began to feel weak, physically and mentally exhausted, and her vision began to blur. Chapter 36, The Godly Powerful One, is actually next to me. Senior sister Yin and teachers. Seeing this, Lin Guaiguai's pretty face turned pale, and she looked at the sky-swallowing leopard below with some fear. Even the 2 teachers were no match for it, so one could imagine how powerful it was. It gave her the same feeling as the previous demon, but the sky-swallowing leopard looked more domineering. The king's aura made her feel afraid, and she quickly looked at the brother next to her. Brother, can you beat it? She was not questioning Lin Tian's strength, but was a little worried. Otherwise, they would be committing suicide by coming here. Although she knew her brother was strong, she did not think he was invincible, nor did she know exactly what his strength was. She was still very worried in her heart. On the one hand, she was worried that her brother could not win the victory, and on the other hand, she was anxiously concerned about the 3 injured people. They treated her very well in the academy, especially senior sister Yin, who took good care of her. Unfortunately, she did not have the ability to save them. Oh, you really don't believe in your brother's ability? Lin Tian said with some amusement after hearing this. He is a powerful god, so it shouldn't be easy for him to deal with this 8th level monster, right? Hee hee. Then I feel relieved. By the way, brother, what is your strength? Honored level? Or emperor level? Lin Guaiguai asked like a curious baby, with big doubts in his little eyes. I am becoming more and more curious about my brother. If my brother is really a big shot, then wouldn't it be possible for me, as his younger sister, to rise to the top? Others knew that her brother was a big shot, so they had to respect her. Thinking about this, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but fantasize about having everything she wanted. But she was curious about how much her brother had hidden from her that she didn't know. No. Lin Tian shook his head and motioned for her to guess again. Seeing her brother's unfathomable look, Lin started to act coquettishly. Tell your good sister. That pouty little mouth made Lin Tianxin melt. Apart from anything else, his sister was really good at acting coquettishly, and she had a firm grasp on his heart. From the very beginning, he had never thought about hiding his strength, and there was no need to. Besides, his sister had already said it. Actually, I am at the god level, Lin Tian said to her with a proud look on his face, but his sister widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, What the hell? Could it be that the big boss Tiandi who broke through to the godhood that day was you, brother? This could not help but remind her of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth caused by a big boss breaking through the divine position. She was stunned. The 4 divine beasts that caught her eye for a long time, their mighty and domineering appearance, and the golden throne, directly blinded her alloy dog eyes. Even her master Daowu was very envious and proud that our Shenlong dynasty had added another powerful god after hundreds of years. At that time, she longed to become such a strong person in the future, but her master told her that as long as she practiced well, she was destined to become a godlike strong person in the future. At that time, she practiced hard, hoping to become a strong person one day. And now her brother told her that he was actually a powerful god? A powerful god is actually by my side? And he's my brother? Lin Guaiguai just felt a sense of magic, as if she was dreaming, and she didn't think her brother was bragging. She had previously thought that her brother should be at the late venerable level or emperor level, but she didn't expect that he was actually at the god level. All 3 views are destroyed, etc. Doesn't this mean that I am a 2nd-generation cultivator? Just like those 2nd-generation rich people? Thinking of this, Lin Guaiguai suddenly became enlightened and started to smile foolishly. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Are you surprised by me, your brother? When Lin Tian saw Lin Guaiguai grinning foolishly, the corner of his mouth twitched. He felt that she was thinking about something strange. He felt somewhat proud inside. What a lovely, silly sister. Hee hee. I was thinking that in the future I can show off to others that my brother is a god-level boss. Who would dare to mess with me? I feel so proud just thinking about it. Lin Guaiguai smiled. She could already imagine what her future would be like. There would definitely be a lot of people trying to please her and get closer to her brother. The most important thing is, my brother's title as a powerful god must be able to seduce, no, attract a large number of beautiful sisters. When the time comes, I will pick out a few beautiful girls to be wives for my brother, just like the emperor chooses concubines. Wouldn't that be awesome? The brother and sister were chatting carefreely, and they had completely forgotten about the beast and 3 people below. 3 people were lying on the ground, doubting their lives, but you 2 were still chatting up there. Can you please pay attention to the situation below? Roar. How dare humans ignore this king? They deserve to die. The sky-swallowing leopard was furious, with golden light shining on its body. Its terrifying aura made the 3 seriously injured people unable to breathe, and their wounds became even more horrific. A powerful sound wave went towards the air, and under this terrifying force, countless things were crushed into pieces. It seemed as if it could already see that these 2 people would be shattered by its attack. These humans and those ghosts in front of it actually dared to ignore its existence. It was simply unforgivable. Who is it? It is the sky-swallowing leopard, the overlord of this area, but now it is being ignored by 2 humans. As the king, it naturally cannot watch humans ignore it. They must be made to pay, just like the 3 people before, be defeated by it, and then be ruthlessly bled to death by it. Only in this way can its anger be eliminated. Accompanied by a roar of sound waves, the world was in chaos. Insects and birds in the forest ran around in panic, but it was too late. They were crushed to pieces by the powerful sound waves, and even if they died, no body was left. The ferocious beasts hiding in the endless swamp all hid themselves. Who had angered which lord? Many of their kind were going to die. Shivering, all the monsters in the dark swamp that were lower in level than the sky-devouring leopard hid, fearing that they would be innocently affected by the upcoming battle. When gods fight, they are the ones who suffer the most. If they are not careful, they may be affected and killed in their battle. They are very weak and helpless. If Lin Tian hadn't been there, the sky-swallowing leopard's sonic attack would probably have hurt her sister. If someone else was here, they would probably be dead. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little angry and glared at the sky-swallowing leopard below. At this time, the two of them remembered that there were 3 people waiting for them to rescue, as well as an angry monster. How terrible! Although it did not affect Lin Guaiguai, she could see the arrogance and murderous intent in its leopard eyes, which made her shiver. If it took a bite, her own people would be killed. You are just a beast, and you dare to attack me with the strength of an ant? You are courting death. With a shout, Lin Tian raised his hand and pressed it down. Boom. In an instant, the world changed drastically under the power of Lin Tian's finger. The sky-swallowing leopard seemed to be held down by some powerful force. Its limbs could not help but tremble as it knelt on the ground, creating a huge hole. The ground was torn into pieces like a spider web. Ah! The sky-swallowing leopard let out a wail, and its huge head began to press towards the ground. This was the rhythm for it to kneel down. It knew what the other party meant, so it immediately struggled and tried to stand up, using all its strength and trying its best. Even if I die, I will not kneel down. Chapter 37. Sky-swallowing leopard begs for mercy. The sky-swallowing leopard kept resisting and tried to use its own strength to stand up, but after a while there was no response at all. In front of that powerful force, the strength it possessed was like that of an ant, and it could not shake the tree at all. Especially what Lin Tian did. Now he is a man standing at the top of the world. No one can take a few moves from him, let alone an 8th-level monster. The pride in its bones makes the sky-swallowing leopard unwilling to submit. It would rather die on its knees than die. This is a shame for it, a huge shame. If it accidentally survives, who knows how many monsters will laugh at it for kneeling down to a human. As the overlord of a region, he was so powerless in front of him, without any room for resistance. He was like a god in the sky, pressing it so hard that it couldn't breathe. So strong. Seeing that he had no power to resist at all, the sky-swallowing leopard was in despair. Was he really going to lose face and kneel before this man? Click, click. Along with the sky-devouring leopard's scream, waves of bone-breaking sounds came from its huge body. It was so harsh that it made people's hearts tremble and their scalps numb. The severe pain made its leopard head break out in a cold sweat, and its whole body began to tremble. Strong. Too strong. Too strong. Who on earth is this human? It was unwilling and said to itself, "Is this how I am going to die? I have only lived for 651 years. I am still young and don't want to die so early. I still have a lot of youth to enjoy." Seeing the sky-devouring leopard being crushed by one hand, Yin Shuefei, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes. He originally looked like he was about to die, but instantly became energetic. What is this? Defeating an 8th-rank sky-swallowing leopard with just one hand? Am I dreaming? Yin Shuefei began to doubt his life and wondered who this senior was. The other 3 people did not look too shocked, but just a little surprised. They saw clearly when he pointed at the demon slayer before, and that demon was much stronger than this so-called sky-swallowing leopard. Sudden. Please spare my life, sir. The sky-swallowing leopard, which had been so arrogant and unyielding, suddenly begged for mercy. Its fangs and mouth were filled with blood. Its power was too strong. If it continued like this, it would probably die. There is only one way to survive now, and that is to beg for mercy. The former overlord is now begging for mercy? Did we hear that right? Zhao Dazhu and Tang Laowa looked at each other in disbelief, as if asking each other if this was true. Old Tang, hit me. Is this true? Just as Zhao Dazhu finished saying this, a stone came towards him. This stone was controlled by Tang Laowa with his weak mental power. Hiss. It hurts so much. This is all real. The sky-swallowing leopard is scared. Zhao Dazhu let his nose bleed. Fuck. Why did you hit me so hard? Then he glared at Tang Laowa, wishing he could beat him up. If both of them were not injured and unable to move, he would have probably done it already. Didn't you ask me to hit you? The harder I hit you, the more real it will be. There seems to be nothing wrong with this, but I always feel like something is wrong. When Zhao Dazhu heard this, he didn't find anything wrong. Hearing his words, Tang Laowa shrank his neck, as if he had done something wrong and was afraid of being discovered by Zhao Dazhu. Brother, It seems to be begging for mercy. Lin Guaiguai, who was standing aside, widened her beautiful eyes and looked at her brother with some excitement, who had a mysterious expression on his face. This was too cool. He actually made such a tyrant kneel down and beg for mercy. He is worthy of being my brother. I see. After responding, Lin Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this sky-swallowing leopard would actually beg for mercy from him. Where is your kingly spirit just now? Where is your arrogance? How come it has turned into a well-behaved cat and started begging for mercy? Oh, you want me to let you go? Lin Tian spoke, his expression intriguing. Please spare my life, my lord. I will give you all the treasures I have collected in my life, just to ask you to spare my life. As the pressure ended, the sky-swallowing leopard really knelt down on its own this time, without being forced by Lin Tian's pressure at all. Seeing it kneel down without hesitation, Lin Guaiguai covered his mouth and laughed. However, the sky-swallowing leopard did not dare to say a word when seeing this. If anyone laughed at it in normal times, it would hunt the other person down immediately. But the beast is under the eaves and has to bow its head. The most important thing is its own safety. There can be no mistakes, otherwise it will lose its life. Treasure? The brother and sister said in unison. Lin Tian did not look overly surprised. Instead, Lin Guaiguai's eyes were shining with gold. When he heard the word treasure, he was overwhelmed and wanted to rush up to take a look. Yes, it is the treasure. I have collected treasures for hundreds of years, and I am giving them all to you, my lord. In order to survive, it had no choice but to contribute its treasure. This was a treasure trove that it had collected for hundreds of years. It still felt painful and its heart was bleeding when it had to give it away. Oh! Lin Tian didn't seem to be very interested. Instead, he looked completely uninterested. Just when the sky-swallowing leopard was surprised that this human was not interested in its treasure, Lin obediently went towards the people below. By the way, he asked Lin Tian for 3 healing pills and fed them to the 3 people. When Yin Shuefei saw the pill for the first time, his expression was exactly the same as Zhao Dezhu and the other 2 had before, with no difference at all. Sister, just eat it. The wound will heal after you eat it. Looking at the wounds on Yin Shuefei's body, Lin Guaiguai felt his scalp tingling. Both his hands and feet were broken. How painful it must be. Seeing that senior sister Yin did not refuse, Lin obediently fed the pill to her. In an instant, at a speed visible to the naked eye, her hands and feet were repaired, and the terrible wounds on her body also healed. Yin Shuefei showed a surprised expression. The high-level elixir was so powerful that all his injuries were healed in an instant. She waved her hands on the spot, and after realizing that she was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Lin Guaiguai in front of her with a grateful expression, staring at her with her charming phoenix eyes and said, "Thank you, junior sister Lin. It's okay. It's okay. If you want to thank someone, thank my brother. This pill was given to me by my brother." Lin smiled obediently, revealing her dimples. I was a little surprised. How could this pill be so effective that it could even restore broken limbs? This was too amazing. I feel more and more that my brother is really extraordinary as he has such a medicine. Your brother? Yin Shuefei was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. Could it be that the person who crushed the sky-swallowing leopard was junior sister Lin's brother? She couldn't help but doubt her life. She originally thought it was a little monster of hundreds of years old pretending to be young, but it turned out to be sister Lin's brother. Oh my god. How old is he? 20 years old? He actually has the strength to crush the sky-swallowing leopard. Holy shit. Yeah, that's him, my brother. Lin Guaiguai pointed at Lin Tian, who was still talking to the sky-swallowing leopard. They seemed to be discussing something, the man and the beast. When he said this, Lin Guaiguai looked very proud. He didn't expect it. That's my brother. Senior sister, is my brother handsome? She suddenly leaned over to Yin Shuefei's ear and whispered, and the latter blushed, but nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's really handsome. These were all true words. Yin Shuefei also felt so. He was extremely handsome, and most importantly, he was very powerful. He could easily crush an 8th-rank sky-swallowing leopard. At the very least, he was in the late venerable level, and might even have reached the terrifying emperor level. It's scary to think about it, such a young emperor. Hearing what senior sister Yin said, Lin nodded obediently with satisfaction, then said with a sly smile, "So do you like my brother's type?" Chapter 38. This junior sister is very bad. Yin Shuefei thought Lin Guaiguai was saying something to her, and just when she was about to nod, she suddenly reacted. What are you talking about? Yin Shuefei exhaled a breath of fragrance and almost fell into her trap. If he hadn't reacted, he would probably have agreed with Lin Guaiguai's words. This junior sister Lin is very bad. Hee hee. Senior sister, I was just joking. Don't give me any advice. I'm just asking. Lin Guaiguai scratched the back of his head harmlessly and smiled awkwardly. Damn it. My senior sister actually figured it out. I almost tricked her into nodding. But seeing the other person's blushing face, she knew there was hope. After all, how can a man as capable as my brother not be likable? She knew her senior sister Yin Shuefei well. Everyone in the academy knew that Yin Shuefei claimed that she liked men who were stronger than her, but they had to be good-looking, not too ugly, and their ages could not be too different. She only liked strong men. Doesn't his brother just meet these requirements? Lin Guaiguai started to have bad thoughts. Junior sister Lin, don't make such jokes next time. Yin Shuefei, with a slightly red face, accused, not knowing whether it was because the weather was too hot or because of what Lin Guaiguai said before, with a hint of immaturity. Okay. Lin Guaiguai smiled foolishly again. The two of them didn't say anything more, and at this time 2 teachers came over and joined them. Girl Yin, do you know that it is very dangerous for you to do this? How dare you face the sky-swallowing leopard alone? You are so brave. Do you think that you can defeat the sky-swallowing leopard with your current half-lord strength? If it weren't for the senior coming, you would probably have died. I will report this matter to the great elder after I go back and ask her to take good care of you. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but come up and reprimand them with an angry look on his face. As a teacher, he had the right to blame students who made mistakes. Especially since Yin Shuefei was the direct disciple of the great elder, he actually made such a low-level mistake. A being of the level of the sky-swallowing leopard would be so dangerous that even if the two of them met it, they would have to stay away from it, not to mention Yin Shuefei. There would be only death if they confronted it. Just when they were in despair, if Lin hadn't come with his seniors, I'm afraid all 3 of them would have died. Old Zhao. Tang Laowa held the angry Zhao Dezhu aside, fearing that he would not be able to hold back and angrily scold Yin Shuefei. He knew Zhao Dezhu's character well. Although he was hot-tempered, easily angered and talkative, he actually cared about the safety of his students. However, Yin Shuefei's behavior this time was indeed too much. He even dared to touch a monster of this level. Teacher Zhao, I was indeed wrong in this matter. You can do whatever you want. I will personally go to Master to apologize after I return. Yin Shuefei felt really sorry for the 2 teachers. If he hadn't sent out the distress signal, they wouldn't have been injured so badly. She was also aware of the seriousness of the matter. If her master knew about it, he would definitely put her in solitary confinement and make her reflect on herself. It's fine if you have this awareness, but I have to ask you, why did you provoke the sky-swallowing leopard? What exactly did you want? In response to Zhao Dezhu's questions, Yin Shuefei told everyone the purpose of his visit. After hearing her words, everyone suddenly realized that she came to the dark swamp in order to obtain the king's heart fruit needed to break through the king realm. He also knew that she had sneaked into the sky-swallowing leopard's lair and wanted to secretly take away the Wang Xian fruit, but was discovered later. Wang Xian fruit is a fruit of heaven and earth full of spiritual energy, an extremely rare fruit that will only bloom and bear fruit after 100 years. 1 king heart fruit can enable a half-king warrior to quickly break through and enter the king realm. The 2 teachers were silent, and it was unclear whether they wanted to blame Yin Shuefei or what. As for Lin Guaiguai, who was standing aside, he didn't know what to say. He could only say that senior sister Yin was really brave. Do you agree or not? Lin Tian said as he looked at the pale sky-swallowing leopard in front of him. Just when Lin Guaiguai went to feed the 3 people medicine, Lin Tian started chatting with the sky-swallowing leopard, and the black shadow behind him also returned to the Black Shadow Kingdom, leaving only him and the sky-swallowing leopard looking at each other. The sky-swallowing leopard looked embarrassed because just now Lin Tian actually wanted it to surrender. Failure to surrender means death. There is no choice at all. The sky-swallowing leopard was devastated. This powerful human was really not a human. He not only wanted its treasure, but also wanted it as a beast. When have I, the sky-swallowing leopard, ever suffered such a humiliation? Orcs will never be slaves. Okay, I am willing to surrender as long as you promise to spare my life. In the face of absolute power, the sky-swallowing leopard finally chose to surrender. Compared with death and survival, it chooses to live. Isn't it just becoming his subordinate? It doesn't seem to be a big loss to be a subordinate of such a strong man. I just feel sad that the treasures I have collected over hundreds of years are gone in an instant, and I have to hand them all in. Well, now that you are aware of this, I promise you will live a carefree life if you follow me in the future." Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, then placed his hand on the forehead of the sky-swallowing leopard, leaving a brand on its body. Feeling the strange energy in its body, the sky-swallowing leopard was completely desperate. It didn't know whether this was a brand or it was forced in. From now on, if Lin Tian wanted it to die, it would have to die. Its life was completely in someone's hands. Whoa. Now this mid-level 8th order sky-swallowing leopard is his own beast. Lin Tian was filled with joy. It must be very comfortable to ride a monster of this level. Yes, master. The sky-swallowing leopard changed instantly and began to try to please Lin Tian. Not bad, not bad. Since you are my beast, I will give you a name. You are called sky-swallowing leopard, so I will call you, sky-swallowing leopard. After thinking for a long time, Lin Tian simply removed the word leopard behind it. Sky-swallowing leopard. Thank you for the name, master. Can I not use this name? Tianbao was speechless. Didn't he change anything? He just copied the original name. But obviously it couldn't refuse and could only accept it. After completely subduing the sky-swallowing leopard, Lin Tian looked at the 4 people below. When he saw Yin Shuefei, his eyes lit up. Is this the senior sister that his sister mentioned? She is indeed very beautiful. The next second, he walked over, and the sky-swallowing leopard followed closely behind him. When they saw Lin Tian coming over, Zhao Dezhu and Tang Laowa stopped blaming Yin Shuefei, and instead their faces were filled with gratitude, almost kneeling down. Thank you for saving me again, senior. I will never forget it. Thank you for your help, senior. The 2 bowed their heads and said respectfully, It's nothing, just a small matter. Lin Tian waved his hand disapprovingly. No, no, no. Senior has done us both a favor, and we will both remember it forever. Yes, yes. Senior is too modest. The 2 of them spoke in unison. The sky-swallowing leopard behind Lin Tian had already been noticed by everyone. What did this overlord mean? Why was he following behind his senior like a pug? They were confused, but did not dare to ask rudely. However, Lin Guaiguai said in surprise, Brother, why is this big guy following you? Yin Shuefei also had the same doubt. What was going on with this sky-swallowing leopard? It looked aggrieved, and it was completely different from the cruel and ruthless sky-devouring leopard before. Oh, it's now subservient to me, don't you think? Swallow the sky. Chapter 39. Senior sister, why are you blushing? Facing everyone's doubts, Lin Tian told them roughly what happened. There was nothing to hide, and there was no need to do so. Then he patted Tunshin's big claws, and the latter nodded its huge head frantically like a kitten, as if afraid that others didn't know that it had surrendered to Lin Tian. Yes, yes, I am already the master's beast. When they learned that the sky-swallowing leopard had surrendered, everyone was stunned, with surprise and disbelief on their faces, and their mouths were almost filled with 2 eggs. The sky-swallowing leopard, such an arrogant monster, actually surrendered to Lin Tian in order to survive. But when you think about it, it seems to be right. It is no match for such a powerful Lin Tian, so it has to surrender or die. The 3 of them were really impressed, and their eyes were full of envy that he could actually make such a powerful monster obey him. But the way you said that, sky-swallowing leopard almost thought you were its woman. That aggrieved expression on your face is like that of a little woman. Congratulations, senior, for obtaining such a powerful spiritual pet. The 2 of them congratulated him, feeling extremely envious and a little jealous. Wow, is this true? My brother. Lin Guaiguai exclaimed, walked over and carefully touched the soft fur of the sky-swallowing leopard. It was really so soft. She really wanted to touch its head, but it was too high and she couldn't reach it. At the same time, he gave Lin Tian a thumbs up and secretly called him awesome. Seeing his sister's behavior, Lin Tian smiled and did not stop her. The sky-swallowing leopard did not react when being touched, because it did not dare to resist. This girl was the sister of its master. Wouldn't it be courting death to touch her? It did not want to die. Seeing this scene, Yin Shuefei was completely numb. An 8th level monster was taken as a spiritual pet. Who exactly is junior sister Lin's brother? Looking at Lin Tian, Yin Shuefei only felt that he was wrapped in a layer of fog, mysterious and powerful, making it difficult for her to see clearly. She couldn't help but want to explore what kind of man he was and how he could be so powerful. She couldn't even imagine that a mid-8th order spirit pet was at a higher level than hers. Even the pets of some big guys are not this powerful. The strongest spirit pet she had ever seen was their Dean's spirit pet, which was at the peak of level 7. But now the man in front of her refreshed her understanding. Sensing that someone was staring at him, Lin Tian turned his head to look over. The next moment, their eyes met. Seeing this, Yin Shuefei quickly looked away, a little flustered. He was startled and his face suddenly turned red. It was the first time she did this to a man, but she couldn't help but take a glance at him. Seeing that Lin Tian was still staring at him, Yin Shuefei, who was a little stiff, simply turned his body around and faced away from him. She didn't dare to look the man in the eye. She felt that his eyes were magical, making her fall in love with them and unable to leave for a long time. Fortunately, she reacted and her face turned red like a monkey's butt. Didn't I just glance at her? Why did you blush? Suddenly he thought of something and felt a little funny. It turned out that the girl was attracted by his looks. Alas, it turns out that being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Hey, senior sister Yin, why are you blushing? Suddenly, Lin Guaiguai walked over and looked at Yin Shuefei, who had his back to him. When he walked over, he saw that the other party was biting his sexy red lips and his face was as red as blood. Isn't that shy? As a woman, Lin Guaiguai could see it. She looked at her senior sister, then turned her head to look at her brother who was staring at her, and she understood in an instant. Soga, that's it. Isn't this brother's hope of getting out of being single? It seems that I have to work harder. No, you must have seen it wrong. Yin Shuefei tried to explain with a blushing face, but there was no hope at all. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was shy. Even teachers Zhao Daju and Tang Lao were stunned. They felt a little strange looking at Yin Shuefei with a red face. It was the first time they saw a girl like this, but when they saw Lin Tian, they didn't find it strange anymore and understood why Yin Shuefei blushed. Having said that, if they were also women, they would probably be interested in Lin Tian. The senior is so powerful and has a good appearance. Who wouldn't like him? It's a pity that they are now greasy middle-aged uncles. They were also very handsome guys when they were young. I understand. Lin Guaiguai heard this, but did not expose her lie. Instead, he acted like an understanding brother and kept looking at Lin Tian. Lin Tian also looked at her, and the two siblings exchanged glances. Brother, I feel there is hope. My senior sister is even shy. Don't mess around. I'm not that kind of person. I understand. I will definitely make it right for you. Just leave the rest to me. Little did the three of them know that the brother and sister were whispering in front of them. Lin Tian felt a little helpless, but she was indeed beautiful and had her own merits compared to his sister. This made him think of Long Fei, a woman with a hot body and an open personality. These two women have their own merits. One is hot and the other looks cool, but is actually very reserved. Not to mention they are quite symmetrical. Holding Long Fei on the left and Yin Shuefei on the right. A picture appeared among Lin Tian's boys, with an old girl massaging his back behind him. No, I'm not that kind of person. Lin Tian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He just said, by the way, Tunshin, take me to see your treasure. When hearing these words, the sky-swallowing leopard froze in place, and tears of regret could be clearly seen flowing from the corners of its eyes. The moment finally came and my treasure was gone. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Guaiguai perked up and walked over immediately. Hurry. I want to see what treasures there are. At this moment, she couldn't wait to see what treasures were in the sky-swallowing leopard's treasure trove and see if she could take a few. I'm definitely not greedy for money. I'm just helping to keep it to prevent it from being stolen. Let's go. Looking at Lin Guaiguai with an excited face, Lin Tian was speechless. What a greedy and lustful guy. How could I have such a sister? By the way, teacher, do you guys want to go and have a look too? Lin said obediently. Hearing this, the two of them quickly shook their heads and rejected Lin Guaiguai's kindness. We too won't bother you, senior. We still have to go back and take care of our students. So, bye-bye. After saying that, the two of them said a few nice words to Lin Tian respectfully and left immediately. They didn't dare to go see the treasure for fear of making their predecessors unhappy. After all, it didn't belong to them. Although they were full of curiosity, they knew that curiosity would kill the cat. Leaving now? Then senior sister, please come with me. After saying that, Lin Guaiguai rushed over and held the other person's hand, not giving her any chance to refuse, and forced her to follow Lin Tian. No, you don't want to leave, you want to go. Before Yin Shuefei could finish speaking, Lin Guaiguai interrupted. Lin Tian on the side. Chapter 40. The iron-hearted little money-loving Lin Guaiguai. Being forcibly pulled by Lin Guaiguai, Yin Shuefei felt helpless. Now that the sky-swallowing leopard had surrendered to Lin Tian, it meant that these treasures were theirs. She had no right to see them, and she didn't want to see them either. After all, she was clear about the rules, although she was still obsessed with the Wang Xian fruit. Lin Guaiguai didn't give her a chance to refuse, and no matter how she struggled, it was in vain. Lin Tian, who was standing aside, had no idea what his sister was trying to do. He stared at her speechlessly and ignored the two of them. The sky-swallowing leopard behind him saw this and burst into tears. He took them to his nest reluctantly. Its nest is very large, a huge cave. At the entrance, you can find all kinds of crystals, white, red, and purple. It is very eye-catching. Not only that, the cave is full of spiritual energy. After investigation by several people, they found that there is actually a small spiritual vein here. The three of them came to the spiritual vein and looked at the spiritual vein, which was more than 10 meters long and exuded abundant spiritual energy. Although it is not big, it is still a spiritual vein after all, and it can produce spiritual energy continuously. I didn't expect that this sky-devouring leopard was enjoying this life so much. Its nest was filled with spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Lin Guaiguai even wanted to dig up this spiritual vein and take it home to practice on his own. Then Lin Tian had a blank expression on his face, while Yin Shuefei had the same idea as Lin Guaiguai. In fact, she had noticed this spiritual vein when she came in before, which frightened her, but in the end she still chose Wang Xinghua. After passing through several tunnels, the three people and one beast finally arrived at the treasure place of the sky-swallowing leopard. What you see is the screen full of golden light, which is so bright that it is blinding. Master, this is the treasure I have collected throughout my life. The sky-swallowing leopard's smile was uglier than crying. Looking at Lin Tian, its pitiful appearance really made people feel distressed. How it wished that Lin Tian would show mercy and leave some for it instead of taking it all away. Don't worry, I won't take much, Lin Tian said to the sky-devouring leopard with a look of assurance. He could see that the sky-devouring leopard was somewhat reluctant. After all, these were things it had collected for hundreds of years, and it certainly didn't want others to touch them. Wow! Lin Guaiguai was so bright that she could hardly open her eyes. Looking at the mountains of gold, silver, and treasures in front of her, her saliva flowed out of her mouth unconsciously. So many treasures and ice and fire grass. Isn't this a secret manual of martial arts? There is also this thing? Wow, what a huge armor. It must be of high quality. And this sword too. Lin Guaiguai was like a little money grubber at this moment. He stuffed expensive things into his piggy bank as if he was afraid that it would not be full. The sky-swallowing leopard in the back was so angry that it almost vomited blood, but it didn't dare to say anything. It could only stare at its treasure being taken away bit by Lin. Although he had seen it once, Yin Shuefei was still stunned. She was looking for Wang Xinghua among the many treasures. Then she noticed that Lin Guaiguai picked up a Wang Xian fruit and put it into the savings bag. Seeing this scene, Yin Shuefei bit her lip. It seemed that she would have to talk to junior sister Lin to see if she could exchange the King Heart fruit for items of equal value. This fruit is the key to her breakthrough to the king level. It is very important, and she must get it. Do you want to go up and pick a few too? At this time, Lin Tian on the side spoke up. He saw that the other person had a serious look on his face, as if he had something on his mind. Could it be that he had something she wanted? As for how much his sister wants to take, he doesn't care. After all, she is his sister, so it doesn't matter if he gives it to her. Yin Shuefei is her sister's senior sister and has taken good care of her. Letting her take a few is a way of thanking her for taking care of her sister. If you take something too expensive, just pretend that Lin, didn't say anything. No thanks, thank you for your kindness, Senior Lin. What Lin Tian didn't expect was that Yin Shuefei actually shook his head and refused. Ordinary people would definitely be unable to walk when faced with such temptations and would want to go forward and take a few. With so many gold, silver, and other spiritual treasures from heaven and earth, I wonder how many people would go crazy and even fight to grab these treasures. Yin Shuefei has her own sense of propriety. She knows what belongs to her and what is not. If she had to choose, she would definitely choose Wang Xinghua and then pick a few items she liked. Although the treasure was attractive, it did not belong to her, and she had no right to it. It's up to you. You didn't want this. Lin Tian spread his hands and looked at this girl with admiration. She remained calm in the face of such a treasure. Not bad, not bad. He must not be a money-grubbing person. Looking at Lin Guaiguai, whose eyes were shining and sweeping around wantonly, Lin Tian could not help but sigh. What a money-grubber. How could I have such a sister? Look at how upright Yin Shuefei is. He said he didn't want it. Brother, it's so big. Come and help me. Suddenly, Lin Guaiguai's voice was heard, and she was asking Lin Tian for help. She was pulling out a black horn from among the treasures. It looked like the horn of an object. The object was buried underneath countless other things, so its appearance could not be seen clearly. Lin Guaiguai tried his best to pull it out but failed, and finally had no choice but to ask Lin Tian for help. "What are you doing?" Seeing that his sister looked very tired, Lin Tian asked. "Brother, pull it out quickly." She pointed to a horn in her hand and said, her face flushed. It seemed that she had used a lot of effort. "You can't even pull this out?" Lin Tian motioned her to go aside to avoid hurting her, and the latter naturally walked away obediently, waiting for Lin Tian to exert force. Yin Shuefei below was looking at the brother and sister. His eyes couldn't help but drift towards Lin Tian. The sky-swallowing leopard at the back was now lying on the ground and crying loudly, covering his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying out loud. My baby is gone." Although it was weighed down by a large amount of treasure, it was easy for Lin Tian to uproot it. As the black horn was pulled out, a black box appeared in front of everyone. Some things around it collapsed and slid downwards like a mudslide. Wow, bro. Lin Guaiguai lost his balance and fell backwards, quickly grabbing Lin Tian. "Could you please stop pulling my pants?" Lin Tian was in a state of confusion because Lin Guaiguai was pulling his pants, which could be pulled down at any time and expose him. Lin Guaiguai didn't notice it, but pulled Lin Tian's pants forward and tried to stand up. Snap. The next second, Lin Guaiguai saw Lin Tian's blue shorts and smiled awkwardly. "Brother, the quality of your pants is not good." Haha. Lin Tian. Faced with his heartless sister, he was speechless. Seeing that the wall was still collapsing, Lin Tian held a black box about 3 or 4 meters in size in one hand, and with the other hand he held his sister's waist and jumped down, to prevent her from doing anything out of line later. Wow. Chapter 41. Don't pull my pants. After landing, Lin Guaiguai exclaimed, his little face slightly red. She saw things she shouldn't have seen. Seeing Lin Guaiguai acting so strangely, Lin Tian looked at his torn pants and was speechless. He felt embarrassed to be stared at by his sister so unscrupulously. Not only Lin Guaiguai, but even Yin Shuefei, who was not far away, blushed. How could this happen? She covered her eyes, her face flushed with shame. She looked so delicate, and from time to time, she peeked through her fingers with her little mouth slightly open. As for the sky-swallowing leopard next to him, he had no expression on his face. It was just a torn trousers. What was there to be surprised about? It didn't leak. If you expose your home, it might even get excited. Lin Tian naturally noticed the gazes of the two women. With a dark line on his forehead, he bought a pair of pants from the system and put them on with a wave of his hand. It's boring. Seeing this, Lin obediently shook his head, smacked his lips, and looked bored. Lin Tian, I think your little head wants to be spanked. But soon everyone's eyes turned to the black box in Lin Tian's hand. It was completely black with red stripes all over it, revealing an ominous aura. It was unclear whether it was because of the box or the things inside. It gives people a very evil feeling. This box is probably not simple. Looking at the heavy box in his hand, Lin Tian asked the sky-swallowing leopard, Tian Tun, what's in this? In response to his master's question, the sky-swallowing leopard took a closer look at the box and recalled something. Soon he shook his head and said, Master, I don't know either. I found this thing in a swamp. I took it back because this box looked nice. But I tried many ways to open it but couldn't, so I kept it there. The sky-swallowing leopard told Lin Tian all the information he knew about the box. Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded and looked at the box with some curiosity. He tried several times, but no matter how hard he tried, the box didn't move at all. Even after using my spiritual power, it was still the same. Seeing that the box could not be opened, Lin Tian gave up, but he had the answer in his heart. This box must be related to the demons, because he noticed that there was still a trace of demonic energy on the box. Although it became very weak after the baptism of time, Lin Tian could still feel it. It seems that it is not easy to open this box. I am afraid that only the demons can open it. Just when Lin Guaiguai next to him wanted to touch it, Lin Tian put the box into the power of space, and it became the first item he put in. Well? Lin Guaiguai looked at the disappearing box in confusion and looked at his brother in doubt. Brother, where did you put the box? She searched around but didn't find any storage bag or space ring from Lin Tian. Where did it go? There's nothing. You guess. Lin Tian just smiled and didn't continue to argue with his sister. Then he waved his hand, and all the gold, silver, and treasures behind him were collected into the space. Yin Shuefei. Lin Guaiguai. Sky-swallowing leopard. Damn. Where are all my treasures? The sky-swallowing leopard was in an even more exaggerated condition. The whole beast was in a state of unwellness. It just stood there in a daze and died on the spot. Woo-woo-woo. Seeing this scene, the sky-swallowing leopard completely collapsed. It lay on the ground with its 4 legs facing up and cried like a child, covering its face with its huge claws to prevent others from seeing its tears of regret. Its heart was dead. This time it's completely gone. Fuck. My dear brother, tell me where you were hiding. Even Yin Shuefei was so surprised by this scene that his jaw dropped, a look of disbelief on his face. Whose storage bag space ring can hold so many things? The most important thing is that she didn't see Lin Tian use the storage bag and space ring. Is this how the boss does it? It's so terrifying. Lin Guaiguai searched Lin Tian again, wanting to see where Lin Tian was hiding. Fuck. Don't pull my pants off. The trial was over soon, and Lin Tian and his group came out of the sky-swallowing leopard's lair early. The 3 of them gathered with a group of people. The awe of Zhao Dazhu and Tang Laowa made some disciples who did not understand confused and wondered who this man was. Why are even senior sister Yin and junior sister Lin standing next to him? Seeing this scene, everyone was very envious and wished that man was themselves. It was not until someone explained it to them that they suddenly realized that this was a big shot, and also junior sister Lin's brother. No wonder junior sister Lin acted like this. That's not right. He is junior sister Lin's brother. Why is senior sister Yin standing next to him like a little woman, staring at him? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, the disciples were so surprised that their scalps went numb. Their cold and ruthless senior sister Yin was actually in heat? Oh my god. They didn't dare to believe it at all, but the scene before them forced them to believe that this was the best evidence. I felt jealous inside, but who could blame junior sister Lin's brother, who was a strong man who could easily kill even the demons? Even many female disciples became infatuated with him, staring at Lin Tian with loving eyes. If a man like this was their boyfriend, wouldn't they be so happy? As night fell, the 2 teachers took the disciples back. Lin Tian did not follow them, but stood there watching the Iron Eagle take off. The sister above was waving at him. Lin Tian also waved in response, and after they disappeared, it was time for him to go back. He flashed back home. This is the effect of the invincible version of Flash. It is really powerful. It's so nice to be able to get home in just 1 second. After returning home, Lin Tian released the sky-swallowing leopard that was in the space. A white light flashed, and a smaller version of the sky-swallowing leopard appeared in front of Lin Tian. At this time, it was only 2 or 3 meters in size, but it still looked as domineering as a king. Owner. It looked at the scene around it. Is this its owner's home? This feels pretty good, but it's not as comfortable as my own nest. When it thought of its cave, it suddenly felt lost, found a corner, lay down on the ground, covered its face, and sobbed softly. Lin Tian's face was full of confusion. What's wrong with this guy, Tunshin? Could it be that it was the first time he was adopted and he was so moved that he cried? There's no need. I know I'm a good person, but there's no need for you to cry. Little did it know that the sky-swallowing leopard remembered the treasure that was taken away by Lin Tian. That was the result of its life's hard work, and it was all taken away. How could it not cry? Ignoring Tunshin, Lin Tian turned on the system. Because he still has 2 lottery tickets that he hasn't used, which were obtained by completing tasks. All the points were exchanged for lottery tickets in an instant, and all the points were gone. The system also gave him a discount and exchanged the remaining several thousand points for lottery tickets. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was so moved that he cried. This system is really good. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. After pulling out 100 times, he didn't get anything, not even the upgrade pill or the strengthening pill. All he got was air. This is no longer a question of whether to show your face or not. There is no guarantee at all. Lin Tian was so angry that he took back what he had just said. This system is a complete bummer. Calm down. Let's do a single shot first. A single shot will create a miracle. Get out. Lin Tian clicks on single draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 12 talismans, the Rabbit Talisman. Chapter 42 Baiyin. You are awesome. You even killed Baihu's daughter. The 12 talismans? The Rabbit Talisman? Lin Tian didn't know what the Rabbit Talisman was, but hearing the name of the 12 talismans, it should be related to the 12 zodiac signs. Since it is related to the 12 zodiac signs, it means it is very powerful. Feeling doubtful, he extracted the rabbit charm and held it in his hand. It was a black octagon, and it felt heavy in the hand, with a lifelike rabbit on it, very vivid and lifelike. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he was very curious about what it was used for. Rabbit Talisman, the power of speed, which allows the holder to move at supersonic speeds, and also works on objects, granting the holder great speeds. Oh, that's actually the case. Enables the owner to reach supersonic speeds. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but give it a try. When he tightly grasped the rabbit talisman, a force continuously surged out of his body. He could also clearly feel that his own strength had greatly increased. Then let me see how strong you are. Lin Tian looked out the window, jumped out, left a trail of afterimage, and disappeared on the spot. When I saw him again, he was already dozens of kilometers away. Whoosh whoosh. On a remote road, a couple, not sure if they were a couple or something else, were passionately enjoying themselves in a car. The shaking car body was particularly eye-catching, but fortunately there was no one around. Suddenly, a hurricane blew by, and the whole vehicle was buzzing. The next second, it turned sideways with its four legs facing the sky. Ah! Two screams were heard from inside, and soon two figures crawled out of the car. Who is it? Who overturned my car? Get out! Get out here! Brother Long, there's no one here. Did we encounter a ghost? Seeing that there was no one around, the woman shuddered and looked around vigilantly. Then there was no one around, only the two of them shivering in the cold wind. Lin Tian stopped in a desolate place and couldn't help but praise the rabbit talisman. This speed is indeed quite good, because he is a powerful god, and with the rabbit talisman, he flew here in just a few seconds. I have to say, this rabbit spell is really terrifying. However, Lin Tian was not very satisfied. After all, he already had an invincible version of Flash, which was much more useful than this so-called rabbit talisman, although he could teleport anywhere with just one click. This rabbit charm is not very useful to me, so I'll give it to my sister someday. I'm sure she'll be very happy to receive it. Oh, did I miss something good just now? At this time, Lin Tiankai recalled that when he was coming here earlier, he seemed to have seen a man and a woman acting suspiciously in a car. Who cares? Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't want to meddle in other people's business and prepared to go home. Just as he was about to teleport back, a loud explosion suddenly occurred 100 meters behind him. Boom! The forest behind him exploded directly, and countless birds and beasts that were resting at night were startled and fled in panic. You bastard! You raped my daughter, and you still want to run away? Die! It was a white tiger, its eyes full of anger and bloodthirstiness. At this moment, it was like a madman, running towards the figure in front of it. It was chasing a silvery white figure, which looked like a dog. The figure was particularly dazzling and reflective under the moonlight. The silver white dog was covered in wounds and was running away with difficulty, looking very embarrassed. Its hind legs were covered in blood, as if they were broken. The white tiger blasted forward with one claw, and demonic energy surged into its body. A terrifying palm struck towards the white figure, and I'm afraid that the thin figure would be crippled if not killed. Oh my! I actually saw something so exciting in the middle of the night. An 8th level peak white tiger was chasing a pug in the early stage of the spiritual realm. Wait, why does that dog look so familiar? Looking at the disheveled figure, Lin Tian felt it looked more and more familiar. The silver and white hair, plus the silly look. Wasn't this his own Bain? Oh shit. No wonder it looks so familiar. Etc. What did the white tiger say just now? The beast defiled its daughter. Damn it. Lin Tian stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. He seemed to understand something. Bain has been outside these days and actually seduced someone else's daughter. By who? Wow, that's awesome. This is a peak level 8 white tiger, very powerful. I'm giving my silver to its daughter. Lin Tian was speechless, but at the same time he admired Bain's courage. He was really brave. I don't know how this guy is still alive. In the battle, although Bain was only in the early stage of the spiritual realm, no matter how hard the white tiger hit it, it could not be killed, and at most it was injured. It had been chasing the beast for a whole day and night, and it could be said that it was chasing and beating it, but it didn't know why it just couldn't kill it. Every time I can make it run away easily. Damn it, damn it. The white tiger was so domineering and angry that its eyes were blinded by hatred. It jumped up and bit the beast. The former overlord actually treated a beast like this, but it had no other choice. After a whole day of pursuit, it was almost collapsing. His beloved daughter actually fell in love with a beast, a low-level species of beast at that, a dog. Even if she fell in love with a prince or genius from a certain monster tribe, it would not say anything, let alone be so angry. I was almost mad to death. How does this not make it angry? As a dominant being, how could it tolerate its daughter falling in love with a dog? When it learned about this, it was very upset. It locked up its daughter and took the initiative to hunt the beast down. Woof, woof, woof. The thick-skinned Bain couldn't help but turn his head and sneer a few times, and he also twisted his butt with a smug look. You're looking for death. Hearing this, Baihu flew into a rage and ate it in one gulp. Ah! Bain screamed immediately and struggled in its huge mouth. Snap! After taking this bite, a cracking sound was heard inside Bain's body. However, it did not show any signs of injury, it just felt pain. Apart from the bleeding in the mouth, there is no big problem. Lin Tian, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. What the hell? Is the silver dog's skin so thick? He was really surprised. It was the first time he knew Bain had such ability. No wonder he dared to seduce someone else's daughter. Die! Just when the white tiger thought it had finally won, Bain kicked its legs inside its mouth and a stream of water entered its mouth. Ugh! How dare you? A beast? Pee in my mouth. The nauseous white tiger started vomiting on the spot. The veins on his head bulged, and murderous intent was overwhelming, which was very terrifying. Woof, woof, woof. Bain, who escaped from the tiger's mouth, couldn't help but sneer a few times, and suddenly felt a familiar pair of eyes staring at him. He quickly followed the gaze and looked over there. The next moment, he seemed to have seen his savior and ran towards Lin Tian below. Seeing this, Lin Tian knew that he had to help it deal with the problem, and he also wanted to see more about how thick the silver skin was. Shut up, you think you can beat my dog? Chapter 43. A dog bullies a tiger. Just when the bloody mouth was about to bite Bain again, Lin Tian stood up, took one step to the white tiger, slowly raised his right hand and slapped it directly. Ouch! With a terrible scream, the huge white tiger flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and several of its fangs were broken. After lying on the ground wailing for a few times, he staggered to his feet and glared at Lin Tian. Human? Your dog? The white tiger looked at Lin Tian with vigilance. The sudden appearance of the human could slap him away with one slap, and his teeth could also be knocked out. It can be imagined that the human in front of him is not simple. You have to know that it is the king of white tigers, and its strength has reached the terrifying peak of the 8th level, but it was slapped away by a human. Wouldn't people laugh at you if you tell them this? It glared at Lin Tian with angry eyes, as if questioning him. Is this beast your dog? It pointed at Bain, who was shivering beside Lin Tian's legs, and said. The look in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to swallow the silver alive, but he was also afraid of the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, the owner of the beast. Yes, it is my dog. Lin Tian touched Bain's dog head and responded. Bain was flattered. He lay on Lin Tian's legs and began to whimper and act coquettishly, looking pitiful and pointing at Baihu frantically with his hands. It was as if the white tiger had done something to it, and it felt very aggrieved. Lin Tian, if I hadn't heard everything I just heard, I might have believed that you were pitiful. In fact, he is not pitiful at all. He deserves to be chased and beaten by others. But he can only beat his dog himself. No one else can. Faced with Bain's pointing and criticizing, Baihu was so angry that he was shaking all over. If that ferocious look could kill a dog, Bain would have died hundreds of times. But it didn't know Lin Tian's strength and didn't dare to act rashly. It only knew that the other party was stronger than it. Do you know what it did? Baihu no longer had the ferocity he had before, and pointed angrily at Bain, who was acting like a spoiled child on the ground. I know. I just heard it. Lin Tian answered truthfully. Woof, woof, woof. Bain cried out, feeling very nervous. How did the master know? Was he discovered? Will they put me in solitary confinement? Then I won't be able to go out and have fun? No, no. Bain thought to himself and started to act like a spoiled child, hoping that his master could help him. Otherwise, he would be chased to the ends of the earth by the white tiger. You are so stingy. Your daughter and I are in love. I just kissed and touched it a few times. Is it necessary to chase me until now? Too stingy. I feel wronged. Human, I hope you can hand this beast over to me. It has defiled my daughter, and I will never forgive it. Just from the need, Lin Tian knew the anger of the white tiger. But it is impossible for me to hand it over to you. Young beasts, just premature love. The two beasts are in love with each other, and it's none of our business as adults. Why not just let them be together? I think my Shirogane likes your daughter very much. Lin Tian talked about coal earnestly. However, Baihu was not grateful and only wanted silver. Impossible. How could my daughter marry such a low-class guy? Hearing this, Lin Tian refused to agree. He violently pinned it to the ground and threatened, "Oh, the two beasts are in love. Why don't you help them?" Suddenly, a deep hole was pressed into the white tiger. He groaned in pain and thought to himself that something was wrong. It tried to break free, but it didn't move at all. "Impossible. My daughter is a princess. How could she marry a dog? If you have the guts, let me go. What do you think of bullying an honest tiger?" Bai Hu said dissatisfiedly, "Asking it to marry its daughter to a dog? Impossible. Unless it dies, it is absolutely impossible." Bai Hu was pinned to the ground, unable to move. His heart was already in turmoil. He had not expected that the human in front of him was so strong that he had no chance to resist at all. Powerful. And he seemed to be very relaxed. But cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and suddenly the whole tiger felt unwell. However, it was pinned to the ground, and its dignity was violated. But it had no way out and could only talk back. Before Lin Tian could speak again, Bai Yin, with a nasty look on his face, walked over from the side and barked, "Woof, woof, woof. Who is your father-in-law, you beast? Shut up." Bai Hu was furious, but he was pinned to the ground and unable to move. Otherwise, he would have killed this wild beast. "Woof, woof, woof." Seeing this, Bai Yin barked even louder. "Since you can't move, you can only listen to me. Woof, woof, woof. Damn it, I'm going to kill you." I don't know what Bai Yin said that made Bai Hu so angry that he resisted hard. If Lin Tian hadn't suppressed it, it would probably have stood up. "Woof, woof, woof. Ah, shut up, my daughter is so high up. How could she be so blind as to fall for a bastard like you?" Bai Hu was almost going crazy. It was really torture to be pinned to the ground and listen to the beast barking. He actually said that his daughter had taken a fancy to it and had taken the initiative to approach it. This made Bai Hu so angry that he was shaking. Lin Tian looked at both of them. What did Bai Yin say? Looking at Bai Hu's crazy state, I wonder if Bai Yin is saying something nonsense? How about you, Bai Hu, be my interpreter? He could only understand Bai Hu's human language, but not Bai Yin's barking. He just felt it was a bunch of random shouting and couldn't make out anything. If he had to say something, it was that Bai Yin was definitely cursing, or even mocking him. The dog and the tiger were confronting each other unfairly. Lin Tian just quietly held down the white tiger and watched the show without interrupting their conversation. Half an hour passed. The powerless white tiger shed tears. It had been driven to collapse by the barking of the silver dog. The whole beast lay on the ground with no desire to live, and the image of his daughter appeared in his mind. Why? God, why is this happening? Why would my baby girl fall for a dog? I can't accept it, but its owner is so strong that I really have no way to deal with him. Seeing that the white tiger stopped resisting, Lin Tian slowly let it go. He was not afraid of its sudden attack, because Lin Tian was absolutely sure that as long as it dared to attack, he could kill it with one slap. Just wait, you beast. Seeing Lin Tian let go, Bai Hu spun and jumped, instantly distanced himself from them, and ran away in a puff of smoke, raising layers of yellow earth and leaving behind a cruel remark. Lin Tian, you don't look like a local tyrant, but since he is Bai Yin's father-in-law, we might as well let him go. Seeing Bai Yin trembling all over because he was afraid that the white tiger would run away, Lin Tian patted its head. I've already dealt with a little bit for you. You can handle the rest on your own. After saying this in a bad mood, Lin Tian took it home. Bai Yin was hung in the air by his hind legs, his whole body shaking. It's over. It's over. Why did the owner suddenly let it go? Will it come after me again? I said so many bad things. It will definitely kill me. A woo woo woo. Woo. No. I won't die, but it hurts. Bai Yin also had a look of despair on his face, already knowing what the scene would be like when he faced Bai Hu in the future. After throwing the silver in the living room, Lin Tian continued his lottery journey. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Puff. Lin Tian was about to vomit blood. All he got in this wave was congratulations and prosperity. Apart from some upgrade pills and strengthening pills, there was nothing else. Looking at the only 10 lottery tickets left, Lin Tian was ready to give it a try. Congratulations on your prosperity and keep up the good work. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strengthening pill plus 99. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the frost crystal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common general, Black Tiger Afu. Chapter 44. My name is Black Tiger Afu. Prepare to die. Black Tiger Afu? A military commander? The next second, Lin Tian took out the Black Tiger Afu he had drawn, and it turned into a card in his hand. Black Tiger Afu. Strength. Early stage of venerable. Nickname. Black Tiger. Moves. Black Tiger digging out the heart, crow riding an airplane, Mount Tai pressing down on the head, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, dragon claw hand. After reading his details, Lin Tian felt that he was pretty good. He looked really tall and mighty, a real muscular man. Oh, by the way, how do we get him out? Looking at the card in his hand, Lin Tian asked the system. The host can just crush it, and he will come to you soon. The system left a message and disappeared. Oh, I see. He crushed the card in his hand, and it immediately turned into golden dust and disappeared into the air. No more? It's really gone. Looking at the disappearing card, Lin Tian decided to wait here. He wanted to see who Black Tiger Afu was. The waiting process was a bit boring, and Lin Tian drew all the remaining lottery tickets, which was a huge loss. He began to count the things he had drawn. A Black Tiger Afu, 5 strengthening pills plus 99, 3 upgrade pills 99, and a frost crystal, and that's it. Frost crystal can greatly increase the ice element. It seems like there is no use for me holding it, so I'll give this thing to Nizi. She also happens to be an ice element warrior, and she can just improve her ice element to another level. She will definitely be so happy when she knows this. But this system is really a rip-off. I drew hundreds of times and got nothing, and only got a few items. It seems that I can't continue to draw like this next time. I'd better open the system mall and get points to buy it. The lottery is completely based on luck. I have to admit my bad luck. It's so unfair. Don't be addicted to the lottery. The probability is too low. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Tian was complaining, there was a knock on the door. Black Tiger Afu is here so soon? I walked over and opened the door, only to see a tall and strong man standing at the door. When he saw Lin Tian, he lowered his head. Master, Black Tiger Afu is here to report. Black Tiger Afu has the appearance of a muscular man with flaming crimson hair that is shaped like a starfish, red eyebrows and beard, black eyes, and a sharp and vicious look. He was wearing a dark blue waistcoat, black wrist guards, a dark brown belt and boots, and dark red trousers. Lin Tian's first impression of Black Tiger Afu was that he was definitely not a good person. It was obvious from his appearance that he was a bad guy. So is he a real person, or a character created by the system? Unable to resist his curiosity, Lin Tian asked the system again. After all, the system said it was a military general, and he had never heard of such a person. As expected, the system answered that Black Tiger Afu was a virtual character it created. Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he learned the truth. He thought that the system had hypnotized a certain warrior to become his subordinate. But the strength at the early stage of the venerable level is okay, just average. Come in. When Baiyin saw Black Tiger Afu coming in, the whole dog stood up and bared its teeth and growled at him. Who is this person? Why is he so ugly? It saw the Black Tiger Afu lying on the ground, ready to attack at any time. Dragon Claw Hand, Black Tiger Heart Digger. Suddenly, the Black Tiger Afu launched an attack on Baiyin. After the latter screamed, it ran away in shame with its tail between its legs. She hid behind Lin Tian and sobbed quietly, feeling extremely aggrieved. Lin Tian, I told you to scream. Lin Tian gave it his favorite head slap and looked at it with disgust. At this moment, Baiyin felt so aggrieved that he lay on the ground and began to crawl and roll around, wailing loudly. Ouch! Ouch! It's like an abandoned dog that doesn't get any love from its owner and is cursing all over. You! Lin Tian suddenly raised his right hand, and Baiyin jumped up from the ground with a start. He stopped screaming and all his tears were held back. Ouch! A gentle cry was heard. It's about the same this time. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Baiyin had become obedient, he walked into the kitchen. As time passed, Black Tiger Afu soon left. He also has his own residence. As long as Lin Tian needs him, Black Tiger Afu will appear in front of him in the next second. The system is really user-friendly. Ding dong. Just as Lin Tian lay down, his cell phone rang. I saw that it was a message sent by Concubine Lung. Cold Concubine. Picture. Lin Tian. It's so cool. Lung Fei. Do you want to see something cooler? Lin Tian, guess. Then a video call came in and Lin Tian answered it. Hiss. Lin Tian almost had a nosebleed when he saw Lung Fei on the other side of the screen. How can a young man like me, full of vigor and vitality, tolerate such a thing? In the video, Lung Fei was wearing a black lace dress. Her figure was faintly visible, Her perfect body was displayed in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian, we agreed to have dinner together? Don't tell me you don't have time yet? The Long Fei on the other end opened her red lips slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, her little mouth puffed up, there's time. Lin Tian was still too young after all. It was his first time seeing such a scene, and he felt a little shaken. He is not a eunuch. How could he not be interested in a beautiful woman? He is not Lu Xiaohui. He is a young man of 20 years old. Hee. How about we have lunch together tomorrow? You can't refuse me, otherwise? Long Fei clenched her fists and threatened. What else? Seeing this, Lin Tian became interested. How about, I'll send you harassing videos every day and keep you awake? Long Fei said shyly that she was still in control of this kind of thing. She didn't believe that her charm could not shake a young man's heart. You won. Where? After a series of threats, Lin Tian finally compromised. Hearing Lin Tian's answer, Long Fei nodded with satisfaction. Hee. You're smart. Do you want me to blow you a kiss? Without giving Lin Tian a chance to refuse, the little goblin blew a kiss to him. Mua. Looking at her charming eyes and fiery posture, which directly struck the man's heart, Lin Tian almost broke his defense. Long Fei is really a charmer. It's the first time I meet such a woman, and she is very open-minded. This is the most fatal thing. It's quite interesting, though. Then concubine Long sent a few more pictures and replied, remember to go to bed early moi. At this moment, Lin Tian finally understood that this woman just had feelings for him. That's why she acted like this. Why else would she do this? Showing Lin Tian her cool pictures for nothing? It's impossible. There is no such a good thing in the world. This picture is a bit weird. Let me zoom in and take a closer look. Chapter 45 The Devil. The next day, there were still a few minutes left before the time set by concubine Long. Lin Tian stood calmly in front of the mirror, looking at himself in it, and touched his hair narcissistically. Brother, you're so handsome. He didn't know how many times he had experienced such a daily routine. Today, because he had a dinner date with Long Fei, Lin Tian wore a more delicate shirt and casual pants. After checking his watch, Lin Tian muttered, it's almost time, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. In a restaurant, Long Fei was anxiously waiting for Lin Tian's arrival. She raised her long legs, the tight black skirt outlined her seductive curves, and the white tight top on her upper body left just enough space for her chest. Her delicate and beautiful face attracted the attention of all the men around her, and they couldn't help but glance back. Concubine Long noticed the strange looks around her, frowned, and felt a little unhappy. Why hasn't Lin Tian come yet? She had been sitting here for nearly half an hour and thought that Lin Tian would arrive before her, but it seemed that she was overthinking. It was really too much to let her, a girl, wait for him. The angry Long Fei pouted her lips, wishing she could hit him twice. Beauty, are you interested in learning more? A beautiful woman sitting there alone will naturally attract some men with ulterior motives. Look, a Mediterranean man walked over, looking very bloated. He stared at Long Fei unscrupulously, his eyes greedy. If I could have sex with such a beautiful woman, wouldn't it be so great? Seeing that the person coming was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hair, Long Fei turned indifferent and rejected him with disgust. I have an appointment, go away. Long Fei didn't know how many times she had encountered this kind of person. It was so disgusting. How could concubine Long not know the little thoughts in their hearts? It's nothing more than my appearance. Seeing this, the middle-aged man became even more excited. He has personality, and I like it. He seemed very confident in himself and took out a business card from his pocket. He slowly placed it in front of Long Fei and said with a smile, don't be in a hurry to refuse, beauty, I'm from XX Group. He just didn't believe that all these couldn't win this woman over. Looking at Long Fei's appearance, the man swallowed unconsciously, and his heart was burning. Roll. Unexpectedly, concubine Long not only did not appreciate it, but also slapped the man away. Then Long Fei slapped her hands in disgust and wiped them. Ah! A scream was heard, and the fat man rolled several times in the air and landed beside the legs of several guests. Everyone was frightened by this scene. He looked at Long Fei with astonishment and was shocked. The woman actually slapped the man away. Holy shit! Could this woman be a warrior? This woman looked so familiar. Many people started talking about it, and the middle-aged fat man was beaten into a pig's head and lay on the ground unconscious. She actually dared to take action in Tianxia Hotel. It seems that this woman is desperate. The security guards at Tianxia Hotel are all junior warriors. Let's see how this woman can calm this matter down. The person who started the fight at Tianxia restaurant last time Seems to have been thrown into the river to feed the fish. Such a good girl, but she chose to cause trouble here. Isn't this courting death? That's not necessarily true. If a big shot takes a fancy to her, wouldn't that mean nothing will happen? Some ordinary people started talking about it. Those present were basically the wealthy among ordinary people. As for warriors, there were only a few of them, and most of them were ordinary people without any cultivation. This naturally alarmed the hotel security personnel. Who's causing trouble? I saw a group of people walking in aggressively. They were the security guards here. Most of them were junior warriors. There were 5 of them, for early warriors and 1 middle warrior. The security captain stood in front of him and looked around. When he saw the Mediterranean lying on the ground, his face suddenly changed. Boss Wong. He hurriedly helped the man up, only to find that he had fainted. Who did it? The security captain shouted angrily, scaring the people around him so much that they quickly retreated. Although they are all social people with plenty of money, they know in their hearts that warriors are not to be trifled with. They are just security guards, but this is Tianxia Hotel. Even after everyone stepped back, Concubine Long still sat there with a nonchalant look on her face. Lung Fei spoke suddenly. Upon hearing this, the security captain became furious and looked in the direction where the voice came from. How dare you cause trouble here? Don't you know this is Tianxia Hotel? Damn it, this female devil. Oh shit. When he saw the speaker clearly, he was frightened by the other person's eyes and shuddered. He fell to his knees with a plop and was frightened to death by Long Fei. That look, like a demon from the abyss, pierced his heart fiercely. He was devastated. How could it be this female devil? The same thing happened to the security guards behind him. They were so scared that their legs went limp and they sat on the ground, unable to get up. Their whole bodies were shaking, as if they had seen something horrible that had made them lose their souls. A foul smell mixed with the smell of fishy smell came from their crotch. Everyone covered their noses and mouths in disgust. Everyone knew Long Fei's reputation. She was a half-king warrior, and they were no match for her. Even their boss was afraid of her, not to mention them, a few security guards. This female devil won't kill herself, right? Oh my god. The sudden scene surprised everyone. What was going on? Why are these warrior security guards so afraid of a woman? Still calling her a female devil? A demon who kills without blinking an eye? Why do you want to die? Concubine Long drank tea and stared at them with interest, her eyes full of disdain. What a waste. I'm scared to death. In no mood. Several people were as scared as shaking drums. Their faces turned pale and bloodless, and they felt the urge to urinate again. The noise below alarmed the people upstairs. They all poked their heads out and looked down. What's wrong? The manager of Tianxia Hotel, who had just come out of a private room, saw this and quickly grabbed a waiter and asked. He looked towards the first floor with a puzzled look. Manager, it seems that the female devil is here? When he heard the word female devil, the manager's face changed drastically. He just roared, "Why don't you go and arrange for someone to entertain them properly?" After saying that, he walked away in a hurry, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Yes, yes, yes. The waiter asked the person to leave with a look of grievance on his face. The evil female boss Long Fei is a big shot who has to be respected by all their bosses, and she is also the owner of the Royal Aristocrat Bar. Not only that, the female devil has killed many people and has nearly 1,000 people under her command. All of them are desperate criminals. Who wouldn't be afraid? Especially since he was just a small manager. A few minutes later, Lin Tian suddenly appeared at the entrance of Tianxia Hotel, scaring the girls who opened the door to greet him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Some passers-by walking in front of the door were also shocked, with their hearts surging with fear. What the hell is this? Why did a handsome guy appear out of nowhere? How did he do it? Because Lin Tian appeared directly without hiding at all, everyone was watching him suddenly appear in full view. Are you a human or a ghost? The girl spoke incoherently and looked at Lin Tian in shock. She was closest to Lin Tian. Just when she was observing the pedestrians on the road, Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of her. The sudden appearance of this person almost scared her to tears. He was like a ghost. Of course it's a human. The latter smiled calmly and walked around them and went in. Chapter 46. The Cold Concubine's Provocation. Lin Tian walked into the Tianxia Hotel with a calm look on his face. He didn't care at all about what people outside thought or said about him. If you have the ability, wouldn't you be stupid not to use it? What's more, I came here on purpose. Da. Hearing the sound of a door opening and footsteps, the crowd that had just calmed down was still wondering who the female devil was, but was attracted by this voice. I turned my head and looked towards the door, wondering who it was. But unexpectedly, their expressions changed. As soon as Lin Tian entered the venue, he attracted a lot of people's attention. When some rich young ladies and young women saw Lin Tian, their eyes lit up. When the man saw his female companion's reaction, he looked unhappy. So handsome. Whose son is he? Slurp, slurp. I'm almost drooling over this. What a handsome guy. Me too. What are you looking at? Nothing. Lin Tian, however, looked as if he was used to it. He stood there and began to look for Long Fei. After a round of inspection, he found that there was no sign of Long Fei at all, and there was a mess not far away, with many cleaners cleaning. He recalled the seat number Long Fei had given him and immediately started looking for it. But I found that it was the place where those people had just cleaned. He looked at the empty seat in front of him with a strange expression. Didn't Long Fei say that she had arrived? Where was she? Did she go to the toilet? Lin Tian was about to use his spiritual sense to search, but suddenly thought that the other party might be in the bathroom, so he stopped immediately. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? At this time, a waiter came over and asked enthusiastically. Her little face flushed as she looked at Lin Tian. Her shy look was very attractive. This is the first time I've looked at a handsome guy like this. She felt a little happy in her heart. It was really a pleasure to see the handsome guy up close. Hello, where is the girl who was here before? Oh, well, she was taken to the private room on the 3rd floor by our manager. Are you her friend? Then please follow me. Soon the waiter led Lin Tian into the elevator and headed to the 3rd floor. That's it. The waiter pointed to the private room and said. The private room was still open at this time, and noisy sounds came from inside. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. This is what we should do. When the waiter left reluctantly, Lin Tian looked up at the name of this private room, between heaven and earth. Why did concubine Long suddenly come to the private room? He walked straight in because he also heard Long Fei's voice at the door. When did you change rooms? Why didn't you tell me? The man who was flattering heard a strange voice, and his expression suddenly changed. He was the boss who had just been called over by the manager. When he heard that Long Fei was coming, he was so scared that he quickly got down from his lover's bed, put on his clothes and pants, and rushed over without stopping. He dared not delay even for a single minute, fearing that the evil female Long Fei would destroy his shop. While he was entertaining his guests, a strange man broke in. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and glared at Lin Tian. Where are the security guards? How did a bunch of good-for-nothings guard the door? How did they let someone in? Didn't they see I was entertaining guests? Get this person out. Li Xiao was very angry. What a good-for-nothing. He let in all kinds of people. I'm sorry, boss. It's our fault. It's not that they didn't block Lin Tian at the door, but they were standing inside, looking at the boss seriously with a fawning look on their face, so they didn't notice when Lin Tian walked in. Mainly because it was the first time I saw the boss being so respectful to a woman, and I was a little curious. Didn't you hear what our boss said? Why don't you leave now? As he spoke, several strong men blocked Lin Tian's way and prevented him from moving forward. He looked ferocious. If it were an ordinary person, he would have run away after being scared like this. But Lin Tian looked at him as if he was a fool. Feeling the insulting gazes from the other party, several people became furious. Just when they were about to use force, concubine Long stood up with a happy smile on her face. Lin Tian, you are finally here. Come in and sit down. Li Xiao, what's wrong with you? Do you dare to chase away my friend? Just when Li Xiao was confused, Long Fei next to him spoke. In an instant, Li Xiao fell to his knees and started crying with tears and snot. Sister Fei, I didn't know he was your friend. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The next second, he actually kowtowed. He seemed to be very afraid of concubine Long, fearing that she would get angry and chop him to pieces. If he knew that the young man who just came in was concubine Long's friend, he would never dare to drive him out even if he was beaten to death. He would not dare to do that even if he had 10,000 guts. He knew concubine Long's temper very well. Once he made her unhappy, he would die. Get lost. You are such a disgrace. Long Fei looked disgusted and kicked Li Xiao away. Yes. I'll leave right now. Li Xiao quickly got up from the ground, bowed several times to Lin Tian with an expression of gratitude, and ran away happily with his security guards without even looking back. It's fun. Lin Tian held his head and stared at Long Fei and said, Long Fei's outfit today made Lin Tian's eyes light up. It is really a top-notch product. Huh, what are you looking at, you big pervert? Long Fei naturally noticed Lin Tian's gaze, lowered her head in confusion and looked down, then covered her chest. She glanced at Lin Tian shyly. Haha. Lin Tian looked embarrassed and walked over, only to be ruthlessly exposed. Looking at the blushing Long Fei, Lin Tian thought she was quite cute. When he sat down, Long Fei, who had originally called him a pervert, moved closer to him on her own initiative, less than 10 centimeters away. A natural body fragrance was inhaled into Lin Tian's nose. It was a light and refreshing fragrance with a hint of rose, which smelled very pleasant. Someone just called me a pervert, but now he's approaching me. Seeing this, Lin Tian suddenly spoke up and said that this woman was simply saying one thing and thinking another. She called him a pervert 1 second, and then she got next to him the next. No? At this moment, Concubine Long was like a child, holding Lin Tian's hand with a red face. Feeling the softness on his arm and the fragrance of Long Fei's body, Lin Tian's face remained calm, but his heart trembled. After all, he is also a normal man. Seeing Lin Tian's calm expression, Concubine Long knew at a glance that he was pretending. With a teasing look on her face, she approached Lin Tian's ear, exhaled a breath of fragrance, and said seductively, "Do you want to touch it? I don't mind." Oh shit. Lin Tian was startled and jumped up, immediately putting some distance between himself and Long Fei. Long Fei, with a look of disbelief on her face, doubted whether she had said this, but the latter stared at her with a charming look on her face, making her feel itchy. She looks like a complete vixen. This made the young man unable to control himself. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Long Fei couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you actually trembled, Lin Tian. I am dying of laughter. Although Long Fei is open-minded, she only treats Lin Tian well. She also knew in her heart that she did have feelings for him during their chats during these days. Although she seduced him, it doesn't mean that she would be so open and really let Lin Tian touch her. She just wanted to tease Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Seeing Concubine Long smiling coquettishly, Lin Tian wanted to teach her a lesson. If you are fooled, you have to fight back. Lin Tian stood up in a flash and looked at her with evil eyes. Seeing this, Concubine Long hugged her arms in fear. Her face changed, and she leaned on the sofa in a delicate manner. What do you want to do? Chapter 47. How about you follow me, Long Fei? Don't want. As Long Fei screamed, her pupils continued to dilate, and her face was filled with shock. Because Lin Tianjing picked her up and placed her on his legs with her back facing him. At this moment, Concubine Long still didn't understand what Lin Tian wanted to do. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'd think I'm a sick cat. Although I have never been in contact with a woman, it is not your turn to provoke me like this. Lin Tian said angrily, easily grabbed Long Fei, making her unable to move, raised his hand high and slapped her down. Bang! The loud sound echoed in the private room for a long time. Ah! The slap made Concubine Long's face turn red, and blood was almost dripping out. Lin Tian actually spanked her, but so hard. Feeling the force coming from her hips, Long Fei began to struggle. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into right away, but I got spanked. Bang! See if you dare. Bang! I told you to tease me. Bang! Woo woo! I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. Please let me go. I don't know how many times she was hit, but finally Concubine Long gave up struggling because she had no feeling anymore. It was obvious that she was swollen from being hit. She really didn't expect that Lin Tian would actually dare to attack her. Tears were welling up in her beautiful eyes. Seeing Long Fei crying out of grievance, Lin Tian immediately let her go. I couldn't help myself. Bite you to death, you big bad guy. Long Fei was a little unsteady when she stood up, and she fell directly into Lin Tian's arms. She opened her little mouth with some pride and bit his arm. Humph! I must teach you a lesson, you big bad guy. Unexpectedly, when he took a bite, he hit his own teeth. Why are you so stubborn? You almost knocked my teeth out. Long Fei said with a look of resentment. The bite she made on Lin Tian's arm was like biting on a steel pipe. It was extremely hard. She touched her teeth with heartache. Now she was like a resentful woman, staring at Lin Tian intently, as if she wished she could swallow him up. Who told you to cause trouble first? Lin Tian said this fearlessly, but he had to admit that it was really soft. I accidentally got addicted to it. I don't know how to be gentle with women. You almost broke me. Long Fei sat in her seat with a difficult look on her face, her eyes never leaving Lin Tian, full of resentment. Then let me rub it for you? Lin Tiandao. Go away. You just want to take advantage of me. Concubine Long shook her head in disbelief and glared at him fiercely. No way. Lin Tian spread his hands helplessly. It hurts so much. Concubine Long was recovering on the side and ignored Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian felt a little bit sorry. Did he really hit him too hard? He quickly asked Black Shadow to kill a monster and used dozens of points to buy a healing pill. For you. He handed the pill to Long Fei, who looked puzzled. You're not going to drug me, are you? Concubine Long stared at Lin Tian with a vigilant look on her face and kept backing away, completely losing her previous arrogance. She was really scared. What are you thinking about? This is for healing. Eat it, and your injury will heal. Lin Tian said speechlessly. What kind of person are you thinking of him? He could never do such a low-level thing as drugging. As long as he wants, he can just use violence to enforce the law. So why would he need to use drugs? Long Fei took the pill and swallowed it under the other party's gaze. She still chose to believe Lin Tian. After a while, she no longer felt the pain and returned to normal. Don't think I will forgive you just because you give me a pill. Long Fei snorted and turned her head away, making small movements from time to time and glancing at Lin Tian constantly. However, Lin Tian did not care about these things, but became serious. I have something I want to tell you. What's up? Seeing that Lin Tian was no longer smiling, Long Fei became serious and asked seriously, how about you bring your people and join me? After Lin Tian finished speaking, he carefully observed Long Fei's next move, fearing that she would refuse. He had actually been struggling with this matter for quite a long time, because he wanted to create an organization to collect intelligence, and not only that, he also wanted to establish a killer organization. Their own shadows need things to do. If their master Lin Tian is not busy, they can only stay in the Shadow Kingdom all the time waiting for Lin Tian to summon them. But as a newbie, he didn't know much about these things. The first person he thought of was Long Fei. After all, she had been doing this for a long time. After all, her gang is quite famous in Huadu, so she understands these things. Follow you? What good will it do me? Upon hearing this, Concubine Long stood up and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. He actually let me follow him? Full of doubts. Such a powerful man actually needs others to work for him? But she was still a little tempted. After all, Lin Tian was a strong man. With such a strong man protecting them, they really don't have to worry about anything anymore. Besides, Batian Martial Arts School has been eyeing them for a long time. The pressure from Batian Martial Arts School made Long Fei breathless, and her subordinates brought out some news from inside. That is, there is someone in Batian Martial Arts School who wants to destroy them, but she doesn't know who it is because the subordinate died before he could finish his words. She had no idea when they would start. Benefits? Yes. Seeing Concubine Long's sad face, Lin Tian didn't care and didn't know what she was thinking. What's the benefit? Long Fei widened her eyes. It was not impossible for her to follow Lin Tian, but the prerequisite was that the conditions were met. She was not stupid enough to give up her gang. Even though I have a crush on him, how about letting you break through to the king level and giving you some resources at the same time? Lin Tian talked about his own advantages. Is this true or false? Long Fei said in disbelief. However, facing Long Fei's disbelief, Lin Tian chose to prove himself with action. He took out all the spirit stones and low-level skills he got from the sky-swallowing leopard, as well as a lot of weapons and armor. Lin Tian kept the intermediate and advanced ones in the space without moving them. He would not give them away randomly and would deal with them later. This, Concubine Long widened her eyes, looking at the huge pile of treasures in front of her, and her whole body began to tremble. She was so excited that she moved her hands, because Lin Tian gave all these things to her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She just felt her breathing become shortness and she almost fainted, but fortunately she had enough concentration and held on. Then Lin Tian took out another upgrade pill. This pill can allow you to break through the half-lord level and enter the lord level. How about it? Are you satisfied with my benefits? Long Fei. Faced with the resources of evil forces, Concubine Long chose to bow to them. Lin Tian also told Long Fei all about his plans to get intelligence and the assassin network, and asked her to do it. Seeing Long Fei nod, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Lin Tian quickly signaled her to take the upgrade pill, while he stood by to protect her, preventing others from noticing and controlling her. Time passed by little, and the sweaty Concubine Long finally entered the early stage of the king after taking the upgrade pill given by Lin Tian. At this moment, Concubine Long couldn't help but jump up excitedly. As if he had forgotten something, he excitedly hugged Lin Tian and started biting him. Thank you, Lin Tian. You can kiss me if you want, but what does sticking out your tongue mean? Chapter 48. The Terrifying Island of Death. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. These days, concubine Lung has also organized all the things Lin Tian needed and managed them in perfect order. The sudden emergence of the Shadow Kingdom organization and Shadow Intelligence completely shocked some people in the Killer Circle. Because every mission the Black Shadow organization accepted had a 100% completion rate, they ruthlessly crushed those killer organizations. As their reputation grows, many people hope that the Black Shadow organization can help them. In the darkness, there is also an intelligence organization affiliated with their Shadow Kingdom organization, Shadow Intelligence. As the name suggests, Shadow Intelligence is used to find out some unknown information. As long as you have enough money, they can find the information and clues you want. During this period, there were many other killer organizations that looked down on the newly rising Killer Kingdom organization codenamed Black Shadow and tried to teach them a lesson, but the result was obvious. They were easily destroyed by the Black Shadows. What frightened them was not the strength of the Black Shadows, but their number, which seemed endless. From then on, the Shadow Kingdom was directly deified and became the most feared organization among all killer organizations, as well as the most terrifying one. Its assassinations had never failed. Even so, the emergence of the Dark Shadow Kingdom has affected many people's interests. Those people in the darkness are eyeing the Dark Shadow Kingdom with eager eyes, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to strike. After Lin Tian had accumulated points during this period of time, he bought a lot of things from the system, which not only improved their overall strength to the peak of the venerable level, but also opened up their spiritual intelligence. Lin Tian also earned a lot of commissions by accepting missions through the means of the shadows. Now he is worth tens of billions and has no shortage of money. Now Lin Tian is the leader of the Black Shadow Kingdom organization, and Lung Fei is the deputy leader. He also arranged Mingta, the general of his Shadow-Devouring Legion, to be by her side. Basically, Lin Tian is a hands-off boss, and all the domestic affairs are left to Lung Fei. After all, she is the person Lin Tian trusts the most, and a lot of interesting things have happened between them in recent days. Death Island. A young figure appeared in the air, staring at the creatures below. He was Lin Tian, and the system had issued a task not long ago. That is to find the secret of the black box found in the sky-swallowing leopard's cave a month ago and open it. And the clue the system gave him was here. The place known as the Forbidden Land by the world is located in the center of the four oceans, a dark island full of dangers and all kinds of monsters and demons. 100 years ago, an emperor-level strongman came here and never came out again. People said that he might have died on the island, and that there were things here that were more terrifying than the emperor-level strongman. Just staring at it in the air made Lin Tian feel a little scared. You have to know that he is now a powerful god, but he is actually disturbed by the evil energy emanating from inside. Why is this place so scary? His spiritual sense covered the entire island, but he found that there was a mysterious force blocking his search. What is that? Lin Tian became alert. It was not easy to interrupt his spiritual consciousness. There must be someone more powerful than himself on this island. In the darkness, a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Tian. What was creepy was that its pupils were colorless and made up of a black substance. There was also an evil black air slowly floating from the corners of its eyes. However, Lin Tian was completely unaware of its existence. Although he was still scared, Lin Tian still flew down. Since he was here, he was naturally not afraid of encountering any danger. Even if he met an opponent stronger than himself, he could teleport away with just one click without any panic. What made him curious was what was inside the black box, because he had been trying to open it these days, but was interrupted by the demonic energy on its surface. The evil spirit was extremely ferocious, and even Lin Tian had no way to deal with it. Lin Tian landed slowly, and when his feet touched the ground, he felt a soft feeling, as if he was stepping on animal fur. Looking down, he saw that the ground of the island was actually made up of black meat, just like the rotten meat and internal organs of animals, black with red and countless small bumps. Not only that, Lin Tian also saw wriggling eyeballs on the ground. At a glance, there were quite a lot of meat on the ground, with several dozens of centimeters apart. It was creepy. If most people saw this ground, they would probably be scared to death. The trees here are also unusual. Although only a small amount of sunlight can shine in, Lin Tian finds that the branches are constantly swaying like human hands, and the leaves are not ordinary leaves either. They seem to be made up of the hair of some creature, which is extremely disgusting. Next to the trees, there were strange bushes and some flowers that looked like they were made up of the remains of animals. How disgusting! It was also the first time that Lin Tian saw such an island. It was so disgusting. He also discovered that even the air here was polluted by demonic energy, filled with the brutal smell of blood and a smell of corruption. Rustle. Suddenly, the trees next to Lin Tian moved. They were originally calm, but they all moved when Lin Tian, an outsider, entered. With a whoosh, countless tentacles, branches, and black hairs attacked Lin Tian. Wow, they are all alive. Lin Tian attacked quickly. The thunder in his hands gathered into a terrifying lightning strike, which hit their bodies. Hiss ha ah. Suddenly, a series of creepy screams came from their bodies, as if the wronged souls in hell were seeking justice, which made people's scalps tingle. With just one strike, all the trees, grass, and plants within 100 meters were destroyed, and even the ground under his feet screamed. I almost got cheated by them. I said it felt weird, and it turned out there was something wrong. Lin Tian's attack calmed down the evil spirits that were ready to make a move. They seemed to be afraid of thunder and did not dare to attack Lin Tian again. However, Lin Tian's simple attack alarmed the things inside the island. Boom! The entire flesh and blood ground began to tremble, as if they were afraid of what was coming, and even the trees, flowers, and plants in the distance were the same. As the ground shook, Lin Tian looked up in front of him and saw a huge black shadow approaching him. Half-demon. Lin Tian's pupils continued to dilate, and he was a little surprised. Because the person coming over was a half-demon, his lower body was like an octopus, with countless tentacles with suction cups constantly wriggling, and in his suction cups were human heads and animal skulls. His upper body was human-like, with a pair of huge ears on his head that looked like pig ears, and his fangs pierced through his face, making him look particularly hideous and terrifying. Who broke into Lord Sei's territory? Die! Chapter 49. The terrifying half-demon, Song Yunya's first battle. The horrifying sound made people's hearts tremble. Even the creatures around let out roaring sounds, like evil spirits haunting souls. Lin Tian, who had originally looked indifferent, became serious because he sensed that the terrifying aura emanating from this half-demon had actually reached the late emperor level. This might be the most powerful demon Lin Tian has ever encountered. Compared with the demon in the dark swamp and blood river, the one in front of him is like an ant and an elephant. The two cannot be compared at all. This octopus demon is much more powerful than that one. Even Lin Tian feels the danger. Lord Sei's territory? Could it be a being more terrifying than him? It looked like it must be his boss, probably hiding somewhere. Lin Tian's eyes were wandering, as if he was looking for something, but he only found countless demons and some creatures, and did not notice any more powerful existence. Then there are only one or two possibilities. His strength was even stronger than his own, which was why he didn't notice it. Another thing is that he has a special hiding ability, which makes him completely unnoticed. Lin Tian wasn't quite sure either, so it seemed he had to be careful. Human, how dare you disturb Lord Sei's peace? Damn it! When the demon saw Lin Tian, he spoke arrogantly and was filled with murderous intent. Anyone who dares to disturb the peace of their masters must be killed, no matter who it is. The monstrous demonic energy danced wildly and transformed into the deadly god of death, attacking Lin Tian. This force caused the creatures to tremble and tear, and actually corrupted them. Let me see if you can take this move of mine. As Lin Tian made his move, the void shook, thunder covered his whole body, and terrifying lightning ran rampant. It transformed into a terrifying thunder dragon and collided with the demon's attack. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud appeared. The earth trembled, black blood continued to flow out from the ground, and screams rang out one after another. The attack of the two of them destroyed all the living creatures around them. However, under the powerful attack, the demon only took a few steps back, with lightning still flashing on his skin. Despite such a powerful attack, the demon only suffered minor skin injuries. A little green blood dripped from the demon's skin onto the ground, corroding the ground and causing bursts of black smoke. Damn human, die! Seeing that his skin was injured, the demon became furious. His body was filled with dark demonic energy, which formed a huge mouth that covered the sky and tried to swallow Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and the space shattered into a terrifying attack, which shattered the demon's attack into pieces. At the same time, the vibrations in space continued to compress his body, swallowing him up bit by bit. However, the tentacles under his body grabbed towards Lin Tian. Even if this human is stronger than me, so what? Everything can be destroyed under my tentacles. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed down with a knife. A terrifying blade of light cut off all his tentacles. Green blood kept splashing and the demon screamed. The force of space was still compressing his huge body. Despite this, he still held on and resisted Lin Tian's spatial compression. This inadvertently made Lin Tian widen his eyes. This physical strength is quite fierce. The attacks of the two were extremely powerful, and the creatures around them died again and again. It was like a fight between gods, and they were the ones who suffered. Human, you have succeeded in irritating me. Boom. For some unknown reason, the demon's aura was constantly rising, approaching the early stage of godhood. Sasasa. The entire island began to emit a huge demonic energy, which was madly sucked into the body of the demon. All of a sudden, veins popped up all over his body turned blood red, and countless black lines attached to his body, providing him with energy. Die. Boom. At this moment, heaven and earth changed dramatically. The human and animal bones in his suction cup seemed to come alive and turned into purple skeletons one after another. They were like evil spirits, roaring at Lin Tian. One after another, they ran towards Lin Tian. The demon laughed. His whole body twisted. His skull turned into bullets, and he began to harvest. I still underestimated him. The demons are worthy of being demons. They are born stronger than humans. This demon is so weird that he can even be described as terrifying. If a powerful god encounters him, he will probably be defeated or even die in his hands. But the person he met was Lin Tian, a man with cheats. It seems that I can't use the 5th level of power anymore, so I have to deal with him quickly. Lin Tian felt a chill in his heart. In his eyes, the demon was already a dead man. In an instant, Song Yunya appeared in Lin Tian's hand. In an instant, Lin Tian's speed was so fast that even the space couldn't help but tremble. The spiritual energy in Lin Tian's body continued to surge, and the power at that moment reached its terrifying extreme. Countless ghosts emerged from the cloud fangs, rushed towards the demon's skull, and started to bite it. The skull was no match for the ghost and was immediately beaten to pieces, leaving the demon with a confused look on his face. But he was not someone to be trifled with. When he wanted to fight back again, Lin Tian did not give him the chance. At this moment, Lin Tian's body turned into nothingness, but his eyes were extremely bright. Lin Tian swung his sword down, and it turned into a sword of light in the sky, trying to split the space in half. Under the dazzling and terrifying attack, the space broke apart layer by layer. The surviving creatures on the island were trembling constantly, staring at the terrifying power above with fear. The astonished demon was split in half without even having time to utter a scream before death. Even if he is now in the divine realm, it was only forcibly raised to that level. How could he withstand such a terrifying attack from Lin Tian? After all, a man with cheats is not simple. However, the demon's body, which was split into 2 halves, fell to the ground with a loud bang, turned into green blood and black gas, and disappeared directly in this world. Gurgle gurgle. However, the flesh on the ground began to devour the blood of the demons. This thing was a great tonic for these evil creatures. Lin Tian killed him and made them successful. However, Lin Tian didn't care at all. Even if they became stronger, it would be SOSO and he could destroy them easily. Seeing that the demon was dead, Lin Tian went towards the depths of the island. He was looking for a cave because the system told him that as long as he found the cave, he could solve the puzzle and find a way to open the box. Just as Lin Tian was leaving, 2 strange figures emerged from the flesh behind him without him knowing. Wang is actually dead. This human is not simple. The one that opened its mouth was a toad-like creature, with black eyes all over its body and fangs around its eyes, looking very strange. It was staring at a pool of green flesh on the ground that was being devoured. Hee. It's normal for him to die. After all, he is the weakest among us. He has no choice but to die if he is inferior to us. Next to it was a ball of black demonic energy, without any shape, with a radius of about 20 centimeters. Inside it was a pair of scarlet eyes staring at the disappearing Lin Tian. His eyes were full of interest. It's interesting that a mere early-stage god dares to come here. Black Ball spoke again. Yeah, do you want me to kill him? Toad spoke up. However, he was stopped by the Black Ball, which said grimly, No, you can't beat him with your strength. Although he is at the same level as you are not his opponent. Going up to him will only lead to your own death. Have you forgotten the mission that Lord Say gave us? Our current goal is to negotiate with the demon tribe, so we don't have time to deal with these trivial matters. Lord Say has his own arrangements. That human is probably looking for that thing. Do you think he can beat the guardian of that thing? Black Ball said with disdain, looking at the toad beside him. Brother Jia is right. I was stupid and almost forgot the task that Lord Say gave me. When Toad heard this, he felt a little scared. Brother Jie's strength had reached a super terrifying level. Toad still believed what he said very much. It felt regretful in its heart. If Lord Sei knew that it did not complete the task, he would definitely kill it as a blood sacrifice. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the war between the demons and humans. It will definitely be very interesting then. Haha. Chapter 50 Rock Viper. The evil energy in the air has polluted the entire island. If an ordinary person or a low-level warrior comes here, they will probably be poisoned to death within a few hours. The black evil aura filled the entire island, making it look particularly eerie. What made people's scalps tingle were the plants around it, because you didn't know if anything would jump out of it. Lin Tian walked through layers of fog and climbed over mountains and hills to find the cave that the system mentioned. But he found that the deeper he went, the stronger the special magnetic field became, interfering with his perception. What's going on with this island? Lin Tian pulled the branches away from his sight and looked up at the sky, but he saw that the sky was blocked by the hair and branches of the plants, and he could not see any light at all. If it weren't for his own strength, he would probably have lost his way here. Rustle. As Lin Tian walked, strange noises were heard all around him, and many things were secretly observing Lin Tian. Along the way, he encountered many monsters and beasts, all of which attacked him. Those monsters seemed to have lost their minds and were attacking him frantically as if they were controlled by someone. But in the end, they all died tragically at the hands of Lin Tian, which was another considerable amount of points. Lin Tian also discovered that the monsters he encountered were at least as powerful as the king level, while the stronger ones had reached the late stage of the venerable level. I have to say that this island is indeed terrifying. No wonder a powerful god-level figure came in and never left. I also gradually understand why it is called a forbidden area by the world. The dangers involved were such that even he had to be cautious. As Lin Tian searched, he soon came to a special place. The surroundings were like an altar, with 5 black pillars carved with evil patterns and arranged in a pentagonal shape, and underneath the pillars was a huge black magic circle. In the middle of the altar was a broken stone, surrounded by many animal and human corpses. All the blood and flesh were sucked out of their bodies, turning them into mummies, while some turned into white bones after being soaked by time. It's really cruel. Lin Tian muttered softly. This altar was already in tatters and looked like it had been abandoned. Finally, after Lin Tian's search, he came to the center of the entire island and discovered that the demonic energy here was several times that of the island's periphery. A small hill came into his sight, and in it there was a cave. It is surrounded by human heads, with many maggots still wriggling inside, and you can even see snakes, scorpions, and centipedes. This should be what the system said. Lin Tian looked around and found nothing unusual, so he walked in. The whole person was already on alert, because he knew what he would face next. From the moment he entered the cave, he clearly felt that there was something very terrifying inside the cave. Although it is a small hill, after entering the cave, you will go downhill. The further you go down, the more light is swallowed up little by little until it disappears completely and turns into pitch darkness. In such a dark environment, Lin Tian could see everything clearly as if it were daytime. As he moved forward, more and more animal corpses were found. He could even hear a faint breathing sound deep inside, and the owner of that breathing sound seemed to be dozing off. When he slowly opened a door, a blazing light came into view. Hot. Very hot. Lin Tian took a look and saw boiling magma roiling in the pool, with fire snakes leaping out of the surface. The powerful burning sensation can make a person evaporate in an instant. What is eye-catching is a huge rock in the center of the hot magma, with a big snake coiled on it. The surrounding hot magma seems to be massaging it. At this moment, the big snake was resting with its eyes closed and did not notice Lin Tian entering at all. Its entire body was like rock, with fiery red magma flowing on its skin as if it had life. Judging from the size of its coiled form, this giant snake was probably several hundred meters long, and its head was triangular in shape. Lin Tian could vaguely see its third eye. What surprised Lin Tian the most was that he couldn't even tell the cultivation level of this giant snake. System, what is this giant snake? I can't even see through its strength. In response to Lin Tian's doubts, the system gave an answer. Host, this is a rock viper that lives deep in the magma. It refines its body by devouring the essence of the boiling magma. It does not have any so-called cultivation, but it is worth noting that its physical strength has exceeded the level of a god. Not only is its body extremely terrifying, it can also control magma. Exceeding the god level? Holy shit. Others were simply dumbfounded. System, are you sure I can beat it? Yes, but please rest assured, host, there will be no accidents with me here. Hearing the system's answer, Lin Tian nodded with emotion. The system still cares about me, and then asked again. Then how much do I open with it? 7-3. Host, you get 7, it gets 3. Oh. Lin Tian was a little confused. Are you sure you can break the skin of a snake whose physical strength exceeds that of a god? And it's 70% to 30%? Host, the rock viper is a creature that is very dependent on magma. Its life is magma. Without magma, it is nothing. As long as you destroy the magma, its strength will naturally decrease, and then you can easily kill it. Not only that, the system also told Lin Tian its origin, and then he suddenly realized it. The rock adder cannot be considered a real snake, but rather an imaginary creature bred by a powerful magma spirit. Although it looks like a normal creature on the surface, it has a very fatal weakness, which is its origin, that is, the magma next to it. As long as its origin is destroyed, it will not be able to make any big waves. But then again, how do you extinguish the magma? It is simply impossible to extinguish the magma, especially since it is so huge. You don't even know how deep this magma pool is. In theory, a strong enough flame can turn water into steam, and vice versa, enough water can extinguish the flame. In response to Lin Tian's inner doubts, the system explained again. When faced with the system's words, Lin Tian didn't quite believe them. But you might as well give it a try. Don't you happen to have water-related abilities? With the help of the system, he has already reached the highest level in the field of water-related abilities. However, he did not rush to take action, but looked around curiously to see if there were any other strange things. Sure enough, he discovered a most special place. On the rock wall above the snake's head hangs a compass about 1 meter in size, its 4 corners bound by huge iron chains and hanging in the middle. The compass looks particularly old after being baptized by time. In the middle of the compass there was a completely red crystal, from which emanated a constant terrifying aura, which was restless and seemed to want to break out. This made Lin Tian a little confused, because he could see that the chain was extraordinary, but why would it tie up a compass like this? What could it do? Could it run away? What secrets does the crystal in the middle hold? All this will only be revealed after he gets it. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake violently. A lot of rubble fell from the top of the head, and the magma in the magma pool began to get excited. Lin Tian's face changed and he looked at the rock in the middle of the magma, because the rock viper that was still sleeping had woken up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 51 End. The Mysterious Giant. Roar. After waking up, the rock viper roared angrily and stared at Lin Tian with murderous eyes. The boiling magma beside him began to boil, turning into fire snakes that rolled continuously, as if trying to drag the invader down. The rock viper, the owner of this place, was even more furious because an outsider had entered its nest. If it hadn't just woken up, all the treasures in the cave would have been stolen by this human. Powerful wind came out of its mouth, and the entire underground world was shaking with the strong wind. Gurgle, gurgle. Huge red bubbles continued to emerge from the magma, and when they burst, a hot breath hit us in the face. The temperature in the entire cave was constantly rising, reaching a terrifying several hundred degrees in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for his own strength and water-related abilities, Lin Tian would have turned into ashes at this temperature. You're awake now, let's fight. Lin Tian's heart turned cold. Without water, a large amount of water gushed out from the ground, and dozens of water columns shot up into the sky. However, it turns into water vapor at such a high temperature. But not yet completely. This island is originally located in the center of the ocean and is surrounded by water, which is just right for Lin Tian to use. The continuously influx of water began to transform into terrifying water dragons, and the majestic aura made the small fire snakes in the magma tremble. However, the rock viper roared angrily. Those fire snakes suddenly became furious, rushed out from the lava and bit the water dragon. Upon seeing this, the water dragons roared and launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud explosion, the water dragon and the fire snake merged into one and were destroyed one after another. Sizzle. Countless water vapors raised the temperature in the cave again. Water. As the ground continued to tremble, countless streams of water rushed up into the sky, destroying the foundation at the bottom of the magma pool and causing them all to flow into the vast ocean. With such a vast ocean, it is easy to extinguish the hot magma. The screams of fire snakes continued to be heard from the bottom of the sea until they all died. Because the foundation was destroyed, a large amount of sea water poured in and soon covered the entire cave. Seeing this, The rock viper spit out its scarlet tongue and rushed towards Lin Tian like crazy. Because there was no magma, its body began to slowly break apart and turned into ashes bit by bit. It was originally the spirit of magma that was transformed into something else, and now that it has lost its original power, it will disappear as well. It wanted to kill the human who destroyed its territory at the last moment. The rock viper, whose abilities were greatly reduced, was naturally no match for Lin Tian. What's more, its most proud body was now disintegrating and shattered. The power of space crush? Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Tian raised his hand, the space around the rock adder began to vibrate until it continued to twist, wrapping it alive and compressing it together like a crusher. Roar! The rock adder twisted its body continuously in pain, but it had no ability to defend itself and could only watch its body decay faster and faster. Soon, its hind half turned into black dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Roar! At its last moment, a stream of energy appeared in its mouth and sprayed towards Lin Tian the next second. After launching this attack, the rock adder disappeared completely. Bang! But its attack could not do anything to Lin Tian, who easily resolved it with just a hand block. It's time to go. The shattering of the bedrock caused water to slowly flood the entire island, and rocks were falling overhead. Boom! However, Lin Tian went towards the compass above his head because he was determined to get that compass. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be a good thing. Just when he was about to touch the compass, the iron chain that bound it suddenly broke. It seemed as if it had been reborn, and it actually trembled a few times on the spot, looking very happy. It seemed to have life. The crystal on it turned towards Lin Tian, as if looking at him, and then it rushed into the sky at the speed of light and turned into a meteor and disappeared in the area. The person involved, Lin Tian, was stunned where he stood. How can this thing still run? Grass. It was not advisable to stay here for long, so Lin Tian immediately pressed the button to return to the city and disappeared on the spot. As for the creatures on the island, they can only watch helplessly as the entire island sinks. It is estimated that it will not be long before they become living fossils on the seabed, and perhaps only a small number of them will be able to escape from here. However, just as Lin Tian left, the island that was originally sinking stopped. The bedrock of the magma pool that was destroyed by Lin Tian was inexplicably restored. What was even more surprising was that the magma appeared out of thin air, and the rock viper that had died and turned into dust actually came back to life. It roared angrily, and if it met that human again, it would tear him to pieces to relieve the hatred in its heart. As the island floated up, the creatures on it cheered. They came to the edge of the island in an organized and disciplined manner and began to kneel down towards the deep seabed. Their faces were filled with awe and worship. What was even crazier was that many creatures jumped into the ocean together, and no one knew why they did that. Seabed. This stretch of ocean was unusually quiet. Not a single fish could be seen within a few kilometers around, as if they did not dare to set foot here. There seemed to be something inside that prevented them from entering this area. A huge eye suddenly opened deep in the sea, mysterious and powerful. Its figure was not clear, and only its general outline could be seen. It had red eyes, a green body, and was hairless. Its limbs were full of amazing power. It was over 100 meters in size, a giant living on the seabed. What an interesting human being. A mysterious voice came from deep under the sea, and he seemed to be interested in Lin Tian. In fact, he noticed it when Lin Tian appeared above this area and had been secretly observing Lin Tian's every move. In the early stage of godhood, he is only about 20 years old, younger than the other humans. Although his strength is a little inferior, he will definitely be able to surpass them in the future. Moreover, he also possesses the power of space, which is not simple. The human world is becoming more and more interesting. I hope you can break through the divine position and enter the realm of the Emperor as soon as possible. I have been lonely for 1,000 years and long for a strong opponent. Human, please don't let me down. The mysterious giant sighed, his eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of excitement. I am really looking forward to meeting Lin Tian in the future. The demonic compass has also run away. I wonder who will get it. I'm sure the owner devouring will be very exciting. Ha ha ha. I don't know which unlucky guy it will choose. Okay, it's time for me to continue sleeping. Jia and the others will take care of the rest. Soon the giant closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Chapter 52. Black Egg, Unconvinced Silver. Lin Tian, who left the island, had no idea that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the deep sea. His mind was now completely disrupted because the clues about the box were completely interrupted. He hadn't found any clues at all, and the entire island was gone. It's so uncomfortable. He also wanted to see what was inside the box, but now it seemed that he would never be able to open the box in his lifetime. Just when he was feeling depressed, the voice of the system came. Host, don't be discouraged. Although you haven't found any clues or completed the task, as long as you give me all the points, this system will reluctantly help you open this box. When Lin Tian heard these words from the system, he jumped up and down. He said in disbelief, Really? Really? The sound of the system is full of temptation. Okay, then you turn on the system for me. After thinking for a while, Lin Tianxia made up his mind to see what was inside the box. It was so difficult to open, and now the clues were broken, and there was no way to find a way to open the box. It would be better to let the system do it. And he only has a few million points left now, so it doesn't matter if he gives them all to the system. After all, points are something he can have as many as he wants. You can earn it back by just letting the shadows go out. Okay, deduct 264,3718 points from the host for system output. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole box began to shake violently, and the original chains suddenly broke. Endless demonic energy emanated from inside, engulfing the entire room in an instant. Fortunately, the system took action. A white light appeared and purified all the evil energy, and the whole room returned to normal. However, Lin Tian discovered that the demonic energy emerging from this box was no worse than that on the island, and was even more concentrated. This made him even more curious about what was inside the box. The host's demonic energy has now been completely purified by the system. You can open the box without worry. Bye. After saying this, the system's voice disappeared. Lin Tian, have you learned to be a bad system? Where did you learn this word? Did you do something behind my back? Although Lin Tian was a little speechless, he quickly put the matter of the system behind him and focused his eyes on the box in front of him. Touching the uneven texture on it, Lin Tian opened the black box easily. Is this an egg? What the hell? I exchanged 2.6 million points for a black egg? Lin Tianchi was so angry that he wanted to smash the box, because lying inside the box was a black egg. I don't know if the things inside are dead or mixed up, but there is no trace of life, only a little bit of evil spirit clinging to it. No matter how he looked at it, it looked ordinary, but this egg looked particularly strange. Its surface is covered with black material. Even in the bright and sunny daytime, you can only see black. There is nothing else except black. If it is night, Lin Tian may not be able to see clearly whether there is something in his hand. What a black egg. There is nothing in the huge box. Although he was a little angry, he calmed down. Maybe this egg looks ordinary, but it is actually not ordinary. He hatched it to see what was inside. Just as he was thinking, Baiyin, who sensed Lin Tian's return, ran over happily and licked Lin Tian's feet, and his tail was almost broken by the shake. Isn't it coming? Just when I was worrying about who to hatch the eggs, Baiyin came over by himself. Isn't it ready-made? Seeing Lin Tian's excited look, Baiyin suddenly felt that something was wrong. He tucked his tail into his anus and began to shrink back timidly. Baiyin, I'll have to excuse you from get out of class for a while. Then Lin Tian stretched out his claws towards Baiyin. Despite the latter's howling resistance, Lin Tian showed no mercy. Woof woof woof. A few minutes later, Baiyin was curled up in his doghouse with a heartbroken look on his face, and there was a black egg under his butt. Its tears of regret dripped into its own doghouse. It regretted so much. It should not have walked over there, and such a tragic thing would not have happened. You actually let me hatch a black egg. What a shame to my reputation. How will my white tiger sister look at me? How will my little bitches look at me? How will they look at me? A dignified male dog hatching eggs in a den. Woo-woo-woo. It howled in despair in the doghouse, trying to resist. But just as it was about to run, Lin Tian suddenly appeared, grabbed its fatal neck skin, and lifted it up high. Wait until you hatch the egg before going out. Your task now is to hatch the egg. When you finish, you can go out and play. After throwing it back, Lin Tian warned it and left without looking back. Woof woof woof. When Lin Tian closed the door, Baiyin got down from the egg and grinned at the door to express his dissatisfaction. Bang! Suddenly the door opened, and Lin Tian stuck his head out and stared at it coldly. Woo-woo. Baiyin, who was arrogant and cursing in the previous second, became obedient and coquettish in the next second. He sat on Haydn with a willing look on his face and looked at Lin Tian with a smile on his face. This expression seems to be saying, Master, I am hatching eggs. I will be shy if you look at me like this. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Lin Tian leaving, Baiyin jumped down immediately and started again towards the door. Bang! Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? The next second, a fist as big as a sandbag hit its head. Lin Tian stood in front of it coldly, which scared it immediately. It covered its swollen head, and the whole dog instantly became obedient. Evil master, I will take revenge one day, Wurwu, my dog head. It looked at Lin Tian pitifully, turned around with a frustrated look, went to its nest, slowly sat on the eggs, and shed tears of emotion. Seeing Baiyin return to the egg, Lin Tian turned around and left, closing the door behind him. I didn't pay any more attention to Baiyin, thinking that it should have calmed down by now. If it doesn't behave itself, I'll hit it a few more times. It has such thick skin that you can't kill it. He lay comfortably on the bed, and as for the box, he just gave Baiyin the money, letting him do whatever he wanted with it. The box was of no use to him now. Ding, host, please accept the mission. Mission 1. Find the missing compass. Rewards, 10,000 points, lottery tickets plus 10. Failure, none. Accept/reject. Mission 2. Make your Shadow Kingdom the #1 killer organization. Rewards, 5,000 points, lottery tickets plus 3. Failure, none. Accept/reject. Mission 3. Go to my sister's academy and descend as a god. Reward, 6,000 points, lottery ticket plus 2. Failure, none. Accept/reject. Chapter 53, Establishing the Shadow Kingdom Headquarters. The system actually released another task? Lin Tian didn't expect that the system has been issuing tasks quite frequently recently. However, posting tasks is a good thing. As long as you complete the task, you can get the rewards it provides. After carefully reading the tasks, Lin Tian accepted Task 1 and Task 2. He really wanted something as mysterious as the compass. After all, the crystal in it contained a large amount of energy, which was very useful to him. Besides, he just wanted to see what it was. Although he didn't know where it had gone now, he believed that he would meet the compass again one day, and maybe he would be able to get it then. Lin Tian also had the same idea about the second mission. Since it has been announced, he might as well take it. Not only can he build Black Shadow into the #1 organization, but he can also get free rewards from the system, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the third task, Lin Tian ruthlessly rejected it because it was meaningless. It was nothing more than the system wanting him to show off. It was not as it wished. Moreover, for Lin Tian, deliberately showing off was very childish, and invisible showing off was the most fatal. He was more inclined to the latter. Just when Lin Tian took on the task, Long Fei called. Hey, boss. What's wrong? Lin Tian felt a little strange when faced with Long Fei's sudden call. Nothing, I just missed you. The Long Fei on the other end of the phone spoke coquettishly, her sexy voice going straight to people's souls. Lin Tian. Hee hee. No more jokes, I have completed what you asked me to do before. So soon? Lin Tian was a little surprised. Hee hee. Of course, don't you see who I am? But we spent a lot of money before those guys were willing to sell it to us. When Long Fei spoke, she seemed a little angry, but she didn't notice it. It's good that it's done. I'll be here soon. After saying that, Long Fei chatted with Lin Tian for a few words, and then hung up the phone. Lin Tian rushed over immediately. Just recently, Lin Tian arranged for Long Fei to go to Southeast Continent to buy a small island to be used as the headquarters of the Black Shadow Kingdom. After all, if we want to become bigger and stronger, we must have a presence, and if the headquarters is going to do it, it has to be the biggest. On the 942 Island. This is a small island located in Southeast Continent, belonging to the Lianhong Kingdom. Under the coercion of concubine Long, they had no choice but to agree. Because under the guidance of Long Fei, tens of millions of dark shadows were surrounding them, a black mass that was more numerous than the population of their entire country. This scared them so much that they agreed immediately, but Long Fei also gave them 2 billion and some cultivation resources as compensation. After all, an island is worth more than that, at least 10 billion, and it is such a beautiful island with bright sunshine and rich marine resources. At this moment, Long Fei was standing on the beach with an angry look on her face, looking at the phone in her hand, muttering, "Damn man, you hung up so quickly. If I were by your side, I would definitely keep you from getting out of bed." She hung up the phone 1 second ago, and the next second Lin Tian appeared in front of her and said, "What's wrong with me?" Faced with the sudden appearance of Lin Tian, Long Fei had already gotten used to it. After all, he often appeared suddenly like this, and she almost had a heart attack out of fright. But now she was completely used to being frightened. Nothing. Long Fei's pretty face turned red, and she turned her head away. It's quite embarrassing to say bad things about others and be heard by others. Oh. Seeing this, Lin Tian didn't say much. He knew very well what she said, but he didn't want to expose her. The two of them just stared at each other. No one spoke. After a while, Long Fei couldn't help it anymore, so she ran over, jumped lightly, wrapped her jade arms around Lin Tian's neck, and nibbled on his mouth a few times. I missed you so much that I left me here alone to do hard labor for you. Concubine Long felt a little aggrieved. She had been here for nearly 10 days with the purpose of helping Lin Tian by the island. Unfortunately, those people were ungrateful and she could only force them to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. All right. It's my fault, okay? Lin Tian held her in his arms unhappily and touched her head. Only then did Long Fei feel satisfied and hummed a few times. I bought you an island. Is there any reward? The cold concubine blinked. So adorable. What do you want? Woo. The next second, Lin Tian's mouth was blocked. When Lin Tian learned the truth, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the island was bought by concubine Long by force. However, they were also given money and considerable training resources, so in comparison, no one was at a loss. Looking at the island full of trees, Lin Tian thought it was too lame and needed to be rebuilt properly. The first thing is to find the system and let it build it with one click, which is not only convenient but also fast. What to do if you don't have points? Fried fish, of course. Lin Tian took off on the spot. Under Long Fei's confused gaze, a mysterious energy covered the entire island, as if protecting them. The main reason is that they are afraid that the next attack will cause the entire island to not be able to withstand it and sink. Seeing this scene, Long Fei below was even more confused. What did her man want to do? And he was flying so high. As she looked on expectantly, a strong energy gathered between Lin Tian's hands, forming a terrifying electric arc. Chilla. A terrifying electric snake blasted out from Lin Tian's hand, covering a large area of nearby sea in a flash. Boom. Suddenly, countless fish were electrocuted and started smoking, with their bellies turned up. Host kills the clownfish and gets point 1. Host killed the giant squid and earned 100 points. Host kills the shark and gets 10 points. Host killed the 4th level monster, Shark Eagle Beast, and obtained 999 points. Host killed the 3rd level monster, Heba Beast, and obtained points 666. Under the horrific lightning strike, all living creatures present were killed and all were buried by the power of thunder. Thunder and lightning continued to flash on the sea for a long time. In the next second, Long Fei was completely stunned because many corpses of creatures floated up on the sea surface. She didn't know that it was because of Lin Tiankai. Hiss! How terrifying! Long Fei, who was standing in place, shuddered and looked at Lin Tian flying in the sky, her eyes full of red love. He is worthy of being my man. He even fries fish so handsomely. In just 1 minute, this area of nearly 10 kilometers in the sea provided Lin Tian with more than 20 million points. Looking at the full points, Lin Tian waved his hand and immediately asked the system to transform the entire island for him. The first thing is to eradicate all the trees, and then build the headquarters of the Shadow Kingdom. You must have your own office, with a bed, a bathroom, and so on. Need another room. There is also a rest area for employees, which is specially for Long Fei's subordinates to live in. Because most of them work in the Black Shadow Intelligence, assassinations are naturally carried out by the Black Shadows. Finally, there is a place for the shadows to spar with each other, as well as an exit for the shadows to enter and leave the kingdom freely, and some miscellaneous buildings. Chapter 54 Black Castle. Following Lin Tian's instructions, the system built everything he said. Under Long Fei's astonished look, the earth began to tremble. She even thought that the island might have encountered an underwater volcanic eruption and was about to sink. He jumped onto Lin Tian with a pale face, feeling uncontrollably frightened. She said pitifully, What happened? She was like a frightened little rabbit, lying cutely in Lin Tian's arms. Seeing Long Fei's actions, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The former was even more confused, worried, and said angrily, There's an earthquake, and you're still laughing with me here. If I die, who will serve you? Although Concubine Long is also a powerful person at the king level, she is still a woman after all. If she faces such a scene alone, she will be very calm and even escape from here quickly. But Lin Tianzai is different. She wants to be like a little woman, relying on her man and feeling his care and concern. I think you just want to take advantage of me. Can't you solve such a small matter? Besides, it's okay. It's just some tricks I used. Look. Lin Tian smiled. She looked really cute like this. But why did she put her hand inside my clothes? What was she touching? Long Fei looked in the direction Lin Tian pointed. and saw a huge black castle appearing out of nowhere from the ground. The entire castle is huge. They are standing on the edge of the island and are only a few meters away from the castle, which shows how big it is. The whole castle is just like the one in the movie, tall and magnificent. But why is it black? It looks so dark. With the appearance of the castle, even the brightness around it dimmed, and the sunlight could only shine 10 meters above the top of the castle. Wow! Although it was a bit dark, the appearance of such a huge castle made her couldn't help but exclaim. He looked at Lin Tian in disbelief and asked curiously, "How did you do that? Oh my God!" If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Concubine Long would not have been willing to believe that this was done by Lin Tian. It's just a simple matter. Come with me inside and take a look. From now on, this is the headquarters of our Black Shadow Kingdom. Lin Tian brought Long Fei in through the gate. The first thing you see is a red carpet. The floor tiles around it are not cheap either. They are all sparkling black crystals. There are several black pillars around, with domineering black dragons hovering above them, their scarlet eyes looking like they have life. When most people see these black dragons, they would probably kneel down and worship them. No one knew what the entire castle was made of. The walls were black, and even the inside was black. Only the magnificent decorations were not black. Overall, the Black Castle can be described in a few words: magnificent, spectacular, and luxurious. Not only is there a castle, there are also several special floors outside. One is for employees to rest and work, and the other is for storing information and some other things. The main castle belongs to Lin Tian. It not only has several rooms, but also a particularly large office with a bed over 10 meters long. It is located on the first floor, which is convenient for someone to come and report the situation. There is a huge conference table in the living room, which will be used for meetings in the future. After all, there will be a lot of people. At the back of the castle, there are several generals and the Shadow Legion. Lin Tian immediately placed the entrance and exit of the Black Shadow Kingdom here. 9 huge black holes appeared out of thin air, and behind the black holes were statues of the generals they commanded, tall, mighty, and extremely domineering. The scene was like an altar, which made people feel terrified. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Concubine Long couldn't help but applaud. Isn't this spectacular? Is this their headquarters from now on? Looking at the black shadows walking out of the black hole, Long Fei looked extremely proud. It turned out that following this man was the right choice. After a brief observation, Concubine Long brought her subordinates over and arranged them to special positions in the Black Shadow Intelligence Department. Of course, not everyone was brought here. Some are still in Huadu. After all, not everyone has the ability to do intelligence work, and they also need the cooperation of Black Shadow. The useless people continued to watch their own bar, and all the useful people were pulled over to cooperate with the Black Shadow to collect intelligence and some special information. Wow. Oh my God. This will be our headquarters from now on? Isn't this too spectacular? It's right to follow Big Brother. This is amazing. Wow. I never thought that one day I, Lu, would be able to live in such a luxurious house. Although the surrounding environment is a little dark, it is completely acceptable. Following the big sister, I can eat meat. I can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month just by organizing information and collecting intelligence. In the future, I will have enough money to buy a house, a car, and get married. Marry a wife? That's useless. We can just make do with each other. 1 car and 1 house each. Isn't that better than getting married? At worst, I'll be willing to be your husband. Get lost. The people who had just arrived started talking about it, and after returning to their own jobs, they began to cooperate with the shadows in the investigation. And it was very easy for them to get out. They just had to pass through the shadows and take them into the darkness and go wherever they wanted. After settling everyone down, Long Fei came to Lin Tian's office, only to find him lying on the bed. After walking over quietly, she slowly lay down beside Lin Tian, looking at him shyly. What? Lin Tian had known that Long Fei had come in. He turned to look at her, only to see her hesitating and her face as red as blood. As time passed, Lin Tian officially started his mission as the first killer organization. And it is very simple to become the #1 killer organization, that is to kill them all and seize the first place, or force them to give up the first position. Now their numbers have completely surpassed the other side, and their efficiency in completing bounty missions is 100%. Their strength is generally at the late venerable level. Who outside doesn't know that any assassin in the Shadow Kingdom is venerable? Anyway, they have never seen anyone below the venerable level. If they want to take the title of the #1 killer organization, it's a simple thing and probably no one would dare to resist. Long Fei, Do you have any idea to make the Black Shadow Kingdom the #1 organization in the Dark World? Lin Tian said as he lay down and looked at the beautiful woman who was squinting her eyes beside him. Seeing that her eyelashes were still trembling slightly, Lin Tian knew that she was not asleep. This woman is still pretending to be asleep. Just think about it. Becoming the #1 organization in the Dark World is very impressive just thinking about it. Lin Tian's words made her, who was originally tired, immediately become energetic and look a little excited. Who doesn't want to be #1? She had this idea a long time ago. It would not be a problem for their Black Shadow Kingdom to take first place. It's just that Lin Tian never said it. Otherwise, she would have done it herself a long time ago. Just imagine the world's #1 killer organization, and the boss lady is yourself. Those organizations would probably be so scared when they see you that they would kneel down and sing, "Conquer." Well, let's issue a challenge to Tianlang and seize their 9th rank #1 assassin organization. If they don't reply, then we'll kill them all and forcibly take the title of the #1 organization. Chapter 55. Challenge from the Shadow Kingdom. After hearing what Lin Tian said, Long Fei, who was lying next to him, was stunned. I can't help but sigh that my man is too domineering. Doesn't this mean that once the challenge is issued, they will have to agree even if they don't agree? Concubine Long didn't know why Lin Tian was interested in the position of the #1 killer organization. She was tactful enough not to ask too many questions. She just needed to do her job well. What Lin Tian wanted was what she wanted to do. After the two chatted briefly, they told everyone about the matter. As members of the Shadow Kingdom, everyone is of course very happy because their organization will soon become a world-class organization. Back then, they were members of Concubine Lung's subordinates, members of a gang living in Huadu, and people at the bottom of society. If Concubine Long hadn't taken them in, they probably don't know what their situation would be like now. Some people may have died, some are burdened with debts, and some can only work tirelessly. But now they can be said to be the top players in the world. If others knew that they were from the Shadow Kingdom, wouldn't they be scared out of their wits? Although the credit was not theirs, they were very proud because they still had to take care of the housework. Conference Hall. Lin Tian sat in the first seat, Long Fei sat in the deputy seat, Li Tian, Tai Kuai and others sat on the side, and in the distance were some important senior members. Seeing Lin Tian, who was in the first place, everyone dared not breathe, and a thin layer of cold sweat slid down his forehead, because this was the man of their boss, Sister Long Fei. The pressure was even stronger than that of the big sister. If Long Fei's pressure was compared to a tiger, then Lin Tian was a dragon. Everyone was so pressed that they dared not move. They sat in their seats neatly like primary school students, waiting for him to speak. There were also many people who had just come in and had never seen Lin Tian, but had only heard of his legendary stories. Their eyes were full of admiration. The entire conference hall was silent. The only sound that could be heard was the thumping of everyone's hearts. By the way, Long Fei, how strong are the members of the Tianlang organization? Just when everyone was under great pressure, Lin Tian saw that the atmosphere was depressing and finally asked. Faced with Lin Tian's question, Long Fei did not find it strange, because he was a hands-off boss and it was normal for him not to know the other party's specific strength. She just gave a look to Li Tian next to her, and the latter understood, stood up and picked up a document on the table. She was still a little nervous facing Lin Tian, but she still pretended to be calm and explained to Lin Tian, "Boss, the Sirius organization currently has a total of 643 people, among whom their leader is codenamed Lone Wolf, and his strength has reached the late stage of the venerable level. He also has 2 left and right arms, and their strength is both in the middle stage of the venerable level, and they have a total of 36 lords and 73 semi-lords." After Li Tiantian's explanation, some people nearby were surprised. They didn't expect that Tianlang was so powerful. No wonder it had been the #1 organization for so many years. But thinking about their own organization, they felt that the other party was rubbish. Especially those Black Shadow Masters, each of them was in the late stage of the venerable level. A Black Shadow Master was the strength of their leader. What could the other party use to compete with us for the first place? After listening, Lin Tian nodded and motioned the other party to sit down, and summed it up in a few words. Not very good. It may sound a bit bullying, but I, Lin, am determined to get the first place. Seeing Lin Tian asking her to sit down, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. She was sweating profusely, and she didn't dare to look Lin Tian in the eye the whole time. It can be said that he was afraid, or he could be said to be in awe to the point of being afraid. By the way, what special discoveries has your intelligence department made recently? Lin Tian looked at the senior executives of the intelligence department and said. Everyone was flattered. The leader stood up, and began to report to Lin Tian about the work situation in the past few days. After the meeting, a letter of challenge was sent to the serious organization by someone from the intelligence department. This letter of challenge suddenly shook the entire dark world. All the killer organizations gathered around to watch and discuss the situation and were extremely shocked. Shocking news, the Shadow Kingdom has challenged the Heavenly Wolf to take the title of the #1 killer organization. What? Holy shit. So exciting? The Shadow Kingdom? An organization that just rose to prominence last month actually wants to challenge Sirius? They are crazy. Don't they know what Sirius is? They are looking for death, right? Looking for death? I'm not saying that the Shadow Kingdom wants to kill Tianling easily. Haha, you told me that a newly rising organization can defeat Tianling? Are you crazy too? My friend, don't you know how powerful the Black Shadow Kingdom is? Don't you know what it means to have many venerables everywhere? Tianling only has a few venerables, while others in the Black Shadow Kingdom have thousands of them. Shit, is this fake? Haha, someone actually believes this. Who doesn't know how to brag? Haha, believe it or not, the Shadow Kingdom is YYDs. Under the huge public opinion, everyone was divided into 3 types. One group supported Black Shadow and believed that they were fully capable of defeating Sirius and becoming the undisputed #1 organization. One supports Tianling. After all, they have been famous for a long time. How can such a new organization deal with them? They are just looking for death. Do they really think that the Shadow Kingdom is a match for Tianling? Another option is to remain neutral and just watch quietly. Everyone was waiting for Tianlong's reply. Inside the Sirius killer organization, when receiving the challenge letter from the Shadow Kingdom, great changes took place within the Sirius. Some people were frightened into unconsciousness before the enemy even arrived, and some even wanted to escape from the Sirius organization immediately and live in peace as a good person. But as for those who deserted the battlefield, the lone wolf leader killed them all. Whoever dares to run now, I will kill him. The first move to kill the first bird shocked everyone, and those who originally wanted to run were immediately scared back. Seeing this, the lone wolf nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the challenge letter from the Shadow Kingdom in his hand, he gritted his teeth and tore the letter into pieces with an angry look. This is really too much. Do you really think that we Tianlang are soft persimmons? You can squeeze us whenever you want? You want to make me give up my position by issuing a letter of challenge? Impossible. The lone wolf was filled with rage, and he unleashed all of his strength from the late stage of the venerable level, forcing some of the lower-level people to their knees, unable to raise their heads. Even the Lord-level people were the same. In front of the venerable level people, they were like ants and felt extremely powerless. It shows how angry the lone wolf is. This concerns his dignity. How can he not be angry when his dignity is trampled upon? Boss, think twice before you act. We are no match for the Shadow Kingdom. We still have the top spot. At this moment, when the lone wolf was angry, a monarch stood up, knelt on the ground and looked up at the lone wolf. He had no idea that he had run into the muzzle of a gun. Die! Before he could finish, the man next to the lone wolf moved, his expression angry, and with a flash of red light, the man's body was instantly torn apart, and he fell limply to the ground, bleeding all over the ground. He didn't even know how he died. The one who took action was the man on the left of the lone wolf. He was Blood Wolf, one of the deputy leaders. Standing on the right is another deputy leader, Black Wolf. The strength of both of them is in the middle stage of venerable level. They will never show mercy to those who try to boost others' ambitions, but destroy their own prestige. Faced with that man's death, everyone was shocked. They lay on the ground with pale faces and dared not even fart. They didn't want to be the next to die. Seeing this, the lone wolf's eyes were filled with indifference. He looked up at the sky, and suddenly his face became ferocious, with a disgust emanating from him. He said viciously, "Dark Shadow Kingdom? You are indeed very powerful and can scare me, but I, Tianlang, am not someone to be trifled with. When I break through to the Emperor level, I will make you suffer." Blood Wolf told them that they would meet at Wang Tianya in 3 days. Yes. Chapter 56. The Lone Wolf Breaking Through the Emperor Level. Lone Wolf asked Blood Wolf and the other two to stabilize the morale of the troops, while he went into seclusion to practice. He had originally reached a bottleneck period and tried to break through to the Emperor level, but he just couldn't find the feeling of breakthrough. His foundation was unstable, and he was unable to break through, which resulted in him being stuck in the late stage of the venerable level and unable to break through. Now, due to the pressure of the challenge from the Shadow Kingdom, he must quickly break through to the Emperor level. He originally planned to let nature take its course and wait for his foundation to stabilize, but in the current situation he can only force his way up. Of course, forcibly breaking through to the Emperor level also has a price, because it is impossible to break through if the foundation is not stable. Once a breakthrough is forced, the foundation will become loose, and the consequences will be very serious. At the very least, you will stay in the early stage of the Emperor level for your whole life and cannot improve. At worst, you will lose your cultivation and become a useless person. Others have already bullied him, and the lone wolf cannot care less. As long as he breaks through to the Emperor level, those venerables in the Shadow Kingdom will no longer be his match. You should know that there is a huge difference between the Emperor level and the Lord level. One Emperor level can easily beat thousands of Lord levels. It can be seen how terrifying the Emperor level is. What if he has thousands of venerable levels? When I break through to the Emperor level, I will make you pay. The Shadow Kingdom not only trampled on his dignity, but also challenged his authority. He has been standing in the Dark World for more than 10 years. How could he be challenged by a newly rising organization? He naturally knew in his heart that the Shadow Kingdom could not have only the venerable level, there might also be high-level emperors. But he would not give in. Would he want to give up the fruits of his years of fighting? It was impossible. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. He had to make them pay the price, even if it meant death. When he received the challenge, he was already aware that he would die. Faced with such a domineering and unreasonable boss, everyone was very disappointed. They sighed one after another. What they were about to face next was the Shadow Kingdom. In this battle, they might be sacrificed at any time. Many people retreated before the battle even started, but since the bodyguards were nearby, they could only obey them. After all, if they ran away, they would be ruthlessly killed by them. There are cowards, but of course there are also many brave men. They form a united front with the lone wolf and are ready to fight if they are asked to. They are prepared to die. 3 days later, death? This is a famous battle site in the West. 100 years ago, this place was specially used for warriors to solve problems. There was a saying at the time, if you don't agree, let's go to the ends of the earth. As a result, many fights between gangs and sects broke out here, with the death toll reaching millions and many sects, gangs, and various forces being wiped out here. Countless warriors turned into corpses here and were devoured by nearby demons. Not only that, there is a huge river at the bottom of the Wangtianya mountain, which has now been polluted and turned black and green. There are mountains of corpses at the bottom of the river, all of which are the bodies of warriors in the past and present. At this moment, Lin Tian and others have arrived first. Lin Tian sat on the seat like a king, and next to him stood 2 beauties, Long Fei and Li Tian, and behind them were several strong men named Tai Kuai. After Lin Tian's baptism, they had all reached the strength of half-king and became the leaders of the organization. There were 2 figures standing in front of Lin Tian. They were tall and mighty, one red and the other black. They were General Mingta and General Cabo. They led their Shadow Eater army and Shadow Clamp army. The Ming Tower is surrounded by black, little people. They are small and exquisite and look like small sharks. They are a bit cute. They stand on the ground with a pair of small feet, and their mouths are white, open, and full of sharp fangs. Don't be fooled by their small size. They are the most terrifying existence in all the legions. They look cute at first glance, but they can endlessly devour the shadows of others. The more shadows they devour, the bigger they will become, and the stronger their combat effectiveness will become. However, with Lin Tian strengthening, they can not only devour human shadows, but now they can devour the shadows of all things, as long as there is life. The clamp shadows are burly, with a cone-shaped left hand and a clamp-shaped right hand. Even when they only have half of their body, they still have powerful combat capabilities and are quite agile and strong. The people from the Shadow Kingdom are already in place, except for Sirius. The cold wind kept blowing, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees made uneven sounds, bringing a different feeling to this quiet place. The river below the dead world flows slowly, and many strange fish swim in the water. It was so quiet here that Tai Kuai and others were frightened by the weird atmosphere. Tai Kuai rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and said doubtfully, "Could it be that the people from Tianlang dare not come? Why haven't they come for so long?" He must have been scared by our eldest brother and changed his mind and ran away. Ha ha. I think so, ha ha. Several strong men started to mock from behind. They were also a little dissatisfied. It should have been a full hour since the agreed time, but no one from the other party showed up. That meant they must have run away. Here they come. While they were still discussing, Lin Tian suddenly looked straight ahead and narrowed his eyes. Where? Tai Kuai and others looked over when they heard the sound, and even Long Fei saw the same thing. I saw the black crowd of people walking towards this side not far away. It was the lone wolf who had just come out of confinement, and following behind him were the blood wolf and the black wolf. Brother, it's the Shadow Kingdom. Blood wolf pointed in the direction of Lin Tian and said. Everyone looked over there. When they saw the dark mass of clamp shadows and food shadows in the front, they swallowed unconsciously. Because the other side has more people than them, there must be thousands of them in this black mass, right? Aren't they all venerables? Damn, is it really that scary? I know. The lone wolf just glanced at the other party and continued to move forward. Soon he was about 10 meters in front of Lin Tian and others. The two sides were in a stalemate, but Tianlang and his men were morale worried. They started to become agitated when they saw the black shadows. Their terrifying aura and appearance had frightened many people. Only the lone wolf and his two companions watched without changing their expressions, but they were somewhat surprised in their hearts because it was the first time for them to observe the members of the Shadow Kingdom at such a close distance. They had only heard about them before. He himself was very calm throughout the whole process, not afraid of these dark shadows at all, but he couldn't help feeling a little surprised in his heart. After all, there were so many venerable ones. But they are all just the venerable level. There is nothing to be afraid of. He has now broken through to the Emperor level. You must know that the Emperor level can turn the world upside down. It doesn't matter if there are more venerable levels. He remained calm in the face of so many lone wolves of high rank, which shows that he is quite capable. However, what made the lone wolf curious were the two generals who led them, because he could not tell their strength, and there was a 90% chance that they were above him or at the same level. As for Lin Tian and others, he simply ignored them. He thought that the two generals in front of him were the bosses, and the people behind them were probably some minions. The lone wolf spoke first, breaking the quiet atmosphere. You are a bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. Do you think you, the Black Shadow Kingdom, still want to use your numbers to bully the minority? Is this all you can do? Chapter 57. Hell on Earth. The lone wolf looked at the dark shadows. He knew that he would die today. For the sake of his dignity, what was the harm in dying? People will get cold sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. What an arrogant brat. Guaiguai and others wanted to beat up the lone wolf. The look of contempt he showed towards them really made him deserve a beating. If it weren't for the other party's strong strength, he would have gone up long ago. The same was true for the other few people, with dissatisfaction on their faces and gritting their teeth at him. Only Lung Fei and Lin Tian had no reaction and even found it a little funny. After all, they are very clear about the strength of the Black Shadows, which is simply not comparable to those of the other side. However, what made Lin Tian a little curious was that the so-called lone wolf had actually broken through to the Emperor level. It seemed that he was still in the late stage of the Supreme level 3 days ago. However, when Lin Tian noticed something strange about him, he seemed to understand something. He understood. It turned out that it was the lone wolf who forced himself to be promoted to the Emperor level. However, this level of strength was not enough in Lin Tian's eyes. Moreover, if he forced himself to improve, his cultivation would probably remain at this level for the rest of his life, unable to break through again. He looks to be no more than 50 or 60 years old. He must have been a genius in his time. What a pity. Lin Tian felt a little regretful. Wouldn't it be better if he just gave up the position of the first killer? Now that they were facing each other, he would naturally not show mercy. At the same time, many forces came to watch. They stayed far away from here, fearing that they would be affected by the upcoming battle. At the same time, there are many powerful beings in those forces, and there are even a few in the late stage of the venerable realm. As for the others, there were warriors in the early and middle stages, and they started discussing from a distance. What a spectacular scene. So many people. Oh my God. I don't know who will win this time. The Shadow Kingdom still has the advantage in numbers. Hiss. I see they are all venerables. Just as the rumors say, venerables are everywhere in the Shadow Kingdom. Who are those people sitting there? The top brass of the Shadow Kingdom? The woman next to them is so pretty. Not sure. Apart from that young man, the others are only at the semi-lord and lord level. Hiss. How can such a young person have the strength of a half-king and a king? What will happen when they rise in the future? What kind of terrifying force is the Black Shadow Kingdom? I heard that the leader of the Tianlang broke through to the Emperor level because of today's incident. What the hell? Royal level? Is this true? Hee hee. In front of the Emperor level boss, the so-called honor level is nothing. Even if they have the advantage in numbers, what does it matter? Haha, you must have forgotten those two figures. I can tell at a glance that they are not simple. Various forces were discussing the issue, but most people still believe that the Shadow Kingdom was the strongest, and only a small number of people believed that the serious organization was the best in the world. But if you want to know the final result, the two sides have to go to war. Go. Make quick decisions. Lin Tian spoke slowly. There was no need to continue talking nonsense since others were already mocking him. Since he refuses to give up voluntarily, I'll kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, the Black Shadows took the initiative to attack and rushed towards the Tianlang group in a black mass. The strange black shadow, like a demon, impacted everyone's sight. Many people who had originally been brave were scared away and fled in all directions like a pile of loose sand. Only a small number of people followed the Blood Wolf and the Black Wolf and rushed forward. Even if you run, the shadows will not let you go. Don't kill me, please. Screams rang out one after another, and the black shadows split into two sides. One side resisted the attack from the front, and the other side went to cut the crispy skin at the back. They were like bloodthirsty evil spirits, mercilessly slaughtering the serious members in the rear. They fell with screams, and in less than a minute, half of the serious members were dead. There was blood flowing like a river, and the scene behind was like hell on earth. Even the people from various forces who were watching had pale faces, and many of them had been scared away, fearing that they would be the next. Gurgle. There were still many people who stayed where they were and continued to observe. They swallowed unconsciously, were frightened and broke out in cold sweats, and began to tremble all over. What they saw now was simply purgatory, with broken limbs and the smell of blood filling the air around them. The people of Tianlang were like chickens and ducks, being ruthlessly slaughtered by the people of the Shadow Kingdom without any ability to fight back. However, the front-row serious personnel who saw this scene looked disdainful. The deserters were dead, so they died. Although they were afraid in their hearts, they still followed their boss to fight. Even if I die, I will die heroically. In battle, a Tianlang staff member looked angry and crushed the cute little food shadows with one foot. Just when he thought he could easily deal with these little things and felt excited, a cold light flashed. Boom. His body was separated and fell to the ground. The one who attacked him was a pincer shadow. Its right hand was still covered with blood, which kept dripping to the ground. At the same time, many food shadows began to devour the shadows of the dead and the living. Many people who were about to take action collapsed to the ground and died after their shadows were devoured by the Shadow Eater. Seeing the food shadows slowly growing bigger and the claw shadows killing crazily, some people finally couldn't hold it anymore and started fleeing everywhere. Seeing that some people were scared, the food shadows became excited and pounced on them like vicious wolves. With their bloody mouths, they bit off many people and swallowed them. Watching his people die one after another, the lone wolf became angry. Go to hell. The clothes on lone wolf woofing moved with the wind, and the whole person flew in the air. Terrifying power came with his palm strike, and a huge phantom palm fell from the sky and hit the middle of the black shadows. In an instant, hundreds of black shadows were destroyed by a palm strike and dissipated into black phantoms, leaving behind a huge palm print above the sky, which was extremely terrifying. As the lone wolf took action, the large group of black shadows were no match for him at all. A large number of them died as soon as he raised his hand, without any power to fight back. After seeing this scene, Lin Tian finally raised his head and looked at the battlefield seriously. Sure enough, there is still a huge difference between the Emperor level and the Venerable level. Unfortunately, my black shadow is more than just this. As Lin Tian finished speaking, a black pillar of light with him as the center shot up into the sky. Under the astonished gazes of Taikwai, Long Fei and others, the pillar of light actually began to slowly corrode the sky, and the black color continued to spread. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire sky above the end of the world was enveloped in darkness. What is that? Why is it dark? Oh my God! How did they do this? Who is this man? Hiss. I have a bad feeling. The eyes of the onlookers changed, and they looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting in his seat, indifferently. They were all curious about what kind of person this man was. Being able to dye the entire sky black is not something that ordinary people can do. At least they have never seen such a scene. At this time, the lone wolf looked at Lin Tian straight in the eye. After sensing the terrifying aura, his eyes changed and he thought to himself, this young man might be their leader. Although his strength is unclear, we must capture him first. His feet bounced off, the sky and the earth cracked, and the whole person flew towards Lin Tian like a missile. His right hand turned into a deadly dragon claw and grabbed Lin Tian's face. At this moment, someone exclaimed, pointing at the dark sky and saying in surprise, look, It seems like something is falling from the sky. Chapter 58. The Tragic Death of the Lone Wolf. As that person pointed to the sky, everyone present, including Long Fei and the lone wolf who had taken action, raised their heads and looked towards the dark sky. I saw countless figures falling from a huge, black hole. The scene was like rain, endless black rain. When they saw clearly what was falling, their scalps exploded and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They were all eclipse shadows and clamp shadows, and their number was several times more than what already existed below. After they landed safely, they joined the battlefield one after another. They rushed towards the crowd madly, and many of them rushed towards the lone wolf. They were bloodthirsty and extremely crazy. But the lone wolf's attention was all on Lin Tian. With a wave of his hand, countless black shadows were destroyed, but their number was huge. Thousands of black shadows pounced towards him. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. On the way to rushing towards Lin Tian, he was also injured. However, it was only a superficial wound. His clothes were torn, and he looked like a beggar. He knew that Lin Tian might not be simple, and his strength might even exceed his own, but he wanted to give it a try. He was going to die anyway, so why not go crazy? He directly attacked the enemy leader. Lin Tian naturally knew what he was thinking. Seeing that the two were less than 10 meters apart, he still sat in his seat without moving at all, looking leisurely and contented. That look seemed to be saying, "You are not worthy of me doing it myself." This expression humiliated the lone wolf and made him move faster. "Damn it, I must pull out a hair of yours." However, just as he was about to approach Lin Tian, the 2 generals who were watching on the sidelines moved. Mingta flashed and appeared in front of the lone wolf like a ghost. Seeing this, the lone wolf's pupils continued to dilate, and a huge slap landed on his face. Bang! With a loud bang, the lone wolf flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the ground hard. The powerful shock wave created a huge groove in the ground, and the earth was shaking. He groaned in pain, and the entire right side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Ahem! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he looked at the generals standing on both sides of Lin Tian in astonishment, his mood changing drastically. Because these 2 people, who were neither human nor ghost, were actually at the emperor level, and their strength was even above his. Hateful. Although he knew he was no match for his opponent, the lone wolf still gritted his teeth and stood up, enduring the pain. His bloodiness would not allow him to fall down. He would fight to the death even if it meant death. Before he dies, he will drag a few people down with him. He knew that if he died, Tianlang might cease to exist, but he wanted everyone to know that when facing a strong opponent, they, the Tianlang, were not cowards. They were men of blood, who would rise heroically even when they died, to let the world know that they were not cowards. Lin Tian couldn't help but applaud and praise him, saying that he was a man with backbone. At this moment, he felt like a villain who was bullying the weak. But this world is inherently unfair, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. And this is what will happen if you don't have the strength. Besides, Lin Tian just wanted them to give up the first place voluntarily. If they don't want to, then this is the only way. This is the rule of the dark world. He was not wrong. The lone wolf was not wrong. And it was not wrong for them not to give up the first place. No one was wrong. What was wrong was this unfair world and these unfair rules. When they saw the emperor-level lone wolf being slapped away by Mingta and seriously injured, the onlookers gasped. They could already guess the next result. I couldn't help but feel afraid. The Shadow Kingdom is so terrifying that I must not provoke it in the future, otherwise I would die without knowing how I died. When the lone wolf stood up, Mingta and Cabo rushed forward, holding their weapons high. Terrifying power emanated from them, and even the air around them turned cold. Under this powerful force, everyone only felt the breath of death. It looks ordinary, but it actually hides murderous intent. The lone wolf's expression changed with shock when he saw this. He took a step back and blocked the way with his hands. A huge turtle shell appeared above his body. Ding! Ding! The 2 generals' attacks were directed at him, but there was no reaction at all, only 2 simple sounds. They looked at the turtle shell and didn't expect it to be so hard. This was his beast soul, the iron-armored turtle, a beast soul that could attack and defend. Haha, even though you are 2 levels higher than me, you can't break my defense. Huh. The lone wolf frowned slightly, feeling somewhat proud. He roared loudly and then transformed into a beast. The hard turtle shell turned into scales that covered his entire body. Behind him was a huge turtle shell. The front was the same as before, but there was an extra tail at the back. His overall strength was raised to a higher level, reaching the terrifying middle-level emperor level. At the same time, a shadow emerged from behind him. It was a 5-meter-long black turtle with strange patterns all over its shell. Its mouth was full of fangs and saliva was flying everywhere. It was obvious at first glance that it was not a real turtle. Roar! It roared, and the surrounding dark shadows were frightened out of their wits by the strong sound waves. The same goes for Long Fei and others. If Lin Tian hadn't been right next to them, Long Fei and others would have suffered. They were all frightened. Fortunately, the boss was there. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, Guaiguai and others who had been calm finally changed. They looked at the lone wolf's current appearance and the iron-shelled turtle behind him and couldn't help swallowing. The same is true for other people. Only dozens of serious members were slaughtered by the Black Shadow and cheered loudly. Boss, kill them. Boss is awesome. Brothers, follow the boss's footsteps. Kill. In an instant, everyone rushed forward with great momentum and started fighting with Food Shadow and Claw Shadow. Although they were ambitious, they were crushed by the sheer number of people and strength. They looked fearless just now, but the next second they were lying on the ground, their bodies torn into pieces. They were slaughtered horribly by the claws, their bodies torn apart, and no one knew where their limbs had flown away. Even the Black Wolf and the Blood Wolf were not spared. For a while, Tianlang was the only lone wolf left. Seeing that all his men had been wiped out, the lone wolf became ferocious and his face was distorted. Endless rage gushed out from his heart. I want you to die. He was now extremely crazy. He rushed towards the black shadows and started slaughtering them indiscriminately. But how could the two generals let him slaughter his own shadows? He came to the front of the shadows in one step and confronted the lone wolf. Die! Seeing the two generals coming, the lone wolf took action instantly. Spiritual energy covered his body, and violent power gathered between his hands. He just wanted to kill all these things and avenge his subordinates. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying force instantly struck the bodies of the two generals, but it only forced them to retreat again and again. Stop playing around. It's time to end it. Lin Tian looked at the two generals speechlessly. They were really like little kids, still playing there. He promoted all 9 generals to the late emperor level, and even gave them special reinforcements. Even against gods, they can fight 70% to 30%. How could they not be able to defeat the beast-transformed lone wolf? They're just playing now. Lin Tian really wants to give them both a big slap in the face. Since they have gained intelligence, they have been pretending. Seeing that Lin Tian had spoken, the two generals decided not to play anymore. After looking at each other, a terrifying force gathered on their weapons. The terrifying and suffocating attack instantly turned into 2 attacks and headed towards the lone wolf. Tear. Ah! The scream before death was heard. The defense that the lone wolf was so proud of was actually broken by such a terrifying attack. The tortoise shell on his body shattered instantly and turned into pieces that flew around. The tortoise shadow behind him let out a miserable cry, then turned into a star of light and disappeared between heaven and earth. He was split into 3 parts, deader than dead. Crash. 3 pieces of dead flesh fell to the ground, and blood dyed the grass beside them red. His face was still hideous and looked extremely scary. He probably didn't expect that he would die so easily. Chapter 59, She's Just My Sister. A generation of heroes fell, without even a complete body left. The number 1 killer organization in the Dark World was also destroyed. No one in the organization survived, and all died on the edge of death. Looking at the battlefield again, blood was all over the ground, dyeing the ground red, and the countless broken limbs and arms were disgusting. Even though he had been famous for many years and had killed countless people, the onlookers couldn't help but feel nauseous when they saw this scene. Some young people couldn't help but vomit and almost vomited stomach acid. The strong smell of blood attracted many bloodthirsty demons. They stared at the countless corpses on the ground. This was a rich meal for them. They are not ordinary people, but warriors. Although they are dead, the energy in their bodies is still there. As time goes by, the spiritual energy in their bodies will slowly dissipate, so they have to be consumed quickly. Although the demons were afraid of the terrifying black shadows around them, many of them still bravely rushed forward, dragged away a body, and ran away happily, fearing that they would be stopped by those things. Looking at the tragic battlefield, Long Fei supported Lin Tian with a pale face. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. If Lin Tian hadn't supported her, she would have vomited. The same thing happened to the others behind him. The strong man Guaiguai just vomited and kept retching. Li Tian endured it. How could a beautiful girl vomit? This was something only mortals would do. But his face turned green from holding it in. Roar! The Eater Shadow and the Claw Shadow below shouted in joy of victory, feeling very refreshed at the same time. They did not feel anything about killing them. After all, they were cold-blooded and ruthless dark creatures. Everyone here, I think no one would object to our Black Shadow Kingdom becoming number one, right? Lin Tian, who was sitting in his seat, looked at the surrounding forces and said calmly. Hearing this, all the forces looked at each other and felt their scalps tingling. Which force dares to oppose you? Isn't that seeking death? Haha, none of us object. No objection, no objection. The Shadow Kingdom is truly number one. Dark Shadow Kingdom YYDS. Everyone agreed that the Shadow Kingdom had become the world's number one killer organization. No one disagreed, nor did anyone dare to disagree. At the same time, his heart was already filled with turmoil that could not be calmed for a long time. The once glorious, serious organization had now turned into nothingness and no longer existed. After getting the answer, Lin Tian heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 5,000 points and 3 lottery tickets. Receiving the reward means the mission has been completed. Once these people get out, I'm afraid the reputation of their Dark Shadow Kingdom will spread throughout the world, and then the whole world will be shocked. This time Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, slapped Lung Fei on the butt, and spoke. Let's go back. Oh! Lung Fei couldn't help but scream, and looked at Lin Tian's arm and rolled her eyes at him, charming and enchanting. Hate! Iron block! Li Tian. Hey, brothers and sisters, we are still here. Do you really want to show off your love like this? This is too much. Soon, under the leadership of Lin Tian, the Black Shadow Legion, along with Taikwai and others, returned to the Black Shadow Kingdom first, while Lin Tian took Lung Fei to another place. They didn't need to deal with the affairs of the Shadow Kingdom, because Taikwai and Li Tian were there, so there was no need to worry about their safety. The Shadow Kingdom was the base camp of the Shadows, and several generals were guarding it. Who would have nothing better to do than to provoke them? Did they want to die? As for the two of them, they returned to Huadu and did things they liked to do. As they left, all forces breathed a sigh of relief. All of them were sweating profusely and were frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweats. After a long while, an old man looked up into the distance and murmured, "Go back and tell those people not to provoke the Shadow Kingdom. If anyone dares to seek death, I will kill his entire family." Yes, gang leader. Finally they left. I almost thought they were going to kill us. Shoo, this is too tragic. This place is full of corpses. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. More and more demons will come. Alas, what a pity. There is no more Sirius in the world, and the myth has been shattered. Ha ha ha. There's not even one person to collect the bodies. How ridiculous and pathetic. Who would dare to go and collect the bodies in this situation? Do you dare? I don't dare. As the matter came to an end, all the forces withdrew and returned to their own forces, dissuading them from trying to provoke the Shadow Kingdom. The matter of the death of Tianya was constantly fermenting. In just 1 hour, everyone in the dark world knew about it. They were shocked and even couldn't believe it. At the same time, after defeating Sirius, the Shadow Kingdom became the undisputed number one killer organization, and now anyone who sees them has to bow their heads. Huadu. Lin Tian was sitting on the sofa, while Lung Fei was watching from the side, making some moves from time to time. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone placed aside vibrated and the screen lit up. Lung Fei picked it up and was about to hand it to Lin Tian, but she saw a message from her sister on the message board. Younger sister? Sweet sister? Immediately, concubine Long felt a little uncomfortable, thinking to herself, could it be that Lin Tian had found a lover? What's wrong? Seeing Lung Fei holding her cell phone with an unhappy look on her face, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask. It was the first time he saw concubine Long looking unhappy. There was murderous intent in her eyes, exactly the same as when his sister was angry. What's the matter? The person involved, Lin Tian, looked confused. Who is this sister? Lung Fei pointed at the phone and said with doubt in her heart, especially when the message is brother. I miss you so much. Why don't you come to see me? Oh. This? At this time, Lin Tiankai reacted and realized that he was jealous. Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not to mention that Long Fei looked quite cute when she was jealous. Tell me quickly, is she your mistress? I work hard for you and serve you every day, but you actually go behind my back to find a little sister, wah? Concubine Long looked aggrieved and somewhat unhappy. She shook Lin Tian excitedly to express her dissatisfaction, but she was still very clear in her heart. How could a strong man really fall in love with only her? It was just fake, all pretending. Didn't he already find a lover? In fact, she had been prepared for this, but when the day came, she still couldn't bear it and had a small emotional breakdown. Ah, she's my biological sister. Lin Tian was speechless. Lung Fei. Sister? Really? Lung Fei said with some disbelief, thinking that Lin Tian was lying to her and trying to make excuses. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see her. Lin Tian spread his hands and said, and the next second he held her in his arms, touching her hair with some amusement, a fragrance. Chapter 60. Dear junior sisters, please respect yourselves. I'm not going. What is the difference between meeting a younger sister and meeting parents? After all, she also knew that Lin Tian's parents died when he was young, but they didn't tell her that he had a younger sister. However, from his sincere eyes, Lung Fei also believed what he said and thought he was not lying to her. Although I'm still a little unconfident. Seeing that concubine Long was still skeptical, Lin Tian simply took out photos of him and his sister, as well as some childhood photos kept at home. Of course, I didn't take her to my sister's room. After all, my sister doesn't like strangers entering her room. Lin Tian took the initiative to take her to get to know his sister. Lung Fei was somewhat touched and finally believed Lin Tian. The worry in my heart was completely relieved. It really was my sister. Looking at the petite beauty in his arms, Lin Tian smiled. Isn't this just the way it should be? He immediately opened his phone and replied to the message in the presence of Lung Fei. Lin Tian, why don't you come back to see me, your brother? Lin Guaiguai, hee. I've been busy practicing recently and don't have time. Brother, please come and see me, acting like a spoiled child. Lin Tian, is there something wrong? You must be up to no good when you come to me. Lin Guaiguai, brother is really smart. There is indeed something wrong, naughty? Lin Tian, go ahead. Lin Guaiguai, there is a senior fellow who has been harassing me these days. I am so annoyed, but I can't get rid of him. He is like a dogskin plaster. Lin Tian, do you want me to be a shield? Lin Guaiguai, hee. It's better to be more domineering and make everyone afraid of me. When he saw Lin Guaiguai utter the two words, hee, he understood everything. Isn't it just to get him to drive that guy away? Small problem. How dare you harass my sister? I will definitely give you a slap in the face when I get over there. Be more domineering? Okay, no problem at all. When the time comes, you will definitely drive that guy away in a domineering way and make everyone in your school afraid of you. Thinking about it, Lin Tian replied, I'll be there soon. After a burst of kisses from the other party, Lin Tian turned off his phone. He turned his head to look at Lung Fei beside him, only to see her looking at him with a strange look in her eyes. You're not a sister con, are you? Lung Fei expressed her doubts. From the conversation between the two, she figured out that her man might be a sister con and her sister might be a brother con. How is it possible? Would I, Lin, be a sister con? With a snap, Lin Tian stood up and said seriously. The sound of the table startled Lung Fei. Well, Lung Fei was a little speechless. Why did you react so strongly? Doesn't this prove that you have a sister complex? College. Junior sister Lin, you have worked hard in your training these past few days. This is the 100-year-old snow lotus that senior brother brought specially for you. Please accept it. In the training ground, Bai Yi took out a snow-white snow lotus and handed it to Lin Guaiguai. This is a 300-year-old snow lotus, which is extremely important to warriors. It can replenish spiritual energy and even improve physical fitness and enhance cultivation. One flower is worth a lot of money. However, Lin Guaiguai looked a little annoyed. Facing Bai Yi, who had such a good attitude, she was embarrassed to swear. If it was someone arrogant, she would probably have been unable to resist taking action. But as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Bai Yi was so nice, he didn't threaten her, didn't say bad things about her, and kept praising her. Although I like listening to it, I will get annoyed after a long time. It's like this every day. It's so annoying. No, senior brother. You should take back such a valuable thing. Lin Guaiguai refused directly, and her smile was uglier than crying. This scene made many women around extremely envious. They wished they could accept the 100-year-old snow lotus on behalf of Lin. It was a great thing for them, but this woman was so ignorant. Wow, senior brother Bai is so nice. I wish I was the one who gave it to him. Not only is he rich, he's also powerful. This Lin Guaiguai is a little bit ungrateful. Let senior brother Bai go and let me take over. In my opinion, she is just pretending to do all this. She just wants to keep senior brother Bai hanging and make him come up with something better to please her. It's really disgusting. That's right, a woman who doesn't know what's good for her. Alas, why is senior brother Bai so obsessed with that woman? Why can't you just look at me? I can do whatever you want of me. A group of women, unable to eat the grapes and saying that they were sour, began to slander Lin Guaiguai and were gritting their teeth at her. Lin Guaiguai heard all of this and wanted to beat these bitches up. It's a pity that private fighting is not allowed in the academy, otherwise she would definitely have a sparring match with those girls. The male disciples stood up for Lin Guaiguai and started arguing with the women, constantly slandering Bai Yi. The women were unhappy with Lin Guaiguai, and the men were unhappy with Bai Yi, who was such a bootlicker, and actually tried to have an affair with their junior sister, which was simply unforgivable. Soon, the two groups of people began to swear, each one more harsh than the last. As the sound grew louder, it naturally attracted the attention of the two people. Bai Yi just waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Quiet! Stop making noise. He said this with a gentle look on his face and shook his long hair. Seeing this, the female disciples started screaming, Brother Bai, I love you. Iya. Brother, you are so handsome. They were like crazy, and many of them rushed towards Bai Yi and tried to squeeze into his arms. Seeing this scene, if there was no one else around, he might have taken them all back, but junior sister Lin was still beside him, so he had to pretend to be a good person and deceive her. My fellow junior sisters, please respect yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the female junior sisters stopped obediently and stopped their crazy behavior. Seeing that the commotion had stopped, Bai Yi looked at Lin Guaiguai again and swallowed unconsciously. Junior sister Lin is so beautiful, I must get her. A greedy look flashed by, but Lin Guaiguai saw it all, and he suddenly felt disgusted. Today you were finally exposed. With the same obscene look my brother gave to beautiful women. However, the older brother didn't look disgusted, and even seemed to like her. But Bai Yi was different. His look was extremely disgusting. This may be the difference in treatment. Junior sister, I spent more than 30 million to buy this snow lotus. It's a token of my love. Please accept it. I just want to be friends with you. Bai Yi immediately became serious, and his whole appearance was elegant and easygoing, with a smile on his face. At this moment, the entire academy began to tremble violently, and a tearing sound was heard in the air. The deafening sound made many disciples cover their ears and squat on the ground in discomfort. A terrifying aura came towards me. Fuck! I saw a disciple suddenly kneeling on the ground, his legs out of control, a powerful force pressing on him, making him unable to move. Why am I kneeling down? Who is it? Who is it? Look what's in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the disciples knelt down one after another. Even the teachers in the academy did the same. Everyone looked up at the sky, their pupils dilated, their faces filled with disbelief. This familiar smell. Tang Laowa, who was kneeling on the durian, looked up at the sky and murmured, only to see a black vortex appear in the space above. The breath coming from it was very familiar to him. He was just squatting down and preparing to open a durian for Lao Zhao to taste, but the sudden pressure made him kneel on the durian. The same thing happened to Zhao Dezhu next to him. He looked up at the sky in surprise and couldn't help but get excited. Senior. Chapter 61. Danger of the White Knight. Yes, the person who came was Lin Tian. Because his sister asked him to be more domineering, he thought about it, and it seemed that appearing like this would be domineering enough. The dark light ball behind him surrounded Lin Tian, and behind him was a huge black hole. Lin Tian, standing in the air, looked at his sister below, as if to say, is this domineering enough? Lin Guaiguai. She looked up at the familiar figure in the sky, feeling speechless. I asked you to be more domineering, but I didn't ask you to be so domineering? Oh my god. Lin Tian was like a god in the air, making everyone unable to help but worship him. Many of the disciples who had participated in the previous trials recognized Lin Tian. Isn't this Lin Guaiguai's brother? Oh my goodness, why is he here? They were very surprised and curious, while the other disciples who didn't understand were bewildered. It seemed like you knew which adult? Although Zhao Dezhu and Tang Laowa were kneeling on the ground, they could not hide their inner excitement and worship. Lin Tian is their savior and so powerful. How can they not be excited? This is the strong man they long for. Junior sister Lin, how are you okay? Bai Yi, who was kneeling beside, looked at the figure in the sky with a pale face. When he glanced at Lin Guaiguai, he saw her standing there with a speechless look on her face. How could she be completely unharmed under such a strong pressure? This made him deeply suspicious. Some female disciples standing by were also confused. Even they and their senior brothers knelt down. So how come this woman was fine? Hearing this, Lin Guaiguai was unmoved. He ignored the people around him and looked at Lin Tian intently, feeling happy. Although he was too domineering, he had to admit that his brother still cared about him. At this moment, everyone noticed that the man in the sky actually flew over and headed straight towards where Lin Guaiguai was. Under their shocked gazes, Lin Tian came to Lin Guaiguai, slowly stretched out his hands to hold her neck, and said with a smile, "Is this domineering enough? My dear sister." As he stopped, the pressure he emanated also stopped. Feeling that the powerful force had disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and stood up from the ground, but their eyes turned to the brother and sister with curiosity. Some people also go to the teachers and ask them to handle it. Instead, they saw Teacher Zhao and Teacher Tang running towards them. Just when they wanted to say hello, they found that the teachers ignored them and went straight towards Lin Tian with excited looks on their faces. "Students, forget it. Let's go find the dean. The teacher is unreliable. Hee hee. Although it's a bit too domineering, I like it." Lin Guaiguai smiled sweetly and didn't pay attention to Lin Tian's hand. Instead, she patted his shoulder in approval. "As long as you are satisfied." Hearing this, Lin Tian touched her head lovingly. "What do you mean by being too domineering? Didn't you ask me to be more domineering? Women are really hard to please. But who says you are my sister? By the way, who did you say was harassing you? Do you want me to chop him up?" As he spoke, Lin Tian looked around and remembered that the important thing was to deal with the people who were harassing his sister. What kind of cat or dog dared to harass my sister? They really didn't know how precious life was. He wanted to see who it was. As his gaze moved, the disciples around him turned their heads away in fear one after another, not daring to look directly into his eyes, and were extremely frightened in their hearts. But they became confused. Who harassed junior sister Lin? Suddenly, the male disciples thought of someone and looked at Bai Yi, who was confused, some of them gloating. After all, Lin Tian said that he would chop off the person who harassed Lin Guaiguai. "Isn't this our senior brother Bai Yi?" Then Lin Tian followed everyone in looking at Bai Yi. "White Knight. Come on. Did I harass junior sister Lin?" Although Lin Tian's eyes were calm, he still sensed murderous intent. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of Bai Ye's head. Just one look was enough to frighten him so much that he broke out in sweat and his breathing quickened. This wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was that Lin Guaiguai was pointing his little finger at him. That was telling Lin Tian that he was the one harassing her. What the hell? What's even more terrible is that the boss is walking towards him. "You're the one harassing my sister?" Lin Tian walked towards Bai Yi with a friendly look on his face. The latter's feet were shaking with fear and he sat down on the ground, crawling backwards continuously, feeling extremely terrified. Dao Wu, who was practicing, suddenly felt a powerful force coming from Yutian Academy. In a cave in the distance, Dao Wu suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of his academy with a serious expression. Not good. The students are in danger. With a whoosh, he took off on the spot and rushed towards the academy, fearing that if he was a step late, something might happen to his students. After all, even he was shocked by the powerful force. Not only him, many people felt the terrifying aura coming from Yutian Academy. Many old monsters came out, thinking that there was some great danger, and headed towards Yutian Academy with all their might. The ordinary people around began to panic and fled everywhere. Looking at the black hole in the sky, they thought something terrible was going to happen. The first thing they did was to stay away from here and protect their lives. At the same time, the authorities also took action. Dragon Group Headquarters. Sister Long, something big seems to have happened at Yutian Academy. Even the Security Bureau is looking for our help. A man rushed into an office and forgot to knock on the door. Normally, he would definitely knock on the door, but now the situation is urgent. "Yes, I know everything." The woman sitting in the seat spoke indifferently. She had long, flowing curly hair draped over her shoulders, and her charming eyes flashed with a kind of aura that drove men crazy. Her oval face was covered with a light layer of makeup, with just the right amount of eyeshadow, and her watery red lips were sexy and charming. The white shirt made her already fair skin look even whiter, and it was slender, perfectly accentuating her slim waist. The hip skirt highlights her perfect figure to the fullest, and her slender feet are wearing a pair of burgundy high heels. Ah! The man was confused, thinking that Sister Long knew everything. However, considering her strength, it seemed that Sister Long must have noticed something strange about Yutian Academy a long time ago. Looking at such a perfect woman, he swallowed subconsciously and his eyes widened. Ahem. Feeling Long Yan's icy gaze, the man smiled awkwardly and wished he could slap himself twice. Wasn't this seeking death? Sister Long, I'll be leaving first. The next second, he closed the door in panic and ran out. He was scared and a little cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. I saw that his whole body was shaking and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in panic. I almost died. How dare you look at Long Jie like that? I must be more careful next time. Looking at the tightly closed door, Long Yin stood up from the armchair, and a series of da-da-da sounds were heard. She came to the window, looked towards the location of Yutian College, opened her seductive red lips slightly, and said playfully, "Is it coming from Yutian Academy? This aura is very strange, and even carries an evil aura. Could it be that they want to harm Yutian Academy? It seems that we have to go and take a look." Chapter 62 Daowu arrives. Don't come over here. Bai crawled backwards quickly with panic on his face, like a monkey, and a scream came out of his mouth. Why did my legs become weak at the critical moment? I couldn't move forward. He looked terrified and panicked, breathing heavily, and his back was wet with sweat. He was afraid that Lin Tianxiao would chop him to death in a second. From the moment he appeared, Bai believed that the other party's strength was definitely not comparable to his own. That power was even stronger than his father's. It's over. It's over. Am I going to be left like this? No. I still have a bright future ahead of me, and I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. I don't want to die like this. Junior sister Lin, please let me go. I will never bother you again. Finally, Bai looked at Lin Guaiguai and began to beg. He was almost scared to death by Lin Tian. Now the only chance is to beg Lin Guaiguai for mercy. If she lets him go, maybe he can survive. He crawled towards Lin Guaiguai humbly, wishing he could hug her thighs and cry, but his legs were weak and he couldn't do anything. He didn't dare to hug him even if he wanted to, because this man might kill him directly. Before Lin Guaiguai could speak, Bai blurted out the answer first. Junior sister, I am wrong. I will never bother you again. Please ask your brother to let me go. I have never done anything excessive to you. I swear to God. Bai kept begging Lin Guaiguai for forgiveness, but what he said was indeed right. He only came to say hello and give gifts every day, and had been pestering her all the time. His purpose was very simple. He just wanted to win her over. After all, such a top-notch woman was rare. But Lin Guaiguai kept refusing and refused to accept his things, but he would not give up. He looked for Lin Guaiguai almost 3 or 4 times a day, almost annoyed her to death. But I didn't expect that Lin Guaiguai would actually ask his parents to chop him up. Well, the brother and sister looked in silence at Bai Yi, who was kneeling on the ground and crying. Damn his desire to survive. Oh shit. When the disciples saw this scene, their views were shattered. Is this still the arrogant Bai Yi? Why are you kneeling on the ground begging for mercy like a useless dog? Oh, so it's the boss. That's fine. Everyone found it a little funny. Junior sister Lin must be completely fed up with you now. She even asked someone to teach you a lesson. They laughed out loud with glee, while the female disciples felt heartbroken. It was extremely embarrassing that their idol was in such a state at the moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Guaiguai was shocked. Is this still the senior brother who harassed me with such a friendly look on his face? But seeing him begging for mercy, she softened her heart. I'll let you go for now, but if you dare to bother me again, I'll have my brother cut you into pieces. Lin Guaiguai snorted coldly and gave a look to Lin Tianshi standing beside him with a smug look in his eyes. It's a pity that Bai Yi was just harassing her, and he didn't go too far. If he had gone a little further, she would have had an excuse to do it for him. My sister wants me to do it secretly for her? Okay. Looking at his sister's eyes, Lin Tian smiled and understood, and winked at his sister, thinking that he would definitely do it beautifully for her. The girl also knew that it was not good to kill someone in front of so many people, and she also knew to hint to me. She is worthy of being my sister. She is ruthless to those who harass her. Seeing Lin Tian blinking, Lin Guaiguai didn't care. Maybe it was because his eyes were itchy. Yes, yes, yes. Junior sister Lin, I will never dare to do that again. When Bai Yi saw Lin Tian put down his raised hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. And just at this moment, a cold breath came. How dare you? Looking up, they saw Dao Wu who had just arrived. Many disciples widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Dean, why is the Dean here? Are you an idiot? How could the Dean not feel this power? It would be strange if he didn't come. Oh, that's true, but I have to say that junior sister Lin's brother is really strong. "Dean, save me." When he saw Dao Wu, Bai Yi was like seeing a savior. Then he looked at Lin Tian with ill intention. "No matter how powerful you are, you can never be a match for the Dean. Just wait for death." Dao Wu is an extremely powerful being. He is an emperor-level being. There are only a handful of emperors in this world, and their Dean is one of them. He has an extremely high status and is a legend in their hearts. When Dao Wu saw a man threatening his disciple Guaier and beating and crying Bai Yi, especially when he saw him asking for help, he suddenly became furious. Someone actually took advantage of his absence from the academy to bully his disciples. He deserves to be put to death. His right arm sank, and extremely terrifying spiritual power gathered in his hand. Even a peak-level venerable would not be able to withstand this punch. A sneak attack? That's unethical, you old man. Feeling the power behind him, Lin Tian smiled. Bang! Lin Tian easily blocked Dao Wu's terrifying punch. Boom! Suddenly the bricks around him shattered into pieces. If Lin Tian hadn't protected her, his sister might have been smashed away. Those who were not protected by Lin Tian would be in dire straits. Bai Yi flew out directly and turned into a meteor and disappeared. Fortunately, a teacher caught up in an instant, and many students were affected by this force and flew backwards. Cough, cough. They covered their chests and looked at Dao Wu with painful expressions. Junior sister Lin's brother didn't do anything to us, but as soon as you came, Dean, you beat us until we vomited blood. What? The whole audience was silent, with their mouths wide open, their eyes dull and their expressions dazed, as if time had stood still. They looked at Lin Tian in disbelief, and had forgotten that they were knocked away by Dao Wu. How is that possible? He was able to catch the Dean's punch? And so easily? You know, the Dean is an emperor-level expert. Could it be that junior sister Lin's brother is better than the Dean? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Maybe the Dean didn't try hard enough. Then they shook their heads, thinking that Dao Wu was not using his full strength, and Lin Tian's strength was not low, so he could naturally take the punch. This is the only way they can comfort themselves. Even Dao Wu himself was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, even those of the same level would not dare to resist so easily, but the young man in front of him took him down easily. Division. When he saw his master, Lin Guaiguai's face changed in shock. He wanted to stop Lin Tian, but Lin Tian had already made his move. Snap. Under Lin Tian's force, Dao Wu felt as if he was firmly grasped by a pair of iron hands and could not break free no matter what he did. A powerful force instantly crushed his hand, and suddenly there was a sound of bone breaking. His hand was actually broken by Lin Tian. Dao Wu is still Dao Wu. He didn't even make a sound when his hand was broken. He flashed away from Lin Tian, and a thick voice came. "What on earth do you want to do? Why don't you let me go and leave immediately? Even if I try my best, I will make you pay the price." Dao Wu threatened that Lin Guaiguai was his favorite student and his personal disciple, and there must not be any mistakes. Even if it cost him his old bones, he would not let Lin Guaiguai get hurt. She is the hope of Yutian Academy. Oh, just you? You're not good enough. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and slowly raised his right hand, ready to teach this old guy a lesson. At this time, Lin Guaiguai felt his scalp tingling and quickly spoke up to dissuade him. "Brother, stop it." Chapter 63, Just Pretend. Seeing her brother attacking her master, Lin Guaiguai was so scared that she quickly grabbed his arm, fearing that Lin Tian would be killed by her master by accident. After all, she was very clear about her brother's strength. Her master was only at the emperor level, while her brother was at the god level. She also didn't know that Dao Wu would rush out to attack Lin Tian, but the only thing she had to do now was to stop the two of them to avoid a fight. "Do you know this old man?" Lin Tian looked at Lin Guaiguai, who was crossing his arms with a worried and anxious look on his face, and asked. He looked at Dao Wu, who had a broken hand. How could his sister know such an old comrade? I couldn't help but feel curious as to why my sister was protecting this old man. "Brother, he is talking about master." Lin explained obediently, then walked towards Dao Wu worriedly. When he saw his broken palm, he couldn't help but gasp. Brother is really ruthless. If it hadn't been stopped in time, the master might have died. She quickly ran to the side and supported Dao Wu. "My dear disciple, this is..." Dao Wu looked at Lin Tian, his deep eyes revealing a look of doubt. "Ah, this is my brother, Lin Tian," Lin Guaiguai explained somewhat awkwardly. After all, his elder brother had crippled his hand. Looking at his miserable appearance, Lin Guaiguai wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This was called the brother beating up the master, and the master thought it was an enemy. "He's your brother?" Dao Wu was shocked for a moment. looking at the young man in front of him with a dazed look. This man turned out to be the brother of his good disciple. He is so young, but he can easily crush his right hand. His strength is unfathomable. In his eyes, Lin Tian was like the deep sea, which he could not see through. Although he looked ordinary, he gave people an extremely terrifying premonition. I never thought that he was the brother that Lin Guaiguai mentioned many times. How terrifying is the strength. However, he couldn't swallow the fact that one of his hands was crippled. You know, he was the dean of Yutian College. If people knew that one of his hands was crippled by a young man, how could he save his old face? It's my brother. Master, is your hand okay? Lin Guaiguai asked anxiously, but he was a little curious about why the rotten hand didn't bleed. It was as if time had stopped. Master, it's nothing serious, don't worry. Dao Wu was seen holding his head high and chest puffed out, looking like a hermit. After some operation by him, his right hand was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, Lin Guaiguai didn't think there was anything strange about it. After all, he was the master and he must have his own skills. Did I beat my sister's master and even crushed her hand? Lin Tian, who was standing aside, was a little amused. He didn't expect that this old guy would be his sister's master. Lin Tian really wanted to explain to his sister, I really didn't know he was your master. If Lin Tian had known this earlier, he would definitely not have used such heavy force. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. At this time, Lin Tian walked over and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Humph, since you are my disciple's elder brother, I will not pursue this matter any further. However, you two must explain to me clearly what you have done. Dao Wu snorted coldly and looked at Lin Guaiguai, who was a little embarrassed. Although Lin Tian is very powerful, he is also arrogant. Moreover, in his eyes, Lin Tian is just a young man, while he is an old senior who has been famous for a long time, so it is normal for him to be arrogant. This old guy is still taking advantage of me? If it weren't for the fact that you're my sister's master, I would definitely beat you up for that expression. Seeing Lin Tian's subtle changes, Lin Guaiguai hurriedly pinched his ear. She didn't know what her brother was going to do. After warning him in a low voice, she explained the cause and effect of the matter to her master. Lin Tian stood aside helplessly. Can't you give me a little face? Hey, so many people are watching. Such a funny scene appeared in front of everyone. All the disciples stared at the brother and sister. Why did it seem that the boss was a little afraid of his sister? Could it be that he was a sister complex? Following Lin Guaiguai's explanation, Dao Wu also understood what had happened. How dare you? Where is Bai Yi? Come out. How dare you harass a disciple of our sect, and even my disciple? Have you forgotten the sect rules? After hearing this, Dao Wu shouted angrily, and an aura that only an emperor could possess came towards him. Someone actually harassed my own disciple. Don't you know that she is my disciple? I will definitely skin you alive if I catch you. It immediately made people's hearts tremble, and they broke out in cold sweats. That dean. At this time, a male disciple came up with some trepidation. He did not dare to look Dao Wu in the eye, for fear of being eaten alive by him. Stop hesitating and procrastinating. Just speak up. Looking at this unfamiliar disciple, Dao Wu said impatiently, Yes, yes, yes. This frightened the disciple, who nodded quickly and pointed to the sky, saying, Dean, your attack was knocked away by Bai Yi before, and I don't know where it has flown to now. After saying this, he shrank his neck, fearing that he would be knocked out by Dao Wu like Bai Yi, and his eyes were full of fear. Dao Wu. He looked up at the sky and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, a figure was approaching quickly in the sky, holding a person in his arms. It was Bai Yi, who had just flown out, and the teacher who had caught up with him. He stayed steadily beside Dao Wu and threw Bai Yi aside, not caring at all about the injured man. He said respectfully, Dean, what's wrong with Lao Lu? Who is this person? Dao Wu saw that the person coming was one of his teachers, and pointed at Bai Yi on the ground and asked in confusion, Why is he carrying a seriously injured person? Wait, why does this person look familiar? Dao Wu stared at Bai Yi's appearance carefully, but he couldn't remember it. Before Teacher Lu could say anything, the disciple volunteered. Dean, this person is Bai Yi, who was beaten away by you. The air around them suddenly became quiet. Following the disciple's words, everyone closed their eyes and looked at Dao Wu. There was complete silence, and one could even hear a pin drop. Dao Wu. He stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Then he turned his head to look at the disciple, his eyes containing a frightening light, dissatisfaction, and embarrassment. Just a glance at each other made the disciple feel cold in his heart. He was immediately frightened to the point of peeing his pants and sat down on the ground with a thud. Do you want me to be so nosy? Don't I know him? Dao Wu stroked his beard disapprovingly and glanced coldly at the person who spoke. This wave is called hard installation. Even the brother and sister next to them couldn't stand it anymore. If you knew, would you still ask? The disciple looked aggrieved. Disciple knows his mistake. The next second, he left the scene directly, not wanting to stay for a moment. The dean was too scary. After that person left, Dao Wu also remembered who Bai Yu was. He seemed to be a little genius and a disciple of Elder Zhang. His talent was pretty good, but his character was not very good. He even harassed my disciple. It seemed that he needed to have a good talk with Elder Zhang. At this moment, Dao Wu and Lin Tian were surprised to find that many powerful people were descending on Yutian Academy. They both looked up at the figure that suddenly appeared in the air. Why are you here? Chapter 64. Do you dare to let me see what you are capable of? He was very familiar with those figures because he often met them and could even talk to them. Thousands of people present were shocked. They stared blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky and felt the strong aura of a powerful man. Why are there so many big guys here? Fuck, those guys look so familiar. Aren't they the dean's old lover? What? Old lover? Is the dean gay? How dare you say that? If the dean heard this, he would chop off your head. When I say old lover, I mean friends. Oh, SK. I was almost interested, but now you say that it's suddenly boring and dull. Fuck, just thinking about those old guys, hiss. My scalp is tingling. My friend, come and fencing with me. Get lost. Don't you care about that woman? She's so sexy. I love her so much. It's over, young man. You are screwed. Don't you know her reputation as the queen of slaughter? How dare you fantasize about this? Amazing. When everyone saw Long Yin, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, drool, and look at her with an infatuated look on their faces. Why are the official people here? Long Yan's figure appeared in Dao Wu's eyes, which surprised him very much. He didn't expect that he had alarmed them. But official people are official people. They were in the late venerable level a month ago, but now they have entered the emperor level. Are all official people perverts? A 28-year-old emperor? Fuck. Do I, an old man over 100 years old, still have any dignity left? This may be the youngest emperor in history. There used to be a youngest emperor who was 78 years old, but he died young among a group of monsters. How could there be such a perverted person in this era? Achieving the emperor level at the age of 28? As expected of a 10-star talent in the element of thunder, he is much stronger than his own disciples. However, the country's resources are much richer than theirs. When he thought of this, Dao Wu comforted himself. It was all piled up. Yes, piled up. Brother Dao, a powerful force came from your Yutian Academy not long ago. What happened? The person who spoke was Hua Wuxing, the owner of Batian Martial Arts School. He looked at the cracked fragments on the ground and asked. As for the other few people, they are also a few old men of the same generation as Dao Wu, and they can be considered brothers. That's right. I think that power has probably reached the late emperor level or even higher. Wu, can you tell me where that strong man is now? An old man in the late venerable level spoke. Several other old men also started asking questions, staring at Dao Wu with their small eyes, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Feeling the burning gaze, Dao Wu took a step back in fear, shielding his chest tightly. What do you want to do? I don't like this. Several elders. Fuck his brothers. Someone started a commotion, and several old men rushed up and beat Dao Wu up. You are the only one who likes this. Your whole family likes this. Tell me, where is that person? If you don't tell me, I'll do it for real. I'm a big fan of this. Fuck. Get out of here. I don't want to be associated with a person like you who is not good at sex. That's right. The old man with white hair and long beard who said that was driven away in an instant, and everyone looked at him with disgust. Seeing this farce, everyone present twitched their lips. These old guys actually know how to have fun. Long Yin was even more confused. She really didn't want to know these old guys. What the hell was going on? The same thing happened with the brother and sister standing there, looking at each other, as if they were communicating. Sister, are you sure this is your master? No, I don't know him. Soon this simple farce came to an end. When they asked Dao Wu about the so-called mysterious man, he did not hide anything and pointed to Lin Tian, who was whispering to his sister. What? Seeing this, Lin Tian turned his head and looked at these old men. Could it be that these people not only like the older ones, but also like themselves, the younger one? Hiss, this is a bit scary. Suddenly Lin Tian's anus tightened, and she clamped her legs together. But when they saw Daowu pointing at a young man, they totally didn't believe that this young man was the powerful man. Who are you trying to fool? They looked at Daowu with dissatisfaction, thinking that Daowu was just pulling someone out at random to be used as a shield. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Daowu looked at everyone helplessly and spread his hands. What he said was indeed right. It was indeed Lin Tian. There is no way if you don't believe it. Facing the confused and harmless Lin Tian, everyone thought he was just an ordinary man. However, Hua Wuxing looked at Lin Tian carefully, trying to see through him. But I found that I couldn't see through it at all. Then he exclaimed, "Seniors, can you tell the strength of that young man?" After Hua Wuxing said this, everyone looked at Lin Tian carefully. Even Long Yin, who was standing beside him, was the same, staring at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. After a few seconds, everyone found that they could not see through Lin Tian's cultivation at all, but they could feel an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Tian, which they would not be able to detect if they did not pay attention. Several old men looked at each other. They seemed to see something from each other's expressions and understood what the other meant. But they still believed it firmly, with some doubts in their hearts. Perhaps the other party used some special means to hide his strength and then exuded a terrifying aura. After all, they have encountered such people before, and the young man in front of them is one of them. But if you want to know it thoroughly, then you just have to practice and fight him directly. Boy, do you dare to let me see your abilities? An old man stood up. It was the old man in the late venerable level. He pointed at Lin Tian and said, before Lin Tian could respond, he had already made his move. As the old man made his move, the void fluctuated and the whirlwind turned into sharp blades that slashed towards Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, Lin Guaiguai was shocked. Why did this guy attack my brother just because of a disagreement? So scary. Under such powerful force, Lin Guaiguai was like a weak ant, at the mercy of others. Lin Tian looked at the old man with cold eyes. Even Dao Wu and others could feel that the temperature seemed to drop rapidly, reaching a bone-chilling environment. The disciples were shivering from the cold, but that didn't stop them from wanting to watch the fun. Before his attack landed, Lin Tian's figure mysteriously appeared in front of the old man, and a huge fist with terrifying power hit his abdomen directly. Bang! With a loud bang, the old man's abdomen caved in. If he was not strong, he would have been pierced by a simple punch, and then he would have turned into a cannonball and flew out at the speed of sound. Boom! The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and countless sand and rocks flew up. He even crashed through several hilltops before slowly stopping, and finally fell from a hilltop a few kilometers away. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. What? When Long Yin and others saw this, they looked at the 20-year-old young man in shock, with an expression of disbelief. He actually knocked a late-stage venerable out with just one punch? How is that possible? Hee. Old man, if your attack hurts my sister in the slightest, I will kill you. It's a pity that you won't live long. You won't be able to withstand my punch. Chapter 65. Royal Level? One move to solve. Lin Tian didn't use much force in this punch, but it was still not something that a venerable like him could withstand. Lin Tian never shows mercy to those who provoke him. Old man Zhao. The old man with white beard rushed over immediately and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, looking for the old man who was knocked out. When they saw the old man being knocked away by a punch, everyone was shocked. Long Yin and others widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief, feeling that it was fake. This young man actually knocked him away with one punch? Then how terrifying has his strength reached? Venerable level? Impossible. After all, he could knock away an old man in the late venerable level with one punch. Emperor level? It must be. Only a strong man of this strength can easily knock away a venerable level with one punch. But Dao Wu just said that he is that strong man, a strong man who may have reached the god level. For some reason, they actually believed Dao Wu's words. However, the indifferent Long Yin narrowed her eyes at Lin Tian, feeling a little surprised. What a strong man. I can't even see through his strength. Will he be a god? Impossible. Long Yin put the unrealistic thoughts behind her and stared at Lin Tian with some curiosity. Naturally, she would not believe it. Lin Tian could be at most a late emperor. After all, the throne of God was not something that ordinary people could step into. What's more, he was so young, younger than her. If someone said that he was a powerful god, Long Yin would be the first one to never believe it. Several other elders also determined that Lin Tian was only at the emperor level and could not reach the god level. For a moment, Long Yin felt a little ashamed. She originally thought that she was already very abnormal for reaching the emperor level at the age of only 30. She didn't expect that there were people who were even more abnormal than her. Boy, do you know who we are? Another old man said with a hint of anger in his heart that this boy was so bold that he dared to hurt people in front of them and did not take them seriously at all. So what if he is emperor level? In addition, he, Dawu, and Longyan are 3 early emperors. Would they be afraid of an emperor? Even if he is a late emperor, the 3 of them can fight him. No, Lin Tian said calmly with a fearless look on his face. It's true that he didn't know any of them, except his sister's master. Humph, then we'll let everyone know who we are. The old man exuded a powerful aura and had sharp eyes. The figure attacked Lin Tian like a tiger. Seeing this scene, a disdainful smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He raised his hand and waved his right hand casually. The terrifying power swept across the world. The entire space was shaking, as if there was an earthquake, as if the earth was about to be torn apart. The old man felt something was wrong when he sensed this terrifying force and quickly dodged. Then, no matter how hard he tried to fight off the attack, he couldn't, as if he was being tracked. The power released was too strong, and he was simply unable to defend against it. Under the astonished gaze of Long Yen and others, the old man was hit. Snap. Puff. The old man's sternum shattered on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Lin Tian. You. The next second, he fainted, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He is just an early emperor level, while Lin Tian is a god level. There is a world of difference between the two. Although he was not ruthless, not everyone could withstand his attacks. Quiet. Hiss. The disciples watching around were almost scared to death. What did they see? Senior Gong Wuji, who was at the early stage of the emperor level, was beaten by Lin Guaiguai's brother until he vomited blood. Oh my god. They knew Senior Gong, who was the leader of the Tianji sect, and his status was no lower than that of their dean. At this moment, he was knocked unconscious by the blow, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Lin Guaiguai's brother is so scary. They looked at Lin Tian in awe, thinking in their hearts that they must never harass junior sister Lin in the future. Otherwise, they would die a miserable death. Wuji. Senior Wuji. Dawu and Hua Wuxing both walked over to check on Gong Wuji's injuries. Even Long Yen walked over and looked at his hideous wounds and the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. My internal organs are all broken. You have such a cruel heart. After seeing his injuries, Hua Wuxing pointed at Lin Tian and spoke, trembling all over. Hee. If they hadn't provoked us first, how could we have ended up like this? Lin Tian crossed his hands in disapproval, his eyes calm yet cold. He didn't care at all about Gong Wuji, who was seriously injured by him. Silent. At this time, Dawu, who was holding Gong Wuji, pulled him down to prevent him from attacking Lin Tian. Hua Wuxing is no match for Lin Tian, and he is afraid that he will do something stupid. Well, Dawu looked at Gong Wuji, who was in a coma and half-dead state, and raised his head slowly. He took out a golden pill from his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. A golden light flashed, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, all the wounds on Gong Wuji's body healed. I guess he will wake up after a while. You hurt my old friend, and I have to avenge you. Even though you are my disciple's elder brother, I will not let you go. Dawu stood up with a serious look and looked at the brother and sister not far away. Master! When hearing this, Lin Guaiguai felt uncomfortable. Looking at these two men, one is his brother and the other is his master. Why on earth has it developed to this point? Disciple, I don't blame you or him. I am just helping my friend. Dawu looked at Lin Tian and said again, Young man, you are indeed very strong. You are the youngest person I have ever met in my life. But you better be careful next time. Although I am not as good as you, it does not mean that I am really incompetent. Senior Dawu, I am with you. Hua Wuxing stood up at this time, and he would not back down. Just step back. Let me do it. Long Yen slowly took a step forward, and her long, beautiful legs came into Lin Tian's eyes. The latter looked at her curiously. Oh, a woman? I didn't notice it at first. I didn't expect that he was actually in the early stage of the emperor level, and he looked only a few years older than me. But he looks a little familiar. Who is he? It seems like I've seen it on TV. Never mind. I can't remember it. Ms. Long. Hua Wuxing was overjoyed when he saw Long Yen stand up. He quickly moved aside. He also realized that he was indeed no match for Lin Tian. It could be seen from the fact that he defeated Gong Wuji with just one move. But now that the two emperors have joined forces, they should be able to take that guy down. Hua Wuxing looked at the two of them nervously. Long Yin ignored Hua Wuxing, which made him look embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say. But she kept looking at Lin Tian, her eyes full of curiosity, and she wanted to study Lin Tian. Could it be that this girl has a crush on my brother? Lin Guaiguai, who was standing aside, thought silently. This look was too suspicious and too blatant. Lin Tian and Long Yin looked at each other. Flames were flying everywhere, and the air was filled with a hot breath. My name is Long Yin. I'm in the early stage of the Emperor level. What is your name? Chapter 66. You've lost your morality. Lin Tian, the early stage of godhood. Lin Tian only spoke slowly, unleashing the power that only a powerful god could possess. He had no intention of hiding anything, and even looked indifferent. Since you have already revealed your identity, I won't hide anything either. Plop, plop. The next second, the three of them fell to their knees due to the powerful aura, and the people behind them looked confused. Dao Wu, Long Yin, Hua Wusheng. It shocked them for the whole year. They didn't know until they asked. Once they asked, they were shocked. Especially this terrifying aura, as if a powerful and monstrous being was trying to kill them. Many disciples fainted directly, and many vomited blood on the spot. Lin Tian just opened it and didn't take any real action. Otherwise, even Dao Wu would be crushed to death by this aura. Master, what my brother said is true. Please don't fight. Okay? You can't beat my brother. Lin Guaiguai stepped forward to persuade them. She didn't want to see her brother and master fighting. As for Lin Tian's divine aura, it did not fall on her at all, because Lin Tian could not bear to hurt his own sister. If the brother and the master start fighting, the most important thing is that the master will be embarrassed. After all, he will be beaten by the brother. Dao Wu looked at his obedient disciple. He did not doubt her words. After all, Lin Guaiguai would not lie to her, and there was no need to do so. Judging from Lin Tian's previous methods, it is indeed possible that he could be at the god level. Although it is a little hard to believe, he has to believe it now. Oh shit. Do you think I can't tell that this aura is more than just late imperial level? This is a true powerful god, and his aura is much more terrifying than that of a late emperor. Even the pressure from the holy messenger is not so terrifying. For a moment, the three of them broke out in cold sweat and their faces turned pale. Hua Wuxing was even more frightened. He never expected that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying. They had already lost before they even made a move. The god level, that was something that ants like them could handle. Even if it was the emperor level, so what? Wouldn't they still be crushed to death? Long Yan's pupil shrank, and she looked at Lin Tian in surprise, asking uncertainly, "Are you the senior emperor who achieved the status of god before?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. When they heard Long Yan's words, several people took a breath and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Could he really be the emperor of heaven who achieved deity not long ago? Exactly. Do you guys want to fight again? Lin Tian admitted it directly, without even pretending. It was clean and neat. Greetings, Senior Emperor Tian. We won't fight anymore. We are no match for you. When Dao Wu heard the news, he was almost scared to death. He quickly said in a flattering manner with an old face. As for revenge for Gong Wuji, he completely forgot about it, and went to seek revenge on a powerful god? Isn't this asking him to die? Besides, it is not worth it to offend a powerful god for the sake of a friend. In this case, Gong Wuji seems to have offended his senior. It seems that he has to draw a clear line with him, cut off all ties with him, and pretend not to know him. That's it. Dao Wu, who was thinking about something, nodded. As for Hua Wuxing, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground for a long time without moving, as if his computer had crashed. Sure enough, I guessed right. You are the Emperor of Heaven. Long Yin looked as if she knew it. She had seen from the beginning that Lin Tian was not a simple person. But this was just a casual question. She didn't expect that he would not hide it, and admitted it directly, which made it difficult for her to do it. Fuck. What the hell? What did I hear? Lin Guaiguai's brother is the Emperor of Heaven? The Emperor of Heaven is Lin Guaiguai's brother? Fuck. Wow. I also want to have a brother like this. Bai Yi is nothing compared to him. I have decided that from today on he is my idol. Me too. The disciples below were stunned. Lin Tian spoke very loudly, so they naturally heard it. When they learned that Lin Tian was the Emperor of Heaven, they were shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Even Lin Guaiguai next to him felt the same way, as his brother was actually the legendary Emperor of Heaven. Oh my god. The Emperor of Heaven is by my side? I should have thought of it a long time ago. I should have known it when my brother said he was a powerful god. Why didn't I think about it that way? Lin Guaiguai was very excited. It turned out that this guy was the idol she wanted to follow. It was so cool. The news that Lin Tian was the Emperor of Heaven immediately caused all the disciples and teachers to explode, including some academy elders who had already arrived, the white-bearded old man who had just returned, and the old man Zhao in his arms, the man who had been knocked out by Lin Tian's punch before. When the white-bearded old man heard that Lin Tian was the Emperor of Heaven, he was so surprised that he didn't even hold the old man in his arms and fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at Lin Tian and others with shock on his face. That aura was really terrifying. Seeing that Dawu didn't want to fight anymore, Lin Tian didn't pursue the matter. There was no need to hold them back. Anyway, anyone who provoked him paid the price, and Dawu was his sister's master. Sister, take me to see what your accommodation is like. Seeing that they didn't move, Lin Tian ignored them and turned to look at Lin Guaiguai, who was still in shock. Seeing his sister's dazed look, Lin Tian waved his hand in front of her and asked, "Why are you ignoring me? Hey, sister?" However, there was no reaction at all, as if he was in a trance, which made him speechless. What was he thinking? Why didn't he respond to me even when I called him like that? Seeing her like this, Lin Tian suddenly became interested. With an evil look on his face, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You've lost your moral integrity." Ah. Following Lin Tian's words, Lin Guaiguai came back to his senses in panic and looked down at his feet. Then he came to his senses and realized that he had been deceived by him. He became furious and slapped him in the face. "Brother, you lied to me again. You are a hooligan." Her face instantly turned red as blood, which was so adorable. "Hey, I called you, but you're still in a daze. That's all I can do." Lin Tian chuckled, touched his nose, looked at his cute sister and said, "Bullshit. You just want to be a hooligan." Lin Guaiguai rolled his eyes and stepped on his shoes with a smug look on his face. The latter was stepped on and naturally didn't feel anything at all. Even if Lin Guaiguai chopped him, he wouldn't feel anything, because Lin Guaiguai couldn't chop him and no one could chop him. "Well, my bad." Lin Tian immediately took the initiative to admit his mistake and lowered his head. This privilege was only enjoyed by Lin Guaiguai. This time it's almost the same." Lin Guaiguai snorted, and then looked at Dawu and others. "Master, if there is nothing else, I will leave with my brother first." As she said that, she pulled Lin Tian and prepared to leave, to show him her room in the college and chat about some family matters. "Go ahead." Dawu didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was a matter between two siblings. What's more, her brother couldn't even beat her brother, which was the most infuriating thing. "Let's go." After hearing what his master said, Lin Guaiguai jumped up and down, holding Lin Tian's hand, and went towards the land where he lived. He didn't pay any attention to Long Yin and others behind him. Just after they took a few steps, a gentle voice called them. Turning around, it was Long Yin. "Senior Tiandi, please stay." Chapter 67. "Want to spar with me?" "As you wish." "What is it?" Lin Tian stopped and looked at Long Yin with a raised eyebrow, observing her every move and behavior. What does this woman want to do? However, Lin Guaiguai next to him did the same, and looked at Long Yin with curiosity. She was beautiful, had long legs and fair skin, and seemed to be a big shot, suitable to be his sister-in-law. Now, when she sees a beautiful girl, she wants to pull her over to be her sister-in-law. My brother has been single for too long. Seeing Lin Tian stop, Long Yan's almond-shaped eyes suddenly narrowed, with a charming smile on the corner of her mouth. "Senior, could you please have a sparring match with me?" She felt a little nervous, but at the same time, she was eager to ask Lin Tian to agree to her unreasonable request, because she wanted to know the gap between herself and the powerful gods, and perhaps she could get unexpected gains. "You want to spar with me? Are you sure?" Lin Tian's mouth twitched and he looked at the other party hesitantly. It was the first time that someone took the initiative to challenge me, and she was a woman in the early stage of the emperor level. An emperor level person actually wanted to compete with him? Lin Tian even wondered if he had heard it wrong. Long Yan's words shocked everyone present, especially Dao Wu and his companions. They were so frightened that their faces changed and they looked at Long Yin in astonishment. "Miss Yin, please don't be rude." Dao Wu said in a serious tone that this was somewhat disrespectful to the seniors, not to mention that Lin Tian was a powerful god. You have to know that big guys all have their own tempers. If in the eyes of some seniors with bad tempers, Long Yan's desire to compete would have been regarded as a provocation. If she makes others angry, they won't even know how she died. Hua Wuxing remained silent, but in his heart he gave Long Yin a thumbs up. Miss Long Yin is still Miss Long Yin. She She actually dares to ask a powerful person at the god level to compete with her. I, Hua, am convinced. Even so, they were still a little worried. After all, they knew why Long Yin proposed a competition, because she was a fighting maniac. When she was still in the middle stage of the venerable level, she challenged Dao Wu, who had been in the emperor level for many years. However, she was unfortunately defeated by Dao Wu in the end. She had lasted for more than 10 rounds and could be regarded as a fierce person among the venerable level. Senior Dao Wu, I know my limits. In response to what was said, Long Yin shook her head. She must have a competition with Lin Tian today. She really wanted to know the horror of the divine position. Seeing this, Dao Wu sighed helplessly and shook his head. This Miss Long Yin is really brave. Lin Tian found it very interesting that there were people who wanted to challenge a higher realm. I have to admire this girl's courage. You can spar with me. You can start now. Lin Tian nodded and agreed, with no intention of refusing at all. This is just a trivial matter for him. It's just a competition. I will kill you in one move and let you see the difference between you and me. Thank you, senior. When Long Yin heard this, she was immediately delighted. She originally thought that Lin Tian would refuse without hesitation, but she didn't expect that he actually agreed. This made her very happy. She could finally see the methods of a powerful god. She didn't know how many moves she could take. What? Dao Wu was astonished and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief, extremely shocked. Why did you agree? Shouldn't you refuse? Everyone really didn't expect Lin Tian to agree and felt very surprised. Soon Dao Wu brought the two to the Academy's special venue for disciples to compete. This venue is entirely made of rare obsidian, and even a powerful master cannot break it with a full-strength attack. The entire venue is 100 meters in size and is surrounded by seats for people to visit. At this moment, all the disciples around were looking at the two people on the stage with great curiosity because they knew that there would be an unprecedented battle coming up, one between a god-level boss and an emperor-level boss. I don't know what kind of sparks these two will create, but it must be very exciting and open their eyes. They were exceptionally quiet today. Normally, the audience would be bustling with people discussing what was happening on the stage. But today was different. Both of them were big shots, and no matter how brave they were afraid of displeasing them, so they might as well get rid of them by accident. A group of people sat quietly in their seats like elementary school students, waiting for the two men to make a move. Dao Wu and others were worried and could only pray for Long Yin not to lose too badly. As for the several elderly people who had fainted, they had been arranged to rest, and it was estimated that they would not wake up for a while. Lin Guaiguai was cheering for her brother on the side, hoping that he would be gentle and not hurt the beautiful elder sister. Otherwise, she would be dissatisfied with her brother, and he would not be able to ask her to be his sister-in-law. For your happiness, your sister will get closer to her and introduce her to you as your wife when the time is right. Lin Guaiguai clenched her fists and bit her pink lips. On stage, Lin Tian was the most eye-catching and was the focus of everyone. He was wearing casual clothes, his eyes fixed on Long Yin in front of him. His handsome face seemed to be carefully carved by God, as gentle as jade. What a graceful and elegant young man. What is more concerning is his emotion of looking down on everything, which is calm and proud. However, Long Yin looked nervous, and her delicate little face looked at Lin Tian with some trepidation. It would be strange if I wasn't nervous. I hope I can hold on for a few moves. Whoosh whoosh. She took a deep breath and said, Senior, let's get started. Okay, you go first. Lin Tian said disapprovingly that he asked her to do it first mainly because he didn't want her to lose face, and she was still a weak person. Then you have to be careful, Senior. Hearing this, Long Yin moved. I saw that Long Yin disappeared on the spot, and the whole person was gone. So fast. Hua Wuxing exclaimed from the side. Dao Wu and Hua Wuxing, who were watching, knew that Long Yin was just moving too fast and no one could see her. The speed has increased a lot. Miss Long Yin is really working hard. Dao Wu couldn't imagine how fast Long Yin was improving now. He couldn't imagine how far she had reached now. She was much more terrifying than when she was at the venerable level. She was simply a monster. Crackling. There was a sound of thunder and lightning in the air. Long Yin's speed was as fast as a flash of lightning, making it impossible to catch sight of him. Her whole body was covered with lightning. This was the lightning element she had awakened. She had already reached the level of perfection and could control it freely. Boom. When he saw her again, she had already appeared behind Lin Tian. Her fist was covered with terrifying lightning that broke through the air, and even the space itself was playing music for it. Call out. Just when she was about to touch Lin Tian, the other person's figure disappeared. Boom. This terrifying punch hit the ground directly, and the site built with obsidian instantly shattered into pieces, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. Thick dust rose up, and with constant flashes of lightning, it covered the entire venue, making it impossible to see the scene on the stage clearly. Ahem, what happened? How terrifying. Even though I'm only looking at it from afar, this aura is truly frightening. Can I quit watching? I feel like I might die next. +1+1. Is this the attack of an emperor-level expert? It is truly terrifying. I've been scared to death. There was a large group of confused disciples below the stage, and many of them wanted to leave, for fear of being affected by the next attack. Long Yin alone was so terrifying. What would happen if Lin Tian took action? However, most of them looked at the smoke curiously, waiting for it to dissipate and see what happened to the two people. What happened just now was so sudden that no one expected it. Look, what is Boss Lin Tian trying to do with that action? Chapter 68. It's over. My brother may be single for the rest of his life. Soon the smoke and dust dissipated, and amid the exclamations of the crowd, Lin Tian slowly raised his right hand and shot into the air. In an instant, the heaven and earth changed, and all things were shaken. Boom. The space vibrated with a loud sound, and the unprepared Long Yin felt that she was hit by a mysterious force. It was a terrifying force that she could not avoid at all, so she could only take it head-on. Puff! In this attack that shattered the void, Long Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He was knocked off the field and fell to the ground. Boom. Fuck. Many of the disciples who were watching were affected by the attack. They flew up on the spot, were blown into the sky, and fell to the ground like rain. Ouch, my old waist. I knew it. I knew I would be affected by the big boss's attack. I would have left earlier. Ouch, oh my god. My butt is about to split. Fuck, your butt is still okay. Look at my brother next to me. He fell on his face. It was so miserable. Now his face is pale. Hiss, even worse than me. It was so terrifying, but luckily I got away from it immediately. I'm so thankful. Suddenly, everyone howled in agony at this disaster. Many disciples were injured. The youngest one only had a sore skin. The worst one had a sore butt and legs. The worst was the brother who fell head-on. He was foaming at the mouth. His face was pale, and he fainted. I don't know how the little brother is doing now. Many people were frightened by this scene, but at the same time they were ecstatic. Fortunately, they had been on guard before and watched from a distance. Now it seems that it was the right choice. You lose. Lin Tian spoke coldly, looking at Long Yin who was lying on the ground in the crowd and spitting blood. From this point of view, Lin Tian has no intention of being gentle with women. He even beat the girl to the point of vomiting blood. I lost. Long Yin lay on the ground with a dim look in her eyes. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and felt her stomach churning. She almost vomited, but she was unwilling to give in. She didn't expect that she couldn't even take one of his moves. Look how relaxed he was. Just one blow was enough to make him look like this. At the same time, it also made her realize that the gap between her and Lin Tian was not at the same level at all. She had been dreaming that she could fight with him for a few moves, but now it seemed like a joke. It was good enough that Lin Tian didn't kill her with one blow, but it shocked Long Yin greatly. Now that it's over, let's go, sister. Take me to see your junior sisters. Ahem. How's your dormitory? Soon, Lin Tian put his arm around Lin Guaiguai's shoulders with an embarrassed look on his face, and left the place under her leadership. When they saw Lin Tian leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. They were very glad that they did not provoke junior sister Lin. Otherwise, she would have been killed by her brother, the godly boss, and her family would not dare to say a word. In this era, ordinary people don't even dare to provoke warriors, and warriors dare not provoke beings that are more powerful than themselves. The emperor level is the same, invincible, and no one dares to provoke him. Now, whoever provokes the god-level boss is seeking death. Miss Long, are you okay? At this time Daowu and Hua Wuxing flew over and quickly helped the injured Long Yin up. Seeing how badly she was injured, they both gasped. This senior's methods are truly terrifying. He severely injured Long Yin with just one strike. If he wanted to kill them, wouldn't it just be a matter of a finger? Thinking of this, the two grown men felt their scalps tingling. Fortunately, they did not provoke Lin Tian before, otherwise they would not know how they died. It's okay. Just rest for a while. Long Yin stood up with difficulty and looked at Lin Tian who was smiling playfully with his sister. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that this man was really too strong. Man, you've managed to get my attention. Miss Long, I have a healing pill here. Take it and use it. Daowu took out a pill and handed it to Long Yin. She just took a look and took it without any hesitation. Soon the injuries on his body healed a little, but there were still hidden injuries. Thank you, Senior Daowu. I will go back to recuperate first. We will meet again in the future if we are lucky enough. After leaving a few words, Long Yin immediately left Yutian Academy. The two looked up at the flying Long Yin and glanced at each other. Daowu sighed and looked at the injured disciple beside him. All of you go to the pharmacy to get a healing pill, and don't let anything get you sick.
Yes.
Thank you, Dean. Dean, I love you. Let's go and get the pills. The injured disciple forgot the pain in his body and went to the pharmacy happily to receive a healing pill. Daowu saw this and shook his head helplessly. Wu Sheng, go see if those old guys are awake now.
Yes.
At the same time, Long Yin, who had left long ago, was now flying towards the base. She covered her abdomen in midair, frowned, and murmured, "What a straight man. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women, but why do I feel a little bit happy? Why is that?" This was the first time she was defeated by someone in one blow. The pain made her feel very refreshed, and she even wanted to hit him again. She had never felt this way before, which made her wonder if Lin Tian had used any special means, or if it was just her own psychological effect. Never mind, let's go back first. It looks like it will take a month or two to get better. Long Yin shook her head and quickened her pace. Brother, why are you becoming more and more straight? Lin Guaiguai, who was walking side by side with Lin Tian, couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian's terrifying attack before almost scared her to death. If she was hit by this, wouldn't she be in excruciating pain? One can sense from the aura alone that even an emperor might not be able to withstand it. His methods are even more brutal than those of the master. Moreover, my brother really had the heart to do that to such a beautiful elder sister. It was over. It seemed that it was impossible to make her my sister-in-law. If she was beaten like this, she would definitely hate Lin Tian to death. How could she still think of becoming his wife, let alone Long Yin? It's over. It looks like I'm destined to be a single guy for the rest of my life. I've always been straight. Could it be that I'm still curvy? Lin Tian didn't understand and said speechlessly, I'm saying you're acting straight, not driving with you. Lin Guaiguai glared at Lin Tian mercilessly, gritting his teeth, looking like he was about to explode. His fists clenched hard. He wanted to punch Lin Tian a few times. It was so infuriating. Lin Tian. For a moment, Lin Tian didn't know what to say and was rendered speechless by Lin Guaiguai's words. By the way, are you sure you asked me to take you to the dormitory, instead of seeing the senior sisters and junior sisters? At this time, Lin Guaiguai remembered what Lin Tian had said before, twisted her waist, and said with a little pride. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately put on a serious expression and said solemnly, How is it possible? Am I, Lin, the kind of superficial person who likes your senior and junior sisters? I just want to know how they, live here with you. That's all. I have absolutely no other thoughts. Chapter 69 Sister's Desire. As a high-quality human male, how could he be so superficial? He was just concerned about his sister's life. What did he do wrong? I just want to know if my sister is safe in the academy, and whether there are any vicious people approaching her and threatening her. Humph. If there is, Lin, will solve it for my sister. I don't believe it, so you just pretend? Pretend hard. Lin Guaiguai stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. She knew what kind of person her brother was. He was an LS. When he didn't have a girlfriend, he liked to watch videos of beautiful women. She was very good at this. Forget it. Since you are my brother, I will see which junior sisters and senior sisters are suitable for you. No love anymore. Am I that kind of person, your brother? Yes. Hearing this, Lin Guaiguai nodded without hesitation, no matter how he looked at it. Lin Tian. There is no love at all. My house is in front. Soon the two of them came to a villa area, which was full of luxurious villas of various styles, and were full of spiritual energy. Those who live here are disciples with extraordinary talents and strong cultivation. It is arranged by the academy that they live here. If anyone wants to live here, it depends on their strength. Only those with strength can move in. There is no one to be seen at this time. Either they are practicing in seclusion, or they are still outside and have not returned yet. Lin obediently led Lin Tian into his own exclusive villa. Looking at everything around him, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. It's much better than the shabby villa we lived in before. Hearing this, Lin Guaiguai didn't say anything, but just felt sad. Although that shabby villa is definitely not as nice as this place, it is full of memories with my brother. At the beginning, Lin Tian used a lot of connections to rent the place at the lowest price. Because it was in disrepair and in a rundown state, It only cost a few thousand yuan a month. Mainly because the boss felt sorry for the two siblings, he rented it at such a low price. Lin Tian took a brief tour and found that the facilities were complete, and there was also a cave for cultivation. It had to be said that Yutian Academy was still Yutian Academy, and the welfare was so good. By the way, how is your training progress now? After walking around, Lin Tian sat down and looked at his sister who was cutting fruit. Suddenly, his eyelids jumped. This girl is now in the middle stage of Xuanqing. She has reached such a terrifying level in just 2 months. She really deserves to be my sister. Although he himself has reached the realm of God, he couldn't help but feel proud when he saw his sister like this. As the saying goes, I hope my sister will become a dragon. As a brother, he also hopes that his sister will have a promising future. It's okay. Average, a little faster than my brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but become Versailles. Indeed, her cultivation talent can be said to be the fastest among her peers. After all, she has a 9-star talent. Lin Tian's mouth twitched when he heard this. His sister was still as Versailles as ever, but at this time he took out 2 things from his pocket and put them on the table. A lifelike rabbit and a piece of white, transparent crystal that exudes coldness. They were the rabbit talisman and frost crystal that Lin Tian had drawn before. As the frost crystals appeared, the temperature of the entire house dropped. Originally, he was planning to give it to Lin Guaiguai, but then he went out to play with Long Fei and forgot about it for a while. He only remembered it when he came here today. Wow, what is this? Lin Guaiguai hurriedly placed the fruit platter on the table, his clear eyes staring straight at the frost crystals on the table. The ice element in her body actually began to beat, revealing a look of desire. Lin Guaiguai could feel that he was longing for this white thing. She couldn't help but pinch it, staring at the ice crystal with her big eyes, swallowing uncontrollably. She felt it was white and slippery, and could clearly feel the cold air coming from it. This is called frost crystal, and it can greatly increase the ice element in your body. And this is the rabbit charm. It can give you great speed. You can use it to escape or chase in the future. Lin Tian introduced these 2 things to his sister, and the latter listened attentively, like a good baby. After hearing what Lin Tian said, she couldn't help but jump up, and while hugging Lin Tian, she couldn't help but nibble on him a few times. Brother, I love you so much. Pft, pft, pft. Be careful. There are differences between men and women, don't you know? Lin Tian quickly pushed away the coquettish Lin Guaiguai and wiped the saliva off his face. Although he has a sister complex, he is not a beast. He doesn't even let his own sister go. He just wants to pamper her. After all, she is his only relative. Hey, I know. It's okay again. Lin Guaiguai didn't take it seriously. He smiled sweetly, took the frost crystals, and began to absorb them. Seeing his anxious sister, Lin Tian was speechless, but he still stood by to protect her. If something unexpected happened, he could still save her. Looking at Lin Guaiguai, who was closing her eyes to absorb the frost crystals, as Lin Guaiguai absorbed, a milky white gas continued to flow into her body, making her face rosy. The frost crystals gave off a terrifying aura, and the surrounding air in the cold actually condensed into water droplets and turned into ice beads. The biting cold air spread in all directions, and frost appeared on the entire house and the ground outside. Large flakes of snow fell from the sky, sacred and beautiful. Crash! In an instant, the ground was frozen by ice. The air seemed to solidify. All the surrounding buildings were covered with ice and snow. The flowers and plants were directly frozen into specimens, and many living creatures were also frozen into statues, as if they would shatter if touched. The terrifying cold air was pressing against people's foreheads, and many disciples who had just entered looked at the scene inside in confusion. Why is this different from outside? What's going on? They even wondered if they had come to the wrong place. Snap! Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and many frozen objects around were instantly shattered, turning into nothingness and becoming part of the snowflakes. Fortunately, no one was frozen. Otherwise, it would be really pitiful. What the hell? What happened? Help! Go and call the dean over. Hiss! It's so cold. Go call the dean now. Everyone, please stay away from here. It's very dangerous. What's going on? It looks like it's coming from the room where Lin Guaiguai lives. Could it be that there's another breakthrough? Why was there such a big reaction to Lin Guaiguai's previous breakthrough? She just broke through not long ago. How could she break through again so soon? Something must have happened. Many disciples looked towards the house where Lin Guaiguai was and shuddered in their hearts. The scene was so terrifying that even those standing on the edge couldn't help but shudder, fearing that they would also be frozen. At the same time, Lin Guaiguai's breathing began to rapid, and a large amount of cold sweat slid from her forehead to her shoulders. The frost crystals floating in front of her were getting smaller and smaller, and it was estimated that they would be absorbed before they could be used up. Chapter 70. Cosplay is not enough, it's getting bigger. What a strong aura, Lao Zhao. Can you feel it? Tang Laowa and Zhao Dezhu were lovingly feeding each other bites of durian, when suddenly their faces changed and they all looked towards where Lin Guaiguai was. I sensed it. Such a terrifying ice element. Could it be Miss Lin? Zhao Dezhu seemed to be thinking about something and put down the durian he was about to feed Tang Laowa. That should be it. She is the only one in the entire academy who possesses the ice element. This must be related to her. When Tang Laowa saw Zhao Dezhu put down the durian, he quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Dezhu stood up immediately and rushed over there without stopping. Wait for me, Lao Zhao. Just as I was about to go over, I remembered that I hadn't finished some food, so I turned around and took a few bites, forgetting to wipe the residue from the corners of my mouth, and followed him. At the same time, Dawu and the other man who were visiting the unconscious old man looked at each other. Could this breath be from Guire? With such a terrifying icy aura, what on earth is Guire doing? No, I have to go and take a look. Dawu was confused and somewhat worried about Lin Guaiguai. After all, he was his most proud disciple and no mistakes could be made. Wuxing, you stay here to look after them. I'll be back soon. After leaving a few words, Dawu went towards where Lin Guaiguai was with a worried look on his face, leaving Hua Wuxing with a confused look on his face. But he couldn't help but say, such a terrifying ice element, could it be Brother Dawu's apprentice? He remembered that Dawu had accepted a disciple before, who was an ice element warrior with a talent as high as 9 stars. He was so envious of him. It looks like it must be her. Lin Guaiguai had no idea that the strange phenomenon caused by his absorption of the ice crystals had alarmed the entire academy. Many disciples were watching from the sidelines like curious babies, seemingly having forgotten the pain of their wounds. Everyone gasped when seeing this scene. Why is there such a big scene? Lin Tian was sitting next to her and watched with his own eyes as everything in the room was frozen. The ice element was truly terrifying. If someone else was so close, they would have probably been frozen to death. Snort. Suddenly a muffled groan was heard, and Lin Tian cried out that something was wrong. Because my sister's face began to turn from rosy to pale, and she looked very uncomfortable. At the same time, the ice element in her body began to become restless. No, my sister won't be able to bear it if this continues. I have to help her. Without thinking too much, Lin Tian had already taken action. Endless milky white gas emerged from his palm and slowly merged into her body, calming her manic ice element. With Lin Tian's blessing, Lin Guaiguai, who was originally filled up, began to slowly get better, and his complexion returned to normal. Wave. A sound similar to that of a beer cap being pulled out was heard. Is this preparing for a breakthrough? Lin Tian looked at his sister in astonishment. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Guaiguai broke through. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. A white beam of light shot up into the sky, and a white figure emerged from it. Looking closer, I saw that it was a snow-white phoenix, its feathers as delicate and beautiful as an ice sculpture. The suffocating atmosphere made the onlookers tremble. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. At this moment, it was like a miracle. Lin Guaiguai seemed to be sublimated under the beam of light, and a white light enveloped her body. It was so white that even Lin Tian couldn't see her figure. However, Lin Tian was not worried, because his sister would not be in any danger. It was just a breakthrough, and the sensation it caused was a bit too big. This strange sight made everyone around Yutian Academy look here. Looking at the white phoenix soaring in the sky, everyone couldn't help but worship it. The white light soon faded, and Lin Guaiguai's figure appeared in front of Lin Tian again. Fuck! When he saw his sister clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, as if her eyes had seen a ghost. Lin Guaiguai seemed like a different person at this moment. She was wrapped in snow-white clothes and wore a snow-white necklace on her snow-white neck, reflecting her snow-white skin. The originally jet-black hair had turned snow-white at this moment, and the facial features had become even more delicate and sexy. There was a white rune on the forehead that looked like a snowflake, and the beautiful big eyes looked at Lin Tian coldly. The casual white shoes on her feet turned into a pair of white high heels, covered with stars, which looked very beautiful. Her figure can be described as a devilish one, with a protruding front and a curved back, forming an exaggerated curve, especially the fullness on her chest, which seemed to be about to burst through her clothes, showing off her wonderful figure to the fullest. Noble and cold, giving people a feeling of being sacred and inviolable. It was so beautiful that even Lin Tian couldn't help swallowing. Shut up. She's your sister. Holy shit. It's cosplay, but why did it get bigger? Is this still my sister? How can my sister be so noble and beautiful? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this was his sister. The scene before him made Lin Tian completely doubt his life. This is simply the queen who is high above everyone else. Lin Guaiguai's snow-white eyelashes trembled slowly. She looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes and her red lips trembled slightly. Elder brother. This voice of brother was delicate and charming, gentle and seductive. At first listen it sounded like the sound of a yellow oriole flying out of a valley, the cry of a kite or the chirping of a phoenix, clear and loud, yet gentle and soft. Shit. Not only has the appearance changed, but the voice has changed too. Demon, show your true form quickly and let my sister go. Lin Tian's face changed drastically, and he almost went limp when he heard the voice brother. He couldn't believe that this was his sister's voice, and he shouted loudly, as if he was going to take action. Hee hee. Seeing this scene, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but cover her cherry lips and burst out laughing. Bang. I surrender. Lin Tian became withdrawn, sitting on the ground feeling dizzy and dark. Why did my sister become so beautiful and lovable? This graceful movement and ladylike behavior, is this really my sister? No. Impossible. My sister can't be this cute. It must be fake. He held his head, unable to believe that all this was true. He took a look at Lin Guaiguai's current appearance and nodded with certainty, saying it was impossible. Call me brother a few more times. I love it. Lin Tian suddenly stood up, put his arm around his sister's shoulder and said, Go to hell, you're pushing me too far. Suddenly, Lin Guaiguai, who had been looking noble and pure, kicked Lin Tian, causing him to fall to the ground in a 360-degree spin. Ouch! Lin Tian pretended to be in pain and got up from the ground. He looked at Lin and nodded obediently, saying, That's right. I was wondering how you could behave so ladylike. You were just pretending. You. Do you believe I will bite you to death? Chapter 71 We didn't see anything. You continue. Lin Guaiguai clenched his hands into little paws in a very cute manner, with a pair of beautiful fangs exposed to the air. It would be perfect if it had one ear. However, Lin Tian was stunned. How come there are canine fangs? I just felt a sense of wonder. My sister now seemed like a completely different person, but her temper was still the same as before. Come on, bite me. Hearing this, Lin Tian sneered and said provocatively, That nasty look deserves a beating. This time, Lin Guaiguai couldn't help but take action. I'm going to bite you to death. With a roar, Lin Guaiguai pounced over and bit his arm. Ah, why are you so hard? Lin Guaiguai cried out in pain, touched her cute teeth pitifully, and looked at Lin Tian's right arm with a wronged face. She had used a lot of strength when she bit him just now, ready to teach him a lesson, but in the end there was no mark at all, and it was still very hard like a piece of copper or iron, which made her teeth hurt. TSK, you think you can break my defense? Go practice for a few hundred years before trying again. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled disapprovingly, looking very proud. I am a man with an indestructible body. How could I be bitten by a mere woman? Even if God came, there would be no way. TSK, boring. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, Lin gave up obediently. His eyes showed that he wanted to tear him to pieces. Although he was his brother, he was too mean sometimes, like a little brat. That's right. How can you be my opponent? Seeing that his sister was not going to make a fuss anymore, Lin Tian prepared to give her the rabbit talisman. Today I was amazed by my sister. The monkey stole the peach. What the hell? A sneak attack? 2 dragons going out to sea? Stealing chickens and dogs. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and almost let you succeed. Hee. A crotch-kicking kick? Fuck, this is too much. Just when the brother and sister were playing happily, a group of uninvited guests broke in. My dear, here comes the master, damn. When Daowu arrived with a worried look on his face, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Lin Tian was pinned to the ground by Lin Guaiguai, unable to move. A pair of legs tightly strangled his neck, and his hands pinched his legs, shouting triumphantly. Now you know you have to admit defeat. Although Lin Guaiguai has changed his appearance now, as a master, he can still tell at a glance that this is his apprentice Lin Guaiguai. As for why his appearance has changed, he has no idea. Fuck. Zhao Dizhu and Tang Laowa, who arrived one after another, reacted in the same way as Daowu and were stunned by the scene before them. They were about to say something just now, but swallowed it down hard. The three of them smiled awkwardly and spoke in unison. I didn't see anything. Just continue as if we were never here. Asterisk 3. Soon the three of them slammed the door and left the scene immediately, looking a little embarrassed. Lin Tian, Lin Guaiguai. The brother and sister looked at each other, and they could see the embarrassment in each other's eyes. Lin Guaiguai suddenly let go of Lin Tian and chased after them, trying to explain, but found that the three of them had already disappeared and no one knew where they had gone. It's over. It's over. It seems that I was misunderstood by Master and the two teachers. Woo-woo-woo. Lin Guaiguai was devastated. He didn't expect that they would see this scene. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even have the face to see anyone. Feeling unhappy, Lin Guaiguai looked at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. It's all your fault. Just kick it in the past. Fuck. Are you blaming me again? You wanted to fight me. Lin Tian said speechlessly. In fact, he had known that Dao Wu and his companions were coming. He wanted to tell his sister, but she told him to shut up after he said just one word. Humph. Anyway, it's all your fault. Now they've misunderstood me. Wo? Lin Guaiguai cried and held his head, not knowing how to face his master and two teachers next. I have been pretending to be a lady in front of them for a long time, but today they saw my true nature and I am completely finished. I find that you are still as unreasonable as ever. Lin Tian got up from the ground and patted his butt. If I'm reasonable, am I still a woman? Lin held his head high and said confidently, It seems to make sense. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. As expected, no one dared to mess with a woman, let alone his wild sister. The two of them have been fighting like this since they were young. Either you hit me or I hit you. Both of them are used to it. But when others saw it, Lin Guaiguai couldn't accept it and felt aggrieved for a long time. As for Lin Tian, he looked completely indifferent. In this way, Lin Tian coaxed her for a long time, and finally she recovered. By the way, he told her the basic knowledge and usage of the rabbit talisman. After seeing her run a circle with the rabbit talisman, she nodded with satisfaction. Night soon fell, and after tasting his sister's cooking, Lin Tian was ready to leave. After giving simple instructions and saying goodbye, he slipped away. Lin Guaiguai was in a daze watching her disappear on the spot. I don't know what she was thinking about. She might be recalling what happened with her brother today, or thinking about how to face her master next. As for what exactly she was thinking, I don't know. Lin Tian's home. Woof woof woof. Baiyin was sitting on the black egg and spitting out a foul smell. It could be seen that he was very dissatisfied with the job that Lin Tian had assigned to him. He turned his head to look at the black egg under his butt and became more and more unhappy. He couldn't help but take action. The hard claws kept hitting the eggshell, but as usual it had no effect at all. Woof woof woof. Just as it was barking, there was a sudden cracking sound from the eggshell. Hearing the sound, Baiyin raised his front paws, raised his hind legs, lowered his head and looked at Haydn. I saw that cracks appeared on the black egg at this moment, and bursts of breathing sounds came from inside, as well as small expansions one after another. Just when the silver dog was staring at it intently, wondering what happened to the other party. With a click, a black hand broke out of the shell and hit its defenseless anus. Ouch! The whole dog couldn't help but scream in pain, took off on the spot and accidentally hit the ceiling, and finally fell to the ground with a plop. My chrysanthemum! Baiyin lay on the ground twitching. His tongue fell to the ground. His whole body twitched, and there was a lot of blood behind him. However, looking at the black egg, the black hand was destroying the eggshell next to it, but took it in, apparently devouring the energy inside the eggshell. A fine black gas gushed out from the egg, emitting a bone-chilling evil aura. Baiyin struggled to get up from the floor and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, it stood up despite the pain, and barked at the black egg, seemingly scolding it. As the top of the black egg was completely swallowed by it, a small black shadow jumped out from it. Ouch! Chapter 72. Killing the Black Dragon. Mother! The little black guy kept climbing onto Baiyin's body, stood on its head, pulling a few strands of hair in his hands and speaking in a baby voice. The little guy is completely black, with a pair of cute little wings flapping behind him. He looks like a standing lizard. If you look closely, he looks similar to a Western dragon, but there is a glowing red gem on his little head. I'm not a bitch, I'm a male. Shut up, little brat. I'm your daddy. Ba ba ba. I'm nobody. Baiyin was completely annoyed when a little kid called her mom. What the hell is this thing that actually calls me mom? The few tufts of hair on top of its head were pulled out, which hurt it so much that it couldn't help but throw the little guy away. Mother! However, the little guy who was thrown out climbed up with a look of grievance, not understanding why his mother threw him out, but he still came to Baiyin. I'm not your mother. Mother! Get lost. Mother! Go away. Mother! I'm your father. Stimulated by the little guy, Baiyin forgot who he was and was in a mess in the room. The most important thing was that this thing kept pestering him and calling him Mom, which made him almost annoyed. The sky-swallowing leopard in the living room heard the noise in the room. It was originally still sleeping, but it immediately stood up and walked towards the room where the sound came from with a curious look on its face. When I arrived at the door, it was the master's room. The sky-swallowing leopard jumped open the door, but the scene it saw scared the whole beast silly. I saw a dark little guy lying in Baiyin's arms and sucking milk. You beast, you don't even let the children go. The sky-swallowing leopard was furious upon seeing this. This Baiyin was truly a beast. He did not even let go of such a young child. No wonder he dared to harass the white tiger's daughter. He was worse than a beast. This child is so young, yet he actually attacked it. Seeing this scene, the enraged sky-swallowing leopard wanted to tear it to pieces. It hated this kind of beast that was worse than an animal the most in its life. Just when it wanted to go up and rescue the little guy jumped directly into its arms. Dad! Silver! Sky-swallowing leopard. What the hell? I was called Daddy the moment I walked in? I've been single for hundreds of years, and one day I'm being called Daddy. Brother, I'm not clean anymore, Werwo? Baiyin was lying on the ground with a look of despair on his face. When he saw the sky-swallowing leopard, he could no longer hold back and burst into tears loudly, feeling extremely aggrieved. In this way, Tianbao became the father and Baiyin became the mother, and they were forced to form a couple with the little guy. When Lin Tian came back and knew about these things, he laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. But this little guy caught its attention. System, what kind of creature is this little guy? As soon as Lin Tian saw it, he knew that this little guy was extraordinary, because from the aura emanating from it, it seemed that he had reached the 3rd level of strength. You have to know that it was just hatched not long ago, but it has the strength of a 3rd level demon. The system quickly gave the answer. Host. This is an evil spirit born from the sacrifice of dark matter. It is called the sky-slaying black dragon. It is a terrifying creature that can grow into a 10th level creature over time. It is relatively docile when it is born, but as it grows up, its personality will suddenly change and become bloodthirsty. Sky-slaying black dragon? Which idiot came up with this name? It's so ugly. Lin Tian picked up the little guy and couldn't help muttering something. Then he began to observe its body and found that it was actually a female. System. From now on, you will be called Hibulikiu, Lin Tian said. However, the little guy shook his head in disgust, as if he understood what Lin Tian said and did not like this name. Oh, you're still so picky, then call me Xiao He. Still not satisfied? Killing the sky? This should be fine. Sky-swallowing leopard and Baiyin stared at Lin Tian in silence. The master was still the same master as before, and the name was Fei. However, the little guy seemed to agree with the name, which was something the two animals had not expected. Okay, sure Tian, go find your parents. After saying that, Lin Tian threw Skyslayer to the two beasts. However, upon seeing this, the two beasts' faces suddenly changed and they ran away. Don't come over here. Tian was like a monster, making the two beasts tremble with fear, afraid that Tian would touch them. Especially Baiyin looked frustrated. Don't come over here to suck my breasts. I'm a male and I don't have any breasts. I didn't expect to find such a treasure when I went down the mountain this time. At the foot of a mountain, an 18-year-old young man was holding a strange compass in his hand, with a crystal stone in the middle of the compass. Feeling the powerful energy contained in it, Chu Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Today is his first day down the mountain. He has practiced in the mountain for 10 years and a half, and his strength has reached the monarch level. After finally completing the task assigned by his master, he can finally go down the mountain to play. Practicing in the mountain for so many years has not made him feel suffocated, and fortunately he has acquired a set of skills. Following my master's instructions, I plan to go to the city to see my family and have some fun for a few months. While I was still imagining myself surrounded by beautiful women after going down the mountain, I saw a compass lying in the grass halfway. This compass attracted him deeply, as if it had infinite magic and he couldn't put it down. From now on, you are mine. Chu Yun tapped the compass in his hand and put it into his space ring. But he didn't know that a tiny evil spirit was invading his body. Not only was he able to go down the mountain for fun, but he also picked up a treasure, which made him very happy. He waved his long sleeves, looked at the bustling city with bright lights on the other side of the mountain, and couldn't help singing loudly. I have come to this beautiful city, and I have come to this beautiful woman. At this time, where Lin Tian is. He was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. My sister had asked me to deal with that by Yi before, and it seemed like it was time now. After all, I still have to do what my sister asked for. He is really courting death by having ideas about my sister. IKA. At a command, General IKA appeared in front of Lin Tian, wearing heavy black warrior uniform. What do you want, master? Ika's scarlet eyes sparkled as he waited for Lin Tian's order. Go and take care of someone? Yes. Lin Tian gave IKA the photo of Bai Ye's appearance and detailed information obtained from the Black Shadow. With its ability, it would probably not take long to find the other party's location. Watching IK enter the darkness, Lin Tian lay on the big bed and murmured, Don't worry, sister. If you want to kill someone, you don't need to do it yourself. Just let me do it. Lin Tian didn't know that he had misunderstood his sister's intention at that time. Lin Guaiguai had no intention of killing Bai Yi. It was just that he overinterpreted it. Poor Bai Yi, who is recuperating. Chapter 73, Bai Ye's Death. Black Goose Crown KTV. Although the Black Goose Crown KTV has only 5 floors, all of its decorations are the most luxurious, and the items inside are all luxury items. It is located in the most prosperous center of Huadu. It has always been a place frequented by wealthy people in Huadu. You can't get in here without money and status, let alone ordinary people. The security guards will never let you in. It is a luxury to be able to take a look at the door. The ladies welcoming guests outside are all beautiful and attractive. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are top-notch goddesses with looks comparable to internet celebrities. Here they are just used to welcome guests. At this moment, every private room inside was bustling with activity, and many waiters passing by couldn't help but reveal envious looks on their faces. There is a huge singing stage on the first floor, and a beautiful woman is standing on it welcoming everyone. In a private room, Bai Yi was sitting breathlessly drinking wine, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. Next to him, there were a few beauties with snake-like faces feeding him fruits and cakes. Bai Yi put his arms around their waists with a look of enjoyment, feeling the softness in his hands. While enjoying the white night, he had no idea that he had been targeted by the darkness. Just as they were laughing, a shadow in the corner suddenly moved, and Ika's head emerged from it, staring at them quietly. This is Bai Yi, who the master instructed us to eliminate. I didn't expect him to be so good at playing, but it's time for me to take action. Mr. Bai, you are so annoying. Hey, Mr. Bai, stop touching me. Mr. Bai, let me feed you strawberries. Hee hee. Not bad, not bad. You guys are still sensible? Bai Yi had a lewd look on his face, enjoying being fed by several women, not knowing that General IK had come behind them. His dark green eyes were staring at them, as if he was looking at a dead person. Just then, a woman tried to touch her bag to get her cell phone, but ended up touching Ika's samurai sword. What? The woman had a strange look on her face, and she felt something hard and cold in her hands. She couldn't help but look behind her out of curiosity. Suddenly, the woman's face changed in shock, her whole body twisted in fear, and a scream came out of her mouth. Ah! She was so frightened that she fell to the ground, pointing at General IKA with trembling hands in fear, unable to speak for a long time. What's wrong? Seeing this, Bai Yi and others glanced at the woman on the ground with disgust, and then looked in the direction she pointed. The first thing you see is a face like that of a devil. In an instant, the pupils of several women dilated and they cried out, ghost. Fuck. Even Bai Yi was frightened and quickly took a few steps back. Who are you? He stared at IKA vigilantly, constantly backing away, looking for an opportunity to leave. He already felt that the ghost thing in front of him was no ordinary thing. It was extremely evil, and the power it exuded was dozens of times stronger than his own. Who is it? Why is it here? Is it a demon or a monster? A series of thoughts popped up in his mind. A trace of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and his whole body became tense. The one who killed you. IKA responded expressionlessly and indifferently. A cold light flashed under his panicked eyes. IKA drew out his dark samurai sword and slashed at his neck cleanly. Phew. The sound of a knife entering flesh was heard. Bai Yi covered his throat in shock, but found that he could not make a sound. Chichichi. The next second, blood gushed out and Bai Ye's head fell to the ground, and a lot of blood spurted onto the bodies of several women around him. They had never seen such a scene before, and their faces turned pale and they screamed, "Murder, murder! Ah, help! Ah!" Two women were so frightened that they fainted and fell to the ground unconscious. IKA looked at the women who were still sitting there. Feeling its gaze, the two of them were frightened and trembled. They hugged each other tightly and muttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." However, IKA was not interested in them and left the place directly into the darkness. The task assigned by the master was completed. It was so easy. General IKA felt that there was no challenge at all. He should have just let his own soldiers do it. He didn't expect that this human was so weak. The screams of several women were very loud, and the sudden screams scared a group of people passing by outside. Seeing this, the security guard hurriedly knocked on the door of the packing room. People who were out playing nearby saw that there was something exciting to watch and gathered around in groups of 3 or 4, looking curious about what was going on. What happened? Did someone die? I don't know. I just heard a woman screaming inside. Listen carefully. Is he calling for murder? Hiss. It seems so. Seeing this, the security guard who was knocking on the door immediately started banging on it. But unfortunately, this door is not made of ordinary materials and cannot be kicked open by them with just a few kicks. Get out of the way. Let me do it. At this time, a man in the middle stage of warrior stood up. When everyone saw him, they all showed an expression that it was him. Seeing this, the security guards were very conscious and made way. Upon seeing this, the warrior kicked the door directly. Boom. With a loud bang, the door was kicked to the ground by him, making a muffled sound. Ah! This scared the few women who were still awake inside. When everyone saw the scene inside, they all looked incredulous. Someone actually died inside, and it was a corpse. Vomit. Many people vomited after seeing this bloody scene and ran away with their hands covering their mouths. This is Mr. Bai? Fuck. Why did Mr. Bai die? He seemed to be a half-lord warrior. Why did he die so miserably? Many people recognized Bai Ye's identity. He was the apprentice of the elder of Yutian Academy. No one expected that he was dead now. After all, Bai Ye often comes here, and his status is powerful. So basically everyone here knows him. Even the boss of the Black Goose Crown KTV would be servile when he saw him, for fear of offending him. I don't know who did it. Isn't this an enemy of Yutian College? They actually dared to kill their students. They really don't know how to live or die. Soon the news of Bai Ye's death became a hot topic. When many disciples of Yutian Academy learned the news, they were shocked and could not believe that all this was true. Some male disciples started to think that it was just a scumbag who died. There was nothing to sympathize with. However, some female disciples who had been close to Bai Ye were heartbroken and could not accept the news of his death. This matter soon reached Lin Guaiguai's ears. The first person she thought of was her brother, but then she shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, "Lin Guaiguai, what are you thinking about? How could it be done by your brother? You should practice hard." When Master Bai Ye and his family found out, they flew into a rage and announced to the world that there would be a reward for anyone who found the murderer. Bai Ye's master even threatened that if he caught the murderer, he would tear him into pieces and make him die a miserable death. Chapter 74: The Beast Tide Attacks. When Bai Ye's family questioned several women at the time, hoping to get useful clues from them, they said they believed it without a doubt after hearing what they heard from the women. Because what they said was that a ghost killed their children. The ghost looked very scary and had a huge body. Ghosts disappeared hundreds of years ago. It is impossible for ghosts to exist. I guess no one would believe it if they heard about it. In a rage, Bai Ye's family tortured them severely, forcing them to tell the real truth, believing that they were lying and that they might be accomplices. After all, why was it that only Bai Ye died, while they were not hurt at all? This matter definitely could not be as they said. As the word ghost leaked out, many people were alarmed. In particular, Bai Ye's master Nuo began to think about it and was half believing and half doubting about this matter. In his opinion, there was nothing suspicious about those women. They were just some ordinary hostesses. He finally decided to report the matter to Daowu. After all, the appearance of a ghost was no trivial matter. Although it is not certain whether it is true, it is still worth paying attention to. As for the revenge of his apprentice, he will still take revenge. Time passed by little, and half a month had passed. Bai Ye's family is still looking for the real murderer who killed their son, but they have not found any clues. This makes them suspicious, wondering if it was really a ghost who did it. Ghosts have disappeared for 100 years, and it is impossible for them to appear again. During this period of time, Lin Tian went to the sea and caught a lot of fish, earning a lot of points and raising his strength to the peak of the late god level, becoming the undisputed #1 human being. At the same time, the Black Shadow Legion also received a substantial improvement, all reaching the late emperor level, and the 9 generals even reached the early god level, which was only 2 small levels lower than Lin Tian. Not only that, Lin Tian also got the fire and wind abilities, which made him very happy. With her own efforts, Lin Guaiguai also reached the late Shenwei realm and was only 1 step away from entering the realm of heaven and earth. At this moment, at Lin Tian's home, "Mom and Dad, how did you give birth to me?" In the nest, the little guy Tian was tilting his head and looking at Tian Bao and Baiyin, like a curious baby. Hearing this, the sky-swallowing leopard and the silver beast lost their composure and looked at each other, not knowing how to answer Sky Slang's question. Because they are both male, and one is a leopard and the other is a dog, how could they possibly answer the little guy's question? The 2 beasts looked at Tian with a helpless look on their faces, unable to answer its question for a long time. As time passed, the 2 beasts slowly accepted Tian and treated it as their own child. But they often quarreled over who was the mother and who was the father. Both beasts want to be a father, and neither one wants to be a mother. But the little guy just likes to call Baiyin mom and Tianbao dad, which makes Baiyin very helpless. The 2 of them did not answer the little guy's question and remained silent. At the same time, at the border of Dragon Country, countless members of the National Defense Force were staring into the distance, seeing the ground shaking and dust billowing, as if something extremely terrible had happened. Just recently, something unexpected happened in the mountains ahead. Many monsters began to come towards the border. At the same time, a large number of monsters also appeared in the ocean. "It's a beast tide." At this time, a guard cried out in surprise and was absolutely sure that a tide of beasts was approaching. Looking at the thousands of monsters approaching from afar, everyone's faces changed. The situation was very bad. Notify them to fight hard against the incoming beast tide and apply for support from above. "Yes, General." General Li Xing, who was guarding the border, frowned when he saw the group of monsters attacking from afar and was very worried, because he sensed the presence of many Emperor-level monsters, which showed how terrifying this beast tide was, so he asked for support. Fuck, why did the demon race suddenly start a beast tide? Looking at the impending beast tide, Li Xing said angrily, "Is it going to be the same tragedy as 50 years ago among the Emperor-level monsters? You know, there hasn't been a beast tide for many years. The last one was 50 years ago. At that time, countless monsters swarmed out of the 10,000 mountains. Those countless monsters were all bloodthirsty and killed people on sight. No man, woman, old or young in the world was spared. All living things were inevitably eaten. Wherever they passed, there was cruelty. The leading monster at that time had reached the terrifying late Emperor level. Under its leadership, thousands of monsters quickly broke through the city gates, entered the city, and wantonly slaughtered thousands of civilians. At that time, all the forces in the country united at the first opportunity and rose up to resist. However, facing the ferocious monsters and the terrifying 10 Emperor-level monsters, the resistance of all forces was no more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they soon fell. If the 3 great envoys had not come and joined forces with the emperors of various forces to kill them, this city would probably have been destroyed. He remembered the scene of that year vividly, with countless casualties, because he was a part of it, with the strength of just a king. But now he has entered the late stage of the venerable level and become a general guarding the border. He has been guarding the border for many years again, blocking the alien species that try to invade. He could clearly feel that today's beast tide was more terrifying than the one back then. In the beast tide, a huge red flying dragon was hovering in the sky. Its body was red and covered with sharp feathers, and its sharp claws seemed to tear the sky and the earth apart. It was the leader of this beast tide, and its strength had reached the terrifying early stage of the godhood. And behind it were 10 Emperor-level monsters, 3 in the late stage, 3 in the middle stage, and 4 in the late stage. Roar! A black giant ape in the late Emperor level roared, and the beasts behind it suddenly became agitated and rushed towards the city wall desperately at an extremely fast speed. "Children, come on!" The lizard monster in the late Emperor level spoke in human language, and then suddenly disappeared. It entered an invisible state and merged into one with the world. No one could see its existence. "Children, break into this city and eat all their flesh and blood." A giant snake in the late Imperial stage spoke, its scarlet tongue spitting out crackling sounds. It had 8 pitch-black snake heads and was the largest monster present, as well as the one with the most heads. Boom! The beasts were so powerful that the earth was shaking violently under their feet, and a terrifying aura was spreading everywhere. Then a terrifying beast tide came. Chapter 75: The Terror of the Nine Armies. Ding, a new mission has been released. Mission: eliminate the beast tide at the southern border. Rewards: points *100, 000, lottery tickets *10. Failure penalty: none. Accept/reject. Lin Tian, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the system's prompt. Oops, I finally got a good night's sleep, but the system woke me up. Lin Tian, who had some small complaints, opened the task and took a look. His expression began to change, and a hint of anger and surprise appeared in his eyes. Beast tide? Southgate border? Hiss, didn't a beast tide happen there 50 years ago? I heard that many warriors died and several cities were destroyed. Why did a beast tide suddenly start out of nowhere? We have to hurry over there. Without giving him time to think, he immediately stood up and headed for the Southgate border. The beast tide is coming. He can't just sit there and wait for death. He must lead by example. So let's have a wave of Black Shadow Legion versus Beast Tide. It's not his turn to personally fight off a mere tide of beasts. Southgate Frontier. With the fierce attack of the beast tide, the border soon fell, and the powerful red flying dragon killed many people with a breath of fire. How long will it take for them to arrive, sir? At this moment, Li Xing was struggling to hold on. He was now fighting with a late-stage venerable level monster. His face looked ugly and blood was flowing. It will probably take another 10 minutes. They will be there in 10 minutes. The deputy said at the side that he was also fighting a monster, and the wounds on his body were not much better than Li Xing's. Brothers, hold on a little longer. The adults and others will be here soon. Li Xing roared, killed the monster with great difficulty, and then rushed into the group of monsters again. Fight for these beasts. Kill. The warriors were full of fighting spirit and fought hard. They knew in their hearts that they might die this time, but they did not regret it. If they retreated, thousands of people behind them would suffer. They would be slaughtered at will by monsters and become their food. As long as they can hold on for another 10 minutes and wait for the adults to arrive, it will all be worth it. Everyone is destined to die, so it is better to sacrifice heroically rather than be a cowardly deserter. They have homes behind them, so how can they let monsters invade? Boom, boom, boom. Roar. Roar. Thousands of monsters roared in unison and fought with humans. Ouch! Suddenly, a black wolf king looked at Li Xing in the crowd and pounced towards him fiercely. It is the Wolf King, one of the 10 kings, and its strength has reached the early stage of the king level. Puff! Li Xing, who was already seriously injured, was knocked flying by the Wolf King. General! The deputy general suddenly lost his mind, and the next second he was surrounded by several monsters. I'm going to fight you. Upon seeing this, the deputy general's spiritual energy surged wildly and he started fighting with the monsters. However, his 2 hands were no match for 4 punches, not to mention that these were monsters of the same level as him. Soon he was defeated and turned into their blood food. Fuck you. Li Xing's pupils continued to dilate and became bloodshot, and he looked ferocious. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. All monsters should die. Die. In an instant he appeared beside the monsters and killed them with one move. Then he headed towards the Wolf King at an extremely fast speed. Just you? The Wolf King sneered, looked at Li Xing who was rushing towards him, raised his huge claws and slapped him. However, Li Xing dodged easily, but the Wolf King disappeared on the spot. Under his astonished gaze, the Wolf King came behind him and hit his head with its bloody mouth. Seeing this moment, Li Xing also knew that he might be powerless to save the situation, so he prepared to give it a try and take as many people as he could. Brothers, this general is here to accompany you. Watching countless brothers fall, Li Xing felt extremely guilty and closed his eyes with a smile on his face. A powerful energy continued to gather from his body. Self-destruction? The Wolf King's face changed drastically when he saw this, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the sky. The monsters around were blown into pieces, with a large number of them killed or injured, turning into debris that could not be deader. Ahem. Fortunately, I have thick skin and strong muscles, otherwise you would have succeeded. The smoke dissipated, and the Wolf King emerged from it in a panic. The Wolf King was covered in wounds, dark green blood seeping through his skin and dripping onto the ground, his wolf eyes filled with anger. I was actually hurt by a human being. It is unforgivable. Kill them all. With the sacrifice of the backbone, Everyone endured the pain and held on with difficulty. Under the fierce attack of the monsters, they were quickly defeated. Lin Tian, who had just arrived, happened to see this scene. He admired all the people present who were resisting the monsters. At the same time, his eyes were full of anger. A mere monster dared to set foot on the land of their dragon kingdom. Damn it all. The good men of Dragon Country will not give up just like that. Leave the rest to me. Lin Tian's sudden appearance attracted the attention of the red flying dragon. It stared at Lin Tian, who was standing at the top, and felt that this human was not a good person. As Lin Tian raised his hand, countless black shadow legions emerged from the darkness, staring at the group of monsters below with scarlet eyes. Ninja Shadow, Claw Shadow, Giant Shadow, Helmet Shadow, Soft Shadow, Food Shadow, Clamp Shadow, Sickle Shadow, Flying Shadow. All the black shadow soldiers of the 9 legions appeared in the sky. There were billions of them, forming a black mass. All the flying shadows flew into the sky, and soon a black hole appeared. The black hole was expanding as they entered, and in the blink of an eye, the whole world was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, the blue sky, which was originally clear and bright, became dark. It was said to be dark clouds, but they were not. They were actually the accumulation of black shadows. The world now is truly called the Dark World. Zooming out the camera, you can see that the entire planet is covered in darkness and dead silence, as if it were a planet without life. Millions of lives began to tremble in the darkness and started to flee everywhere. The sudden change made everyone present, as well as the people of various countries and various forces, open their eyes wide. They all looked at the dark sky in disbelief. It was like the end of the world at this moment. Oh my God, is this the end of the world? God, please protect your sincere people, amen? Mom, I want to go home. Wow. People all over the world panicked, thinking that the end of the world had come, and began to flee everywhere. Many people hid in air raid shelters, hoping that the end of the world would be over when they came out again. When the sky was covered, countless black shadows fell from the sky and landed in the city and the group of monsters. Under each other's astonished gaze, their scarlet eyes just looked at them quietly. But it made countless demons' hair stand on end, and the low-level monsters were so frightened that their legs went limp and they began to tremble. Even the leading red flying dragon's expression changed, and he looked at the scene in astonishment. How is it possible? Chapter 76, Crush Massacre. The red flying dragon looked in disbelief at the black shadow legions that descended from the sky to join the battlefield, because it was shocked to find that these ghost things that suddenly appeared were all late Emperor level. Oh shit. A fuck couldn't help but burst out from the red flying dragon's heart. The vast majority of them are at the late Emperor level. How many of them are there? 100,000? 1 million? 10 million? 100 million? 100 million? Holy shit. My demon clan combined doesn't have this many. It doesn't matter if there are a lot of them or if they look the same, but what does it mean that you are all at the late Emperor level? What the hell? It had never heard of such a terrifying clan, all of whom were in the late Emperor level. The red flying dragon had 1,000 horses galloping in his heart and was almost frightened to death by the dark shadows in front of him. This is so unethical. Even if the gods of their demon clan came, they probably wouldn't be able to handle so many late-stage emperors. If they were to enter the throne of God, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Who on earth is he? I've never seen any of this before. The red flying dragon looked at the expressionless Lin Tian in the air with fear, and found that even though he was so powerful, he could not see through his cultivation level. This meant that this human was stronger than himself. Oh shit. Suddenly, it saw the 9 generals around Lin Tian. It was so frightened that its jaw dropped. Oh my God. 9 people at the same early stage of godhood as me? What the hell is this? At this moment, the red flying dragon's wings softened, and the whole dragon fell directly to the ground, its pupils dull and its face full of despair. It's over. Completely over. It seems that all of these were summoned by that human being, and the plan to massacre humans has failed at this moment. The same was true for the other 10 emperors, who were not much better than the scarlet flying dragon. How could they not see that these shadows were on the same level as themselves, or even more powerful than them, and their numbers were countless? However, humans looked at the battlefield in confusion. They had no idea what the black shadow was and thought that the 2 races of demons were going to go to war. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel fortunate. As for those adults who were still on their way, they had already flown here with all their might, and they had also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. Everyone, we have to speed up. This aura may not only come from the demon clan, but the demon clan may have joined in as well. It was Dao Wu who spoke, and next to him were Long Yin and others. The leaders of almost all forces rushed to the border to resist this beast tide. But now there is not only a tide of beasts, but also people from the demon clan. The dark sky shows that this is the work of the demons. After all, it is full of evil energy. Everyone nodded, and the speed suddenly increased again. Long Yin was still recuperating, but she had to go out this time. After all, this was no small matter. All the official people came, but unfortunately the 3 envoys were not there. They were busy in another place. If the 3 emissaries came, they would be fully confident in resisting the attack of the 2 demon tribes. Of course, they were still a little weak. Kill him. Seeing that it was almost done, Lin Tian gave the order directly. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Tian finished speaking, all the monsters in the group and in the sky took action. They seemed to blend into the ghosts of darkness, constantly reaping the lives of all the monsters. There was a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides. The demons were no match for them at all. They could only be torn to pieces by them like lambs, without any ability to resist. The heaven and earth began to tremble violently, and the entire ground was cracked with bottomless cracks by their powerful attacks. Countless monsters died tragically at the hands of the black shadows, and the thick blood turned into a scarlet river of blood, with many broken limbs and monster heads on it. The scene was so horrifying that it was unbearable to watch. The shadows were like executioners, slashing at any demon that was lower than them with their swords, using extremely cruel methods. In an instant, the beast tide that originally numbered hundreds of thousands was reduced to less than 10,000. How long has it been? Less than 10 seconds. Faced with the terrifying mobility of the black shadows, they were no match at all and didn't even have a chance to attack. The remaining monsters were trembling in fear. The red flying dragon and the 10 emperors were already scared silly. They had never seen such a scene before. It was simply too horrifying. But in the blink of an eye, all his people were gone. The same was true for the people watching. Everyone forgot the pain in their bodies and looked at the scene in disbelief. Countless skulls and limbs of demons were scattered on the ground, and the foul-smelling blood made these warriors who had experienced many storms and waves couldn't help but vomit. It was not that they couldn't do it, it was just too horrible. This was simply hell on earth. No, even hell on earth is not as horrible as this scene. Their stomachs churned, and they vomited out the food they had eaten the night before. Back to the battlefield. The black shadows are now confronting the 10 emperors, and the 9 generals have surrounded the red flying dragon in the divine realm. At this moment, it looks like high school students bullying elementary school students. The 10 emperors, who were originally arrogant, were now trembling as they looked at the dark shadows around them, because these things were even more powerful than them. Fight them? Isn't that courting death? Not taking action? Isn't that also seeking death? The 10 emperors were fine, but the red flying dragon was frightened half to death by being surrounded by 9 of the same level, and almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Before the monsters could beg for mercy, the black shadows took the lead and attacked again. Roar! Naturally, they couldn't make any big waves and were killed instantly by the black shadows. They were easily crushed in terms of combat power and numbers. The 8-headed snake had all its heads chopped off, and 10 emperor-level monsters were directly destroyed, leaving only the lonely red flying dragon. You are going too far in bullying the dragon. I will fight you to death. Seeing countless of his own kind falling, the red flying dragon became furious and prepared to fight them to the death. Even if he died, he would take a few of his fellow dragons with him. The blazing flames wrapped around its body, and it instantly transformed into a fire dragon that attacked General Ika. The terrifying power was so earth-shaking that even the heaven and earth were changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Snap, snap. However, at the moment it attacked, 9 generals rushed out together, and each of them cut its skin directly with a knife. The flames had no effect on their hard armor. No matter how it attacked, it could not cause any harm to the 9 generals. Not even their fur was broken. They seemed to be made of diamond and as hard as iron. The red flying dragon was now completely dejected, and it already knew what would happen to it next. Even if I die, I won't die in your hands. Infinite power continued to gather, and the red flying dragon actually wanted to self-destruct to end his own life. You have to know that even the heaven and earth here may not be able to withstand a god-level self-destruction, and the area within 1,000 miles will be fatally hit. Chapter 77. The name of the Shadow Kingdom resounds throughout the world. The self-destruction of the divine realm is extremely terrifying. Huge amounts of energy continue to gather in the sky, and when it reaches a critical point, an explosion will occur. Who would have thought that the red flying dragon, the dominant overlord, could only end his life by self-destruction? But it had no other choice but to do this. After all, it couldn't defeat the 9 generals and it couldn't run away. It had no other choice but to do this. When the human warriors underground saw this, they understood what the red flying dragon was going to do. They have also seen such scenes. Although they didn't know the strength of the scarlet flying dragon, they could feel its terrifying aura. Everyone's faces turned cold. They knew they couldn't escape, so they just hoped that Lin Tian could find a way. They looked up at Lin Tian in the sky with praying eyes, because he was a human being, and thus their compatriot. As for those dark creatures, they might have been summoned by him. God bless you. Everyone started praying. However, the 9 generals beside the red flying dragon left it in an instant. Although they are also in the early stage of godhood, self-detonation at the same level is not easy to bear, and can cause serious injuries at the very least, and death at the worst. Although they can be resurrected, they don't want to be blown to death. Who would want to die? At this time, Lin Tian stood up and looked at the changing red flying dragon with disdain on his face. It's just a self-destruction. Do you really think you can cause any big waves? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian clenched his right hand, and the space began to tremble violently. Invisible forces squeezed together and surrounded the red flying dragon. Ah! The red flying dragon screamed in pain and felt that the space around it was squeezing it. It could also see that its huge body was deforming little by little. The power of space? How is that possible? It could see through all of Lin Tian's moves at a glance, and it didn't expect that it was the power of space. It looked at Lin Tian with a dazed look on its face and was completely desperate. It seems that self-destruction is futile, as it cannot create any big waves under such a powerful space. Snap! Snap! The sound of bones breaking continued to be heard. Its wings were broken in an instant and kept being fused together. Not only that, its body also began to twist and was slowly turning into a ball of meat. Even so, the energy in its body is still gathering together and is about to explode. But Lin Tian would not give it this chance. He squeezed it hard, and countless blood gushed out from the pores of the red flying dragon. Its body was instantly squeezed into a basketball-sized ball, and then became the size of a ping-pong ball. At this moment, the energy it gathered reached a critical point, and a powerful and terrifying explosion followed. Phew! Finally, the meatball turned into a streak of white light and disappeared in the world. The energy source of its self-destruction made a sound like a fart and then disappeared. In this way, the horrific self-explosion was easily resolved by Lin Tian. The field was completely silent. The people who were still alive on the ground looked at the sky in disbelief, then jumped up with tears in their eyes. We won. Yeah, the beast tide is finally over. Who is he? He's too strong. Could he be someone from above? I don't know. He looks so young. I wonder which old monster he is. How dare you, old monster? That's my little baby. Please don't be unreasonable. Senior is our benefactor, and he is also the one who resisted the attacks of millions of demons. It's not too much for me to call you dad, right? Pooh. Witnessing the end of the beast tide, everyone's hearts finally settled down. While celebrating, they did not forget to rescue their seriously injured companions. As for those who sacrificed, they will always remember them in their hearts. They are role models and heroes of the people. Fortunately, Lin Tian arrived in time to minimize the casualties in this battle, which amounted to only tens of thousands. At the same time, what happened here was captured by satellites of many countries. They stared in front of the surveillance camera with their eyes wide open, staring closely at the godlike man on the screen and the Shadow Army behind him. Many people also recognized the Shadow Legion. Isn't this the famous Shadow Kingdom in the Dark World? Amidst the uproar, the name of the Shadow Kingdom resounded throughout the world. Their terror during this beast tide shocked other countries. At the same time, this moment was also noticed by the top leaders of Dragon Country. When they first learned about the invasion of Beast Tide, they immediately sent reinforcements, and they kept a close eye on the battlefield at the South Gate border via satellite. Their expressions of nervousness and uneasiness gradually changed into joy as they celebrated the victory of the battle, which made them remember Lin Tian, a man who was like a god. Not only that, they also reported the incident. Arrive. At this moment, Dao Wu and others finally arrived at the battlefield. They were angry and ready to fight to the death with the beast tide. It is not the place for monsters to run wild in our territory. However, when they saw the battlefield, they were all stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Why are all the monsters dead? They were stunned when they saw the large number of monster corpses on the ground. What are those? Long Yin exclaimed and looked at a large group of black shadows. The large mass of black shadow troops made them alert, as they had no idea whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. What's even more terrifying is that Dao Wu, Long Yin, and other strongest people discovered that all of their opponents are emperor-level masters. How many? Oh shit. This scared them silly, as they had never seen such a scene before. Have you ever seen such a large group of emperors? Holy shit. That number of people is larger than that of a small country. Even if a powerful god-level figure came, he would probably not feel well. At least he would lose a layer of skin. One of them looked at the Black Shadow Army in astonishment, because he had seen them before and had been beaten up by them when he went to the Death Forest. That felt so good. He didn't know why they appeared here, but he knew that the death of the monster must be related to them. It's them. Lin Tian also noticed them and saw several familiar figures in the crowd, namely Long Yin, Dao Wu, Hua Wuxing, and several old men he had beaten. He didn't recognize the others. Realizing that someone was observing her, Long Yin quickly looked in that direction, and then their eyes met. The next second she was stunned. Why was he here? And what were those 9 people beside him? Sensing that something was wrong with Long Yin, Dao Wu and his companions followed the direction her gaze was pointing. When they saw Lin Tian, their reactions were even more exaggerated than that of the woman Long Yin. They trembled all over and said in disbelief, "Fuck, Boss Lin." They didn't expect Lin Tian to be here. He was a powerful god-level figure. At this moment, they also knew that the monster was killed by Lin Tian, and these people should be Lin Tian's subordinates. Lin Tian. Is it really that surprising? Chapter 78. Thousand Blades and Water Demon. Wouldn't that clear up the misunderstanding? These people were all Lin Tian's. Now they were completely relieved. They admired Lin Tian very much in their hearts. He actually had such means and strength that it would not be a problem for him to become the king. However, the others did not know Lin Tian. When they saw them calling Lin Tian Big Brother and Senior, they couldn't help but become curious and looked at the young man not far away. At first glance, they felt that he was very young, probably just in his 20s. To be addressed as a senior by an emperor-level powerhouse, how strong must he be? They didn't dare to think about it. Thank you for your help, Senior. We eliminated these damn beasts. At this time, Dao Wu flew over with a flattering look on his face, looking servile and humble. It made everyone feel a little confused. After all, you are an emperor-level strong man. So why do you act like a bootlicker in front of him? Facing their doubts, Hua Wuxing coughed and then explained to them. The one you see now is Senior Lin. Senior Lin is a person whose strength has reached the level of a god. You must not offend him. After Hua Wuxing finished speaking, he looked a little proud, as if knowing Lin Tian was his blessing. But it is true, when you get to know a powerful god, you can really feel awesome. After all, the big bosses in the divine position haven't appeared for many years, and those old ones don't know whether they are dead or in seclusion to prolong their lives. A living deity in front of you must be well worshipped. What? How is it possible? He is only in his early 20s. How can he reach the status of a god? That's right, Brother Hua. Please don't lie to us. Everyone had an expression of disbelief, and Hua Wuxing could understand it. If he saw that the powerful god was only in his 20s, he would not believe it either, but the reality was before them. He said again, pointing at Gong Wuji next to him. You can ask Brother Wuji about this. He knocked Brother Wuji unconscious with just one punch. Do you think it was Brother Wuji who made him unconscious? When Gong Wuji heard Hua Wuxing's words, he felt sick. He remembered clearly how Lin Tian punched him, and he lost consciousness all of a sudden. However, Hua Wuxing couldn't tell this matter, which made him lose face. I saw the corner of his mouth twitching, and he said with a frown, "Haha, yes, yes." His old eyes revealed murderous intent, and he wished he could slap Hua Wuxing twice in the face for bringing up things that were not relevant. At this moment, everyone chose to believe. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Tian said disapprovingly, and his eyes changed when he looked at Dao Wu. Doesn't he understand what this old man is thinking? Then no one paid any attention to him, leaving him standing there awkwardly for a long time. He didn't know what to do. He could only smile awkwardly from time to time, not knowing what to say. You all go back. Lin Tian looked at his black shadow army and waved his hand. They all returned to the Dark Kingdom. The spectacular scene really surprised everyone, because in their eyes, all these black shadows actually entered the shadows. Oh shit. He couldn't help but exclaimed. His heart was so shocked that he took a long time to come back to his senses. What a miracle, Dao Wu said on the side. However, all he got in return was a glance from Lin Tian, and then the other person disappeared from the spot. It was conceivable that he had left. Looking at Lin Tian, who suddenly disappeared, Dao Wu was so embarrassed that he could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment on the spot. A senior is a senior. No one would even bother to pay attention to him. However, Long Yin watched all this quietly from a distance, and she became more and more curious about Lin Tian. What kind of person is this man? He just meets her requirements, handsome and powerful. Although he is a bit cold, what if he is actually a reserved person? Long Yin started to think in her mind. This time, the mission of destroying the beast tide directly earned more than 60 million points, making him rich overnight. Looking at the points piled up in his hand, Lin Tian didn't know how to spend them. As expected, the fastest way to earn points was to kill monsters, especially monsters that gathered together. Not only that, he also received rewards from the system. Points were another matter, but the 10 lottery tickets made him a little happy. He also discovered a rule. Most of the lottery tickets given by the system can win good things, but those exchanged for points basically can win nothing good. Therefore, I will use the lottery tickets given by the system to draw in the future, and it is more cost-effective to use the points to buy things in the mall. System, just give me 10 consecutive draws. Lin Tian waved his hand and slapped him 10 times without blinking. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Talisman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Experience Pill *999. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Experience Pill *999. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Snake Talisman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Devil's Thousand Blades. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level General, Water Devil, Basha. Only one thank you for your patronage out of 10 draws? Lin Tian didn't expect that his luck today would be so good. Then he sorted out the rewards he had drawn: 4,999 experience pills, a general, 2 talismans, and a knife. This wave can be said to be a great harvest. Needless to say, experience pills are used for upgrading just like upgrade pills. There is no need to introduce them in detail. You just need to know that they are stronger than upgrade pills. He also took a look at the 2 talismans. The snake talisman can be used to make you invisible. Even the most powerful warrior will not be able to find you. It can also block your aura. Isn't this a peeping, escape tool? The dragon talisman can generate pyrotechnic energy and spray out scorching hot molten flames to attack, with huge destructive power. Well, it's not very useful to Lin Tian. Soon his eyes turned to the generals and the magic sword Thousand Blades. Only these 2 things could attract him. Lin Tian immediately took out the demonic sword Thousand Blades, held it in his hand, and examined it carefully. I saw that its blade was made up of thousands of fragments, with a black handle and half of the blade. There were blue stripes on the blade, showing the pattern of evil spirits, and it could emit blue or purple light. Oh wow, it looks pretty cool. It feels much cooler than Song Yunya, but Song Yunya is still more powerful. After all, it can summon hundreds of ghosts. Lin Tian was still very satisfied with the demonic sword Thousand Blades. He could imagine the scene of Song Yunya in the left hand and the demonic sword Thousand Blades in the right hand. In the future, he would just use 2 knives to chop people and catch them off guard. Finally, Lin Tian opened the general card and was surprised by its details. Senior Generals, Water Devil Basha. Introduction. A demon sealed in a certain world, ranked 5th among the 8 demons, with powerful strength. Strength, late godhood. Ability, control water element. Current thoughts. I really want to see my master soon and serve him well. Chapter 79, Blue-Haired Sister. What? Seeing these details, Lin Tian was completely stunned. Especially when he saw Basha's appearance, he was dumbfounded. The water demon Basha had blue skin and looked like a mermaid, ferociously waving tentacles like octopus hair. She had sharp fins behind her, webbed hands on her blue wristbands, and a long, big tail. It looks quite scary. How could a demon possibly have such an idea? Damn. Seeing the word serve, Lin Tian said he couldn't bear this blessing. System, is it really a demon? Lin Tian asked the system with some doubt. This person does look like a demon, but this idea is not what a demon should look like. Reporting to the host, Basha is indeed a demon, but her personality has been changed by me. I only heard the system respond calmly. Lin Tian, do you have some influence on others? Why do you want to change other people's personality? Host, don't think I don't know that you are saying bad things about me in your heart. The system voice sounded again. Even if they say bad things about you, so what? Someone seems to be even worse than me, eavesdropping on my inner thoughts. Do you often eavesdrop on my inner thoughts? Lin Tian asked seriously. Unexpectedly, the system boldly admitted it, and then spoke again. Not only did I eavesdrop on your inner thoughts, I also saw everything you did clearly. Like what? Lin Tian asked curiously. Could this system be able to see what its own eyes see? That's a bit perverted. For example, you and Lung Fei are. Get out. The next second, Lin Tian's face turned pale, but the system just ran away without any sound. Lin Tian's face turned slightly red. It seemed that this system was not a serious thing. It was also an LSP. Shaking his head, without thinking too much, he looked at the general card and extracted it. But this time was different from the Black Tiger Afu. Last time it was Afu who came to him on his own initiative, but this time the water demon Basha appeared directly in front of him. A golden light flashed, and Basha made a brilliant appearance. When he saw Basha, he felt sick. How does this not match the picture? What appeared in front of him was a blue-haired girl with a sexy body, a blue outfit, and twin ponytails. What's going on? Where is my water demon Basha? Did the system remember it wrong? Basha greets the master. Basha looked at Lin Tian lovingly, her sapphire eyes emitting a special feeling. Lin Tian. I'm numb. My whole body is numb. This is really Basha. What the hell is this? Where is the demon? Why did a human appear? Host, drink and have fun. I even specially made it change into human form. The system suddenly popped up, and its tone seemed a little proud, as if it was looking forward to what would happen next. Anyway, it would observe secretly and stealthily. Roll. Lin Tian said bluntly. He wanted to slap this system in the face. What the hell is this? Okay. The system obediently disappeared without a trace. Get up. Seeing Basha kneeling on the ground with a scary expression on her face, Lin Tian was frightened. He had only seen this expression on TV. It looked like someone wanted to take a man's life. Fortunately, Lin Tian had no interest at all. After all, he knew Basha's original appearance. She was definitely a demon. Maybe monsters and demons might think she was a beauty, but Lin Tian absolutely couldn't stand this. Thank you, master. Let me massage your legs for you. Basha looked at Lin Tian expectantly, her eyes twinkling. I'm afraid other men would have lowered their heads. But who is Lin Tian? He is a warrior, a powerful warrior. How could he be succumbed to such a vulgar thing? Okay, give me a massage. I'm feeling a bit sore lately. Don't think too much about it. It's no big deal to just pinch your legs. Lin Tian couldn't possibly let anything really happen between him and Basha, but he could still give her a massage. After all, she was still a beauty in human form. Yes. Seeing that Lin Tian agreed, Basha was so happy that she came to Lin Tian happily, helped him sit down, and then massaged his legs with a look of enjoyment. Master, is this strength still okay? Yes. It's more comfortable than the one given by technician number 8. Technician number 8? What's that? Ahem. It's nothing. Just keep pressing. Mom, I want milk. In the living room, Shirtian had been harassing Bayin. Because it was hanging on his body, Bayin looked helpless as he dragged it away bit by bit. The little guy below was sucking madly, with no intention of letting go. I don't have milk. I'm a male. I'm not your mother. Bayin yelled impatiently. Woo-woo. Shirtian was immediately yelled at and started crying. Feeling aggrieved, he moved to another place and continued to drink milk. Ah, hiss. You bit the wrong place. Let go. Quickly let go, my little ancestor. Let go. Why are you still biting so hard, ah? The next second, Bayin, who was still helpless, put on a mask of pain and started spinning and jumping on the spot in pain. There was a lot of commotion, and with a look of pain on his face, he threw the poor little guy away. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Seeing this scene, the sky-swallowing leopard just lay on the ground, covered his face and laughed out loud. It looked painful. The whole beast was about to laugh madly, and looking at Bayin's painful and limping appearance, the sky-swallowing leopard almost passed out. Of course, after being thrown out, Shirtian sat on the ground with a look of grievance on his face, with tears constantly gathering in his eyes. He burst into tears with a loud cry. Mother! It crawled towards Bayin again with a feeling of grievance, and when Bayin saw Shirtian coming towards him, he was immediately frightened. The dog was in a terrible state. It ran away, saying in panic, Don't come over here. I want to go find my owner. Bayin rolled and crawled towards Lin Tian's room. It couldn't stand this humiliation and had to tell its master that it couldn't take care of this baby. Seeing Bayin leave, Shirtian felt even more aggrieved. Dad, don't come over here. The sky-swallowing leopard's face changed in shock, and he looked at the little guy with fear as he ran away without looking back. fearing that he would suffer the same fate as Baiyin. Baiyin stood in front of Lin Tian's door, opened it with a jump, and slowly poked its dog head in. Woof, woof, woof. However, the one who came to greet it was not Lin Tian, but Basha. They were seen facing each other. Basha was lying on the ground like an alien, her face showing its original horrible look, and her scarlet eyes stared at Baiyin. Woof. The latter was frightened and stunned with a scream. His eyes turned white and he fainted, falling to the ground unconscious. Chapter 80. Breakthrough. Terrifying thunder tribulation. Baiyin didn't expect that he would see such a horrifying face and was frightened to faint. Looking at Baiyin, who fell stiffly to the ground, Basha restored her face to its human appearance, with a slight arc at the corner of her mouth, as if saying, "You are the one who disturbed my good thing?" Hearing a dog barking, Lin Tian quickly stood up. Just now, everyone was dumbfounded. Not only was the door opened, but Basha also crawled over in a flash. When he saw the silver at the door, he was completely stunned. Why did this guy faint? What did you do with it, Basha? Lin Tian asked, looking at Baiyin, whose limbs were stiff on the ground with their faces facing the sky. He waved his hand and a warm breath entered its body, and soon Baiyin recovered. After all, this is his dog. Nothing. Facing Lin Tian's question, Basha said without blushing or beating her heart, she looked very sweet and was the dream lover of many people. But unfortunately, Lin Tian didn't care about these. Ghost. Ghost. When Baiyin woke up, his first reaction was to scream, and he ran around and bumped into the walls in the corridor. It looked like it was quite frightened. Lin Tian. What the hell? Could it be that Guzi saw Basha's original appearance? He was a little confused. Not long ago, Lin Tian bought a book on the language of all beasts from the system. Its function was as the name said. He mainly wanted to hear what Guzi was barking every day. After all, Guzi, who couldn't speak, still couldn't understand. Master, she is a ghost. There is a ghost. It's so scary. When he saw Lin Tian, Baiyin ran over happily and hugged his thighs, pointing his claws directly at Basha and said with a frightened look on his face. The scene just now scared the dog so much that it is now in a state of complete unwellness. Hee hee. At this time, Basha smiled slightly, and her blue eyes suddenly turned red. That look was full of murderous intent. If looks could kill dogs, Baiyin would have died countless times. Master, look, she's still threatening me. Baiyin's heart trembled, and he looked at Lin Tian in panic and confusion, not daring to look at Basha. All right, stop messing around, Basha, and don't tease it anymore. Lin Tian sighed. Can't he just have some peace and quiet every day? Okay. When Lin Tian spoke, Basha became gentler, and she still listened to Lin Tian very much. At the same time, when she walked over, she did not forget to secretly give Baiyin a death look, which scared the latter so much that his legs trembled continuously. Guzi, what do you want from me? At this time Lin Tian asked about the main business. After all, it was impossible for Guzi to come to him on his own initiative if he had nothing to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Baiyin turned upside down, pointed at the ground bitten by Shirtian, and said very aggrievedly, Master, look, that bastard Shirtian bit me so hard that it's all red. It hurts so much. Master, please touch it. You must give me justice. Lin Tian's veins popped up on his dark forehead when he heard that. He looked at Baiyin, who was lying on the ground in a funny way, and his mouth twitched. Roll. He kicked Baiyin out and slammed the door shut. Guzi actually showed me this. He is getting bolder and bolder. It really polluted my eyes, and he even let me touch it? Go eat shit. It's so infuriating. Beating it is considered a good thing. It's so cheap. Woo-woo. Master actually treated me like this. There is no love anymore. It hurts so much. No, I have to go find my little sister Baihu. Only my little sister knows how to love me. Master is a big bad guy. He raised an irresponsible man for me. Woo-woo. Baiyin, who was kicked out, ran out of the house in frustration to find his true love. Perhaps that was his paradise. As time passed, it was soon the next day. Lin Tian discovered that Baiyin was not at home. Only Tunshin and Shirtian were left. He didn't know where Baiyin had gone. Forget it. Who cares? Lin Tian cares too much because something very important happens today. That is to take all the experience pills he drew yesterday. He also looked at the functions of the experience pills, which were enough for him to break through several levels again. Without further ado, Lin Tian directly used all the experience pills. Apart from anything else, this experience pill is much more powerful than the upgrade pill, and it directly filled Lin Tian up. Soon the shackles in Lin Tian's body were broken, and he could clearly feel that he was about to break through. At the same time, the originally bright sky underwent tremendous changes. Dark clouds began to gather over Huadu and soon enveloped the entire Huadu, plunging the city into darkness once again. What's going on? Is the world going to end again? Mother, run. The world is about to end again. Calm down. It will be fine after a while. Calm down, Mom. I'm going to run away first. You just wait here to die. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, many people began to panic. Because this scene seems even more terrifying than yesterday, how could such a thing happen suddenly? Boom. A bolt of lightning came from the sky, splitting a large tree in half, and a burning smell was emitted. Crackle. Countless lightning bolts turned into electric snakes that constantly shuttled through the clouds, and bolts of thunder blasted out one after another, as if to tear the sky and the earth apart. Boom. The loud sound was shocking, and everyone hid in their houses in fear, fearing that they would be struck by lightning and die. At this moment, it was as if the gods were angry, the earth was responding to it, and mortals were trembling. As the dark clouds grew more and more, a black vortex gathered in the pitch-black clouds. Terrifying thunder sounds continued to sound from it, and at the same time, bursts of red light flashed from it, as if gathering for a fierce blow. Host, prepare to survive the catastrophe. At this time, the voice of the system came into Lin Tian's mind as he was sitting cross-legged. To survive the tribulation? Lin Tian naturally noticed the changes in heaven and earth, but he didn't expect it to be a thunder tribulation. After all, he had never experienced a thunder tribulation, but he knew that the thunder tribulation was a very terrifying existence. Warriors who want to break through to the realm of king or above need to go through tribulation, but he was able to reach the higher level directly because of the system and did not need to go through tribulation. He was very clear about the horror of thunder tribulation. If he could withstand it, he would be able to break through. If he couldn't, there would be two situations. He would become a mortal or a dead man. The host suggests that you find another place to survive the tribulation. 2. Lin Tian looked at the surroundings and nodded in agreement. If he went through the tribulation here, his house would be blown away. He had to find another place quickly. Soon Lin Tian appeared in a mountainous area and sat on the highest point on the mountain top. After observing that there was no one around, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and could now peacefully endure the tribulation. As long as you can survive this thunder tribulation, you can enter a new realm. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky, waiting for the thunder to fall. Boom. Accompanied by thunder, heavy rain came. The red lightning in the dark clouds seemed to have condensed, and even Lin Tian could sense the danger from the terrifying aura. Boom. The red lightning burst through the sky and turned into a terrifying red dragon rushing towards Lin Tian. Chapter 81 Love from the System. The terrifying red thunder came with terrifying danger. Boom. The red thunder illuminated the sky and the earth, as if one was in a red space. The next second, this divine thunder that was powerful enough to create the world struck Lin Tian's body directly. The powerful destructive force directly shattered the surrounding hills. There was a loud bang. All the rocks and plants around Lin Tian were blown into a bottomless pit, and the rocks turned into powder and floated in the air. The power brought by lightning ignited the flowers, plants, and trees, and the sparks instantly turned into a blaze that engulfed the entire area. This horrifying scene was witnessed by everyone in Huadu. They looked towards the area struck by lightning in horror, amazed in their hearts. Crash! There was a downpour of rain, lightning, and thunder. The streets were now empty. They were all at home, looking at the place in the sky where the lightning was gathering and the hilltop. They could clearly see the horrific lightning strike that flattened the mountaintop. It's so scary. It's not painful or itchy, and it's quite comfortable. Lin Tian sat there without any panic. There was no trace of being hit on his body, let alone being injured. Under his butt, except for the place where he was sitting, the rest was sunken, forming a terrifying huge pit, and this pillar was like a lightning rod. Faced with such a terrifying thunder tribulation, most people would definitely be scared out of their wits, but Lin Tian looked unconcerned. After all, he was a man with an indestructible body. No one can break his indestructible body, even if you are the horrible thunder tribulation. Don't even think about hurting him at all. Boom. There were constant rumbling sounds in the sky, as if the voice was dissatisfied with why Lin Tian was fine, and it was expressing its dissatisfaction. Chilla, chilla. This time, the vortex in the air seemed to be holding back a big move, with red and blue lightning constantly rolling in it. Lin Tian, who was sitting and waiting below, could also feel that the next lightning would probably be several times more terrifying than the previous one. Boom. Then, terrifying blue and red lightning descended at the same time and struck Lin Tian's extremely hard body. After a burst of dust, Lin Tian was still unharmed. Snort. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the clouds. The thunder vortex seemed very unconvinced, and it actually condensed into a thunder dragon over 100 meters long. Colorful colors were constantly flowing on its body, as if it had life. Fuck, do you really have to go this far? Lin Tian exclaimed from below, because the aura of this thunder dragon was hundreds of times more terrifying than the previous two thunder tribulations. It seemed that this time it was for real. This historic moment was witnessed by everyone in Huadu. They stared at the terrifying thunder dragon. It was as if God was angry at this moment. The mortals could not help but kneel down and tremble. Roar! The thunder dragon let out an angry roar with a ferocious look on his face and flew towards Lin Tian at a rapid speed. Boom! The mountain where Lin Tian was located collapsed, and the earth broke apart. The entire mountain was reduced to ashes under the lightning strike, leaving nothing behind. The strong light illuminated the entire Huadu, and even the surrounding cities were not spared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through and entering the Yutian realm. With the disappearance of the thunder dragon, Lin Tian successfully survived this thunder tribulation and officially entered a new realm. Is Wu Tian realm the new realm? What is the level above Wu Tian realm? Feeling the endless power in the body, I wonder how many times more powerful it is than being a god. However, he was still quite curious about the new realm and couldn't help but ask. The host's Wutian realm is the realm level of the upper realm, and above it are the Wuji realm, Wudi realm, Tianyuan realm, Guiyuan realm, and D realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels and the peak. The system began to explain to Lin Tian. What is the upper realm? That is a world of immortal cultivation full of people like you. It is several times more powerful than the plane you are in now. Whenever someone breaks through the god realm and enters the heavenless realm, he will ascend to that world. What the hell? Ascension? Lin Tian exclaimed. He knew the word ascension. Didn't that mean that he was about to ascend and leave this world? Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly regretted advancing. Why was he in such a hurry to break through? Yes, because the avenue of this world does not allow cultivators to exceed the realm of the gods, so the heaven will force you to ascend. Sure enough, when the system just finished speaking, a beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Tian, and white feathers continued to fall from the sky. How sacred and beautiful. Seeing his body flying up to the sky involuntarily, Lin Tian was immediately dissatisfied, because he knew that once he ascended, he would probably never come back. But if he doesn't want to ascend, then he won't ascend. The heavenly Tao won't care so much and will never allow anyone above the level of a god to exist in its territory. At this moment, Lin Tian felt so powerless that no matter how he struggled to break free, it was useless, as he was no match for heaven. Is there any way the system can prevent me from ascending? Now he can only ask for help from the system, because he himself has no way out in the hands of Tiandao. Ascension? It's impossible to ascend in this lifetime. The upper realm is not as fun as here. How can I ascend when I'm less than 30 years old? I haven't gotten married yet, and haven't waited for my sister to cultivate to the status of a god, so how could she ascend to heaven inexplicably like this? And I, Lin, don't want to go to the so-called upper realm. I haven't had enough fun yet. Have. Why not hurry up then? Lin Tian was almost getting anxious, but the system was still procrastinating. If I don't hurry up, I will really ascend. Wait a minute. The system just responded coldly and then fell silent. System? Hello? System, are you still there? Where are you? Where are you? Come back and tell me. Lin Tian was panicking in the beam of light, but he couldn't move. It's over. I don't know where the system has gone now. Do I, Lin Tian, have to ascend today? No. Lin Tian's face was full of despair. A few minutes later, inside the Tiandao space. In this vast white space, I saw a kind old man in a white robe being beaten violently by a black shadow. He was beaten so badly that his face and nose were swollen, and there was not a single intact part on his body. All I heard was the dark shadow beating and cursing. Damn heaven, you think you can control my host? You're done for if I don't beat you up, and you still want my host to ascend? Eat shit. Did you hear that my master doesn't want to ascend? Huh. Pa. Ah. Boss, please spare me. Boss, please spare me. I heard it. I won't dare to do it again. The old man Tiandao was beaten so hard that he screamed and lay on the ground holding his head, not daring to resist at all. He burst into tears. It was the first time he was beaten like this, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Just when he was about to send Lin Tian to the upper realm, a black shadow rushed into his space without saying a word and directly sealed his cultivation and beat him up without saying anything. You have to know that he is the heavenly Tao of this world, the powerful one who controls the world of thousands of living beings. But now he is being beaten up by others. Chapter 82. Brother Jia. Don't do it. Bang. As he spoke, the system slapped Tiandao again, making him dizzy. Now that you know it, why don't you stop right away? Faced with the brutal and ruthless black shadow, Tiandao still followed his heart even though he didn't know why he was powerless to resist. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I'll do it right away. The heavenly Tao wanted to cry but had no tears. How dare this abominable human being be so bold as to attack him? Hurry up. With a snap, the system slapped again without any mercy. It will still satisfy the host's requests, and it is just a small matter. The mere law of nature is not even worthy of its attention, and killing it will be effortless. As Tiandao moved, the white beam of light that was covering Lin Tian suddenly disappeared. He lost his balance and kept falling down, but fortunately he reacted and stepped into the sky. Huh? What happened? Are you okay? Lin Tian looked puzzled and looked around, and the white beam of light had disappeared. Is it possible that there is no need to ascend anymore? No. Where is the system? Is the system here? Lin Tian asked, but the system did not answer because it was still beating up Tiandao in the Tiandao space and had no time to pay attention to Lin Tian. Although the system did not respond to him, Lin Tian was certain that it was definitely the system that was helping him secretly. I love you so much. Lin Tian was overjoyed. He looked at the ruins that had been blown into pieces and left without looking back. At the same time, many people gathered here. The horrifying phenomenon here attracted these warriors, and they all came to see what was going on. As the matter was over, the sky returned to its original appearance. The heavy rain slowly turned into light rain, and then the sun reappeared, a ray of sunshine shining on the earth. Many people were shocked by the ruins in front of them. This mountain was originally a tall and majestic mountain range, but now there is nothing left. Isn't this thunder tribulation too fierce? A group of warriors felt a chill down their spine just by looking at it. Heavenly space. Uncle, do you think it's okay? Tiandao knelt on the ground with tears and snot, praying for the system's forgiveness like a little kid. He looked at the mysterious man in black robe in front of him and really hated him. When I regain my strength, I will teach you a lesson. Such a great humiliation will be returned 100-fold, leaving you neither able to live nor to die. Sure, sure. The system's androgynous voice sounded, and it nodded in satisfaction. Now that the host's work has been completed, it is time for me to leave. It casually untied the restrictions on Tiandao, and when it was about to leave, Tiandao stood up. Feeling the sudden return of strength, Tiandao laughed loudly, staring at the system with vicious eyes, and said ferociously, I will cut you into pieces today, die. The laws of all things condensed in his palm, and a terrifying punch went towards the system with an explosive sound. Even all things trembled and feared at his palm. You dare to attack me? Eat shit. Unexpectedly, the system grabbed it lightly and easily caught his devastating attack, twisted it to break Tiandao's right hand, and then slapped him in the face, spinning him 360 degrees in the air. Looking at Tiandao, who had fallen to the ground, the system rushed over and kicked him, sending him flying. No matter whether he has power or not, he is not enough in its eyes. Impossible. I am the way of heaven. Impossible. The old man Tiandao began to doubt his life. Even an ordinary blow from him was not something that ordinary people could withstand. The mysterious man in front of him not only easily resolved his attacks, but also seriously injured him with just a slap or a kick. What surprised him even more was that his right hand could not recover. He looked at his broken right hand in shock, his heart pounding. He looked at the system in astonishment. He began to get scared and realized the gap between him and the system. They were simply not on the same level. Nothing is impossible. You little loser. I'll give you my left hand. The system laughed disdainfully, walked over, and broke his left hand. Looking at Tiandao, who remained silent, the system kicked him out again. You little loser. You dare to meddle in my host's affairs. The next time I see you, it won't be as easy as today. After leaving a harsh word, the system just ran away. Tiandao was seen lying on the ground, staring blankly at the white sky, not knowing what he was thinking at the moment. Maybe he is doubting the way of heaven and life, or maybe he is thinking about how to take revenge. The way of heaven cannot be insulted. Death Island, under the sea. A pair of huge eyes opened, and he looked in a certain direction with interest, whispering, "Interesting. There are people who break through the Yutian realm without ascending. Could it be the demon tribe? Or the devil tribe? Or a group of ghost things? Interesting, interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. However, the Yutian realm is still not good enough. It's barely worthy of my attention. I hope you can hold out for a few moves." But this time, Jia and the others failed to launch a beast tide. What on earth are those things? Why have I never seen or heard of them before? Well, it's all within expectations. So what if there are more of them? Forget it, forget it. Failure is failure. I will continue to restore my strength. When my strength returns to the peak, I will definitely occupy this world. Ha 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 ha. There was a loud laughter coming from the bottom of the sea. Under the giant's laughter, the water in the entire sea area was constantly stabilizing. The submarine volcano on the surface was directly detonated, and many marine creatures died. On the island of death, "Brother Jia, don't." The toad fell to his knees with a thud and kept praying to the black ball in front of him. The black ball stared at the toad and angrily said, "You are a thing that can do nothing but cause trouble. Brother Jia, I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Toad kept begging for forgiveness, but it seemed that Jia didn't appreciate it. "Didn't I tell you to go with the demon tribe? What happened? You actually ran away because you were scared. Damn it. Did I just throw you away when I promoted you to the late stage of godhood? Are you still afraid of an early stage god?" A huge hand emerged from the black ball and grabbed the toad's head tightly. Its tone was very angry, and its scarlet eyes emitted a laser that directly pierced through the toad's body. Because it ran away, the entire demon clan was wiped out. Now the demon clan no longer trusts them at all, because they ran away in fear of this monster. Brother Jia, he is not at the early stage of godhood at all. He is at the late stage, and those things are all at the royal level, Brother Jia. Please let me go. Let you go? You can die as atonement? Before it could finish, it heard a scream, and then it saw the big hand crushing its head. Chapter 83, Winning Over. After Jia dealt with the toad, he showed a look of disdain as he watched the rotten corpse turn into nutrients for the forest. Rubbish stuff. Leaving behind a mocking remark, Jia jumped into the seabed. He was ready to go to the adults in person to apologize. After all, he failed to complete the task assigned by the adults. Soon Jia came in front of the giant and turned into his original appearance. It was a black figure. His whole body was pitch black and only his pair of scarlet eyes could be seen. His limbs were also strangely shaped. It knelt before the giant and confessed, "Sir, I accept the punishment and will be punished by you." It looked dazed, but also prepared. The giant slowly opened his eyes and stared at it coldly. "Forget it. We are still too small for the human race. I just didn't expect that someone would break through the Yutian realm." "What? The heavenless realm? How is that possible? Shouldn't he ascend to the upper realm?" "For some reason, he didn't ascend to the upper realm, but stayed in this world like us." "What? Are you panicking? This is not like you." "Jia, you are also in the Yutian realm, although only in the early stage." "Your Excellency, I know I was wrong. I am just a little surprised." "Interesting. He has reached the Yutian realm but didn't ascend. He is much more impressive than those of us who sneaked here. Not only did we lose our cultivation, but we also got injured." As the beast tide was defeated, the whole world was shocked. Senior officials of many countries began to fear the man in the satellite images and felt terrified. But no one expected that there would be such a strong man in Dragon Country who could destroy the terrifying beast tide by himself. The power under his command made everyone feel dangerous. Of course, only the senior officials who have seen it know about it, and ordinary citizens do not know about it. At the same time, everyone in Dragon Country knew that there was a powerful being in the country whose strength exceeded that of the three envoys. However, due to the official blockade, they did not know who the strong man was. They only knew his heroic deeds. The top leaders of Long Kingdom also started a meeting, mainly to find out Lin Tian's background, and they also invited Dao Wu and others to come over. At the conference, there were three holy envoys of heaven and earth and Dao Wu, Hua Wuxing, Long Yin, and Gong Wuji present. Hua Wuxing was feeling uneasy at this moment. He looked at the old man sitting in the first seat with full respect. Because he was the #1 man in the Dragon Kingdom, the leader who had once turned the tide of the entire country with his own strength, a man who was admired and worshipped by all the people, and even the holy messenger was his younger brother. It was the first time for him to sit together with so many important people, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. What do you know about Lin Tian? The first old man spoke slowly with a serious expression. He frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. The owner of this information was Lin Tian. The above record is very detailed. Lin Tian lost both his parents at an early age and lived with a younger sister. He is very ordinary and has no talent for cultivation, but his sister is a warrior with a terrifying talent. Lin Tian's information was too ordinary, and they were not very clear about why he had such strength. There is only one possibility, that is, Lin Tian deliberately concealed himself and did not want others to know. However, what surprised him was that the famous Black Shadow Kingdom in the Dark World was actually his power, which made the old man very surprised. We don't know much about Lin Tian, but what we know is that he is a nice person, easy to get along with, and not arrogant. However, he doesn't seem to like people getting close to his sister. According to the young people, Lin Tian is a sister Khan who can do anything for his sister. At this time, Dao Wu spoke up and said that among these people, he might be the one who knew Lin Tian best. Although he had not spent much time with Lin Tian, his apprentice was his biological sister. Oh! The old man tapped his fingers on the table, not knowing what he was thinking. Dao Wu, do you know how powerful Lin Tian is now? The holy messenger, who had been sitting there motionless for a long time, slowly spoke. This man is the strongest man in the world except Lin Tian. His strength has reached the terrifying late emperor level. Even if everyone present is not as strong as him, his right to speak is equal to that of his brother. Replying to Saint, Lin Tian has reached the divine realm, but I don't know the details. What? Godly realm? Could it be that he is the heavenly emperor who achieved godly status at that time? The holy messenger, who never made a fuss, suddenly stood up with a snap, looking shocked. The same thing happened to the other two messengers. They almost fell down because of their loose sitting position. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Exactly. Dao Wu nodded without any joking. He was very sure that Lin Tian was the emperor of heaven at that time. So that's how it is. No wonder he was able to destroy the beast tide. There are late emperor level beings among them, and their leader has even reached the early stage of the god level. This makes sense. Moreover, Lin Tian is not an ordinary god level. I'm afraid he has already entered the middle or even late stage. The holy messenger's tone was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He was happy, and the other two messengers could see it too. After all, it has been a long time since the human race had a god. So now that there is one, they are naturally very happy. Since that year, all the powerful gods have either ascended to heaven or disappeared, and no one knows whether they are dead or alive. Anyway, they have not appeared for many years. By the way, Senior Lin Tian's sister seems to be your apprentice, right? At this time, even the holy messenger changed the way he addressed Lin Tian. After all, others were strong, and they generally called powerful people seniors, regardless of their age. Yes, Senior Lin's sister is my disciple. When he said this, Dao Wu was still able to hold on. He felt very happy. Everyone talked a lot during the meeting, all about Lin Tian. Soon an hour passed, and the meeting came to an end. The old man called out to Long Yin and said, "Girl Yin, can you please invite Lin Tian over? I want to meet him and get to know him." "Okay, I'll try, but there's no guarantee that he will come." Long Yin didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the old man and agreed. As for whether Lin Tian will come or not, I don't know. Brother, do you want to kill Lin Tian? At this time, the holy messenger suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the old man nodded directly. Yes, we can't miss such talents. We must win them over. I just don't know if he's willing. The old man sighed. The hope of winning over Lin Tian was very slim. After all, he had no shortage of resources and his strength was even more terrifying than theirs. But he still wanted to give it a try. Winning over Lin Tian would only benefit them. I understand. I will offer him my position as holy envoy when the time comes. I'm sure he won't refuse. The holy messenger said with joy that as long as he could win over Lin Tian, he would be a little bit wronged and give way to Lin Tian. Moreover, the holy envoy has great power, so Lin Tian will probably not refuse. As long as Lin Tian agrees, he will be willing to pay any price. Chapter 84. If I lie to you, I can't ask you to do anything. It has been 2 days since the beast tide incident. Today, Long Yin came to where Lin Tian was, with the main purpose of inviting Lin Tian to meet the old man. She stood at the door nervously, stroking her hair. At the moment, she was wearing casual sportswear, which made her look very plump. People passing by couldn't help but look back and take a few more glances. How could such a beautiful woman appear in this sparsely populated place? and she was driving a Lamborghini, so you could tell at first glance that she was a rich woman. Many people also knew Lin Tian. After all, they were neighbors, and everyone knew about the two siblings. It's just not clear why this rich woman appeared here. Lin Tian's landlord's family suddenly showed up to watch the fun. Ding dong. In the end, Long Yin pressed the doorbell, and her little heart began to beat rapidly. Who? As soon as Lin Tian opened his mouth, the black shadows that were helping him massage and clean the house instantly disappeared into the darkness. They had developed reflexes for this kind of thing, and every time someone knocked on the door, they would put down what they were doing and quickly go back. Snap! The sound of some cleaning tools falling to the ground was heard, and the hands of dark shadows emerged from the darkness, quickly put the tools in order, and then disappeared again, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian has become accustomed to it. Master, I'll go open the door. At this moment, Shi Tian suddenly flew up, went straight to the door, and opened it immediately. Sorry to bother you. Holy shit. Just when Long Yin looked up shyly, she thought it was Lin Tian coming. But what she saw was a dragon flapping its wings and flying in the air. She was so frightened that she screamed. What is this? A dragon? It's so black. The sudden appearance of the dragon frightened her so much that she took a few steps back. Who are you? Shi Tian looked at Long Yin with a curious baby's face. It was the first time for it to see a human other than Lin Tian, and its little eyes were full of curiosity. So cute. What's going on? Long Yin couldn't help wanting to touch Shi Tian, but it dodged and bit her finger. Ah! Long Yin screamed in pain and was shocked when she saw the teeth marks on her hand. You have to know that she is at the emperor level, and ordinary monsters will not easily break her skin. However, this little guy in front of her bit her and made her bleed. What the hell is this? Shi Tian licked his lips happily, savoring the aftertaste in his mouth carefully. Why did it feel even better than his mother's milk? Unable to bear it any longer, it tried to bite again, but was grabbed by Lin Tian, who came over. Woo-woo. All of a sudden, Shi Tian felt that it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. He made a whimpering sound, which was very adorable. You are, that what, oh Long Yin? Lin Tian stood at the door and looked at Long Yin. Wasn't this the girl who wanted to spar with him but was beaten away by him? Seeing Lin Tian's surprised expression, Long Yin's mouth twitched. What the hell? You even forgot my name. But I am not familiar with the other party, and I came here today to invite him. What do you want from me? Could it be that Long Yin came to see me because she wanted to compete with me and be beaten by me again? If this is true, this woman must be a masochist who wants to be beaten. I came here today to invite you to go to Weizhuang. That person wants to see you. Just listen to Long Yin saying. No. Lin Tian shook his head. Weizhuang still knew where the old man lived. This woman must have something wrong. Why would that person summon her? She is just a mere Wu Tian realm. What is there to be pleased about? Could it be that they all know about it? Lin Tian became confused. Ah. Now it was Long Yan's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect Lin Tian to refuse so straightforwardly. He refused without even thinking about it. Which adult Lin Tian doesn't even bother to see? No way. But thinking about Lin Tian's strength, it seems that he has the right to refuse. You can't force others, right? It is an unreasonable request to force it, and Lin Tian might even become hostile to you. Long Yin couldn't do it all of a sudden. Oh, what? I said I wasn't going. Lin Tian refused again, threw Shi Tian into the house, and prepared to close the door. But he was grabbed by Long Yin. What else do you want to do? I already said I'm not going. Lin Tian was speechless. This woman was really persistent. Why don't you go and take a look? That person just wants to get to know you. Long Yin spoke in a humbly voice. This was the first time in her life that she had been so humble in front of someone. If that person didn't want to see him, she wouldn't have begged like this. Is what you said true? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian stopped closing the door and looked at Long Yin seriously and asked, if what she said was true, then I could go and see for myself. But the main thing was that I didn't believe what Long Yin said. Who would have nothing better to do than to look for me? Really, he knows that you killed all the beasts. He just wants to meet you. That's all. Long Yin patted her chest and said with assurance, and suddenly there was a surge of waves, making Lin Tian's eyes dizzy. Shi Tian flapped his wings and swallowed his saliva. It was much bigger than his mother's. He really wanted to? Are you sure? Facing the unbelieving Lin Tian, Long Yin was angry but dared not say anything. She could only suppress her urge to hit him and laugh. It's 100% true. If I lie to you, you can ask me to do anything you want. Long Yin snorted coldly and said, I don't believe you now. As a result, Lin Tian was stunned and looked at her. This look made Long Yin very uncomfortable. Was he thinking about something messy? Damn it, I shouldn't have said that. If he really makes excessive demands, will I really give in to him? Are you sure? Then can I do it in advance? Lin Tian spoke with a sly look on his face, and it was obvious at first glance that he was thinking of something bad. Ah, no. With a scream, Long Yin's face was filled with horror, and her whole body was deformed with fear. Could this guy really want to do something bad? It's over. It's over. My innocence is going to be lost. Woo woo. However, even though Lin Tian pulled her, she showed no sign of resistance, as if she had already given in. Just like that, he was pulled into the house by Lin Tian and the door was closed with a snap. The huge noise attracted all the neighbors around. What's wrong? I don't know. It seems that girl was pulled in by Xiaolin. Xiaolin's girlfriend, right? That should be it. It seems so. That's fine. The couple is just having a quarrel. Let's go. Soon the neighbors who had gathered together left and went about their own business. Just after they left, a pink Porsche drove in, and a beautiful woman with long legs stepped out. She took off her sunglasses and looked at the red Lamborghini and said, "Huh? Why is there a red sports car parked in front of Lin Tian's door?" Chapter 85. Are you interested in my man? Long Fei frowned and stared at the sports car parked at the door. My man doesn't seem to have a car yet. Even if he does, he won't buy a car in such a sexy color. Could it be someone's woman's? She came to the front of the sports car and took a closer look and found that there were very kawaii anime and animal images on the back and left door of the car. Now she was very sure that this sports car definitely belonged to a woman. With a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes, she rushed to the door and knocked on it while suppressing the rage in her heart. There was actually someone who seduced her man when she was away. She was simply a shrew. Concubine Long had completely misunderstood, and at this moment she was waiting outside the door for Lin Tian to open it. 10 seconds ago, Long Yin was pulled in by Lin Tian and thrown onto the sofa. She covered her chest in panic. What do you want? I'm not just any woman. Lin Tian. What are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Lin Tian rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. In fact, he just wanted to scare the other person and there was no other intention. Then why did you pull me in? Long Yin responded with a look of disbelief. She leaned back on the sofa with fear written all over her face, as if she was afraid that something might happen to her in the next second. As they were a single man and a single woman, Long Yin was indeed a little worried. After all, the other party is a man, and I am a beauty. If he gets beastly, my innocence will be gone, and I will not be able to resist. The gap in strength between the two is huge. As long as Lin Tian wanted to force her, she would have no way to stop him. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, Long Fei's voice was heard. Honey. Lin Tian's heart trembled when he heard this familiar voice. He looked towards the door. Why did Long Fei suddenly come here today? However, Long Yin looked towards the door with a puzzled expression. Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, it seemed that the relationship between them was not ordinary, and he even called him dear. Your girlfriend? Long Yin sat up and asked. Lin Tian did not hide the fact that Long Fei was now his serious girlfriend. Then I hide in the closet? Long Yin said with some fear, pointing to the cabinet not far away. She was afraid of being misunderstood, and at the same time she felt a little uncomfortable that Lin Tian already had a girlfriend. What a pity. Wouldn't it make people misunderstand more if you hid in the closet? Lin Tian spread his hands. What should we do then? Long Yin looked anxious. Cold scrambled eggs. After saying that, Lin Tian walked towards the door and prepared to open it. Sit upright and there is nothing to be afraid of. Hey. Long Yin quickly stood up from the sofa and prepared to find a place to hide. If they were misunderstood, it would be bad for all three of them. But as soon as she took a step, Lin Tian had already opened the door. Why did you take so long to open the door? Are you hiding a mistress from me? Long Fei walked in wearing high heels and immediately saw Long Yin hiding behind the sofa. Long Yin never expected to be seen, mainly because Lin Tian opened the door too quickly and she couldn't react at all. No. Lin Tian smiled awkwardly, and for some reason he felt a little scared. Where's Long Yin? When Lin Tian turned around, he found that Long Yin had disappeared. He looked through the entire living room and discovered that Long Yin was hiding behind the sofa. Damn it, aren't you trying to stir up trouble? Then he looked at Long Fei and saw that the corners of her mouth were twitching. He could clearly feel that she was angry. After all, her veins were bulging. Da. Long Fei ignored Lin Tian and went straight to the sofa. Listening to the sound of high heels getting closer and closer, Long Yan's heart was pounding. Why did I feel like a mistress who was about to be caught cheating in this scene? It was the first time she encountered such an emergency, and she was at a loss for a moment. Who are you? At this time, a face appeared in front of Long Yan. The other person had a kind smile, but she could sense a dangerous aura. Which one? I. For a moment, Long Yan didn't know how to explain. She stood up from the back with an embarrassed look on her face and glanced at Lin Tian, indicating what to do. But Lin Tian spread his hands, looking calm. Long Yan was speechless as she looked at the woman in front of her. At this moment, she was actually a little timid. Maybe this is how those mistresses feel when they are caught. That's not right. I'm not a mistress. The scene changed, and 3 people were sitting on the sofa. Lin Tian sat on the sofa in the middle, with a woman sitting on each sofa on both sides. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Lung Fei said with a smile, feeling a little excited. After Lin Tian and the others explained, she understood what happened. It didn't look like anything had happened to them, so she chose to believe them. Later, when she learned the name of Long Yan, she was shocked. She remembered her a little because Long Yan sometimes appeared in the news, and she liked watching the news very much. At the same time, she admired someone very much, that is, Long Yan, the boss of the Dragon Group. That was a famous task. Everyone knows the name of the Dragon Group, the highest action team of Dragon Country, and its captain, Long Yan, has also appeared in front of the public. No wonder she looked familiar when I first saw her. Hee. The reason I came here today is to invite Lin Tian to Weizhuang. The leader wants to meet him. Please don't misunderstand. Afterwards, Long Yan told Lung Fei why she came here to find Lin Tian, for fear of being misunderstood. She didn't want to get involved in any love-hate affairs. Oh my God. When she learned that the people above wanted to see Lin Tian, her mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in her pretty little mouth. He actually invited Lin Tian to Weizhuang. Oh my God. But when I think about my man, I can't help but sigh. My man is indeed excellent. Even the leader wants to meet him. Looking at the two of them chatting happily, Lin Tian felt completely redundant. The most important thing is that concubine Lung also wants to follow Lin Tian to visit Weizhuang. When Lung Fei said that she also wanted to go, Long Yan was a little embarrassed and said without guarantee, "It should be possible to go, but you may only be outside." Long Yan is right. Weizhuang is not a place that ordinary people can enter. I am afraid that you may have been captured as soon as you appeared around Weizhuang. It's okay for Lung Fei to go if she wants to. She will just have to wait outside. It's okay. It's okay. I don't suggest it. I just want to go and take a look. I definitely won't disturb you. Lung Fei said excitedly, almost sticking to Long Yan's body. I'll ask for instructions from above. Soon Long Yan made a call and hung up after a while. I just heard her nod. The higher-ups have agreed. When she learned that she could go, concubine Lung danced with joy and smiled a crescent-shaped smile. After the two women chatted briefly for a few more sentences and were about to go to Weizhuang, when concubine Lung saw Lin Tian go out, she suddenly grabbed Long Yan's hand and expressed her doubts. Then I want to ask you, are you interested in Lin Tian? Chapter 86 for my sister. No. How is that possible? The sudden question made Long Yan panic, and she quickly shook her head to deny it. Could it be that concubine Long hasn't completely believed it yet? I told you. How could it end like this? Long Yan suddenly felt pressured, and her heart was in pain, but she couldn't say it. Seeing that Long Yan was panicking, Long Fei did not ask any more questions, but instead chuckled. Haha, I was just kidding. I was just asking casually. Long Fei patted her shoulder, signaling her not to be nervous, and then walked out. But the moment she turned around, her eyes changed slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Long Yan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed. What did you two talk about again? Seeing that the two were a little slow, Lin Tian walked back. Nothing. The two responded in unison. The two women looked at each other and suddenly laughed. They all have their own merits, and they all look very beautiful when they smile. Come with me. Long Yan got into her car and said to the two of them. Lin Tian nodded and came to the co-pilot seat of Long Yan. What are you doing? Long Yan looked at him strangely. I'm not going with you? Lin Tian was stunned. At this time, Lung Fei also came over and grabbed Lin Tian's clothes. What are you doing? Lin Tian. Why does it feel murderous? He turned his head to look at Lung Fei, who looked displeased. Lin Tian was so scared that he quickly grabbed her and stuffed her into the passenger seat of Long Yan's car. You two go ahead. I'll follow you shortly. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise it would be useless." The two women ignored Lin Tian and drove away. They thought he would catch up soon. However, Lin Tian watched them leave and walked into the house. He went to the kitchen, took out a plate of fruit, sat on the sofa, and started to eat leisurely. Wait until they arrive and then go over. It only takes a few minutes anyway, so you might as well enjoy it. Then he summoned out the ninja shadow and the food shadow. The two ninja shadow massaged his left and right hands and head, while the legs were handed over to the small food shadow. At the same time, several others were massaging Lin Tian's back. Not only that, the fruits are all flavored by them, which is really delicious, and you don't have to do anything yourself. There are also people doing cleaning in the back. Wei Zhuang. After Long Yin parked the car, she brought Long Fei to the security check area. At this time, they all looked back, but Lin Tian's figure did not appear. Will Lin Tian be lost? Long Yin asked. I don't know. It shouldn't be like that. Did you notice him following behind? Concubine Long didn't know either. Didn't notice. Well, the two beauties were speechless. This shouldn't be the case. How could Lin Tian, a big man, lose track of her? Just as the two women were confused, Lin Tian, who was enjoying himself on the sofa, pinched his fingers. Now that they're both here, it's time for me to leave too. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian disappeared with a whoosh. When he appeared again, he appeared directly in front of the two women. Ah! In an instant, several frightened voices were heard. Not only were the two women frightened, but so were the security personnel behind them. What's wrong with you guys? Lin Tian asked in confusion, looking at the two women on the ground. Why are you two kneeling on the ground as soon as I arrived? No need for such a grand ceremony, right? None of your business. The two women once again said in unison and rolled their eyes. Lin Tian. Afterwards, Long Yin took the two of them through security check and officially entered Wei Zhuang. Long Fei was naturally arranged to rest in the area, while Long Yin took Lin Tian to a place. After going through layers of inspection, the two entered a yard. He was taken to a study room by Long Yin and then stopped. At this time, Lin Tian looked up. There were several warriors standing upright at the door, holding guns in their hands that could penetrate a half-lord, and there were also some cold daggers on their waists. It turns out that all of them are at the venerable level, and the guns are just decorations. The daggers on their waists are the real weapons. Long Yin walked forward and took out her ID. After the other party checked it, she opened the study door. Let's go. Long Yin and Lin Tian walked in. The four people behind the door had been waiting for Lin Tian for a long time. The moment he saw Lin Tian, the holy messenger quickly stood up. Senior Lin, I have long heard of your name. He held out his hand flatteringly. Who are you? Lin Tian shook hands with him out of politeness and said doubtfully. The holy messenger felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit, but then he burst into laughter and didn't take it seriously. Please take a seat. At this time, the first old man spoke. Hearing this, Lin Tian looked at him, and the next second his eyes turned into respect. He didn't respect anyone in Manhwa, and the only person he admired was this old man. As for the holy messenger of heaven and earth, just play with him somewhere else. After Lin Tian took his seat, Long Yin also sat to his right. As for the holy messenger, he sat shamelessly on the left. What does he want to do? Isn't it clear to everyone? The details are skipped directly. Soon Lin Tian also found out why they invited him here. It turned out that they wanted to win him over. At the same time, he also put forward conditions, giving him the position of the holy messenger and giving him a considerable amount of cultivation resources and property. Although Lin Tian has an additional identity, they do not intend to restrict Lin Tian. He can come and go as he pleases. They just hope he can come to help when something special happens. They are still very satisfied with Lin Tian. They also promise to provide better resources to Lin Guaiguai, Lin Tian's sister. When Lin Tian heard the following conditions, he was somewhat tempted. Lin Tian, who was still hesitating at first, began to think about agreeing. He was still very interested in his sister's resources. Although Lin Guaiguai was a little money grubber, she would never take the initiative to ask Lin Tian for things. Last time, she only took some things from the sky-swallowing leopard's treasure, all of which were low-level stuff, and she only took 3 high-level ones. In fact, he understood that his sister did not rely on him as a brother, but wanted to improve herself through hard work, because only then would she feel at ease and happy. Lin Tian was helpless about this matter, but he was very relieved that his sister had grown up. But brother, I am so sad. Why can't you take the initiative to find me? She refused with various reasons, even when I gave her high-level resources, which really broke Lin Tian's heart. Okay, I promise you. But I won't use the title of Holy Messenger. It sounds childish. After careful consideration, Lin Tian finally agreed for the sake of his sister. Now my sister should be too embarrassed to refuse. This time, the country is giving her the resources to practice, and I believe she will not refuse. For the sake of his sister, Lin Tian could accept this grievance. If the people present knew what he was thinking, they would probably beat him up. Is this what you call being wronged? Can you let me be wronged a little too? When the Holy Envoy heard Lin Tian say that the title of Holy Envoy was childish, he almost fainted with anger, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. If I could beat you, I would definitely teach you a lesson. I'm so angry. The Holy Messenger's beard stood on end with anger, while the other two messengers beside him tried desperately to hold back their laughter. I almost laughed out loud. Okay, Xiaolin, since you don't want it, I won't force you. We'll come up with a new code name for you. However, your authority and status will definitely be higher than his, so you can rest assured. As for the title of Holy Envoy, it's indeed a bit childish, hahaha. The old man in the lead agreed with Lin Tian's words and laughed. Holy Messenger. The Holy Messenger looked at the old man in astonishment. Brother, am I still your biological brother? Chapter 87. Instant Kill. Soon this little farce was over, and they gave Lin Tian a position higher than the Holy Messenger. As for his code name, it was his own title of Heavenly Emperor. Looking at the procedures and relevant documents in his hand, Lin Tian now became a person of status. Not only that, a villa was also arranged for Lin Tian for his future living. Facing these, Lin Tian was very satisfied. He sat on the table and said slowly, since there is nothing else to do, I will leave first. After saying that, Lin Tian stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the other people did not stop him. Instead, the Holy Messenger stood up himself and sent Lin Tian out. Lin Tian came out of the yard and called Long Fei and went to the villa they gave him. Watching the two people leave, Long Yin watched for a long time from a distance, and when she could no longer see them, she turned and left. Because there was no car, Lin Tian took her directly to the location on the address. What appeared before their eyes was a manor, not a villa at all. This made Lin Tian look at the address and the key in his hand in confusion. It seemed to be correct. Is this the house they gave you? Oh my god, this is too luxurious. Lin Tian had told her about this matter a long time ago, but she didn't expect it to be such a luxurious manor. It looks very valuable from the outside. Even the walls are made of obsidian, and the gate is made of rare red essence. You should know that the value of red essence is higher than obsidian. After all, it is very rare. At the same time, it is very beautiful. It is not only bright red, but also has sparkling stars. Holding the key, Lin Tian took her in. The same is true for the front yard, which has rockery, gardens, fountains, and everything else. The backyard is a courtyard for rest, and many precious flowers, plants, and trees are also planted. Not only that, Lin Tian also saw a cave for cultivation in the backyard. It must be said that the owner was really generous. Seeing such a beautiful and luxurious manor, concubine Long was so surprised that she was speechless. There are even several buildings. Can these people live in them all? It's okay. Lin Tian was not very interested in this. For him, as long as he could live there, it was enough. Since you've given it to me, I won't be polite. Cut. Faced with Lin Tian's attitude, Long Fei didn't care and continued to stroll around. After all, it was the first time she saw such a beautiful manor. Then Lin Tian went back and moved all the things over. As for his sister's things, he left them untouched and would deal with them when she came back. It would be bad if he found some underwear. After finishing their work, Lin Tian and Long Fei played happily and had a lot of fun. Yutian College. Lin Guaiguai was lying on the sofa in a depressed mood, and the figure of his brother appeared in his mind. I haven't seen my brother for a long time. I miss him so much. I don't know how he is doing at home recently. Lin murmured obediently. At this time, a woman came down from upstairs. It was her senior sister Yin Xuefei. Junior sister, what are you thinking about? Yin Xuefei opened her red lips slightly and came to her side. Thinking of my brother. Lin looked at Yin Xuefei and said obediently. When mentioning Lin Tian, a handsome face appeared in Yin Xuefei's mind, and then her little face turned red, but she shook her head immediately, not letting herself think about these messy things, and said, Isn't it boring? Yes. Lin nodded obediently. She was indeed a little bored. After all, she only thought of her brother when she was bored. In the other world, she was either playing or practicing. If Lin Tian knew what she was thinking, he would probably feel uncomfortable for a while. Then let's go hunting in the monster forest together? Okay. The two girls hit it off immediately and went on a spontaneous trip. Since you were free anyway, you might as well go to the monster forest to have some fun. Not only can you exercise your abilities, but you can also get a lot of good stuff from the monsters. The two left the academy and headed to the monster forest. In fact, the monster forest they mentioned was the Death Forest, where Lin Tian first earned points. As this period of time passed, the Death Forest, which was originally in ruins, has now been reborn. The area that was originally blown to pieces by Lin Tian has grown green plants again, and many monsters have seen the light of day again. Two beautiful figures appeared here. They headed towards the dense forest. Because most of the monsters were in another direction, the plants where they were now had just grown, and compared to the other side, it was almost bare. Although there were also monsters, their levels were not very high, and the two women looked down on them. Suddenly, the two women stopped because they sensed a dangerous aura. Soon, a huge ape covered in black jumped out of the woods. There was greed and cruelty in his eyes as he stared at the two women. Roar! It kept beating its chest, making bursts of crackling sounds. It's the black ape, strength level 6. Yin Shuefei saw through the opponent's strength at a glance and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just something else. She is a king after all, so she shouldn't be afraid at all. And after these days of training, with the resources provided by the academy, Lin Guaiguai's strength has reached the level of half-king. If she is given a few more months, she may be able to enter the king level. Yin Shuefei was extremely envious of Lin Guaiguai. She is one of the most talented girls in the academy. Moreover, she is only 18 years old but has already reached the terrifying early stage of Half-Lord realm. Senior sister, let me do it. Lin Guaiguai walked forward with a cold face, staring at the black ape with sharp eyes. Good. Seeing this, Yin Shuefei tactfully took a step back, ready to hand over the battlefield to her. Roar! The black ape spat, swung its huge iron fist and rushed towards Lin Guaiguai. As it ran, it was like an earthquake. Too slow. Lin Guaiguai shook his head in disappointment, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and came onto the back of the black ape like a ghost. Under its astonished gaze, Lin Guaiguai gathered an ice dagger in his right hand and stabbed it into its neck. Phew! The black ape's skin, which was strong enough to withstand missile attacks, was as fragile as paper in Lin Guaiguai's hands. Ah! With a scream from it, the cold air from the ice dagger instantly penetrated into its body and froze its blood. At the same time, the ice continued to spread inside, until cold air emanated from the pores of the whole body, and the next moment the black ape's internal organs were all shattered. Boom! The huge monster fell to the ground with a loud bang and turned into ice chips on the ground, deader than dead. In front of Lin Guaiguai, it was like a rookie and had no power to resist. Kill at the same level. Lin Guaiguai was still very confident in her own strength. Ever since her brother had fused that frost crystal with her last time, she found that she seemed to be much stronger than people of the same level and could absolutely crush and surpass others. Chapter 88. Frost Winter Solstice. Papa Papa Pa. Junior sister is really amazing. Yin Shuefei clapped her hands and praised. Lin Guaiguai's methods made her eyes light up. He could kill the enemy instantly with one move. He was indeed a pervert. Her cultivation is almost catching up with mine. Since her sister is so perverted, it is understandable that her brother is even more perverted. Hee, basic operations are not allowed. After hearing this, Lin Guaiguai stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly, but he was still very happy in his heart. By the way, don't forget to take the demon pill, it's a good thing. At this time, Yin Shuefei suddenly reminded. The demon pill is the inner pill of a demon beast, which is used by the demon beast to practice and store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is a rare elixir for warriors. In fact, the fur and bone marrow of monsters are all essences, which can be used to build weapons and armor. It's just a pity that Lin Guaiguai was a bit too cruel and the black ape was killed without a complete body. In response to the reminder from his senior sister, Lin Guaiguai immediately walked to the black ape that had been shattered into pieces and dug out a black demon pill from the pile of debris. Because it had just fallen, it was still warm. There was a large amount of energy in it, so Lin obediently put it into the space ring. This ring was given to her by her brother, and the space was very huge. Many people envied and feared the space ring in her hand. The first battle ended perfectly, and the two women walked inside. No one knew how many branches on the ground were broken by them, and they slaughtered many demons. After staying in there for about half an hour, they encountered some 5th or 6th level monsters, which were easily eliminated by them. However, they reaped a lot of rewards. They collected the fangs, bones, and fur of the monsters. The corpses of the 5th and 6th level monsters could be used to make their own weapons, and the low-level ones could be sold for money, making a small profit. The strong smell of blood emanating from here attracted the attention of many monsters. On a tree, a dog with 3 heads sniffed the smell of blood in the air. In an instant, its eyes turned scarlet and filled with rage. It seemed to be very thirsty for blood, and immediately went towards the direction where the smell of blood came from. Something is coming. The 2 women who were cleaning up the battlefield suddenly became alert, because they sensed a dangerous creature coming towards them. Roar! Soon the owner of that breath fell from the sky and landed in front of the 2 women. A 7th-level demon beast, a 3-headed dog? When Yin Shuefei saw the true face of the beast, he was surprised. It turned out to be this. The 3-headed dog was 7 meters tall and very huge. Smelly saliva kept dripping from its 3 heads to the ground. As it roared, 3 flames spewed out. The 2 women were quick to move back. Boom! 3 flames hit the ground and formed a huge pit, igniting the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants, and instantly forming a raging fire. Senior sister, leave it to me. At this time, Lin Guaiguai spoke up. She looked at the 3-headed dog vigilantly and was eager to try. Junior sister, no, you are no match for it, Yin Shuefei said with some disapproval. She was very familiar with the 3-headed dog, but it was stronger than the average 7th-level monster. Moreover, judging from its aura, it was equivalent to the late king realm. My junior sister, a half-king, actually tried to challenge a late-stage king. Is she crazy? I didn't dare to play like this at first. I know my limits. Lin stood up obediently, not giving Yin Shuefei any chance to refuse. Seeing her like this, Yin Shuefei reluctantly stepped aside, but she was still alert, ready to attack quickly if her junior sister was in trouble. Humph! You are just a mere half-lord, and you still want to fight with me? Prepare to die. The dog head in the middle of the 3-headed dog spoke in human language and slapped over with its huge claws. Lin Guaiguai formed seals with her hands, a cold light flashed, and she easily deflected the terrifying slap. Then she soared into the air, her robe moving without wind, and a white magic circle appeared behind her. A cold breath blew in her face, and countless icicles emerged from it. They are of different lengths, but they exude a terrifying aura. Go! Lin Guaiguai lightly tapped, and the icicle behind him turned into a sharp weapon and attacked the 3-headed dog. Da-da-da! Many icicles penetrated directly into the ground, even freezing the land. Seeing this scene, the 3-headed dog's pupil shrank, and terrifying flames burst out of its mouth again, colliding with Lin Guaiguai's ice pillar. Snort! The 3-headed dog snorted coldly again, and the endless flames continued to grow larger and stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The icicles turned into steam under the flames, and just as the air was filled with thick steam, the 3-headed dog rushed over. The giant claw raised high slapped down. With a bang, Lin Guaiguai had no time to dodge and was knocked away instantly. Himph! After falling to the ground, Lin stood up obediently, enduring the pain, feeling ecstatic in his heart. This is what is right. Junior sister. Seeing this, Yin Shuefei became worried and took out his weapon to attack. But Lin Guaiguai raised his hand to ask her to stop. Senior sister, just look at me. I will show you my true strength. Lin Guaiguai showed a colorful smile on her lips, wiped the blood. Her hair turned white in an instant. Her pupils turned white. Her whole aura changed, and a violent force came from her. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind carrying snowflakes swept across the entire death forest. The trees on the ground were buzzing, and frost began to appear. Then large pieces of ice froze countless low-level creatures and plants around. At this moment, the entire death forest turned into a vast expanse of white and was terribly cold. What's going on? I don't know. There's something strange about this doll. How about we run now? Run? Can you be more confident? We are the 3 big bullies. Aren't we just 3 heads? Have you forgotten that we only have 1 body? You two shut up. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog began to talk to each other. Finally, the head in the middle roared, and then the 2 heads next to it quieted down. The 3-headed dog looked at Lin Guaiguai flying in the air vigilantly, and its body shrank slightly. Although it felt a little scary, it still chose to take the initiative to attack. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 heads kept spewing out fireballs, and fireball bullets as big as basketballs kept flying towards Lin Guaiguai. However, Lin Guaiguai just slowly raised his right hand. Ice solstice. Crash. The strong wind and the terrible snow swept over the huge body of the three-headed dog, blow the whole beast into the air. The ice on the ground continued to expand, turning into countless ice cubes and moving towards the three-headed dog. Pa pa pa. Piece of ice after piece hit it, and the crystals on the ground that stood up like stairs were instantly swallowed up. Roar. The three-headed dog could only watch helplessly as it turned into a statue and slowly lost consciousness. Chapter 89. The Deadly Three-Headed Shark. Give up resistance. So strong. Yin Shuefei was stunned watching from the side. He never expected that junior sister Lin was so strong. She was only a half-king, yet she could easily kill a king-level monster. It's really too scary. If she is given more time, won't she be able to challenge the venerable level? And now, I may not be able to beat my junior sister. Judging from the terrifying moves she just used, she did not use her full strength. It is conceivable how terrifying Lin Guaiguai is when he gives it his all. Yin Shuefei couldn't help but reveal an envious look. However, Lin, who had defeated the three-headed dog, walked obediently toward the corpse, reached into the debris with his right hand and took out a very gorgeous red jewel, which was the three-headed dog's demon pill. She stared at the demon pill and was attracted by it. At this time, Yin Shui flew over and she finally reacted. Senior sister, Lin said obediently, putting away the demon pill in his hand. Junior sister, what are you thinking about? Yin Shuefei couldn't help but ask in confusion, as his junior sister seemed a little absent-minded. Nothing, I was just wondering what to do with this demon pill. It doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Lin Guaiguai took out the three-headed dog's demon pill again, and the scarlet color reflected in the sunlight. Why don't you sell it to me? It would be very useful to me. Okay. The two women quickly completed the transaction. Lin Guaiguai wanted to give it to her directly, but was rejected by Yin Shuefei, who insisted on selling it for money because she didn't want to take advantage of her junior sister. Lin Guaiguai had no choice but to nod and agree. Although they encountered a 7th-level monster, the two women did not feel scared. Instead, they continued to look for the monster, ready to hunt it to their heart's content. In a lake in the forest of death, a white shark with 3 heads poked its head out, and its 3 heads looked angry. Who killed my brother? It howled towards the sky, and the entire death forest shook. The birds and beasts in the woods were frightened and fled away. If someone were here, they would definitely be surprised. Why is there a shark in the lake? It shouldn't be a sea animal, and it has 3 heads. The most important thing is that a dog would be a shark's brother. Damned human, I will make you pay with blood. Boom. The 3-headed shark looked towards the place where the 3-headed dog died, flapped its huge tail, and quickly moved in that direction. I saw it actually drilled into the soil, and its speed was as fast as swimming in water. The two women had just dealt with a 6th-level monster and were still celebrating, unaware that a terrifying creature was attacking them. Boom. Suddenly, the two women heard a strange noise. Yin Shuefei's pretty face was serious. She carefully checked the surroundings, trying to find the direction where the sound came from. Lin Guaiguai's ears also moved, and he observed like his senior sister. As they calmed down, the strange noise became louder and louder, and even the entire ground began to shake. Suddenly, Lin Guaiguai's eyes changed and he shouted loudly, Senior sister, she's underground. She had already seen a figure moving on the ground, and the sound was also coming from it. However, just as he finished his words, a huge figure broke out of the ground, and countless mud splashed everywhere. It looked like it was flying towards Yin Shui. Without giving the other party any time to react, the 3-headed shark hit her delicate body heavily. Ah! Yin Shuefei was knocked flying in an instant, groaning in pain. She gritted her teeth and looked at the thing that attacked her. Suddenly, her pupils dilated violently, and she was completely shocked. She seemed to have seen a very terrifying existence and murmured, It's the deadly 3-headed shark, junior sister, hurry up and leave. It turned out to be the deadly 3-headed shark. This guy is an overlord-level existence, and his strength has reached the terrifying 9th level, which is the emperor level. That's why Yin Shuefei changed so much. They could never be a match for the deadly 3-headed shark. The first thing to do is to tell my junior sister to run fast. If she is slower, she may not have a chance. But they were very confused as to why a being of this level would actively attack them. Want to run? Not that easy. The deadly 3-headed shark roared angrily and didn't give the two women any chance at all. A powerful aura emanated from it, and the air around it was faintly vibrating. Lin Guaiguai and Yin Shuefei were directly blown away. Plop. The two delicate bodies fell to the ground like kites with broken strings, letting out a groan of pain. In an instant, the two women lost their fighting ability and fell to the ground. Just like that, the two women were unable to stand up again, which shows how big the gap is between them and the deadly three-headed shark. So strong. Lin looked at the three-headed shark and said obediently, "It was the first time I encountered such a terrifying monster, and I didn't have any power to resist at all. This aura might have surpassed the 8th level. You two were the ones who killed my brother?" The three-headed shark's 6 pairs of eyes narrowed and glared at the two women. "Are you saying that the three-headed dog is your brother?" Facing its question, Yin Shuefei looked at its appearance and found that it had 3 heads like a three-headed dog. Suddenly, I was surprised. The shark is the dog's brother. What a magical combination. Humph. It seems that you two pathetic humans killed my dear brother. Go down with me to be buried with me. Boom. As the sound of the three-headed shark rang out, the entire earth began to tremble violently. Snap. The ground split open like a spider web, and the water flowing underground gushed out, turning into a sharp weapon and heading towards the two women. Seeing this scene, Lin Guaiguai quickly raised his hand. The frost instantly froze the oncoming water, turning it into a huge block of ice. Bang! Suddenly the ice broke and endless water swept in. It's over. Am I going to die like this? Faced with the terrifying water attack, Yin Shuefei closed her eyes in despair. Just now, under the attack of the three-headed shark, she could no longer lift her hands, and even her internal organs were seriously injured. The same was true for Lin Guaiguai. He had a lot of injuries on his body, and it was difficult for him to use his spiritual energy. The frost just now also used a lot of her strength. Looking at the terrifying water flow, she chose to close her eyes. "Brother, I may have to break my promise and cannot find you a wife." Just when they were about to touch the two women, they stopped in midair. When the two women were in despair, a burly man fell from the sky and landed in front of the water. He raised his hand and tapped it lightly, and the originally violent water flow actually stopped at his touch. Then he returned the same way and went underground and was dissolved. "Who are you?" The deadly three-headed shark looked vigilantly at the human who suddenly appeared in front of it, and the expressions of its 3 heads changed one after another, because it can feel that this human is no less capable than itself. Hearing this, the two women who were originally in despair suddenly opened their eyes and looked at the mighty and strong man standing in front of them, their eyes full of doubt. The sturdy man opened his mouth slowly, and a rough voice came. "My name is Black Tiger Afu. Prepare to die." Chapter 90. The man who uses all his ultimate moves and has no basic attacks. Yes, the two men were none other than Lin Tian's General Black Tiger Afu. He was originally arranged by Lin Tian to be a leader in the Black Shadow Kingdom, but he didn't really like managing a group of people. The most important thing was that every time there was a mission, he didn't have any chance to take action, which made him very angry. It's really boring to have no place to use your own moves. Then he told Lin Tian what he was thinking. After Lin Tian knew his thoughts, he arranged him to be with his sister and asked him to protect his sister. Afu gladly accepted the offer to protect his master's sister because he knew that Lin Guaiguai would definitely be in danger, and he would then have the opportunity to take action. At the same time, Lin Tian also raised his strength to the emperor level. He frowned and looked at the deadly three-headed shark in front of him. He longed for worthy opponents. The two women behind him widened their eyes and looked at the burly man in front of them in disbelief, wondering who he was. But they knew Afu was here to help them. For a moment, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. Looking nervously at Black Tiger Afu, who was confronting the deadly three-headed shark. "You humans deserve to die." The three-headed shark didn't understand what Black Tiger Afu wanted to do. He just wanted to protect the two women behind him. For the sake of his brother, he must take revenge today, and no one can stop him. Under its roar, the earth began to tremble again, and the already cracked earth was now even more dilapidated. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of the deadly three-headed shark sank directly, and countless streams of water gushed out from it, forming a huge lake, and it plunged into the water with a splash. The deadly three-headed shark is a powerful overlord that can travel both on land and in water. However, it is even more powerful in the water. In this lake that it created itself, it is like a fish in water, and its strength is further improved. Bang! Countless streams of water rushed up into the sky and headed towards the Black Tiger Afu. However, Black Tiger Afu remained calm. He shook his feet and rushed towards the deadly three-headed shark in the water like a cannonball. Bear paw attack. He easily dispersed the water column and it fell into the lake. Under its astonished gaze, the black tiger Afu jumped in the air and landed on top of its head. Crows take a plane. The black tiger Afu descended rapidly, and the terrifying power sat directly on its body. There was a loud bang. The water surface was hit into countless beautiful splashes, and the deadly three-headed shark was directly knocked into the water. It just felt dizzy, and a huge bubble appeared on its head. The three-headed shark became angry, jumped out of the water, and bit towards his head with its fangs. But Afu would not let it succeed, and kicked it on the left side of the head with a powerful kick. Scythe sweeps the floor. Boom! The three-headed shark flew out and slammed heavily into the water. Roar! The three-headed shark roared in pain, and its 6 pairs of eyes glowed scarlet. I saw it swinging its tail vigorously in the water, and its body followed closely behind. Because it was in the water, its speed suddenly increased, and it took off into the air again. With a strong suction, the water in the lake quickly rushed into its mouth. Countless streams of water condensed in its 3 mouths into a terrifying attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, countless water bullets sprayed out of its mouth and headed towards the black tiger Afu. Shark machine gun? Seeing this scene, the 2 girls were stunned. The antelope takes off. Black tiger Afu jumped on the spot and dodged the opponent's attack at an extremely fast speed. He kept shuttling and jumping in the air, causing all the attacks of the deadly three-headed shark to miss. Seeing this scene, the deadly three-headed shark began to doubt the shark's life. This human did not have any spiritual energy in his body, and his attack method was even more ordinary, just like a fight between children, but he just couldn't hit him, and at the same time he was so strong. It's my turn. Black tiger Afu stayed in the air and then struck a pose. Shout loudly. A flying dragon in the sky. Phoenix flies to the moon. 1 tiger kills 2 sheep. Tornado destroyed parking lot. 2 dragons playing with a pearl. 2 winds pierce my ears. A set of smooth little combos killed the deadly three-headed shark. Not only was the shark's head hit, but its fins were also pulled out and its eyes were poked. In short, it was as miserable as it could be. The deadly three-headed shark was knocked into the water, causing waves 3 meters high. But it would not give up and continued to fight with the black tiger Afu. The 2 women at the back were dazzled by the sight of the 2 figures fighting in the water. Yin Shuefei even exclaimed, although the moves of that senior seem ordinary, they hit the vital points everywhere. It's so scary. Aha. Lin Guaiguai nodded in agreement. It was the first time she saw people fighting like this. She couldn't believe that it was possible to play like this. Bang. Soon the deadly three-headed shark fell into a disadvantage and was knocked to the shore by the black tiger Afu. It looked at the black tiger Afu angrily, and then looked at the mud beneath it. It couldn't even beat the other party in the water, let alone on land. Here it could only be slaughtered. The wounded three-headed shark flapped its huge tail and prepared to slip into the water. It's safer in the water than on land. But Afu would never give it this opportunity. Rhino run. With a flash, he came directly in front of it and kicked it out under its horrified gaze. The elephant kicks. With a loud bang, the entire body of the deadly three-headed shark flew up and was kicked dozens of meters away. It fell heavily to the ground, getting farther and farther away from the water surface. It is now covered with wounds, without a single intact part, and the blood has seeped through its tough skin. Black tiger Afu walked over gently, looked at the dying three-headed shark on the ground and said, "You are the first monster to take on so many of my moves. Now you can die." Superplanetary burn. Boom. In the end, the deadly three-headed shark was torn into pieces and fell to the ground without a breath, deader than dead. It had never thought in its entire life that one day it would be beaten to death by a human being. The 2 women opened their mouths wide and couldn't help but admire the strong man in front of them, their hearts full of admiration and gratitude. They stood up with difficulty, enduring the pain in their bodies and preparing to thank Black Tiger Afu. However, when Black Tiger Afu saw Lin Guaiguai and the other girl coming over, his face changed drastically. He suddenly became respectful, from being originally indifferent. He took small steps and came directly in front of Lin Guaiguai, lowering his domineering head. "Miss Lin Guaiguai. Yin Shuefei. What's going on? Why is this senior so respectful to his junior sister? What is the situation? It seems like junior sister doesn't know him, right?" Yin Shuefei looked at the 2 of them with a confused look on his face. Why did they look like master and servant? What does this lady mean? Suddenly, Lin Guaiguai's face darkened, thinking that Black Tiger Ah Fu mistook her for